Abyss Domination Chapter 307 to Chapter 366. Nervousness. Soren had this feeling before, but it shouldn't be this time. He didn't know why his palms were sweating, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he quickly adjusted himself. The wizard tower in front of him was no different from the one in Soren's memory. This wizard tower wasn't as majestic as the one in the Shadow Plane, and it didn't have a rich history, but it was still an awe-inspiring tower in the north. Because the existence of the wizard tower itself was a symbol of great power. Gloria. After the initial nervousness, Soren thought that he was going to see this woman again, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. In this world, there were very few people who could make Soren feel a sense of identity. And Gloria just so happened to be one of the few. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious to see her immediately. Soren didn't seem to think that his emotions would change so much in such a short period of time, so when he stepped into the wizard tower, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then calmly walked in. His acting skills had improved a lot compared to before. The one in charge of welcoming Soren wasn't a human, but a 2-meter-tall clay golem. When it saw Soren coming in, it bowed slightly, and then said in a dull voice, "Sir Soren. The master invites you to the observatory. The rest of you can follow me to the 3rd floor of the wizard tower. The people who came before have been settled there." The inside of the wizard tower was very big. In fact, most of the wizard towers had more floors, and each floor had a lot of space. If it was a legendary wizard who had mastered the half-plane technique, then the space inside the wizard tower might be comparable to a city. So Soren concluded that the wizard tower in the Shadow Plane couldn't be taken down in a short time, because the space inside was estimated to be no smaller than the underground ruins of a city. The pirates behind Soren were in awe of the clay golem in front of them. Even though they were strong enough to defeat it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, this was a magical creation of a wizard. The pirates had a natural sense of awe towards the mysterious and terrifying northern witches. This was the accumulated prestige of the spellcasters over a long period of time, even though they had never seen the northern witches before. The existence of spellcasters had always been superior to other professions. After entering the wizard tower, even Soren's most unruly followers became cautious. Another clay golem stepped forward. It led Soren's subordinates to the stairs on the other side, while the clay golem led Soren to the observatory. Magic golem manufacturing process. Not all golems were at the same level, because the clay golem in front of Soren was clearly much more agile than the one that had just stepped forward. If the previous one was a rigid golem that could only repeat simple commands, then the one in front of Soren was like a highly intelligent mechanical life that followed certain rules and could talk to it. This kind of golem was quite difficult to make. Not only did it require a lot of money, but it also required power that involved the soul domain. There probably weren't many in the entire wizard tower. The clay golem in front of him seemed to have received soul molding. It was like a highly intelligent robot. Soren had always been interested in this kind of alchemy. Unfortunately, the requirements for mastering it were too high. Not only did it require an amazing level of magic and alchemy skills, but it also required a lot of special knowledge by analogy. Soren estimated that he couldn't even make the simplest cleaning golem. This was the difference between a professional wizard and a half-baked wizard. Strictly speaking, Soren should now be a professional rogue and a half-baked spellcaster. Otherwise, a wizard with a profession level of 10 or so should be able to make the simplest clay golem. Soul domain. It gave the puppets the corresponding intelligence and even directly gave them life. Gloria has touched the realm of a legendary wizard? Soren seemed to suddenly think of something. He couldn't help but tremble, and then a smile appeared on his face. He found that if this was really the case, he was more than 90% sure that he would be able to invite Gloria to the outer islands. Walking up the wizard tower floor by floor, Soren saw a lot of strange things. Some were magic devices that he couldn't understand, and some were all kinds of strange laboratories. This undoubtedly told Soren that his decision to invite Gloria was right. Just the various devices in the wizard tower in front of him had already made him a little dizzy. The wizard tower needed a professional spellcaster to deal with it. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't even know what the general area was, how the laboratories should be distributed, the layout of the elemental pool, and so on. Squeak, when Soren reached the 6th floor, he heard a sound that sounded like a mouse. As he turned around, he immediately saw 3 giant bats that were locked in a cage. These bats were all the size of a wash basin and looked a little scary. Their mouths were full of sharp fangs, and one of them could even spit out the spell rainbow spray. These were the magic bats that wizards were researching. They were a special kind of magical life and had all kinds of abilities. They were also the most commonly encountered monsters in the wizard tower. They were the standard rookie killers. If they encountered magic bats in the wild, the chances of them dying were quite high. Most wizards were academic researchers. Therefore, Soren wasn't surprised at all that there were some magical creatures locked in here. Starting from the 6th floor, the golem puppets that were responsible for guarding the tower were replaced by steel golems. They were iron lumps that weighed about half a ton. Some of the specially improved, steel golems +1, could weigh about 2 tons. The surface of these golems was made of steel, and their hardness was similar to modern steel. They also had alchemy enchantment resistance, and were considered to be quasi-legendary monsters. Under normal circumstances, even a legendary warrior would have to spend a lot of effort to dismantle a steel golem. There was once a legendary monk who described it this way. Dealing with steel golems always gives me the feeling of dismantling a tank with my bare hands. This sentence was very popular at that time. Unfortunately, later on, this legendary monk encountered the diamond golem +1, and was defeated on the spot. It was also because of this. The diamond golem +1, that had the ability to float, was described as a Gundam. Inside Gloria's wizard tower, Soren didn't see the +1 puppet golem. This was a special modified golem that would only appear in ruins such as the Arcane Empire. However, when he approached the top of the wizard tower, a steel golem about 2 meters tall with a somewhat different appearance attracted Soren's attention. The appearance of this steel golem was actually similar to what he saw at the beginning, but it had a very special behavior after seeing Soren. It actually bowed slightly to Soren to show respect. It was a conscious golem, although it was not a very high level of consciousness. It had exceeded the most basic golem intelligent golem construct. Activated golem. Someone had blessed it with a spell close to the legendary level, turning it into a complete life form. It would gradually begin to have consciousness. Although its core command would not change, which was similar to the core structure of the 3 laws of robots, other things would gradually move closer to intelligent life. This was how the golem construct appeared. Soren didn't expect there to be such a thing in Gloria's wizard tower, but he didn't seem to have seen it when he came last time. If such a steel golem continued to evolve, it could become the Thaling that Soren saw in the Shadow Plane wizard tower. A special life form with legendary challenge difficulty. It seems that I didn't make a mistake this time. Soren hadn't seen Gloria yet, but after walking around the wizard tower and looking all the way from below, he was more confident about exploring the wizard tower in the Shadow Plane. However, Soren also knew that Gloria could show him the internal structure of the wizard tower. Otherwise, these steel golems would usually be on standby in special positions. The golems needed the elemental pool of the wizard tower to provide energy, or they could only use some expensive materials to provide energy. In other words, the wizard tower usually operated less than 1/10 of the golems. A door appeared in front of him. When Soren walked to the door, his palms sweated involuntarily, and then he pushed the door directly. A ray of sunlight shone over. Soren first saw the sun in the sky, then the vast land in the distance, a city near the mountains, countless scattered villages, a winding river, and a dense forest further away. These were all Gloria's territory. The wizard tower was like a tall skyscraper, overlooking everything directly. Even the white clouds in the sky seemed to be within reach. This kind of scene was very shocking, and it seemed to make men's blood boil with excitement. High and mighty, a tower that symbolized the power and status of a spellcaster. "You're back." A gentle female voice sounded, coming from Soren's side. When Soren turned to look at the seat on the right side of the observatory, his whole body suddenly trembled, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. In front of him was a large and comfortable recliner covered with soft snow-white fur. Gloria was lazily lying on it, and her face was still as beautiful as it was in his memory. She was the most typical beauty of the northern lands. She had a tall and graceful body, firm and slender thighs, a slender and flexible waist, and full breasts. No matter how one looked at her, she was impeccable. But this wasn't enough to make Soren stunned. Because Soren was a man with strong willpower, but at this moment, Gloria seemed to have a strange charm. Even Soren, who had a strong willpower, was shocked, and he felt as if he was under a charm spell. Because at this moment, Gloria was wearing a snow-white nightgown. There was a slight slip below the waist, and soft and shiny black stockings could be seen. This was a product of the Underdark, and only rich women could have it. It was woven with the best spider silk, and its value was similar to rare equipment. Stockings. In such an era, in such a world. Stockings that were once everywhere seemed to have become very rare. This was Soren's second time seeing a woman wearing stockings. The first time was Gloria's mother, a woman with a seductive face. Soren was afraid of this seductive woman, and also had a trace of hostility in his heart, so he didn't admire her in stockings. But now that Gloria was wearing it, she was unusually beautiful, and seemed to have an irresistible temptation. Especially when she stretched out her black pearl-like toes, wrapped in the smooth and shiny stockings, he had the urge to reach out and touch them. But this wasn't enough. Just this alone wasn't enough to make Soren feel stunned. Because Gloria in front of him, in addition to wearing a snow-white nightgown, she also wore a pair of gold-rimmed black-rimmed glasses on her delicate nose. This was a product of alchemy, and had been used for a long time in this world. Even ordinary people would buy relatively cheap single-rimmed glasses. But Gloria's glasses were undoubtedly much more exquisite, and it seemed to be an enchanted rare item. She was holding a thick book with both hands, and the front of the book had complicated runes imprinted on it. Before Soren came in, she was frowning slightly as she read the book. When Soren came in, she closed the book and put it on her lower abdomen. She looked very gentle and charming. At first glance, she gave off the elegant temperament of a lady from a noble family. At this moment, Soren even felt the aura of an oriental beauty from Gloria's body, as if she noticed Soren's burning gaze. Gloria's beautiful face slightly blushed. She delicately shrunk her legs, covered her black stockings with the hem of her nightgown, and then slightly curled up her pearl-like toes. It seemed that she was a little nervous under Soren's gaze, and her delicate face seemed to be a little uneasy. But after all, she was a northern witch. He only saw Gloria gently smile, slowly lifting her white fingers to lift up her long hair, and then teasingly said, "Am I beautiful?" A lock of silky long hair was tucked behind her ear. It was mixed with silver strands, but this silver hair did not affect Gloria's beauty at all. On the contrary, it made her look more charming. Soren had long noticed this silver hair. Although he did not ask Gloria what was going on, he could guess that it was most likely related to himself and Vivian. At the thought of this, Soren's heart seemed to have been touched. Even if he had always been a very hard-hearted person, now there was a trace of emotion in his heart, an inexplicable emotion that was hard to describe. He nodded seriously and said, "I almost thought that I was under a charm spell. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." A trace of blush appeared. Gloria didn't seem to think that Soren would use such a serious tone and say such frivolous words like flirting. However, after listening to it, she enjoyed it very much and was inexplicably happy in her heart. Negotiation +10. P.S. This chapter took me a whole day to write. Sure enough, emotional drama is not my specialty. 4,000 words. Add more tomorrow. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Both of their expressions were a little awkward, but it wasn't that kind of awkwardness, but a different kind of awkwardness. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but avoid each other's gaze. Gloria's beautiful face even turned red. An inexplicable feeling was brewing, and both of them seemed to have felt something. This little awkwardness didn't last long, and Soren quickly recovered. He smiled and bent down to take out a beautiful box, then handed it to Gloria. "A gift for you." Soren blinked, which was rare for him. Gloria looked up at him, and the corner of her mouth revealed a quiet smile. Her red lips gently opened and said, "What gift?" Soren shrugged his shoulders and casually sat down on the recliner. Because he was about to sit down, Gloria subconsciously moved a little to the side. By the time she reacted, Soren had already sat down next to her. Although the recliner was relatively wide, the two people sitting on it were naturally very close to each other. It was easy to smell the man's scent, which made her face reveal a trace of shyness. However, she did not show any obvious signs of anger. Soren smelled the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose and said naturally, "Open it and take a look." Gloria's delicate body showed signs of tension, especially when Soren sat next to her and talked. There was a natural masculine scent coming from him. Soren's breathing entered her ears, and she could feel his breath blowing on her long hair, which made her even more nervous. Even though she was a knowledgeable northern witch and controlled a large territory under her feet, Gloria's back couldn't help but tense up, and goosebumps appeared on her earlobes. She was very nervous. Soren didn't do anything else. He sat down and waited with a smile, waiting for Gloria to open the gift, and waiting for her to relax. After all, northern witches weren't ordinary women. Even though she had never been so close to a man before, she quickly adjusted herself. Gloria turned her head and looked at Soren with a somewhat reproachful look. It seemed that she was blaming him for suddenly sitting down and startling her, but there was no anger on her face, and she didn't get up from the recliner. The distance between the two was less than half a centimeter, and the thin pajamas couldn't resist the heat coming from beside her. Gloria's cheeks slightly flushed, more obvious than before, like the sunset on the horizon. She gently lifted the delicate box in front of her, couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then slowly opened it. A dazzling light, the brilliance of the diamond was refracted the moment it was opened. Even the knowledgeable northern witches were attracted by the beautiful blue diamond in front of them at this moment. Although Soren didn't have a high enough appraisal ability to judge the specific value of this diamond, he still had many years of experience. Even he felt that something extraordinary was naturally quite rare. Gloria was actually prepared in her heart, but when she saw the huge shining blue diamond in front of her, her eyes couldn't help but blur. Sometimes women were very similar to dragons, even Vivian was no exception to this. Soren had seen the little girl count the gemstones she had collected more than once. "It's so beautiful." Gloria picked up the blue diamond in front of her with her white fingers, and then looked at it under the sun. She looked at it for a while, and then her eyes gradually became clear. Gloria put it back in the delicate box, carefully put it away, and then said softly, "It seems that even the royal family doesn't have many diamonds like this. Did you find it in the dragon's nest?" Soren nodded gently and said, "Yes." Gloria turned to look at Soren beside her. The two people's arms rubbed slightly, and there was a soft and smooth touch. She looked at the man in front of her seriously, as if she was getting to know him again, and murmured, "Sometimes I really can't see through you. You were born in the slums, but you have a lot of knowledge that wizards don't necessarily have. When I first met you, you were just a low-level thief, but now you've completed the feat of slaying a dragon alone. Sometimes I really wonder if you're the one favored by fate." Soren didn't answer this question. The ones favored by fate were a different kind of existence. They were a group of people outside of fate, and their fate was freer than the gods. In the eyes of wizards who were proficient in divination, the ones favored by fate were similar to the Prince of Lies. They were a group of people who, in the story, when the goddess of luck threw a lucky coin, the coin would stand up. Soren wasn't sure if he was such a person, therefore, this kind of person was quite rare, and he was never a person who liked to be arrogant. Unless he got the legendary card of fate. After Gloria put away the gift, she gently stood up. She tilted her head and looked at Soren playfully, and then said, "Actually, I also prepared a gift for you. Come with me." Soren took a deep breath. As if he was chasing after the delicate fragrance that wafted out when she stood up, his face showed a trace of intoxication. Gloria stared at him with a somewhat reproachful expression, and then raised her white finger to activate a teleportation circle on the right side of the observatory. Teleportation could be done inside the wizard tower. The northern witch stood there beautifully, as if she was waiting for Soren to come over. Soren came over. He reached out and held Gloria's hand, the kind where their 5 fingers were interlocked. He could feel the softness of her hand, and the sweat that overflowed from her palm. It turned out that he, had been very nervous. At this moment, the two people couldn't help but look at each other, and then the corners of their mouth could not help but show a trace of a smile. Gloria's eyes were soft, and her palm was soft. She didn't want to break free, and naturally let Soren hold her hand, and then gently activated the teleportation circle. The two figures disappeared in a white light, and then appeared in a room on the upper floor of the wizard tower. This seemed to be Gloria's bedroom. As an excellent northern witch, Gloria's room didn't have the feeling of a woman's boudoir. Most of the things here were books. Soren just glanced around and saw hundreds of books on the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. Almost every book was as thick as a brick. The whole room was quite simple and tidy. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and there were chairs next to the desk. Next to the desk were some small trinkets, which seemed to be alchemy supplies, and then there was a bed on the side. There were almost no decorations. No wonder Vivian learned the good habit of reading books. As if guessing Soren's thoughts, Gloria turned around and rolled her eyes at him, and whispered, "This is just a place to rest after conducting research." She gently raised her finger, and a faint magic light appeared on one of the drawers. This was Gloria removing a magic trap, and then she saw the drawer automatically open. A rather delicate-looking belt appeared and fell directly into her palm. Gloria smiled at Soren, handed the belt to him, and said softly, "I prepared it for you." Legendary equipment. As soon as Soren's fingertips touched the belt in front of him, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Then he looked up at Gloria in surprise and murmured, "The power of the frost giant?" This time it was Gloria's turn to be surprised, and she wondered, "You know it?" "It has been in the hands of the Witch Council for hundreds of years. I also got it because of some recent things." She would never tell Soren that she got a chance from the Northern Witch Council because she was promoted to a quasi-legendary witch. They could choose a legendary equipment they wanted from the treasury of the Northern Witch Council. She did not choose other legendary spellcaster equipment, but brought out this second-grade legendary belt, Frost Giant's Strength, from the treasury of the Witch Council. "Yes." Soren nodded gently, reached out and stroked the belt in front of him, and whispered, "I've heard of it before." In his memory. This second-grade legendary belt was auctioned at a sky-high price of 270,000 Kindler coins. It was the best legendary belt that could be obtained in the entire material plane. Frost Giant Strength. It was a legendary belt of strength made from the skin of the Frost Giant King. It allowed the wearer to have the strength of an adult frost giant. It was the best belt of strength in the material plane. Basically, if you wanted better equipment, you could only find it in other planes. There were two complete Frost Giant's Strength, the Belt of Frost Giant's Strength and the Glove of Frost Giant's Strength. However, the Glove of Frost Giant's Strength was destroyed in a legendary battle. Therefore, a legendary mage fused and enchanted the Belt of Frost Giant's Strength, which was preserved, from a Grade 1 legendary item to a Grade 2 legendary item. Since then, there was only one Frost Giant's Strength left. In the past, the Frost Giant's Strength set increased the user's strength by 4 points respectively. Together, it could increase the user's strength by 8 points, reaching a maximum of 22 points. Basically, after equipping this set of legendary items, an ordinary adult man with 10 points of strength would immediately become an unparalleled warrior with 18 points of strength. After the enchantment, the Belt of Frost Giant's Strength became a Grade 2 legendary item, increasing the user's strength by 6 points. It was a pity that there was only one item left. Gloria quietly looked at Soren and slowly said, "Let's take a look." Soren glanced at her, then untied the belt on his body and put on the Belt of Frost Giant's Strength. At the same time, he took off the Ogre's Strength Bracer on his arm. This kind of rare equipment could only be worn once. After putting on the Belt of Frost Giant's Strength, the Ogre's Strength Bracer would lose its effect. There were certain requirements for relying on external forces to increase the user's strength. It could be roughly divided into 3 parts. The first was the strength of equipment, the second was the strength of spells, and the third was the explosive power of the user. The first was the Ogre's Strength Bracer, the Belt of Frost Giant's Strength, and so on. These things could not be stacked, and there were certain restrictions. The second was the strength of spells. For example, Soren started with brute strength, and then Vivian gave him draconic strength. Then, the effect of brute strength would be covered by draconic strength, just like how the ogre's strength was covered by draconic strength. As for the last type of strength buff, it was a type of power boost that only appeared on berserkers, barbarians, and other professions. Soren's slaughterer transformation seemed to be a type of potential boost, which was why it could stack with the strength of his equipment and the strength of his spells. Crack, Soren slowly buckled his belt. As soon as he put on this Tier 2 legendary item, his entire body was filled with a warm feeling of power. He tried to pick up a cup next to him, but he did not expect that he would crush it with too much force. After a while, he relied on the coordination ability brought by his agility to control the sudden increase in strength. This was the most valuable transcendent equipment. This was because the power it gave was constant. As long as one wore it, they would always have this power. Item type, Belt of Frost Giant Strength. Item grade, Tier 2 Legendary. Item description, this is a legendary item with a long history. It seems to have originated from a defeated Frost Giant king. At first, it was made by a great mage into the Frost Giant Strength gloves and Belt of Frost Giant Strength. However, because of a legendary battle, one of them was destroyed. However, someone still used the destroyed equipment to remodel and enchant this belt, further increasing its power. In this belt, there is a text engraved, "The Last King of Frost Giants." Equipment requirements, none. Equipment effect, increase strength by 6 points, up to a maximum of 22 points. The strength of an adult frost giant. Soren flipped the belt over. Sure enough, he saw a text at the interface, "The Last King of Frost Giants." Gloria looked at Soren up and down with satisfaction. She even circled around him. It was not like she was looking at the effect of the belt, but more like she was looking at whether it fit him or not. He had to admit that women were strange creatures. Even if such a legendary equipment did not fit him, he still had to wear it. He wondered how much it could increase his combat power. It fits just right. Gloria nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Soren moved a little and found that it was indeed quite fitting. It basically did not affect his combat power. But when he was about to say something, the whole wizard tower suddenly shook, and then it shook a little. In an instant, both Soren and Gloria reacted quickly. Gloria's figure almost disappeared in an instant, and then she appeared near the window. At the same time, a magic aura appeared on her body. It seemed that she had activated more than 3 protective energy fields. Soren's reaction was not too far away. The legendary curved sword Icing Death instantly appeared in his palm, and then he leaped to the left side of the room, holding the sword with both hands to protect Gloria's side. It had to be said, at this moment, their cooperation was quite good. The wizard tower was still shaking slightly. Whether it was Gloria or Soren, they could not help but look dignified. Because now the whole wizard tower was shaking a little, and dust was trembling from the ceiling. Both of them were quite clear about the defensive ability of the wizard tower. For such a situation to happen, it was definitely a big deal. It's not an enemy attack. A crystal ball appeared in Gloria's palm. She gently touched it, then frowned and said, "It's a vibration from the ground." Earthquake? Soren looked at Gloria in confusion. Both of their expressions were a little strange. Was it really an earthquake? But just when they were puzzled, the wizard tower shook more violently, and then a strong magic aura appeared at the top of the astrology platform. "Her Excellency the Eye of the North is summoning us." Gloria reached out and touched a crystal button on her chest, and then a white light appeared in her palm. Soren and her figure appeared on the top of the astrology platform again. Is it really an earthquake? Soren looked at the city in the distance. He could see that a part of the city wall was cracked. This was definitely a large-scale earthquake. And the intensity of the earthquake was quite high. Houses in the distant city had collapsed, but there were not many casualties in the scattered villages because the houses were made of wood and straw. But the trembling of the earth still frightened many people. Soren could see people gathering together in a panic like ants from afar. "Gloria! Activate the magic array." A hoarse and old female voice appeared on the astrology platform, and then a hazy shadow appeared. It was a white-haired witch. The most eye-catching thing was her eyes. Almost all of her eyeballs were white. Soren had a certain impression of this existence because she was the strongest witch in the north. The legendary Eye of the North. Hearing the Eye of the North's command, Gloria activated a magic array on the wizard tower without hesitation. Then a beam of light shot into the sky, 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. In the distance, Soren began to see beams of light. These beams of light went straight into the sky and intertwined with each other. It seemed to be a mysterious huge magic array. The light of the silver moon, magic lock. An unbelievably huge force erupted. It was still daytime, but there was a full moon in the sky. Under the light of the full moon, all the beams of light formed a magic lock, covering a considerable area in it. This was a legendary magic lock, and also the strongest killing move of the Witch Council. It was a magic lock inherited and preserved from the destroyed ancient Silvermoon City before the Arcane Empire. Soren remembered that it had killed a weak god incarnate, but it seemed that it had only been activated a few times in hundreds of years. Activate the magic lock. The Eye of the North's expression was quite serious. She looked at the sky with her pale pupils and said in a hoarse voice, "There is an enemy invasion. All members of the Witch Council above Grade 4, follow me to the astral world." Soul projection. Legendary spell, Astral World Gate. Legendary spell, a gate with a strange light appeared in the center of the magic circle, and all the wizard towers were included in the protection of the magic lock. Then a shadow of a soul appeared. The soul projection of the Eye of the North was like a female giant in the sky. At first glance, it was probably thousands of meters high, just like the legendary magic transformation. With the appearance of the huge soul projection, rays of magic light also appeared, and other soul shadows began to appear around her. This was the legendary witch who had existed for hundreds of years in the legends. She cast a legendary spell with every move. Before Soren had time to recover from this dazzling change, he saw Gloria next to him also walking to the center of the light beam. It seemed that she intended to project her soul into the astral world. After all, she was still a northern witch, a high-grade member of the Witch Council. Now even the Eye of the North was alarmed. Something big must have happened in the astral world. At this moment, Soren almost didn't think much about it. He reached out and grabbed her arm. He wanted to tell Gloria how dangerous the astral world was, but when he saw Gloria's determined eyes, he could only sigh helplessly. However, when Gloria thought that Soren would let go of his hand and let her go, she didn't expect that Soren actually held her palm. The two people's fingers were interlocked. Under Gloria's surprised and moved expression, Soren stepped into the light beam that connected to the astral world gate. The bodies of the two people froze at this moment. Then two souls appeared outside the body, turned into a ray of light, and went straight to the astral world gate. Since she had made up her mind to go to the astral world, Soren could only accompany her. P.S. I need to organize the information. The astral world will be different. That's all for today. It was a wonderful feeling to have one's soul leave one's body. Although it wasn't the first time Soren tried to project his soul out of his body, it was the first time he tried it in the real world. The strongest feeling was the weightlessness of his soul. Without the shackles of gravity, his soul felt light. However, it wasn't a complete soul that left his body. The moment it touched the light beam, Soren's soul was molded into a soul projection and sent directly to the astral gate. The soul projection was only a part of the soul. It wasn't the weight of a complete soul, so if it died, it wouldn't necessarily cause the body in the real world to die as well. However, it would definitely cause a terrible amount of damage to the soul. If the damage was too great, it could turn the person into an idiot, or even affect the real world, causing the existence of the soul projection to die on the spot. This could be understood simply according to the East. If the soul projection died, it would be like the scattering of a part of the 3 souls and 7 spirits in Eastern mythology. It was possible for the projection to become crazy, or directly become an idiot. It was even possible for the projection to become a vegetable or die on the spot. Normally, this kind of soul projection would only be used in extremely dangerous places. It could also be used in places where the physical body couldn't reach. This would greatly reduce the cost of death. Their souls were remolded into half-energy bodies. The power of the soul projection was greatly reduced. Soren only kept about 80% of his strength, and all of his equipment below legendary level was left on his body. This was the reason why he didn't like to go to the astral gate. Low-tier rare items couldn't be converted into half-energy. Only legendary equipment and above could be converted into soul projection, and it would be left on the soul projection after death. Therefore, even legendary wizards wouldn't bring their strongest legendary equipment with them when they were in the soul projection state. However, Soren couldn't leave his equipment on his body. All of his legendary equipment would directly affect his combat ability. Going to the astral gate without legendary equipment would be suicide. A brief moment of dizziness. When Soren and Gloria regained their consciousness, they were already in front of the astral gate. At this moment, there were about 12 soul projections gathered around the Eye of the North. When these soul projections noticed Soren's appearance, they couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on their faces. They then looked at Gloria in confusion. When they saw the expression on her face, the other witches couldn't help but smile mischievously. It seemed like Gloria was quite popular, unlike her mother who wasn't likable. All of the witches present were high-grade adepts, and at least a third of them were quasi-legendary adepts. As for witches like Her Excellency Eye of the North, whose profession level was around level 25, it was estimated that there were not many witches like her in the whole world, so she should be the most powerful one among all of them. If that was the case, Soren was actually the weakest among the soul projections, and she was also a half-baked wizard. As for Soren's arrival, the Eye of the North didn't say much. She just glanced at him for a moment, then nodded at Gloria and said with a serious expression, "Prepare to teleport. Everyone, focus." The astral gate that had already been opened suddenly enveloped them. Immediately after, it was as if they had entered a rainbow light channel. Countless light spots that could not be seen with the naked eye shuttled back and forth in front of them. Therefore, the only thing that could be seen with the naked eye was many rainbow-like rays of light. Soul projections were the simplest way to cross planes. Many abyss demons and hell devils would use this method to travel to other planes. When a soul projection died, it would only reduce a part of their strength. Most of the time, it wouldn't cause the death of the soul projection. Adepts cherished their own lives very much, therefore, even in the face of a powerful enemy, the Eye of the North didn't ask the other witches to go to the astral gate with their bodies. The feeling of a soul passing through a membrane came. Or it should be said that it was a bit like a person sinking into the sea. When Soren opened his eyes again, he was already standing on a very barren land. Above this land was a silver river, and there were almost no plants around. The feeling was like standing on the surface of the moon and looking at the universe. In front of him was a boundless silver river, like the Milky Way where countless stars gathered. Around this seemingly small piece of land, one could see countless star matter, as well as objects that were streaking past at high speed like meteors. It could be just a comet, or it could be the corpse of an ancient god. The astral gate had become a huge garbage dump. In countless years, countless people had entered here and died here. There were also all kinds of existences that entered the astral gate for other reasons. In the end, the astral gate had completely turned into a huge garbage dump. In this garbage dump, you could find the corpse of an ancient god, hidden half-planes, fallen divine kingdoms, and even broken floating fortresses, huge astral warships, and so on. Almost everything you could think of could be found here. Because this was a huge and all-encompassing garbage dump, it was also the most dangerous garbage dump. There was no air in the astral gate, so it was not easy for flesh and blood to survive here. They had to rely on the half-planes floating in the astral gate. Therefore, many travelers who entered the astral gate were soul projections in a semi-energy state, or powerful existences that were directly close to the form of a saint. In this endless astral gate, there was a kind of energy. Wizards called it source substance and thought it was the most basic structure of the universe. However, Soren still preferred to call it by another name. Dark energy. Almost all half-planes must be connected to the astral gate and the ether plane. The half-plane was a very special existence that was difficult to explain in a few words. However, one thing that could be easily understood was that even legendary wizards could not provide the huge amount of energy needed to open up a half-plane. Therefore, all half-planes grew little by little. This was very similar to the divine kingdoms, but the energy for the growth of half-planes only came from two places. One was the astral gate. The other was the ether plane. These two planes had an inexplicable relationship, and the structure of energy was also unknown. However, the astral gate was closer to the outer plane, while the ether plane was closer to the inner plane. Soren was standing on a half-plane. Because there were very few material structures inside the astral gate, there was almost no doubt that most of the material in the astral gate came from other planes. Therefore, it was always called a garbage dump. Even the half-plane under Soren's feet was a huge piece of garbage floating in the endless astral gate. The half-plane was the carrier. Without the support of this half-plane, Soren and the other witches' soul projections would be directly exposed to the source substance of the astral gate, which was the silver torrent above their heads. This was a more troublesome thing, because this torrent of energy generated from the distorted space would have many dangerous astral gate creatures living in it. Even the gods might not know the secrets of the astral gate, but they knew how to use the energy of the astral gate. The original creation of the world was made from the source substance energy. There were many things that Soren was not too clear about. He could not remember much, but he knew that outside the torrent of energy that was like the Milky Way, there was an endless amount of dark energy and something called the crystal wall. The soul entered the astral gate, a lot of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes in an instant, soul projection completed. Soul entered the astral gate. Soul came into contact with dark matter energy. Soul came into contact with source substance energy. You've received some information about the epic background ability, Astral Traveler. You've received some information about the epic background ability, Plane Explorer. Soul structure completed. Soul projection transformed into dark energy. You've automatically learned the ability, Instant Spell. All spells below level 6 have entered the instant spell state. From the moment they stepped into the astral gate, everyone's spellcasting ability began to skyrocket, as if some kind of shackle had been broken, and they were forcibly breaking free from the shackles of matter. Then, they came into contact with the most primitive and essential energy. This energy was everywhere, and it allowed them to automatically learn the ability to instant spell. Although they could still feel the magic net, it was as if they had jumped out of the magic net's effect and did not need the magic net to gather energy. All spellcasters who entered the astral gate automatically learned the ability, Instant Spell. All spells below level 6 could be instantly cast, and legendary spells only needed half the casting time. And this was before they even got close to the sea of source substance. If they got close to the Milky Way, or if they came into contact with the energy escaping from the distorted space, then even legendary spells could be instantly cast. As long as your soul could withstand this energy, the astral gate could give you endless energy. Because it was the place closest to the essence of the universe, a world appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It was a huge half-plane. The outer layer was a gray iris that looked like a translucent eggshell. There was a complete world inside, but it did not have the structure of a planet. Instead, it looked more like a continental shelf. This was a half-plane that was born in the astral plane. Using the endless energy of the astral plane as a supply, the land, rocks, mountains, seas, air, plants, and so on grew in the half-plane. In the end, it evolved into a relatively complete half-plane that could support intelligent life. This incomparably huge demiplane flew past at high speed. It was like Halley's Comet that streaked across the sky above Earth, and it quickly disappeared from Soren's sight. The astral gate was almost endless. It was a plane that was almost limitless, but if you kept going up, you would meet a layer of crystal wall. However, before you met the crystal wall, you would see countless kingdoms of gods. If you were lucky, you could even see the legendary Pantheon plane rumble. The ground under Soren's feet shook. This half-plane seemed to have only existed for a short period of time. Soren could see the edge of the land at a glance, and if he jumped from the edge, he would enter the void. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of unlucky people who were lost in the astral gate and were swept away by the void for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the astral gate was often called the land of exile. This place was connected to all the planes, but you might not be able to find the passage. Without the half-plane to rely on, after being swept into the void, it was like a mortal being washed away by a flood. The half-plane that had been born for no more than a few hundred years was trembling. It was as if something was attacking it. Soren could feel the dignified and worried face of the Eye of the North. Even the most powerful witch in the North was worried. Then, the enemy that appeared was most likely the intelligent life that Soren hated the most. P.S. This chapter took me a whole day to write. I was sorting out the database, so I wrote it very slowly. I had to fill in a lot of things by myself. A lot of brain cells died. From the legendary book onwards, the information provided began to be full of loopholes, and Fu too was a stubborn person. Today, I only have one update. I want to draw a three-dimensional picture of the crystal wall universe. If it is not ugly, I will send it for you to have a look. There were many incomprehensible and dangerous creatures in the astral plane. However, there were only two kinds of creatures that Soren hated. One was the legendary abominations, which were the descendants of the dead gods. They were dangerous creatures full of destructive desires. The other was the Xianxia, a humanoid creature that lived in the astral plane. They were aggressive and warlike, and there were many of them. The possibility of encountering abominations was relatively low because most of these divine monsters were sealed because they were too dangerous. So, it was not surprising that they were the Xianxia that Soren hated the most. The Xianxia were humanoid creatures that lived in the astral plane. They were born with powerful psionic spells. They used to be slaves of the soul suckers, which was the monster that ate the brains of intelligent creatures like the beholder in the bard's stories. So, they were absolutely irreconcilable with the soul suckers. Basically, they would fight to the death whenever they met. The Grey Dwarfs had the same characteristics as them. They also hated the soul suckers, and many of them had their minds distorted because of the enslavement of the soul suckers. In the end, they gained powerful psionic powers. It seemed that both races were like this. The slaves of the soul suckers began to master psionic powers later on. Maybe it was because of the sequelae of mind enslavement. Domestication, enslavement, slaughter. Soul suckers. There were two branches of this creature, the Xianxia and the Xianxia. They hated each other as much as they hated the soul suckers. They were so bored that they would fight whenever they met. However, the Xianxia were very rare. They lived in seclusion in some unknown planes. On the contrary, the Xianxia were often encountered, and they were very difficult to deal with. Their highest leader was the queen. They basically had no faith, so they did not have any priests. Because they believed that believing in the gods meant betraying the queen. The Xianxia were mainly warriors. Their weapons were the iconic silver swords, and one of their characteristics was to cut the silver thread. When the soul projection traveled between planes, there would be an invisible silver thread connecting his soul and body. If the silver thread was cut, the soul would be forced to return, and at the same time, it would cause a certain amount of damage. However, the damage would not be as high as if the soul projection died directly in the astral plane. This race was very interesting. Soren had always thought that they were a bit like the Protoss in StarCraft. However, their way of rule made Soren feel a bit like the Queen of Blades of the Zerg. The Xianxia were strictly militarized. They roamed the astral world, plundering and opening up new wastelands. They lived in astral world battleships or astral world fortresses. Such huge flying structures were a little like the huge military fortresses of the interstellar era. The Xianxia were notorious for plundering any creatures that could be plundered in the astral plane. They also liked to capture slaves. They would try to capture any enemy that was not a soul projection. Because the Xianxia had psionic power like soul suckers, they could use a spell-like ability called mind control. Test of will. Prepare for battle. A voice rang out in everyone's mind. Then, rays of magical light appeared one after another. Almost 10 rays of magical light appeared consecutively, and in the end, even Soren was buffed with 7 or 8 protective spells. In the astral plane, any spellcaster could instantly cast spells below level 6, so the combat power of the wizards here was quite amazing. However, instantly casting spells below level 6 also meant that their battle endurance would sharply decrease, and it was very likely that they would use up all their spell slots in a short while. Group Bull's Strength. Strength +4, Group Cat's Grace. Dexterity +4, Group Fox's Cunning. Intelligence +4, Group Bear's Endurance. Constitution +4, Protection from Evil. Protection from Petrification. Luck. Haste. 10 feet invisibility. More than 10 high-grade northern witches cast spells at the same time. How spectacular the scene was. Standing around Soren were the ruling class of the entire northern region. They represented the highest combat power of the northern region and the ruling power of the northern region above the secular world. The magic aura in the sky was simply dazzling. The instant cast of spells below the 6th circle made them wrapped in various energy shields in an instant. At the same time, Soren was also affected by a lot of spells. These northern witches were not to be underestimated. They might look frail and delicate, but they could still wield their staffs with ferocity in close combat. Gloria's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. She took out a special staff from her body, which was inlaid with many gems. At the same time, she took out a large stack of spell scrolls with her other hand and put them in a place that could be accessed at any time. She was not the only one who did this. The other northern witches around her did the same. They held staves that stored more than 10 spells and prepared a large stack of spell scrolls that they usually copied. Because if the next battle broke out, it was time for them to throw out spell scrolls like crazy. In contrast, Soren looked like a country bumpkin. Although he also had the ability to cast spells instantly, he didn't know many spells. Moreover, spell scrolls easily cost hundreds or thousands of gold coins. If he didn't have the ability to copy spell scrolls himself, it would be like throwing away a desperate gambit. Hundreds of kindler pieces were thrown out at once. 20 kindler pieces weighed about 1 pound, so throwing out a spell scroll was equivalent to throwing out 5 kilograms of gold. Take it. Gloria put 3 spell scrolls into Soren's palm in a row, and then said with a serious expression, "You really shouldn't have come in with me. This is the astral plane. It's difficult for a rogue to play much role here. Be careful later. If something goes wrong, use these spell scrolls." Mages had always been throwing money at people, in just this round, more than a dozen northern witches present burned up tens of thousands of kindler spell scrolls. Then they saw the space of the half-bit wall vibrate, and then a huge military fortress appeared in their sight. It passed through the silver torrent and appeared on the edge of the half-bit wall. With a strange psionic brilliance, it broke the independent rules of the half-bit wall and then squeezed in like a bubble. The half-bit wall had an independent plane law, which eventually formed an iris similar to the atmosphere. Unfortunately, the power of this law was too weak to stop the Xianxia's war fortress at all. One figure after another leaped down from the sky. They jumped directly from a height of hundreds of meters, then used psionic spells to reduce their speed in midair, and then landed on the ground of the half-bit wall. Xianxias, this was a race that was born with both magic and martial arts, with superb combat skills and powerful psionic power. From the outside, these Xianxias had obvious human-like characteristics, but they looked very thin. They were about 1.8 meters tall and weighed about 170 pounds. These people had rough yellow skin, their hair was tied into small braids, the color of their pupils was dim, their ears were pointed, and there were saw-like bones on their backs. These Xianxias were well equipped, all wearing first-class armor, and their weapons were silver blades. They had superb forging skills and could make many very special weapons and equipment. The enemy moved very fast after landing. Almost any Xianxia's warrior had extraordinary strength and agility, and their explosive ability was far above that of humans. Xianxias, Astral Creature, Grade 3. Challenge Rating, 12, Personal Level, 15, has Psionic Spells. Highest and lowest attributes, 24, 12, Total Attribute Points, 95 to 105. Special Abilities, Psionic Spells, Mind Control, Astral Creature. Challenge Difficulty, A+. This was the challenge difficulty of adult Xianxias. However, they often lived in groups, so if they encountered a group of Xianxias, the challenge level would increase sharply, and the difficulty might even rise to S+, and Soren had been feeling uneasy after seeing them. Because there were so many Xianxias, it must mean that there was a queen leader, and there was another quite dangerous creature. Red Dragon, Xianxias had a racial characteristic. They could have abilities similar to Dragon Covenant, and this special ability was called Red Dragon Agreement. Red Dragon Agreement, there is a special racial agreement between the Xianxias and the Red Dragon, so that they can sometimes let the Red Dragon temporarily serve the Xianxias like a horse, as long as they pay the corresponding price. When the Xianxias trade with the Red Dragon, they will get a +4 racial bonus in the negotiation check. In a large group, the Xianxias can reach a temporary alliance agreement with the Red Dragon, which can be decided by the Xianxias' governor and queen. A sharp whistling sound was heard. It seemed that what Soren was worried about finally happened. From the sky above the Xianxias' war fortress, the figure of an adult red dragon appeared. It looked at the witches below with cold and evil pupils, then opened its mouth and roared. Then, it swooped down from the war fortress. When it was close to 300 meters above the ground, it flapped its dragon wings and soared into the sky. The red dragon hovered in the sky of the half-plane, but it was not in a hurry to attack the witches below. On the contrary, it had been deliberately keeping a distance. It seemed that it intended to let the Githyanki's below consume their spells first. A dragon's aura spread out. As the most powerful adult red dragon among the chromatic dragons, its size, strength, and spell-casting ability were far superior to the white dragon that Soren dealt with. It had the combat power of more than 3 adult white dragons. The appearance of the red dragon undoubtedly made many people feel troubled. Even the head of the Northern Witch Council, Her Excellency the Eye of the North, could not help but frown and look at the dragon hovering in the sky. The dragon breath of the red dragon was the most powerful among the 5 color dragons. Its lethality was equivalent to twice that of the frost dragon breath of an adult white dragon. Therefore, the soul projections of all the witches present could only withstand 2 rounds of dragon breath attacks at most. Once the red dragon launched an attack, they had to take it down in 1 round of attacks. Otherwise, the casualties of the northern witches would be very serious. Group Human Immobilization Spell. Cloud of Death. Grease. Web. Finger of Death. Disintegrate. Arbidaka's Withering. When the Githyankian warriors in front of them approached quickly, the first wave of spell attacks of the northern witches also broke out. As all the northern witches had a profession level of 15 and above, the spells they cast were completely overpowered. The AoE spell froze the 5 rank 3 warriors in the front, followed by the Death Cloud spell, Grease spell, and Spider Web spell. Finger of Death and Disintegrate spell were aimed at the enemies in the front, followed by Arbidaka's Withering spell, which covered the ground in front of them. The first wave of Githyankian warriors was completely annihilated. They didn't even reach 50 meters in front of the northern witches and fell under the spell attacks. High-grade spellcasters. Starting from profession level 10, the combat ability of spellcasters began to increase sharply. The higher the level, the more amazing it was. The Northern Territory was equivalent to a large kingdom, but there were only a dozen high-grade witches who were close to legendary. It was not difficult for them to work together to cast spells against an army, so the Githyankian warriors could not kill them. Soren waited quietly. The battle so far was just an appetizer. The Githyankian psionic warlocks, psionic warriors, and zealots had not appeared so far. The ordinary warriors rushing over in front of them were just testing the combat strength of the northern witches. There were many low-grade psionic warriors among the Githyankians. The combat strength of an adult Githyankian could reach grade 3. Enemy is approaching. Soren's ears suddenly moved, and he whispered to Gloria beside him, "It's psionic stalker." A flash of magic appeared. Suddenly, Soren's curved sword Icing Death appeared in his palm, and then he pounced on the corpse like a cheetah. His figure was as fast as a ghost, accompanied by a cold light, followed by the continuous sound of parrying and blocking. Finally, with a muffled sound, Soren's figure kicked the corpse in the chest and flew back nearly 6 meters. Then a stream of blood spurted out from the broken neck in front of him. The headless corpse flew upside down and fell to the ground with a bang. Annoying guy. Soren paused for a moment after landing, then shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Damn psionic ability." A row of data appeared. Shadow Strike successfully activated. Successfully activated sword form, beheading. You've dealt 116 beheading damage to the target. Target's fortitude failed. Target dead. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 5600 slaughter EXP. The slaughter EXP given by the Githyankians was still so high, but their psionic spells were still so disgusting. Even with Soren's will, it was still very uncomfortable when affected by their psionic spells. Soren's combat strength was amazing under the buff of all attributes. If he wasn't in the soul projection state now, he could probably surpass his peak combat strength. However, with so many northern witches around, and the legendary Eye of the North, Soren still had a lot of concerns in his heart. For example, he didn't dare to transform into slaughter form at this time because he was worried that the northern witches would be interested in the Son of Slaughter. If a near-legendary spellcaster was interested in studying it, it would definitely not be a good thing. There are other psionic lurkers nearby. Soren's perception of rogues was very strong. As long as it was not a legendary rogue, he had a strong anti-detection ability. Detect invisibility. Hearing Soren's words, Gloria and the other witches around her immediately moved. With a flash of magic, 5 or 6 enemies immediately appeared within 100 meters. Spellcasters had strong magic abilities, but their tenacity, reflexes, and will were difficult to surpass melee professions. If Soren wasn't here, they might have to wait until the enemy was close enough, or they triggered a protective energy field when attacking them before they could find these rogues. Be careful. This time it was Her Excellency Eye of the North who spoke. She frowned and looked ahead, then raised her hand and threw out a spell. Dimensional Anchor. A force blocked the surrounding space, and then a thin Githyanki appeared out of thin air in front of them. It seemed to hit something and paused for a moment. Then it disappeared in an instant and reappeared 300 meters away. This was the psionic warlock of the Githyanki. There were not many wizards in this race, but there were many advanced psionic professions that were very difficult to deal with. Psionic abilities had many spell-like abilities, and they were relatively difficult to deal with. Soren used to hate fighting with psionic enemies the most. Clap clap clap. A burst of strange applause suddenly sounded. With the sound of clapping, all the nearby Githyanki retreated. Even the red dragon hovering in the sky, waiting for an opportunity to move, also retreated a little. Then they saw a crack in the astral fortress in front of them, like a gate opening from the middle. A group of fully armed Githyanki warriors with silver swords appeared. In the middle of them was a female creature with a pointed face and luxurious clothes. She was the empress of this group of Githyanki. In the eyes of these astral world natives, she was the supreme existence because worshipping the empress meant that they could not believe in the gods. Believing in the gods was betraying the empress. In every Githyanki group, there was such an empress, and her status was even higher than that of the drows. They were like the Queen of Blades, having almost absolute dominion over the group. The bloodline of the empress was sacred in the eyes of the Githyanki. There were less than 5 such rulers in the entire astral world, and half of them were in the form of liches. The one in front of them did not seem to be a lich. Then this proved that she was still very young and belonged to the new empress. Eye of the North. The empress of the Githyanki stood on the ground. The red dragon hovering in the sky roared, then slowly landed in front of her and lowered its head quite humbly. The empress with a pointed face stretched out her slender fingers and stroked the head of the red dragon. Then she looked up and said in a determined voice, "I said I would come back. Have you thought about it? Even now, you're still unwilling to return that thing to us? You should know that if we don't get it back, we'll never give up." Following her words, Yizichen's voice fell. The psionic warriors standing on her left and right all pulled out the silver blades behind them in unison as if they were a whole. The long-term military life made the Githyanki full of discipline. These enemies in front of them were all psionic warriors. They belonged to advanced professions, and almost all of them were high-grade professions. In addition to being comparable to purebred warriors, these people also had a lot of spell-like psionic abilities. They were quite difficult to deal with. Standing behind them was a group of spellcasters in wizard robes. Although the Githyanki did not have many wizards, psionic warlocks could make up for the gap in this respect, and they also had many special advanced professions. For example, there were special professions such as psionic transmitter, fanatic, creator, observer, manipulator, and so on. Roar. The red dragon roared and rose into the air. The psionic warlock's figure floated in the air. The psionic warriors approached with silver blades in their hands. Hundreds of Githyanki warriors surrounded them. Just like what their empress had said, if they didn't get back what they wanted, they wouldn't give up, even if it was a group of dangerous high-grade witches in front of them. What was it? Hearing the words of the Githyanki empress in front of them, whether it was Soren or the other northern witches, they all looked at the Eye of the North in front of them with doubts. It seemed that not only Soren was curious, but the other northern witches also didn't know what was in the hands of the Eye of the North. So much so that this group of Githyanki would not hesitate to jump from the astral world to directly attack the north to recapture it. What could make them willing to pay such a high price? They dared to challenge one of the few witch forces in the material plane, a council with more than half of the legendary witches. It wouldn't be much easier than challenging the gods. The Eye of the North in front of them did not answer. She just frowned and looked at the Githyanki empress in front of her as if she was thinking about something serious. But Soren seemed to remember something. He suddenly trembled, glanced at the Eye of the North in front of him, and then murmured in Gloria's ear, "Silver Sword of Githyanki. If it's really it, things will be troublesome." Gloria seemed to be startled when she heard the words, and then replied softly, "Isn't that artifact already destroyed?" Soren shook his head when he heard the words. It was not an easy task to completely destroy a +10 celestial artifact. The Silver Sword of Gith. Any profession with more than 150 points of knowledge would more or less hear of its name, as well as its many legends. Because it was quite famous in history, and it appeared many times one after another, so in many epic legends, there would be the figure of the Silver Sword of Gith. It was just that most of the time, there were fragments of it. Many people had recast these fragments since ancient times, so there were many +6, +7, +8 silver swords of Gith in the legends. It was a very powerful artifact. Even if it had been recast many times, the Silver Sword of Gith was still a very powerful artifact. Because Soren's legendary curved sword was only +2, it was a sacred object of the Githyanki, and it was also the most powerful artifact that helped them defeat the Psychic Flayer Empire and regain their freedom. The Silver Sword of Gith had a sacred meaning for the astral world race. It was also one of the most powerful artifacts that Soren knew in the world. Because the Silver Sword of Gith in its peak state was a +12 artifact, even if it was repeatedly destroyed and recast, it was restored to a +10 artifact at most. The strongest state of the Holy Avenger was only +7. This weapon ended an ancient empire, which was the terrible Psychic Flayer Empire in the legends. There were ancient stories that classified psychic flayers as creatures from other universes. This kind of monster that looked a bit like an octopus with 2 pairs of large and small tentacles, and was good at enslaving other races and eating the brains of other intelligent creatures as food, was believed by a small number of scholars to be from other Crystal Wall universes. They came in the age of the ancient gods, and once ruled a large territory in the multiverse, and eventually gradually weakened into dangerous monsters in the Underdark. That era, there were countless legendary spellcasters among the psychic flayers, but such a powerful psychic flayer empire that almost ruled the astral world and other planes was overthrown by the Githyanki with the help of the artifact. How powerful this artifact was could be imagined. Soren knew very little about the Silver Sword of Gith. The only thing he knew was that it had appeared in the time of troubles. Unfortunately, it was only a +6 Silver Sword of Gith. In the end, it killed a saint who was incarnated by a weak divine power. That was just a fragment of the reforged Silver Sword of Gith. The weapons of the Githyanki were very special. They had a very superb and wonderful forging process. It seemed that their top weapons could be reshaped, and even if they were destroyed, they could be restored. Soren guessed that the only thing that could make them not give up was the Silver Sword of Gith. For the silence of the Eye of the North, the Queen of Gith looked angry. She opened her mouth and made a sharp sound. It was not a common language, but a mysterious language that even Gloria could not understand. Then she saw the warriors of Gith standing around her. They pulled out the silver swords at their waists. These strange weapons were completely different from the enemies in front of them, because they left a deep impression on people. After these silver swords were pulled out and thrown into the battle, their bodies turned into a silver fluid, constantly changing shape in the flow and flickering of the swords. Silver Blade +3, these guys' warriors were all equipped with weapons above Transcendent Rank 3. This kind of weapon was extremely dangerous. Not only did it have the ability to cut off the silver thread connected to the soul projection, but it also had the characteristic of beheading, to put it simply. This kind of weapon was very special. As long as one could use it normally, even if one did not master the sword form, beheading, one could use the advantage of the weapon to attack with the effect of beheading. Soren wanted to build a scimitar-style silver blade of Gith back then. It was for the sake of the beheading characteristic of the silver blade above the +3 level. Unfortunately, these Githyanki were too difficult to deal with. They were extremely resistant to their weapons falling into the hands of other creatures, so Soren could only go to the Underdark to build fine gold weapons. The Githyanki would do whatever it took to take back the silver blades that fell into the hands of others. Unless the target was too strong, they would give up on taking back the weapons. Perhaps they were also afraid that someone would figure out the secret of forging the silver blade of Gith. The main show is about to begin. When he saw a row of Gith warriors with +3 silver blades of Gith, all of whom were grade 4 or above, entering the battlefield, even Soren couldn't help but feel a little nervous. These guys were all psionic warriors, and they could use low-level psionic spells. Their combat power was not comparable to those at the beginning. The simplest number could describe their combat power. In their hands, they were holding +3 silver blades of Gith worth 49,000 Kindler, and they were wearing +3 armor of Gith worth 27,000 Kindler. As for other equipment, Soren didn't know, but it seemed that all of them were extraordinary level items. Kill them all. Take back the holy artifact. The Queen of Gith pulled out a long and narrow silver sword. This silver sword was as mysterious as flowing liquid. It was difficult for people who were not proficient in different weapons to use it. However, in the hands of the Queen of Gith, this conservative estimate of +5 silver blade of Gith was as flexible as a whip. The flowing silver sword looked a bit like a soft sword that was impossible to guard against, but it could become a sharp and hard beheading sword when needed. The shape of the silver blade of Gith could be changed, but it required psionic power to cooperate. Note, therefore, it is difficult for other races to use the silver blade of Gith. Be careful. Soren looked at the enemy who was getting closer and closer in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention to the silver blades of the Gith warriors. They can change their shape and cut off the silver wire connecting your body." The +3 silver blade of Gith was a combination of soft sword, long sword, heavy sword, and beheading sword. At that time, many melee professions coveted this weapon, but in the end, only a few could bring back the finished product from the astral plane, and after getting the weapon, it was easy to be chased by the Gith Yankees across the plane. Dang, dang. Dang, Soren didn't dare to be 50 meters away from the witch line. He didn't dare to be distracted to observe other people in this level of battle because the Gith warrior in front of him, who was about grade 4, gave him considerable psychological pressure. The Gith warrior didn't have such a strong mind control ability, but he had special psionic spells. For example, the pain that appeared on Soren's body just now was the psionic spell of the psionic warrior, which directly affected the pain on the spiritual level. Pain Strike. Level 1 psionic spell. The moment Soren was touched by the enemy, he suffered 6 points of mental damage. There was no wound on his body, but it was painful as if someone had cut open his stomach. Dang, the silver blade flowed like liquid, and it emitted dazzling light when it was waved. The enemy's fighting skills were quite brilliant. With the change of the weapon's shape, Soren almost felt a little difficult to fight back. Because a moment ago, it was still a slashing attack with a heavy sword, and the next moment, the silver blade became a long and narrow sword, and it could also turn slightly, as if it was holding a soft sword and shaking it out to attack. Soren's arm was stained with a little bit of silver because of this. With his current 29 points of dexterity, there was no way to completely avoid the attack. My enemy's strength. Level 2 psionic spell. It seemed that he also felt the advantage of Soren's attributes. After finding that the enemy in front of him was quite difficult to deal with, the Gith warrior suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, and a psionic spell burst out. A row of data quickly emerged, attacked by psionic spells. Affected by absorption effect. Test of Fortitude. Test of Fortitude failed. You temporarily lost 2 points of strength. Strength will be transferred to the enemy within 15 minutes. Damn it, Soren's face changed slightly. He held his curved sword and twisted it violently. Then his figure rose into the air and turned into a cold light. Sword form, Spinning Strike. Shadow Strike. Soren and the Gith warriors who were fighting turned into afterimages. On the other side, the battle of the northern witches also became quite fierce. In the face of enemies who far outnumbered them, the witches did not blindly cast spells to carry out a blanket attack. Instead, they cast summoning spells one after another. The Gith Yankees were born with psionic power. When their strength reached a certain level, even warriors could use spells such as Anywhere Door, Levitation, Blink, and other spells to teleport a short distance, so the blanket spells did not have a good effect on them. Except for spells above level 7, the rest were only suitable for bullying low-grade warriors. Level 3 Summon Monster. Summon Wind Elemental, Elder. Summon Earth Elemental, Elder. Summon Fire Elemental, Elder. Summon Neon Mist. Summon Demons. Summon Demons. A series of magic auras emerged, accompanied by portals. When this woman went crazy, she simply didn't care about her life. Those who summoned elementals were still okay, but those who dared to summon demons and demons, even Soren couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, they released the protect from evil spell in advance. These demons did not care who summoned them, and they would even attack the spellcaster when they went crazy. The elementals summoned by the witches were quite powerful. In the front was an earth elemental elder with a monster level of about 21, then the wind elemental elder surrounded it, and the fire elemental elder was waiting to move. More than a dozen high-grade witches summoned at the same time, and in an instant, an army of monsters was formed. Scattered around were more than 30 monsters controlled by the level 3 summon monster spell, and a group of elementals blocked the enemy from approaching. The only thing that was more annoying was the two demons. For some reason, Soren had a strong feeling of wanting to kill them when he saw them. Zzz. Soren's figure kept retreating, and at the same time, he suddenly reached out and tore off the outside half of his sleeve, pulling the distance to more than 15 meters. Just now, his spinning strike hit the opponent's body, but it seemed to have hit an invisible energy barrier, and was abruptly isolated a centimeter away. This was the psionic armor of the Gith warrior, which could withstand a certain amount of damage and could cover any armor. It meant that Soren had broken the psionic armor, but he also had to break the Gith armor +3, which was equivalent to a plate armor. The guy in front of him was like an iron Ken. For the first time, Soren had such a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. Maybe he really came here too early. The astral plane should be a place to explore after reaching the legendary level. This kind of enemy who challenged across planes had too many strange means. However, what really made Soren feel dangerous was not the enemy's defensive ability, but the Gith warrior in front of him actually opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. Black dragon's breath. Level 3 psionic spell. This sudden black dragon's breath made Soren unable to defend himself at all. If it weren't for his amazing dexterity, he would have been hit directly in the head. Even so, it caused nearly 18 points of strong acid damage to him, and a layer of skin on his left arm was corroded. This was not a complete version of the black dragon's breath. Even the Draken's and dragon disciples' breath were not as good as it. However, it was still a psionic replica of the dragon's breath attack. The acid effect of the black dragon's breath was simply as big as 2 heads for Soren. How many strange means does this guy have? Soren was a little nervous. The Gith warrior in front of him was quite difficult to deal with. He felt like he was dealing with an enemy who practiced both magic and martial arts. This was the astral plane. Not only the people who entered here could cast spells instantly, but the people who lived here could also cast spells instantly. That was why Soren did not dare to be too far away from the witches. He was afraid that he would be killed by a psionic warlock directly. After all, spells were unpredictable, and even legendary warriors as strong as dragons did not like to take Finger of Death or disintegrate head-on. The psionic warrior in front of him was also an instant spellcaster. As a special advanced warrior profession, his spellcasting level was not high. It was basically impossible for him to have spells above the 6th circle, so most of his psionic spells were instant cast. However, because his intelligence wasn't high, he didn't know many spells, instant cast. Soren also had the ability to cast instant spells, but he had no intention of using it. Because he was waiting for an opportunity. In other words, he was creating an opportunity for himself, an opportunity to kill the enemy in one strike. From the beginning to the end, he did not use any spells. He fought like a purebred rogue, and he was the kind of rogue that looked very professional and brilliant at first glance. Therefore, in the eyes of the Gith warrior, there was more than a 60% chance that he would think that Soren did not have the ability to cast spells. Because of several combat opportunities, if Soren knew any spells, he could slightly reverse the situation. Soren was hit twice, but he couldn't even break the opponent's psionic defense. Dang. The Gith warrior did not give Soren a chance to open up the distance, and the battle on the side had begun to stir. Some high-grade Gith professions broke through the defense line of the elemental army and closed the distance to within 50 meters of the witches. The distance here was quite dangerous for the witches, but it was also dangerous for them. Only 3 to 5 disintegrate and Finger of Death were shot out in succession, and 3 Gith warriors were killed under the spell attack. Group human immobilization. Gloria's voice came from behind Soren. When her spell was over, a witch immediately controlled a giant earth elemental to smash it. However, the earth elemental attack did not kill the enemy, because of the psionic warrior's psionic shield, and also because they had a strong defensive ability and vitality as a warrior. The Eye of the North blocked the space near the witches, and the Githa's blink and anywhere door spells were all ineffective, which made them unable to use space jump to rush to the witches. After all, this half-bit wall was the territory of the northern witches, and the Gith had an innate disadvantage in the rules of the half-bit wall. However, the situation was not so optimistic because the northern witches were only a dozen strong, but the enemy in front of them was a group of Gith. It was estimated that the enemy still had thousands of combatants, as well as a red dragon that had not yet fought. Dispel spell. Disintegrate. Greater dispel magic wall. Spell protection barrier. Continuous spells appeared, some of which even Soren could not distinguish. These spells came from the northern witches and psionic warlocks. Although the Gith did not have many powerful wizards, they had a large number of psionic warlocks. They might have a gap in the number of spells, but they could still threaten the existence of the northern witches by relying on their numbers. At the very least, they were still trying to dispel the northern witches' energy defensive force fields, even though their spellcasting levels were lower than the witches'. Once the energy shield was removed, most of the witches present would not be able to withstand 2 attacks from the psionic warrior, Clang. Soren twisted his waist and stepped away from the enemy's attack, but he did not expect that the silver blade in the enemy's hand would turn into a silver soft sword in the next moment. With a flick of the opponent's wrist, the sword directly pierced into Soren's waist. Psionic energy could change the shape of the Gith's silver blade, and the consumption was equivalent to a level 1 psionic spell. In battle, this was the attack that Soren was most afraid of. The blade flowed like a silver liquid. This +3 silver blade that cost nearly 50,000 kindler pierced through Soren's shield, and blood immediately gushed out. Good chance, the Gith warrior in front of him seemed to find that this was a good opportunity to directly end the enemy's life. The whole person suddenly rushed forward to assassinate. The Gith's silver blade turned into a huge beheading sword under the psionic energy, and a cold light directly cut through Soren's head. Sword form, beheading. Soren did not expect that after fighting so many times, this time he would be attacked by the sword form, beheading. However, this was the best opportunity for him. Because the sword form, beheading, was one of the moves that Soren was most familiar with, he knew where the weakness of this move was, and he knew very well that when the sword form, beheading, was launched, it meant that the enemy had exhausted all his strength. Arcane Missile *3. Arcane Missile. Empower spell *3. Theoretically speaking, Soren was indeed forced into a corner by the enemy's continuous attacks, that was to say, he had no room to dodge at all, and he could not avoid the changed shape of the Gith's silver blade. Therefore, in the eyes of the Gith warrior, the only thing that Soren could do was to resist, which meant that he would be continuously attacked. The beheading characteristic of the Gith's silver blade gave it a terrible continuous lethality. Imagination was very beautiful, but the reality was quite cruel. In fact, Soren only had one trump card to turn the tables. That was the most basic level 1 spell that wizards mastered, Arcane Missile. This spell should have been very difficult to threaten the Gith warrior in front of him, but if it was in the astral plane, it would be different. Because there was instant cast here, due to the limited number of spells he had mastered, as a half-baked wizard, Soren had memorized a lot of arcane missiles. Originally, he had used the ability, Empower Spell, to memorize all the level 2 spells into level 3 spells. So now all the level 2 spell slots had been replaced with the enhanced version of Arcane Missile. Therefore, at the moment when Soren launched a counterattack, there were a total of 15 ordinary arcane missiles and 15 enhanced arcane missiles with 50% lethality. All 30 arcane missiles hit the enemy's abdomen. The psionic shield of the Gith warrior in front of him was almost broken in an instant, and then the arcane missiles hit the opponent's armor. The continuous close-range explosions hit the weakest point of the armor, and he could not help but fly upside down. Soren's explosion at this moment was completely beyond the enemy's expectation. He felt like he was hit by 30 bullets at the same time at close range, and he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. The astral plane was the stage of spellcasters. Instant cast greatly enhanced their combat power, but it also reduced their endurance. Shang. Soren instant cast all the arcane missiles in one breath, and then slashed his curved sword at the opponent's neck in an instant. Sword form, beheading. An eye for an eye. Soren's eyes were fierce, and in the fountain of blood, he swung his sword and cut off the head of the high-grade Gith warrior in front of him. Plop. A headless body fell to the ground. A series of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Activated sword form, beheading. You've dealt 126 beheading damage to the target. Beheading successful. Target dead. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 8150 slaughter EXP. Battle experience. You've gained part of the information of the ability, proficient spellcasting, in the battle. You've gained part of the information of the ability, combat spellcasting, in the battle. Soren did not look at the data that appeared. After killing the enemy in front of him, he first took a breath, and then quickly picked up the silver sword of Gith +3. The silver sword seemed very heavy, because in the hands of non-Gith Yankees, others who use it must accept alien weapon punishment. However, Soren just frowned slightly. After holding the hilt of the silver sword, he shook it gently. Then he saw the silver light flowing, and the silver sword in his hand turned into the most basic form of a long sword. At the same time, the heavy and sluggish feeling gradually disappeared. Omnipotent hands, legendary skill. Blood dripped down the palm of his hand. Soren held the legendary curved sword in one hand and the silver sword of Gith +3 in the other hand, standing in place with a cold expression. Roar. A dull dragon's roar sounded. The red dragon hovering in the sky finally felt that it was time. It roared and swooped down toward the enemy below. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a hot red dragon's breath. The temperature rose sharply. Under the breath of the most powerful adult red dragon of the 5 colors, the nearby temperature seemed to rise a lot. Omnipotent hands. In theory, this allowed Soren to use any equipment and weapons. So when he picked up the silver sword of Gith, it was only a moment of discomfort, and then he mastered the skill of using it very flexibly. Unfortunately, this kind of weapon must be mastered to fully exert its effect. So when Soren picked it up, the silver sword was the most basic form of a long sword, and he couldn't use psionic power to change the shape of the silver sword of Gith. When Soren held it, it was like a silver blade that emitted light, and when the Githyankees used it, it was like a flowing silver liquid. However, even so, its lethality was still very amazing. Item type, silver sword of Gith, +3, item grade, rare, grade 3, item description, this is a weapon forged with special skills and enchantment craftsmanship. Only the Githyankees who live in the astral world can forge this kind of special equipment. When the silver sword of Gith is pulled out, it is like a flowing silver liquid, and it needs the corresponding psionic power to perfectly exert its effect. The silver sword of Gith has far more lethality than the rare weapons of the same level, but to use it, one must master the ability, strange weapon. Please note that this weapon is very powerful, but it is also very dangerous because any outsider holding the silver sword of Gith may be located by the Githyankees, and then they will do everything to get it back. Equipment requirements, Xenogenic weapon specialty equipment effect, astral weapon, beheading characteristic, silver line cut, form change, +3 sharpness, +3 penetration, +3 toughness, +1 armor break. Weapon special effect, astral weapon uses special materials and can cause normal damage to any enemy, so no enemy can be immune to the attack of astral weapon. Weapon special effect, beheading characteristic, this weapon has a natural beheading characteristic, and it was forged to be more suitable for beheading attacks. Without mastering the beheading characteristic, any beheading attack with this weapon is equivalent to mastering the basic effect of the beheading characteristic. If you have the beheading characteristic, it will make the weapon more lethal. Weapon special effect, silver line cut, the silver sword of the Githyankees can cut the silver line connected to the soul, forcing the enemy to return to the body and suffer a certain amount of damage. Please note that only soul projections have the silver thread. Living beings with physical bodies in the astral world do not have the silver thread. Weapon characteristics, transformation, the silver blade of Gith can change its shape. When it enters the battle, the blade emits a silver stream of light. With psionic power, it can change into the shape of a long sword, a heavy sword, a beheading sword, etc. There are certain limitations to this form change. At most, it can only change a part of its form. A rank 3 extraordinary weapon. But in terms of weapon lethality, the silver blade of Gith was definitely a legendary level equipment. Its attack power and armor-piercing ability were not as good as the legendary curved sword Icing Death, but the Gith silver blade had quite a lot of characteristics, and it also had the characteristics of cutting the silver line in the astral world and beheading attacks. This weapon was much stronger than Soren's scimitar +1. Since Soren had the talent, greater dual wielding, it was only natural that he needed to wield two weapons in order to maximize his combat prowess. With his omnipotent hands, he did not suffer too much punishment when using the Gith silver blade. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite proficient in it. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion came from afar. As more and more Githyankies rushed to the front of the northern witches, the witches also began to cast lethal evocation spells. They raised the staffs in their hands, and with a series of spells, fireballs, icicles, acid arrows, and so on, which had been stored in them, also attacked the Githyanki's warriors in front of them one after another. The casualties of the enemy began to increase, but the situation of the northern witches was also a bit dangerous because after the distance was narrowed to a certain extent, the Githyanki's could already attack their energy protection field. Roar! There was a dull roar. Solon looked up at the sky and couldn't help but curse. He then ran back as if his life depended on it. Red Dragon, this was the most powerful and cunning creature among the 5 colored dragons. As expected, it chose Soren as its target. It was ready to burn this little human to death first. The bird that sticks out gets shot. The bird that sticks out may not only be the strongest and the most conspicuous, but it may also be the weakest and the easiest to deal with. The damn red dragon was such a creature, as the largest, strongest, and fiercest creature among the chromatic dragons. Although the red dragon had a rather arrogant character, it liked to deal with the weakest enemies first in battle. They liked to defeat their enemies one by one, kill the weakest enemies first, and then kill the target one by one, and finally leave the enemy alone. Therefore, when dealing with the red dragon, the weakest person was the most dangerous. If the red dragon couldn't see which one was the weakest, it would attack the one that was the easiest to deal with. All of the northern witches present were high-grade northern witches, so Sauron was undoubtedly the weakest and the easiest to deal with. Therefore, the red dragon locked onto him as its first target. Its huge body swooped down, but it did not directly attack Soren with its claws. Instead, it took a deep breath in the air, and then opened its mouth to spit out a scorching dragon's breath. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared. He could barely tank the white dragon's breath, but he definitely wouldn't dare to tank the red dragon's breath. This was because the red dragon's breath was the most powerful among the chromatic dragons. If one didn't have any constitution or fire resistance, the red dragon's breath could deal about 120 fire damage. Under normal circumstances, a level 1 warrior's HP was about 15, which meant that the place where it breathed would be directly cleared out like a plow. This was also why the red dragon had appeared the most in epics and legends since ancient times, and also the reason why it represented the most danger. The surging heat wave chased after him. Soren had no choice but to use Shadow Jump, and then appeared behind an earth elemental in front of him. The red dragon's huge body chased after him from behind. Although it was a little surprised by the cunning enemy's escape, as a dragon, it did not care at all. Because it was an adult red dragon, which meant that it was strong and had amazing strength, and it also meant that it could continuously use dragon's breath. The scorching hot dragon's breath directly cleared out a burn mark on the ground. The earth elemental that Soren had used Shadow Jump was enveloped by the dragon's breath, and it only lasted for 2 seconds before it turned into a pile of half-crystallized fragments. Red dragon fire, the hottest kind of fire in the mortal world. Careful! Gloria's scream came from the front, and then a fire protection buff was cast on Soren. At this time, Soren no longer had the energy to look around. Instead, he awkwardly rolled and dodged, and then jumped as far as possible to the right as possible. The dragon's breath came from behind him. The speed on the ground would never be faster than the speed of flying. Soren felt a burning breath coming from behind, and then a dragon's breath enveloped him in a sea of fire. He still could not avoid it. The red dragon's breath covered nearly twice the area of other dragons, and the sea of fire they spat out could last for half a minute. In short, when the red dragon launched its dragon's breath, it could fly all the way from one side of the town to the other side, and then spit out a sea of fire in a straight line. The largest distance Soren had ever seen was a wall of fire about 30 meters wide and 600 meters long. The red dragon's huge body gave it an even more amazing lung capacity. The scorching dragon's breath enveloped Soren, and for a moment, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. Although the fire protection cast by the witch absorbed hundreds of damage from the dragon's breath, Soren's HP was still decreasing at a rate of 20 to 30 points. His extraordinary physique gave him a certain degree of toughness and immunity, but Soren still couldn't withstand the dragon's breath for a long time. He felt as if he had entered a furnace, and his flesh and blood were about to be burnt. However, just when Soren felt that he was about to enter a state of serious injury, the legendary curved sword in his hand suddenly burst out a dazzling light. A cold force poured into Soren's body. It offset the scorching dragon's breath that enveloped him, and at the same time reduced the damage he suffered. The blade of icing death burst out a dazzling light, and this silver light was more obvious and dazzling than the silver sword of Gif. It was as eye-catching as a torch, and the light on it could not be extinguished at all. The scorching dragon's breath enveloped Soren's surroundings, but the temperature of icing death dropped below zero. It transmitted a cold force to Soren's body, constantly offsetting the damage of the red dragon's breath, and even emitted a magic aura to extinguish the surrounding flames. It woke up, as a legendary curved sword. The moment it woke up, Soren felt a will, which was as simple as an animal's. This will was telling Soren that it had woken up. It was also activating the ability it had in the past. The cold breath escaped, and Soren's fire damage was getting lower and lower. The nearby flames that were burning because of the dragon's breath were gradually extinguished. The curved sword, icing death, for some reason that Soren did not know, it woke up the moment it suffered the red dragon's breath. When it woke up, the ability that it had lost for some reason in the past began to recover. As a curved sword in the epic legend, its ability was definitely not only very sharp and added a little cold damage. The huge body of the red dragon roared through the air. The overconfident character of the red dragon did not even check whether Soren was dead or not. In the red dragon's knowledge, even a grade 4 warrior would find it difficult to survive the dragon's breath, let alone Soren, who was just a rogue who did not seem to have thick skin. Rogues were the weakest melee professions. Even if they advanced into the realm of legends, they would still be in a state of near death from the red dragon's dragon breath. Soren's injury was actually not that serious. The scorching dragon breath reduced his HP by more than 1/3 and brought him hundreds of damage. However, when the dazzling light appeared on the curved sword icing death, the damage he suffered began to be greatly reduced. The curved sword had once helped a powerful legendary figure fight against the Baler. As a higher demon in the bottomless abyss, any creature that approached it would be fatally burned. Therefore, in other words, the burning damage of the Baler's flames was not much worse than the dragon breath of the red dragon. It could resist the flames of the Baler's body, and naturally, it could also resist the dragon breath of the red dragon. Soren's figure stood in the fire. The raging flames were burning around him, but the speed of his HP reduction had slowed down to single digits. This level of fire damage was not fatal. At least it gave him the ability to resist the dragon breath once or twice. He would not be in a state of near death from the dragon breath. However, the injuries on his body were still very troublesome. Soren glanced at the red dragon that circled in the air and came back again. There was a cold light in his eyes, as well as a strong murderous intent. Level up the profession of shadow dancer. For so long, Soren had been restraining his desire to level up his profession in order to have the ability to turn the tables when necessary. He knew very well that he was best at the fighting style of a rogue. As a wizard, he was simply an unqualified dabbler. Therefore, even if he had the slaughter EXP to level up his wizard profession, Soren still stored it there. This was because if Soren encountered a battle that was beyond his capabilities, 1 or 2 wizard levels would be useless. On the contrary, 1 or 2 rogue levels would greatly increase Soren's combat prowess. Wizards really needed to accumulate experience. It would take at least 20 years for a native wizard to take shape. Soren had only been a part-time wizard for less than 3 months. In 3 months, he had walked the path that other magi had taken 3 years to complete. However, he was not a god, after all. There was no way he could complete the 30-year journey of other adepts in 3 months, even if he had a relatively high sorcerer rank, it still wouldn't work. A row of data appeared before his eyes. The Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 4. Received 31, DEX 25+, INT 21 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8+, con 22 to 10, *0. 5. Mastered the Shadow Dancer's innate ability, Shadow Leap. Promoted to a Class 4 professional. Obtained an additional specialty point. The Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 5. Received 31, DEX 25+, INT 21 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8+, con 22 to 10, *0. 5. Mastered the Shadow Dancer's innate ability, Roll Dodge. Received an additional free attribute point. Received an specialty point. The total rogue profession level is 12. Received an additional weapon point. All the slaughter EXP was consumed like flowing water, but Soren's rogue level had increased in a straight line. His total rogue level had reached 12. Not only did he get an additional free attribute point, and specialty point, and an additional weapon point. At the same time, after his total profession level had reached Class 4, Soren also got an additional specialty point. Therefore, after he had consecutively upgraded 2 profession levels, his strength could be said to have increased explosively. Choose the ability, Danger Sense. Soren's figure flew out of the sea of fire. When he upgraded the rogue's profession level, the first ability he chose was Danger Sense. This was the most powerful superpower evasion ability. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough experience before, he would have chosen it very early on. Because Danger Sense was a superpower evasion ability, it didn't require too much judgment at all. He could directly get the Sixth Sense buff from the perception aspect. Instinctive Evasion, special ability. From now on, you will have a strong instinctive evasion ability. When you are caught off guard, or when you are attacked by an invisible enemy, you can retain the reflexive evasion ability brought by your agility. And from now on, you will have a weak Sixth Sense. You can feel the attack launched against you in advance. This prediction ability is affected by the perception bonus. Note, the higher the perception, the stronger the ability to predict attacks. As he mastered the special ability, Intuition, Soren's body suddenly moved. Then, without looking back, he directly blocked an arrow from behind with his curved sword. With a crisp clang, Soren's figure disappeared into the shadows. He had entered stealth mode. This was the power of Danger Sense. He could rely on his intuition to predict. Although Soren's perception wasn't very high, the bonus of 16 points of perception was equivalent to at least 3 points of evasion. Consumed 1 weapon point to learn the ability, Grand Master, Curved Sword. Soren's eyes were cold. He locked his eyes on the red dragon in the sky. At the same time, he was completely invisible and followed the red dragon's flight path. He was waiting for the red dragon to land because the dragon's breath couldn't be sustained for a long time. When the first round of dragon's breath was over, the red dragon would try to dive down to attack the enemy. Then, it would launch a round of fierce dragon wing attack, and at the same time, sweep its tail as the final killing move. It wasn't the first time Soren dealt with dragons. Their biological habits were very similar. As long as someone attracted their attention, Soren could find a chance to sneak attack the opponent. But before that, he still needed to improve his lethality. The ability, Danger Sense, had greatly increased his survivability, so the next thing he needed to improve was his combat ability. Soren was ready to get his first legendary combat ability at this moment. Consumed 1 weapon point to learn the ability, Legendary, Curved Sword. As the last weapon point was consumed, the legendary curved sword in Soren's hand, Icing Death, seemed to have sensed something and made a cheerful sound. It was like the pleasant sound of the blade being flicked. As a legendary curved sword with a simple mind, it seemed to feel that its master's ability when using it was comparable to those epic and legendary figures. Curved sword, legendary. You are already a legendary master who uses curved swords. There are few people in the world who are better at using curved swords than you. Your ability to control this weapon is comparable to the legendary sword saint. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are extraordinary. I'm afraid that in the whole world, only a few epic figures, or some gods who like to use curved swords, can compete with your ability to control this weapon. This weapon has become a part of your body. You can use it at any time to cause more damage. Accuracy +5, damage +5, attack speed +3, critical strike multiplier +1, fatal strike +1, it was a very wonderful state. When Soren upgraded his ability to curved sword, legendary, he seemed to have entered a wonderful state for a moment. He could feel the simple consciousness of the legendary curved sword, icing death. He could feel the touch of the air on the blade. It was as if his skin nerves had extended to the curved sword. The air was blowing on the blade of the curved sword, but he felt as if the air was blowing on his skin. It was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if the curved sword had become a part of his body. He could clearly feel the air when the curved sword was waving, the trembling of the blade when blocking the enemy's attack, and how small the deviation of the next attack would be, and how much impact it would have when hitting the enemy. Because even the air resistance in contact with the curved sword was in Soren's perception, it was wonderful. Soren actually had a feeling of one with the sword. The figure of the red dragon roared past. When a round of dragon's breath was over, its huge body began to dive down. The northern witches began to aim spells at the red dragon in the sky, but there were few spells that could cause fatal damage to it. Adult red dragons had strong resistance to spells. Basically, spells below level 3 had little effect on them. Sometimes, even the protection of the dragon scales could not be broken. Adult red dragons had 10 points of spell reduction. Its dragon body was immune to any spell attack with less than 10 points of damage. At the same time, it was also immune to any fire damage. Fireball. Fireballs the size of washbasins fell from the sky. However, they did not come from other spellcasters, but directly from the mouth of the red dragon. As the most powerful dragon in the chromatic dragon, the adult red dragon had a spellcaster level of 7 to 9, which meant that it was roughly equivalent to a level 8 dragon disciple. The speed at which dragons learned spells was relatively slow. In fact, very few dragons were very eager to learn, so their spells were all learned on their own. A studious dragon was quite terrible. This kind of dragon was also 1 in 100 among the dragons because it meant that they had to deal with human-like creatures. Rumble. There was a violent explosion. The first wave of dragon breath had yet to break the defensive formation of the northern witches, but the second wave of fireball spells had forcefully cleared out the monsters summoned by the northern witches. Dragon spells, although there were not as many types as wizards, the number of times it was used was not small at all. The red dragon did not use those low-grade control spells, because it was basically impossible to threaten the high-grade northern witches. All the spells it used were area of effect spells, the purpose of which was to clean up the summoned creatures. It was very cunning and knew how to use tactics. It even knew how to choose weak enemies to attack. So when it found a chance to attack the northern witches' formation after cleaning up the summoned monsters, the red dragon immediately flapped its huge dragon wings and swooped down. Dragon Wing Strike. No spell was better than the power of the dragon itself. The adult red dragon's strength was the highest among all the dragons. It could reach 33 points of strength without any extra bloodline talent. This power was enough to flatten most of the creatures in the material plane. Therefore, as long as a person was hit by the dragon's wings, most of them would die on the spot, have their bodies broken, or be knocked unconscious. The northern witches were no different. That was why the northern witches had all activated the teleportation spells they had prepared when they sensed the crimson dragon diving down from the sky, as well as the dragon's wing strike that followed closely behind. Bang! The earth elemental elder was sent flying nearly 30 meters away. They were both legendary creatures, but the elder earth elemental was like a child in front of the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon completely crushed the elder earth elemental in both size and power. The dragon wing attack stunned the elder earth elemental, and cracks appeared on half of its body. The other summoned creatures nearby were all sent flying. It was as if the area was cleared by the red dragon. Even the berserk mad demon's spine had been broken by the dragon's wings. Now, half of his body was twisted and struggling on the ground. This was the power of a dragon. There was almost no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. The northern witches all avoided the crimson dragon's wing strike. In fact, in the astral plane where spells below level 6 could be cast instantly, the Crimson Dragon did not expect to hit these powerful high-grade northern witches with its wing strike. An instantaneous teleportation spell, whether it was blink, anywhere door, space jump, or other similar abilities, could all avoid the Crimson Dragon's wing strike. However, the Crimson Dragon's purpose had been achieved. After the northern witches launched teleportation spells to avoid the dragon's wing strike, their formation was completely broken. How could they maintain their formation after teleportation? The dragon's wing strike directly knocked away the summoned creatures within 30 meters, and the violent impact cleared other creatures within 50 meters. How could there be any defense line? They had to face more than just this Crimson Dragon. Therefore, when the summoned creatures summoned by the northern witches to block the enemy's approach and also used as cannon fodder to block spells were all sent flying by the red dragon, the psionic warlocks of the Xianxia seized the opportunity. They seized the opportunity to directly hit the northern witches. Dispel magic. Disintegrate. Greater dispel magic wall. The spellcasting ability of the psionic warlocks was not as good as these professional northern witches. In fact, any spellcasting class was not as good as professional wizards. However, when these psionic warlocks were obsessed with using spells to remove the energy protection field of the northern witches, the situation of the battle began to gradually change. First of all, the protective field of a northern witch was completely broken, and then a psionic warrior rushed in front of her, waving the silver sword of Xianxia and slashing directly at her. Then there was the protective energy field triggered by accident, as well as the protective spells triggered by the items on her body. Dispel magic. Disintegrate. The second round of spell attacks came, and the psionic warrior who rushed over was killed by a spell, but the last protective field of the northern witch was also broken. Then a distorted figure emerged, and a Xianxia appeared near her, then waved a silver sword and stabbed into her body from the back. After exhausting all the protective spells, the northern witch in front of her was as fragile as a straw. In an instant, her heart was pierced by the enemy, and her neck was broken at the same time. Without protection, the wizards were harvested one by one, the dead northern witch gradually dissipated, and her body was restored to spiritual energy and disappeared. As for whether her body would wake up or not, it was a hard thing to say. Because when the soul projection died, one must go through a mandatory test of fortitude, will, and spirit. If one failed, one's strength may be reduced, and the body left behind may directly become a corpse. If one encountered an enemy in the astral plane who knew how to attack the soul, the possibility of the body becoming a corpse was as high as 90%, that was why Soren did not like to come to the astral plane. Because it was too dangerous, the first death of the northern witch made the Xianxia excited because they knew that the seemingly powerful senior witches in front of them were not invincible. The battle was still going on. However, others could no longer see Soren's figure because he had put all his skill points into sneak, and then his whole person completely entered the state of stealth. As long as no one cast detect stealth near him, then basically no one could rely on the detection ability to find Soren's trace. He was waiting for an opportunity. Not only was he waiting for the dragon to launch an attack, but he was also waiting for the witches to further consume the dragon's vitality. There were few spells that could kill a dragon in an instant, even legendary spells were difficult to break through the adult dragon's top-level fortitude, but this did not mean that spells could not hurt it. In fact, when the red dragon flew over from the sky, it was already in a state of minor injury. The flapping of its wings destroyed the formation of the summoned creatures and killed all the low-level summoned creatures. Only the higher-level elemental creatures remained nearby. The red dragon was not in a hurry to deal with the witches because it knew that the witches were quite dangerous. If it was too impulsive, legendary spells would be waiting for it. The cunning red dragon did not like to use its life to resist legendary spells. Dragon Tail Sweep. The red dragon was cleaning up the nearby elementals. These summoned elementals were not its opponents, but killing them could greatly increase the pressure on the northern witches because the Xianxia could already attack them. Soren's figure was approaching little by little. When the red dragon, which was huge like a mountain of flesh in front of him, had just launched a dragon tail sweep, his figure suddenly flew out. Soren's target was the red dragon's abdomen, where he could directly attack the internal organs of the dragon. However, if he wanted to hit the dragon's heart, he could only rely on the dragon-slaying spear because the red dragon's body was too wide, and ordinary weapons could not reach the heart at all. In front of Soren were solid dark red dragon scales. When he approached the red dragon's body, the huge monster seemed to feel something. It waved its dragon wings and wanted to slap away the possible enemy. However, Soren dodged with a vigorous twist and directly avoided the powerful dragon wings. Then, he clenched his curved sword and stabbed the scales of the red dragon's abdomen. Poochie, it was a completely different feeling. Soren easily pierced the red dragon's body, as if it had no defensive dragon scales at all. Then he found that when he attacked just now, he just subconsciously stabbed the gap between the red dragon's scales. The dragon's scales were not a complete hole. They were solid scales, and each scale had a small gap. It was useless to pierce through them from the front, but he could attack the part where the dragon's scales were connected by following the slope. This was something that Soren could not do in the past, because he did not have such superb skills to be able to maintain such amazing accuracy at the moment of launching an explosive attack. But he seemed to have done it now. Soren not only did it, but when he clenched his curved sword and stabbed it through the gap between the dragon's scales, he also felt the touch of the sword. He broke through the tough dragon skin and pierced into the muscle layer of the red dragon. After piercing through the muscle layer, the curved sword he clenched seemed to have become his fingers. The touch from the blade let him know that it was close to the muscle ligament. A living creature's body was made up of pieces of muscle. Muscle also had a strong defensive ability, but at the place where each piece of muscle was connected, its defensive ability was quite weak. Butcherding dissects an ox. This was the only analogy that Soren could think of. Butcherding was most familiar with cows, but Soren was most familiar with his sword, curved sword, legendary, critical strike multiplier +1, critical strike +1, the blade cut through the tendons, and Soren actually felt very smooth. It felt like he was chopping firewood with a knife. He used to cut horizontally, which required a lot of strength. But now, he was chopping vertically, using both the force of gravity and the path of the wood itself. This knife was supposed to be 3 inches deep into the red dragon's body before it lost its strength. But now, Soren had stabbed nearly a foot deep, and at the same time, he had opened up a nearly 3-inch wound. To put it simply, Soren had almost cut off a piece of flesh that weighed about 100 pounds from the red dragon's abdomen. It was just one cut. The red dragon let out a painful roar, which was even more painful than when it was hit by a round of spells from the northern witches. Spirit spells could not control the will of the dragon, and damage spells could not break the protection of the dragon's scales. Since the destruction of the Arcane Empire, people had mentioned the elemental tide more than once, and they had cited a large number of changes in pure-blood dragons to prove the impact of the elemental tide on other creatures. The lifespan of dragons could be as long as thousands of years. Some of the dragons who had lived for quite a long time could clearly see the greater impact of time on their power. This theory eventually pointed to the peak of the elemental tide about 300 to 500 years later. Some people suspected that this would lead to the rise of the Dragon Island. The witches' formation was completely messed up. They did not come with their real bodies, so they only retained about 80% of their strength. Both the casting level and the strength of the spells were much lower than the strength of the real body. A wizard's projection could retain about 70% of their strength. Although the soul projection's combat power was stronger, it could only retain about 80%. It was said that the Arcane Empire used to have a powerful spell called Simulacrum, which could retain more than 90% of the combat power, but this spell had been lost for a long time. After the destruction of the Arcane Empire, many spells were lost, especially those from other planes. For a half-baked wizard like Soren, the reduction in strength was not obvious because he did not have many spell slots to begin with. All he could do was throw out arcane missiles once and for all. Moreover, the soul projection of the rogue class did not reduce attributes. It only slightly affected basic skills in various aspects. Therefore, entering the astral plane had the least impact on him. He retained most of his attribute points in his soul projection state, and it just so happened that Soren's battle power was largely supported by his attribute points. A whistling gust of wind came from behind, when Soren cut through the dragon's scales and dealt quite a bit of damage to the red dragon. Its long and narrow tail was raised in the air and whipped towards him. Soren didn't dare to take the attack head-on, so he quickly pulled out his scimitar and retreated. When he pulled out his scimitar, a large amount of dragon blood spurted out from his wound. The boiling dragon blood dripped onto Soren's body. The red dragon's blood was hotter than the white dragon's. It was like boiling water, and Soren was slightly scalded. This kind of injury would not affect Soren's battle power, but it made his body tremble slightly. He could only rely on his strong dexterity and flexibility to twist his body in half to dodge the attack. He then flew up and landed a kick on the side of the red dragon. Because the tail was raised, he saw a huge chrysanthemum. He had to admit that the excretory organs of a giant dragon were not much different from other creatures. However, this should be one of the few places that was not protected by dragon scales. The giant dragon's excrement was a very useful tool in the wild. It could repel other wild monsters, so they would not dare to approach and attack adventurers. Since there was giant dragon's excrement, they also had excretory organs. For any creature, this place was considered a critical spot. Usually, it was protected by the dragon's tail, so there was basically no chance to attack it. However, when the red dragon swept its tail at Soren's body, it created a hole in his defense that lasted for about a second and a half. Soren, who had never talked about any honorable means, immediately stabbed into the enemy after seeing that the enemy had exposed the area without the protection of dragon scales. When he subconsciously stabbed into the enemy's body with his curved sword, he realized that the position he attacked was quite special. Damn it, this red dragon was actually a female. The enemy's gender did not affect Soren's battle sense. When the red dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and turned its head to spit dragon's breath at him, Soren had already retreated into the shadows and activated the Shadow Dancer's new ability, Shadow Leap. This was a common ability for rogues, but Shadow Dancers mastered it earlier. If it was a purebred rogue, it might be around the level of a quasi-legendary. This was a very important prerequisite skill, and it was the most important escape and pursuit skill for rogues. It was a little different from Shadow Jump. Shadow Leap, supernatural ability. As the rogue's connection with the shadow plane becomes closer and closer, they begin to master the mysterious Shadow Leap ability. They can shuttle and jump in the shadows, just like the wizard's Anywhere Door spell. This Shadow Leap ability does not require them to enter stealth. As long as they are in the shadows, rogues can perform Shadow Leap. This jump distance is up to 100 meters, but it can be divided into any number of times. Before mastering a special advanced ability, the limit of Shadow Leap in a day is 100 meters. Note, this ability can be used 10 times, each jump a distance of 10 meters. It can also be used once, each jump a distance of 100 meters. This was the legendary Shadow Leap. It was a more flexible and useful ability than Shadow Jump. It did not require them to enter stealth, they only needed to be in the shadows. Then they could launch a jump ability similar to Anywhere Door and be immune to spells such as Epidemic Dimensional Anchor. However, this supernatural ability had a weakness, that was, its limit was 100 meters. Unless they mastered a very special ability, they could only jump a distance of 100 meters at most. From this point of view, Shadow Leap was completely inferior to the legendary skill, Shadow Step, because the latter had greater freedom and greater lethality. In fact, Soren had been considering whether to upgrade the profession level of rogues or wizards. One was the current combat power, the other was the future combat potential. Boom! The fierce flame was like an explosion. Soren only jumped about 15 meters. Shadow Leap could only be used in the shadows that he could see. Only those above the legendary level could feel the invisible shadows. Soren's thin figure disappeared in the shadows and then reappeared in the shadows. In a flash, he completely avoided the dragon's breath. In fact, the gap between rogues and wizards was gradually narrowing since they entered the higher grade. Otherwise, they would not be second only to the Sword Saint and have the ability to assassinate wizards. Soren relied on many supernatural abilities to deal with wizards in the past. The changes on the battlefield were ever-changing. The situation of the northern witches seemed to be a bit bad. The tactic of the Xianxias was to constantly remove magic and then rely on the psionic warriors to attack the enemy. This caused a lot of trouble for the northern witches. If they did not continuously buff their defensive energy field, they would be easily exposed to the attack range of the psionic warriors. However, once they continuously buff their defensive spells, they would fall into a passive situation of a war of attrition because there would always be a moment when the spell slots would be used up. The fragile body of wizards was doomed to be difficult to support for a long time without the buff of the force field, because the ones attacking them were all advanced warriors from the astral plane. Dang! A strange figure appeared out of thin air, then waved the Gith's silver blade and slashed at a northern witch who had exhausted her defensive spells. Wizards could only remember 1/3 of the defensive spells at most, so when her defensive spells were used up, she could only counterattack by throwing a large number of control spells, killing a lot of Xianxias in front of her. However, without the protection of the energy field, her existence was quite fragile and became the target of many psionic warriors. The Gith's silver blade was flowing with silver cold light, and it directly pierced the heart of the northern witch. Dang dang dang. Then, something unexpected happened. The northern witch, who had almost exhausted all her defensive spells, suddenly seemed to trigger some kind of unexpected spell, and then she waved her staff to block the psionic warrior in front of her. Strength, agility, reflexes. No matter from which point of view, it was almost impossible for the northern witch to block the attack of an advanced warrior. But she did block it. Tansen's polymorph. The psionic warrior in front of her seemed to realize something, but it was a little late. The northern witch, who looked very delicate in front of him, directly swung her staff and broke one of his arms on the spot. Then the staff hit his head horizontally. The scene was simply horrible. At a glance, it could be judged that the strength of the witch had reached about 20 points because she almost smashed the opponent's skull. Everyone who saw this could not help but frown. At the same time, Soren, who saw this scene by accident, was surprised. Tansen's polymorph? Soren rolled away from the range of the dragon breath and murmured, I didn't expect there to be a combat wizard who was proficient in polymorph among the northern witches. Combat wizard. A spellcaster of a special school. They mainly focused on polymorph spells. For example, at a lower level, they could learn polymorph, which could transform into animals, spiders, pterosaurs, and other creatures. At a higher level, they could learn Tansen's polymorph, which was close to the combat power of a warrior of the same level. In the future, they could also learn a variety of special polymorph spells, as well as legendary spells that could transform into giants, golems, demons, and other creatures. This was a very rare school of wizards, especially after the destruction of the Arcane Empire. There were fewer and fewer wizards who mastered high-grade polymorph spells. Tansen's polymorph, level 6 spell, strength, dexterity, and constitution increased to 20 points, natural armor +4, strong reflex +5, automatic mastery of military weapons, vitality equivalent to a warrior of the same level, loss of spellcasting ability during the spell. P.S. I only got home at 10:30, barely wrote a chapter. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Shadow Leap. Soren's curved sword seemed to have caused considerable physical damage and unimaginable psychological damage to the red dragon, so the red dragon in front of him seemed to be about to go berserk. There seemed to be a trace of fire in the red dragon's pupils. The red dragon became violent, waving its tail and sweeping around. A large amount of dragon blood oozed out from the position near the excretory organ. The strong dragon wings set off gusts of wind, blowing sand and stones around. Not only were the nearby elemental summons hit, but even the Xianxias who were too close were affected by the berserk red dragon. Evade sight. Soren's figure once again disappeared into the shadows. Leveling up the shadow dancer increased the number of times he could evade sight. As long as he kept a certain distance, it would be difficult to lock his position even if someone wanted to use detection invisibility. Unless someone cast the 6th circle Eye of Detection, which was an area of effect detection spell. However, the red dragon obviously didn't have such a high level of casting. Soren had been quietly watching the berserk red dragon while waiting for the next opportunity to attack. Fighting against a dragon must not be rushed because any creature could not withstand a heavy blow from them. The situation of the northern witches seemed to be a bit bad, because the spell slots of the high-grade witches were about to be used up, and the spell slots of the wizards were never that abundant. Even legendary wizards had to be careful when using spells. Therefore, the human wave tactic was the most effective tactic for wizards. Unless the wizard intended to use teleportation to escape, sooner or later, they would run out of spell slots. In the past, such a powerful blade master was also a wizard, but in the end, his spell slots were used up. In the end, a group of people exhausted him to death. The casualties of the Xianxias were close to 100, one of the northern witches seemed to have died, and another was in a bit of a dangerous situation. Fortunately, Gloria was fine. She had been staying near the Eye of the North, and basically, the psionic warriors could not threaten her for the time being. However, if this dragged on, the situation would be a little bad. No one knew what the Eye of the North was thinking. Even at this time, she still hadn't started preparing a legendary spell. A high-grade witch like Gloria could only cast level 8 spells in her soul projection state. Moreover, she would only have 1 or 2 spell slots at most. Perhaps it could cause quite a bit of damage to the enemy, but it was absolutely impossible to turn the situation around. The only one who could turn this situation around was the Eye of the North and an elderly witch with a lot of white hair. She was also a legendary witch with a profession level of 21. Bang, a violent muffled sound came from behind. The sound was like a meatball being shot out. Then everyone found that a middle-aged witch who was besieged by the Xianxia suddenly began to swell violently, and then her body underwent tremendous changes in an instant. Her height had increased to nearly 7 meters, and her whole body was covered with strong muscles. Her heavy chest was like a pair of big meatballs. Clear and heavy footprints appeared on the ground. The middle-aged witch, who had turned into a giant in an instant, roared and punched down, smashing a Xianxia into a meat patty. Frost Giant Transformation, Level 9 Spell. Heavy footsteps sounded on the battlefield. The female frost giant, who was nearly 2 stories tall, slowly stood up. Her body seemed to be surrounded by cold air, and her strong muscles were full of explosive power. Although it seemed a bit unsightly to be naked, no one could ignore the terrible power in her body. That was the breath of a legendary creature. Frost giants were legendary creatures comparable to dragons. They were humanoid creatures close to the peak of power on the earth. This time, it was not only Soren who was surprised. Even the other witches nearby, including Gloria in the battle, showed a shocked expression and murmured, "Has Witch Paisley cracked the spell scroll of the legendary transformation spell? It seems that she has successfully advanced into a legendary battle wizard." A wizard. Of course, it was not a group of people who only knew how to cast spells. There were also quite different and violent spells among the wizards. Battle wizards who could transform were the best among them. They could transform into beasts, monsters, insects, golems, dragons, demons, devils, and so on. If there was a battle, in addition to the original spells, they could also transform into various creatures according to the environment to deal with the enemy and special geographical environment. The Frost Giant transformation in front of them was a level 9 spell, which belonged to legendary creatures. However, the complete version seemed to have more than one kind of transformation. No. Eye of the North also looked at the middle-aged witch who had transformed into a huge female frost giant. She frowned slightly and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Not good." She didn't completely crack the transformation spell. The complete transformation spell should be able to transform into other legendary creatures every minute. It seems that she can only transform into a frost giant. It seems that she can't control herself. Naturally, the spells of wizards were also very dangerous. Among them, the most representative was the transformation spell. The low-grade transformation spell had a test of death every time it changed. It could cause irreparable damage or lead to death in the process of transformation. Therefore, any shape-shifting battle wizard that appeared were basically high-grade spellcasters. At that time, their shape-shifting spells would be much safer. The middle-aged witch who had transformed into a frost giant did not seem to have cast the complete spell because the complete version of the transformation spell seemed to be able to transform into quasi-legendary creatures such as steel golems, six-armed snake demons, horned devils, and so on. Roar. Eye of the North's judgment was not wrong. The female frost giant's eyes began to show an uncontrollable look. Her expression gradually became frantic, and even the summoned creatures nearby began to attack. It had to be said that the 7-meter-tall frost giant was really lethal. The behemoth in front of them killed 7 or 8 summoned elementals in one breath. At the same time, it also cleaned up the nearby Xianxias. With the combat power of the adult frost giant, even if it did not have any advanced profession, it was enough to cause crushing damage to many people present just by relying on eating and sleeping to grow up. The female frost giant violently attacked all around, trampling a Xianxia who had no time to dodge into a meat patty. Then she saw the adult red dragon in front of her, who was also a little violent. As a result, without the slightest hesitation, she let out a low roar and directly threw herself at him. Boom! An invisible wave of air spread in all directions. When the female frost giant rushed over, the red dragon also noticed the huge enemy in front of it. So it did not hesitate to launch a dragon wing attack. It directly flapped its powerful dragon wings, trying to get rid of the enemy in front of it. But a very surprising scene happened. The female frost giant suddenly opened her arms and grabbed the strong dragon wings of the red dragon. At the same time, she arched her body to bear all the power of the dragon. Dang dang dang, the female frost giant took 3 steps back in a row, but she was not sent flying by the dragon's wings, nor was she knocked into a coma. The opposing superhuman strength caused the surrounding sand and stones to tremble. Then, at the moment of the collision, the two forces that were close to the limit of the material plane directly caused the ground under their feet to tremble. Then, cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. The frost giant was not the hill giant that was likely to be encountered in the wilderness. According to the comparison of the combat power of the two sides, a frost giant could fight at least 10 hill giants. The gap between them was as obvious as that between the red dragon and the white dragon. In terms of size, the adult red dragon undoubtedly had the advantage, so even if the strength of the two sides was not much different, the female frost giant obviously showed signs of being suppressed. But the next scene was a bit unbelievable. The female frost giant grabbed the dragon wings of the red dragon with both hands, then turned around and threw it over her shoulder. With a height of more than 7 meters, it was not difficult for her to use such a move on the adult red dragon. Then everyone saw the huge red dragon, which weighed dozens of tons, was directly thrown out by her. As a wizard, she was also proficient in close combat. Bang! The red dragon's huge body smashed into the ground, creating a crater. When two creatures of the same size fought, there was no obvious crushing effect. The female frost giant was not afraid of the red dragon at all. This time, she successfully took the initiative to counterattack, then turned around and rushed over, raising her millstone-sized fist and smashing the red dragon's head. Good chance. Soren, who had been wandering around the periphery, would not let go of such a good opportunity. When the red dragon's body was thrown out, he was already quickly approaching. So when the female frost giant raised her millstone-sized fist and smashed the red dragon's head, Soren held his curved sword tightly and stabbed into the red dragon's leg joint. The difference in size in a battle was very obvious. Soren's attack on the red dragon was like using an embroidery needle to stab a certain part of an adult's body. Even if the wound was bleeding, it was limited. So Soren's piercing attack was painful, but the damage was not necessarily fatal. On the contrary, the huge frost giant's fist hit the red dragon's head, and immediately, it was like an adult fighting with a fist on the red dragon's eye socket. In an instant, the whole eye socket was swollen and bruised, and even the eye socket was directly smashed open. Ouch! 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 The red dragon was hit by the frost giant's fist and was directly smashed to the ground. This was also because there were no frost giant weapons on the battlefield. If the frost giant was given a full set of plate armor and a weapon that weighed more than a ton, she would be unbeatable in a crowd. Perhaps this adult red dragon might not be able to withstand a few hits, but there was certainly no condition for that battle now. Most of the time, wizards won because they were well prepared, and they died because they were not well prepared. Sudden encounters. Some battles were difficult to be perfect: sword form, spinning strike. Sword form, horizontal slash. Shadow strike. What should Soren do when the red dragon was pinned to the ground by the frost giant? Without a doubt, he must take advantage of this time to cause as much damage to the enemy as possible, and then drag the red dragon into a state of serious injury. The vitality of the dragon was quite amazing. Although it had been fighting for a long time, in fact, it was just approaching the state of serious injury. However, Soren did not get close to the upper body of the red dragon because he believed that the most powerful red dragon would not be so weak. It would not be unable to fight back after a round of attacks from the frost giant. Besides, its big head could bite people. Roar! shrill screams sounded at the same time. There was an adult red dragon that was seriously injured by Soren, and there was also a female frost giant that was attacked. Her arm was directly bitten by the red dragon. Even though the frost giants had strong natural armor, their bones and skin were almost bitten off. The bite force of the dragon was quite amazing. In fact, because of their many abilities in other aspects, it was easy to ignore the bite force of the dragon. However, Soren naturally remembered how fatal the bite of the dragon was because one of his arms was bitten off in the past. In the end, he could only ask a high-grade priest to cast limb restoration. The attack of the female frost giant was finally interrupted. The red dragon opened its mouth and bit the female frost giant tightly. At the same time, it struggled to turn over its huge dragon body and get up. With their huge size, the battle scene was a bit like the battle of the dinosaurs in the Jurassic era, and it was the battle between the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Spinosaurus. When the two sides fought, the earth shook and the mountains shook. If Soren was accidentally stepped on by any one of them, he could be seriously injured or even killed on the spot. Because Soren could not bear dozens of tons of weight. Poochie. A large amount of dragon blood flowed out. Soren's expression was serious as he waved his curved sword and pierced it. At the same time, he carefully avoided the sweeping tail of the dragon and the twisting body of the red dragon. Without a specialized dragon-slaying weapon, it would definitely be inconvenient to fight against a giant dragon. Whether it was the dragon-slaying sword or the dragon-slaying spear, they were all specially designed legendary equipment that could effectively attack the vital organs of a giant dragon. Unlike Soren's attack, it was difficult for him to damage the dragon's internal organs due to the length of his weapon. However, he wasn't completely helpless. Soren swung his scimitar and sliced open the scales of the red dragon. Then, he cut into the enemy's body through the muscle tissue and severed the red dragon's tendons. A row of data appeared. Battle experience. You comprehended something during the battle. Grasped partial information of the combat skill sword form, tendon break. Battle experience. You comprehended something during the battle. Grasped some information about the combat skill sword form, split. 2 consecutive data prompts appeared. However, Soren didn't have time to look at it at this time because he relied on his powerful curved sword, legendary, ability to successfully pierce the red dragon's body, cut off the dragon tendons very accurately, and cut the blood vessels of the red dragon's legs. He couldn't do this kind of attack in the past because he didn't have such accuracy when he attacked in the past. However, now that he had the legendary, curved sword, his attacks on the enemy became more accurate and deadly. Sword form, tendon break, combat skill. Through special combat skills, you can sever the tendons of the enemy's hands and feet in battle. It can greatly reduce the combat ability of ordinary enemies. It is also very effective against some supernatural creatures. The enemy must undergo a mandatory constitution test. Otherwise, they may be paralyzed, disabled, and other negative statuses. Sword form, split, combat skill. Through special combat skills, you can sever the enemy's blood vessels in battle. This will cause the enemy's bleeding status to worsen, and they may die from excessive blood loss in a short period of time. Boiling dragon blood splattered all over the ground. Soren's whole body was covered in blood. When he severed the red dragon's tendons, he also severed one of its arteries. Although supernatural creatures with strong vitality wouldn't die quickly because of this, it would worsen their bleeding status. Soren's dragon blood spurted out because he accurately hit the arteries. He clenched his curved sword and exerted force along the muscles of the red dragon's leg. In just a few seconds, he cut off more than 300 pounds of dragon meat. The scene was a little horrifying. Soren's sword cut through pieces of flesh and blood. In the end, the bones of the red dragon's leg could be seen. It was as if it was almost skinned alive by Soren. The frost giant seemed to have recovered a little from the red dragon's attack. As a northern witch who was close to the legendary level, she decisively chose to cut off her arm that was bitten by the red dragon. Then she used her other remaining arm to choke the red dragon's neck. At the same time, she turned over and rode on the red dragon's neck. This was the weak point of its strength. When the red dragon's long and narrow neck was pressed down, it wouldn't be easy for it to turn over. It was as if she had grasped the weak spot of a snake. Soren seemed to have entered a very wonderful state. It couldn't be said that he had a breakthrough, but he did have a lot of improvement in his combat skills. A row of data prompts appeared again. Combat experience. You have gained enlightenment in the battle. You have mastered part of the combat skill sword form, tendon break. Combat experience. You have gained enlightenment in the battle. You have mastered part of the combat skill sword form, split. Combat experience. You have gained enlightenment in the battle. You have successfully mastered the combat skill sword form, spinning strike. Bang, the thick and long dragon tail whipped over with a whistling wind, and then directly wrapped around the frost giant's neck with amazing flexibility, and then pulled her down on the spot. The red dragon roared angrily, and a pair of dragon wings flapped out on the spot. At the same time, it turned over and tried to get up. The challenge rating of an adult frost giant was the same as that of a young dragon, so sometimes in the wild, frost giants could be encountered fighting with dragons, but most of them were white dragons that belonged to the same cold region. It was not rare for giants and dragons to fight, therefore, the red dragon's brain also had inherited the combat skills of dealing with giants. After it shook off the frost giant, it took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a scorching dragon breath. The power of frost filled the air. The scorching flames were raging. The attributes of the frost giant and the red dragon were opposite. When they collided, even the elemental power in the air fluctuated violently. The red dragon struggled to stand up. But suddenly, its body shook again, and its huge body staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time, the others realized that more than 500 pounds of flesh and blood had been cut off from the right thigh of the red dragon. Half of the dragon's leg was exposed to the white bones. The whole battle lasted less than a minute. The red dragon felt the pain of being attacked, but it never thought that the enemy would cause it so much damage. Soren was dismembering the red dragon. Although he wasn't able to deliver a fatal blow, he dismembered one of the red dragon's legs and used the sword form, spinning strike, twice on the dragon's wings. Roar! Roar! Bang! The red dragon flapped its huge dragon wings, trying to regain its balance. Unfortunately, half of its leg was a skeleton. Clang, the curved sword in Soren's hand slashed across the air. As his figure moved around the red dragon, the wounds on its leg increased. Large pieces of flesh and blood were cut off, and the sturdy dragon scales seemed to have lost their function. They were accurately cut open by Soren again and again. Some wounds only needed to be torn open, and the next thing to do was to make the wound bigger. Therefore, when Soren's second round of attacks ended, large pieces of white bones could be seen on the red dragon's leg. Most creatures that relied on wings to fly would kick their legs before they took off. Therefore, the legendary experts could reduce the force of a bird's kick and make it unable to fly out of the palm of their hands. Although the red dragon could barely stand, it was quite difficult for it to fly again. Its body was a little shaky. A lot of blood loss, Soren's damage, and the frost giant's attacks had gradually dragged it to the brink of death. The red dragon was in a state of near death. Soren's attacks became more and more cautious. He even opened up a distance and then disappeared into the shadows again. Only the frost giant and the red dragon continued to fight each other. Soren needed to get the last hit. Only when he ended the red dragon's life could he gain a lot of slaughter EXP. The red dragon gave the highest slaughter EXP among all the dragon species. It was estimated to be about twice as much as an adult white dragon. It was enough for Soren to level up his wizard profession by about 2 levels, or to level up his shadow dancer profession by 1 level. The slaughter EXP from slaying a dragon was quite amazing. The red dragon's breath gradually weakened, and the frost giant's condition was not very good. The nearby Xianxias tried to help the red dragon, but they were all blocked by Gloria. The northern witches obviously realized that if they killed the red dragon first, the pressure they had to bear would be reduced a lot. At least, they would not have to worry about the dangerous red dragon's wings. The northern witches, who had activated Tan Sen's transformation, even stood in front of the red dragon and waved their staffs like high-grade warriors. When a wizard reached this level, they were not afraid of close combat. Although she had lost the ability to cast spells, there were other witches nearby who gave her protection spells. For a moment, she blocked 3 to 5 Xianxias by herself. The opportunity Soren had been waiting for finally appeared. When the red dragon's head showed an obvious flaw, Soren's figure flew out. He directly jumped a distance of nearly 50 meters in the shadows and instantly appeared under the shadow of the red dragon's neck. He then jumped and stabbed the red dragon's huge eyeball with his sword. With a splash of blood and penetrating the red dragon's eyeball, Soren's curved sword directly sank into the red dragon's brain. The red dragon's huge body trembled for a moment, and then it shook its head violently. Soren was sure that he had stabbed into the red dragon's head, and he might have even hurt its brain. However, the fact that the red dragon did not die under such circumstances could only mean one thing: its incomparably powerful vitality allowed it to survive the judgment of death. Damn it! Soren didn't expect the enemy's vitality to be so tenacious. His body swayed in the air with the dragon's head, and he didn't have the strength to pull out his curved sword, icing death. So he could only let go of his hands and let his body fall. At the same time, he held the silver sword of Gith +3 with both hands at the moment of falling. Then he jumped up when he touched the ground, holding the sword with both hands and slashing at the neck of the red dragon. Clang, the silver blade of Gith was stuck in the neck of the red dragon. Without transforming into a slaughterer, Soren's sword form, Behead, couldn't cut off the neck of the red dragon. Large amounts of boiling dragon blood spilled out. This attack seemed to have severely injured the red dragon again. Even though there was still no judgment of death, the red dragon's life force was gradually fading. Its struggling body became weaker and weaker, and finally, it fell to the ground with a thud, its head falling limply to the ground. The boiling dragon blood spilled all over Soren's body. The dragon blood, which was far hotter than the white dragon's, seemed to be roasting him. Soren could even feel his skin cracking, as if he had fallen into magma. Activated sword form, Behead. You've dealt 42 points of critical damage to the target. Behead failed. You've successfully killed an adult red dragon, extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 118,000 slaughter EXP. A hot breath flowed in Soren's body. Close to 120,000 slaughter EXP gave him the ability to level up his profession again, but he didn't have the energy to do so for the time being because he did feel like he had fallen into magma. He was hot, it was so hot that he felt like he was being roasted on a fire. This burning pain was a little unbearable even for Soren's will. He couldn't help but groan in pain, and his whole body was trembling on the ground. There was a flame burning on his body. It was a real flame, a flame ignited by the blood of the red dragon, a flame from the heart of the red dragon. Soren's whole body seemed to be burning, and his HP was constantly decreasing. If he continued to progress like this, he might directly be burned to a crisp. The dragon blood baptism seemed to be close to failure. With Soren's vitality and will, there were signs that he couldn't withstand the blood baptism of the red dragon. Finally, he seemed to remember something. Soren almost staggered a little as he rushed to the dragon's head, and then pulled out his curved sword, icing death. A cold breath filled the air. The flame on Soren's body seemed to have awakened icing death's consciousness, and it began to automatically extinguish any nearby flames. The fire of the red dragon on Soren's body gradually subsided. His whole body was almost burned beyond recognition, and his skin was scorched. He didn't know if it was considered to have completed the dragon blood baptism. After all, this was only his soul projection state. A row of data appeared. You've accepted the dragon blood baptism ceremony. You've gained part of your ability. You've inherited part of the dragon's ability. Baptism successful. You've gained additional background ability, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2. Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, special ability, you've successfully killed an adult red dragon. After completing this dragon slaying feat, you've undergone a second dragon blood baptism. This baptism has strengthened your body and allowed you to inherit part of the red dragon's ability. The dragon blood has made you stronger. You've inherited part of the strongest red dragon among the pentashade dragons. At the same time, because of the effect of the red dragon's blood, you've permanently gained 10 points of fire resistance. Innate armor +1, toughness +2, fire resistance +10. Note, because of the dragon blood baptism in the soul projection state, part of the dragon's ability cannot be obtained. Finally, the red dragon was killed. Soren slowly stood up. He now looked like he had suffered a level 10 burn, and was basically completely unrecognizable. However, his aura was quite amazing. Just now, after successfully slaying the dragon, his spirit had reached its peak state. It felt like a hidden sword for 10 years, unsheathed in one day feeling. His completely burned face didn't affect his aura at all. On the contrary, it made him more dangerous and deadly, this aura. If it was during normal times, it would make people feel dangerous and repulsed. But now, in Gloria's eyes, it represented a sense of security. It made her feel that as long as Soren didn't fall, she would be safe. Just like the time when she encountered the believers of the god of hunting, Soren gave her the same feeling now. But this time it was stronger and hotter. At this moment, she couldn't help but tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. She was wet. What is a real man? It's not sex, it's fighting. Soren bathed in the dragon's blood and stood up. Even though he had not yet entered the realm of legends, he gave people a sense of oppression, which made the other Giths nearby step back a lot. Especially those Giths who met Soren's gaze, there was even a rare trace of fear on their faces. It was a fear that was not produced even when they were facing the Northern Witch's deadly spell, but when they met Soren's gaze, it was revealed. Fearful gaze, divinity. At the right place, at the right time, the hidden bonus from the outside world made Soren's fearful gaze reach its peak effect. The enemy seemed to be afraid, they could not help but show panic on their faces. They retreated a lot of distance in succession, and then gradually recovered. This was not a spell. Therefore, the difficulty of immunity was even greater because Soren was now exerting a strong psychological pressure on them. Soren, who was covered in blood, looked ferocious. The hot blood of the red dragon had completely disfigured him, so at this moment, he looked like a demon coming out of the abyss. His expression was very calm, but his eyes were full of killing desire and oppression. The minor divinity further strengthened Soren's pressure on any non-divine creatures, so much so that even the Eye of the North looked at him in surprise. Divinity? The Eye of the North glanced at Soren with all his wide eyes, then slowly turned his head and said to Gloria beside him, "Protect me. I want to prepare the last part of the spell ritual." A powerful spiritual power burst out. Gloria nodded silently, then activated several pieces of equipment in succession. At the same time, she added defensive means such as protective energy field, elemental energy protection, spell reversal, and so on. At the same time, she took out a rather delicate ring. After activating the runes engraved on it, the gem inlaid on the ring gradually dimmed, and then another protective force field that Soren did not know covered the two of them. This kind of protection could almost be said to be watertight, and even legendary professions could not break it in a short time. The Eye of the North seemed to be chanting a spell, but there was no sound coming out of her mouth. Soren, who was ready to rush forward, froze for a moment, then he seemed to remember something. He turned around and rushed to Gloria's position. If in the astral plane, where spells below level 6 could be cast instantly, even a legendary witch with a profession level of close to level 25 would need to chant a spell, then there was no doubt that the spell she cast was above level 9. And it was very likely to be a legendary spell of a higher level. Because the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom led to the disappearance of some legendary spells, the boundary between level 9 spells and legendary spells was relatively blurred. Silent spell cast. The metamagic ability that wizards could master allowed them to increase the level of their spells by 1 level and then silently release them. This was a more difficult ability to master than strengthened spell, but it was slightly easier than instant cast. The Eye of the North in front of him did not just master the metamagic ability, silent spell. According to Soren's judgment, the reason why this legendary witch did not have any special performance until now was because she had been using silent spell to cast a spell that was close to the legendary level. This required a very powerful metamagic ability, because if it was a legendary spell, the ability, silent spell, was not enough. Conservatively speaking, she would have to master the metamagic ability, silent spell release, and the legendary metamagic ability, silent spell release, circle 1, 2, silent spell release, circle 9. When she had this legendary metamagic ability, she could cast any spell silently, and it would not increase the spell level by 1. Level 8 spells also had level 8 spell slots, and it would not increase to level 9 spell slots because of the use of silent spell. From this point of view, the Eye of the North's silent spell skills were close to the peak of the material plane, because even at this moment, Soren did not feel the slightest trace of her casting a legendary spell. The elemental energy around seemed to have been neutralized. The enemy had been attacking the northern witch for so long, but they still thought that the legendary witch had been holding back, but no one thought that she had been casting a spell for more than 10 minutes. And this spell seemed to have not been completed until now. It was basically impossible to make Soren believe that she was not casting a legendary spell. A wizard's ability. Soren's figure was quickly approaching Gloria, and at the same time, he silently said in his heart, from spell control, combat casting, empower spell, maximize spell, spell penetration, silent spell, fixed spell, instant spell, and so on, and then all the way to the 9th level of the legendary metamagic ability. The path of a spellcaster is really difficult. I don't even have enough time to learn spells of the same level. I don't know when I'll have time to practice these metamagic abilities. Spellcasters sometimes competed with metamagic abilities. Not to mention the most terrifying instant spell, a legendary spell like the Eye of the North could be cast silently. If it was used to ambush people, it would definitely be successful in every endeavor. There was no sign of casting a spell at all, there was no need to chant a spell, and there was no need to focus on casting a spell. The enemy could only be aware of it at the moment when the spell was completed. Sure enough, the longer a spellcaster lived, the more terrible they were. Even if the profession level did not increase, the metamagic ability that was mastered over a long period of time could make people shudder. Buzz. The whole half-plane seemed to shake. When Soren approached Gloria, the Eye of the North also seemed to have completed this legendary spell. She raised her staff and pointed at the endless starry sky, and then her whole body leaned on Gloria's shoulder a little dispirited. At this time, the Xianxias realized that something was wrong. A group of people rushed over under the command of the Xianxias queen. The queen's combat power was not weak. It was estimated that she was a legendary profession, but she did not participate in the frontal battle from beginning to end. Perhaps the higher the status, the easier it was for people to be afraid of death. Buzz. The half-plane shook again. However, Soren did not see any abnormality, as if the legendary spell had just failed. There was no terrible attack. The Xianxias were still surrounding them and attacking. The situation on the battlefield was still not very favorable to them. But this situation only lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, a faint light appeared in the sky, and then a huge comet crossed the sky, and then approached their position at an amazing speed. Be careful. A white light appeared in the pupil of the Eye of the North, and the body of the soul projection gradually grew larger. It seemed that she had launched some special spell. With a wave of her hand, a light curtain shrouded the others, including Soren, who was fighting beside her, and turned them all into a form similar to a spirit. This was another form of soul. The spell cast by the Eye of the North was a bit like the level 9 spell, Spirit World Travel, but it was very different from Soren's memory. This was because the casting speed of this spell was rather fast, and it also covered a relatively large area. Almost all of the surviving witches were enveloped within it. The next moment, the telepathic voice of the Eye of the North was transmitted to the minds of all the witches. She said in a deep voice, "All transform into soul state. Everyone, follow me back to the material plane." Comet. Legendary spell, Soren's body, which had been unrecognizable, quickly turned into a spirit form. The terrible burns on his face gradually disappeared, and the severely burned and cracked skin all disappeared. The whole person turned into the original soul state, which was not much different from Soren's original body in the material plane. If there was any difference, it would be that Soren's soul had an extra red color. This red color looked very much like the evil aura that appeared when detecting factions, but it was the power of the red dragon from the dragon blood baptism. Time freeze, Soren's soul rose and was sent back to the material plane by the half-plane. At the moment his soul returned to the material plane, he saw a comet about 150 meters in diameter hitting the half-plane. Then, a terrible energy burst out like a shock wave, and the terrible impact made the half-plane seem to open a ring. The dust clouds covered the entire sky of the half-plane, and the dazzling light was so strong that even the soul could not bear it. The flames covered more than 50 kilometers, and the scorching heat spread throughout the half-plane. It was like detonating an atomic bomb, everything was ruthlessly destroyed. Under the impact of the comet, the military fortress of the Xianxias was instantly crushed like a piece of tofu. Even the space of the half-plane showed signs of collapse. Legendary spell. Although it was not the first time Soren saw it, everything in front of him was still so shocking. Note 1. From July 16 to 22, 1994, a comet named Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke into 21 pieces, the largest of which was about 4 kilometers wide, and hit Jupiter at a speed of 60 kilometers per second. The first piece of comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, containing rocks and ice, fell into Jupiter's atmosphere at 2015 Greenwich Mean Time on July 16 at a speed of 210,000 kilometers per hour, releasing energy equivalent to 200 billion tons of TNT. After the impact, multiple fireballs were produced that stretched for nearly 1,000 kilometers, emitting strong light. Through astronomical telescopes, people saw a wide cloud of dust rising on the surface of Jupiter. The hot gas rushed to a height of 1,000 kilometers and left an impact mark on Jupiter the size of the Earth. Scientists determined that in the period before the collision of the Wisdom Tree, the strong electromagnetic waves emitted by Jupiter were 9 times stronger than usual, and the temperature at the splash point of the impact instantly rose to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Note 2. Comet is one of the few legendary spells that can directly destroy a plane. Well, there have been a lot of forbidden words recently, and the chapter review was inexplicably blocked. The third update will be postponed to tomorrow. Legendary spell. Though there were many legendary spells that the adepts had mastered, the comet spell was always the most shocking and oppressive one. To any enemy, a magus who had mastered the comet spell was a terrifying existence. The military fortress of the Xianxia was destroyed under the impact of comet. This steel fortress built with magic energy machinery was shattered by comet in an instant. The terrible high temperature melted everything. The impact was only the beginning of the energy explosion, and the chain reaction that followed would last for a long time. Very few creatures could survive the attack of comet. Even the incarnation of the gods could be killed directly. The only way to deal with comet was to escape across the plane. Under normal circumstances, any defensive spell in the same plane would be broken in an instant. The Xianxia suffered heavy losses. Soren could not estimate the casualties of the enemy, but he knew that this group of Xianxia was almost completely finished. Even if there were survivors under the attack of comet, it was only those who were lucky enough to master the ability to teleport across the plane. As for others who could only open any door for short-distance teleportation, basically all of them died under the impact of comet. Even the military fortress built by the group would be destroyed. This group of Xianxia was almost equivalent to being exterminated because it was impossible to build such a fortress without hundreds of years. The remaining fish that escaped the net could no longer threaten the Northern Witch Council. All the souls returned to the material plane. After the half-plane withstood the impact of comet, the power of its own law began to repair the damage of the half-plane. Above this half-plane, where the Xianxia's military fortress broke through, there was a place similar to the ozone layer hole. With the convergence of the power of the law, the hole broken by the Xianxia gradually healed, but the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and there was another force connected to the material plane. A shadow emerged under the starry sky. His whole body was shrouded in dark smoke, and he stood in the darkness of the sky-like void. This was not his real body, but a very advanced projection. He looked at the half-plane in front of him, frowned slightly, and then murmured, "Sure enough, it's better to let this group of idiot Xianxia test the depth of the Northern Witch Council." After this old woman came back from the abyss, she could still hold on for hundreds of years. She can't be easy to deal with. A legendary witch? Sure enough, even the gods are a little afraid of her existence. But why did she insist on keeping that thing? Is she also interested in the power of the evil god? It's not easy to deal with them. But this half-plane seems to be a breakthrough point. In order to support the growth of this semi-plane, they actually connected the semi-plane to the northern lands of the material plane. What a crazy behavior. Aren't they worried about plane collisions? What? There's still one alive? The dark shadow appeared in the half-plane. He looked at the distorted space in front of him and said strangely, "It turns out that she hid in a different dimension space." What a lucky guy. Pada. Queen Xianxia, dressed in gorgeous clothes, fell out of the distorted space. She stared blankly at the unrecognizable land and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But at this time, a strange light appeared in the eyes of the dark shadow, and then he saw that Queen Githyanki's eyes gradually became blank as if she was controlled by some kind of spell. A useful chess piece. The dark shadow floated in the air. He raised his hand and waved to cover Queen Githyanki's in front of him in an energy shield. Then he silently looked at the half-plane in front of him and murmured, although it's quite dangerous. But the person who came up with this method is definitely a genius. To be able to grow a half-plane to such an extent in just 100 years, it's really a speed that even the gods are amazed. Material plane? He leaned over and picked up a handful of soil on the ground and said in a low voice, "Is this soil from the material plane? What method did the northern witches use to connect this half-plane to the energy supply of the material plane? Maybe I should sneak into them and spy on them." The pitch-black shadow dissipated. The whole half-plane gradually returned to calm. Although this new half-plane was not small in size, there was almost no life in it. It was just growing day by day, growing dozens of square meters of space every day. It may seem difficult to notice, but after a year, 10 years, and 100 years of accumulation, it was a quite large new space. There was soil and air here, but something was still missing. It had not yet begun to breathe life, but it was really a little unusual. Everything seemed to be over for the time being. This half-plane, which still looked very young in the astral world, was shrouded in a layer of iris. The new law power protected this space, and then it was like other planes, floating in this almost endless sea of astral world. This was the accumulation of the Northern Witch Council for hundreds of years. Perhaps it was not as good as the divine kingdom that the gods had been operating for thousands of years, but it was undeniable that it had great potential for growth. Material plane. Soren's soul appeared outside the astral world portal. Before he could react, the portal was closed by the Eye of the North. At the same time, all the souls fell like meteors and flew to their bodies in the wizard tower. A moment of trance, when Soren opened his eyes again, he had returned to Gloria's wizard tower. But before he could speak, Soren's body had begun to turn red, his body temperature gradually rose, and he felt a burning pain all over his body. His face was very red, and his skin was like a cooked lobster. A force rushed from his body to his whole body, and then gradually merged into his body. This was the power from the soul projection brought back a part of the power of the red dragon. The power of the dragon's blood baptism took effect when the soul projection returned to the body. At the same time, it made Soren feel a weakened version of the pain again. This was an incomplete dragon's blood baptism. The power brought back by Soren's soul projection was only a part of it. The other part would probably need to kill another red dragon. Obviously. This was more difficult in a short period of time. The burning breath dissipated. Soren gradually melted the power of the dragon's blood baptism. When he recovered from the trance state of the soul projection returning to the body, the shadow of the Eye of the North appeared on the astrology platform. This time, she was looking at Soren in front of her. The Eye of the North looked at him deeply, and then slowly said, "Gloria. Bring him here. He should be rewarded for his actions this time. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss." The light of a portal appeared. Gloria glanced at Soren gently, then nodded gently and said, "Come with me." The two got up and walked into the portal. When entering the portal, Soren frowned slightly. The scene just now made him think of a lot of things. First of all, the wizard towers of the Northern Witch Council were all connected together. This was a huge maze with great power. Then, although Gloria was the owner of this wizard tower, the Eye of the North also seemed to have control of this wizard tower, and may have a higher control authority than Gloria. This could be seen from the fact that she just casually opened the portal of the wizard tower. In other words, this wizard tower still belonged to the Witch Council, but it was managed by Gloria. And it seemed that the Eye of the North had a strong control over the Witch Council, and she also had a strong prestige in Gloria's heart. As a veteran legendary witch who had been in charge of the North for hundreds of years, the Eye of the North's status and influence were quite amazing. If he could get her favor, it was basically equivalent to winning over the Witch Council, which was very important for Soren, who currently lacked strong allies. Another pirate king, Ashrod, was backed by the Naga Siren royal family, and the sea priest did everything for the Church of the Sea Goddess. Soren needed forces outside the south coast as his allies. And it would not affect his strength in the outer islands, although it was just a very insignificant matter. Soren judged a lot of things and thought of another reason to invite Gloria. The wizard tower of the Witch Council. Although it was managed by Gloria, it was not her personal property after all. The two of them stepped into the teleportation array. Sure enough, as Soren expected, the wizard towers in the north were connected together, and they were basically connected by portals. When Soren came over, many members of the Northern Witch Council had gathered here. All of them were beautiful women, and it was difficult to judge their age from their appearance. Although there were high-grade male wizards in the Northern Witch Council, all the ones who were eligible to enter the council were women. The status of high-grade male wizards was similar to that of guests, but they could not reach the core of power. In the face of Soren's arrival, the other northern witches were curious, but there was no hostility. Many of them smiled and nodded at him and Gloria, and the witches greeted each other with a slight nod. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and there was no sense of open strife or veiled strife like in other organizations. This meant that under the management of the Eye of the North, the members of the Northern Witch Council were quite united. This unity would immediately transform into a strong fighting force once they encountered other places. Therefore, when Soren saw the Eye of the North being looked at with respect by many witches, his evaluation of her in his heart could not help but improve a lot. She was worthy of being a veteran legendary witch who had stood for hundreds of years. Not only was she powerful, but she was also first class in the way she controlled the council. This kind of wisdom was worthy of respect, but Soren preferred the feeling of being in awe rather than respect. So he could never be loved and respected by others like the Eye of the North, but he liked to be worshipped and respected by his subordinates. It was hard to say which was better, but it was much more difficult to win respect than to win awe. Soren still liked simple and crude things. Sit down. The Eye of the North looked slightly old. In fact, it was inevitable that she would grow old at her age. She looked at the other witches with her white pupils, and then tapped the ground with her staff. When her eyes fell on Soren, the Eye of the North paused for a moment, and then said, "Be quiet. I know what you all want to know in your hearts. I'll tell you what happened now, and let you know why the Xianxias attacked us." A silver-white brilliance emerged. A blade fragment about the size of a dagger appeared out of thin air in the palm of the Eye of the North. When the silver-white blade fragment appeared, everyone present felt a force in their hearts. Then they couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. They looked at each other and communicated secretly. Everything was inseparable from the word artifact. Soren and Gloria looked at each other. Although neither of them spoke, they could guess the meaning in each other's eyes. That was, everything was for the artifact. The artifact had incredible power. Although there were many artifacts in history, it was quite rare for them to fall into the hands of mortals. Looking at the equipment on Soren's body, it was clear that although he had fought for so long, the limit of his contact was only legendary items. The artifact was out of his reach, and at the same time, it was also quite fatal. Because the artifact could be located by magic. In front of them was an artifact, or a fragment of a powerful artifact. Even if it was just a fragment, they could feel the power contained in it. And Soren also felt a strange aura. It seemed to come from an evil god. Among the people present, he was the only one who had this feeling, because the others were surprised. Only Soren couldn't help but frown. His expression was a little uneasy, a little disgusted, and a little repulsed. The artifact was naturally inextricably related to the gods, but the silver sword of Xianxia didn't seem to be related to many gods. In Soren's memory, it seemed to have more interactions with some evil gods. They're here for this. The Eye of the North looked at the others present, then raised her hand and cast an isolation light. She said to the others, "About 150 years ago, this thing fell into our hands, so I've been keeping it since then. There are still some fragments like this scattered in many places, but the two largest ones are kept by us and the Wizard City. For so many years, we've been secretly studying its secrets." The silver sword of Xianxia was forged in a very ancient era. The Kingdom of Soul Suckers was another era of arcane prosperity that was not inferior to the Silver Age. So we've been trying to study some secrets from it, and the special divine power it contains. Unfortunately, our research progress is very slow, and some of the ancient knowledge has been lost. For more than 100 years, we've only completed 1.5 research projects. the Eye of the North made a gesture behind her. Then they saw two witches with the same old face come out. They glanced at the other witches who were obviously much younger and took out two pieces of special silver-white metal. The members of the Witch Council were elected once every 50 years. If they couldn't advance to the legendary level, they could only retire behind the scenes. The legendary witches could continue to be re-elected. Look. The Eye of the North raised her hand and touched the silver-white metal, then slowly said, "This is the first project we cracked, the secret of the silver sword of Xianxia. The silver metal can change shape and has a special memory ability. What you see with the naked eye is a silver flowing liquid, but in fact, its real side is a kind of powerful memory metal that can repair itself." Legend. The high-level golems of the Arcane Empire could repair themselves, no matter how serious the damage was, they could not be completely destroyed. And they could change their shape on their own. Many great arcanists could transform them into a kind of weapon called advanced magic armor to protect themselves. We have always thought that the material of advanced magic armor has an inseparable relationship with these astral metals. The Eye of the North raised her hand and waved on the silver-white metal. Then they saw a faint aura emerge, and the silver-white metal changed its shape automatically. First, it turned into the shape of a silver sword of Xianxia, then it turned into a beheading sword, then it turned into a pair of gloves, and finally it even structured into a toy model of about 20 centimeters high that was similar to the appearance of a steel golem. Such a change gave a strong impact to many of the witches present, and they could not help but be stunned one by one. Even Soren was a little stunned. So high-end, in the past, he also came into contact with the relics left by the Arcane Empire, but it was the first time he saw such a high-end thing. Although we have cracked some of the secrets. The Eye of the North glanced at the others, closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then continued, for example, its ability to change shape, the recovery ability of the memory metal, and the fusion of elemental energy, etc. But we have no way to use it in other places. At most, we can only imitate the silver sword of Xianxia, which is undoubtedly not of much use to us. We lack the most core part of the knowledge. So this topic has entered a dead zone 30 years ago and has been sealed in the cutting-edge laboratory of the Witch Council. There was a short silence. The Eye of the North glanced at Soren and continued, "As for the other half of the topic, it belongs to the study of divine power. The silver sword of Xianxia once killed 3 evil gods, 2 of which were true gods with divinity, and 1 of which was a slightly weaker demigod. So this artifact fragment has always had residual divine power, and we tried to use it to crack some of the secrets. There are many secrets in this topic that can't be told to you. When you reach the realm of legends, you can come to me to learn new knowledge. From today onwards, if any of you are interested in the research of the first topic, I will also open your access to this topic in the library. If there is no problem, everyone else can leave. Gloria. And your friend, stay. I have something to say to you. P.S. Today's update. There are 2 more. My novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow it, hurry up. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The northern witches carefully left the room one by one. Before leaving, they couldn't help but curiously look at Soren, and their eyes seemed to be very interested. Someone who could make Her Excellency the Eye of the North ask to stay should not be an ordinary person. Faced with the gaze of so many senior witches, even Soren felt a little pressure. After all, they were almost equivalent to more than 80% of the top fighting force in the north. Any one of these women had the strength, identity, and status of a city lord. Sit down. The Eye of the North glanced at Gloria, and then her eyes fell on Soren. She slowly said, "Thank you for your help this time. The Witch Council is merciless to their enemies, but they are never stingy to their friends. If you hadn't killed the Red Dragon, I'm afraid we wouldn't have won the battle so easily. So I'm going to give you a reward in return for your help." A faint light of magic appeared. A shadow similar to a treasure trove appeared in the palm of the Eye of the North, and at the same time, 3 items appeared. She looked at Soren in front of her and slowly said, "Choose one of them." Or you can choose this red dragon's soul. When you killed it, I had a soul-trapping crystal with me that automatically imprisoned part of its soul. To some extent, it also has a strong power, but your spell-casting ability is too low. I'm afraid you can't use its power. A dark red crystal appeared. This was an extremely rare crystal that could only be found at the edge of the Bautour Inferno. It was a legendary item, and its effect was to automatically cast a spell similar to soul trapping on some powerful enemies after killing them. It could imprison the enemy's complete soul, or part of it. This kind of crystal rarely appeared in the material plane. Since the Eye of the North had such a crystal, Soren was basically sure that she had been to the Bautour Inferno. Red Dragon Soul. Soren glanced at the dark red crystal, but he didn't show much interest in it. The power of the soul was very strong. However, the soul binding technique could only bind a part of it, and it required a special ability to mobilize it. Otherwise, this kind of crystal could only be considered a top-grade soul stone, which could be used to trade souls with devils. Soren did not have the ability to touch the soul realm yet, so he could only absorb the red dragon's soul and convert it into slaughter EXP. It might be tens of thousands of slaughter EXP, but he had other ways to accumulate slaughter EXP. There was no need to waste such a precious opportunity. So he looked at the other rewards that the Eye of the North had shown him. 3 pieces of legendary equipment. Unfortunately, Soren could only choose one of them. The first legendary equipment was a cape. The Eye of the North didn't seem to have any intention of explaining the uses of the equipment to Soren. He simply let him choose one from the pile. This was a test of one's eyesight. Soren couldn't tell what the first item was, but he was sure that it was a legendary item. It should be between Legendary Tier 1 and Legendary Tier 2. The second item was a ring. There were lifelike dragon patterns engraved on it, and it didn't seem to be an ordinary gem. It looked more like the eyeball of some creature. There was a strong magic aura on it, so it should be a powerful legendary accessory. Soren couldn't see the real thing, so he couldn't use Slaughter EXP to identify it. He could only look at the third item. Suddenly, Soren's whole body shook. He turned his head and looked at the Eye of the North in front of him. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency. I choose the last item. The boots should be what I need the most." The Eye of the North smiled and nodded. She slowly said, "You have good taste. It seems that you are an experienced rogue. And you have good knowledge." She turned to Gloria and ordered, "Gloria, go and take out the boots of wind. I have temporarily unlocked the authority of the treasury." Gloria glanced at Soren, then bowed and left. Soren seemed to be thinking about something. The Eye of the North asked Gloria to get something, obviously to send her away. Could it be that she had something to say to him alone? Gloria walked out of the room. The Eye of the North stared deeply at Soren. An invisible pressure made Soren's whole body tense, but he didn't feel any obvious hostility. After a while, the pressure subsided, and the Eye of the North's white pupil emitted a faint light. She sighed and said, "I can see people outside of fate. Maybe this is why Gloria chose you." People outside of fate. Soren couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that he still didn't know how to react. The Eye of the North stared at his expression and said slowly, "You should have heard the story about the goddess of fate flipping a coin. You are the kind of person who will make the coin stand up when it hits the ground." So that's what she meant. Soren showed a thoughtful expression, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't know prophecy magic, and he didn't know anything about fate. Soren couldn't see what the Eye of the North could see. "I met someone like you when I was young." The Eye of the North seemed to remember something, and her expression became gentle. She said slowly, "There are only 1 or 2 people like you every 100 years, and all of you are restless. It seems that anything related to you will eventually deviate from the original path. It can be a good thing, a ray of hope, but it can also be a terrible thing, a fire of destruction." The old woman in front of him seemed to be lost in her memories. Her white pupil looked at the sky, and she seemed to be reminiscing. She whispered, "Unfortunately, he still chose a path that deviated from our path. Young man, I don't know what you will choose in the end. But I already feel that something terrible is about to happen. The stars that represent the gods are dim, and this is definitely not a good thing. Young man, people like you have a lot of freedom in their fate, even more so than the gods. I hope you can make a good choice. The Eye of the North sighed, as if she had met someone who would make the coin of fate stand up. She slowly sat down, and she didn't want to say anything else. She just fell into deep thought. Since her life was so long, she naturally had a lot of memories. Wizards who could become legendary were rarely impractical. Most of them had experienced many battles, and their footprints were even involved in many planes. Light footsteps were heard. Gloria's figure quickly came in from outside. She was holding a pair of exquisite leather boots with special runes on them. This was the reward that Soren had chosen. It was a legendary level 2 equipment, and it was also a very famous legendary equipment. Item type, Boots of Gale, +2, item grade, legendary, grade 2, item description, this is a pair of boots with legendary stories. They appeared in many stories because they were the pride of many legendary professions. In fact, there were many such legendary boots, but their number was getting fewer and fewer. But no matter what, it was a dream item for many professions, whether it was for battle or escape. Requirements, none. Equipment effect, permanent, haste. Equipment special effect, haste, this equipment has the effect of haste. Anyone who wears it will automatically receive the haste spell buff. Their movement speed will be greatly increased, and at the same time, their attack speed will be increased by a little. This spell effect cannot be removed by dispel magic, unless someone destroys this equipment, such as disintegrate, Mordenkainen's disintegrate, and so on. A legendary equipment. A legendary equipment that wasn't very high grade, but was quite useful. Permanent, haste, it was called Boots of Haste by adventurers. It was a piece of equipment that could only be found by chance, and it was also a necessary item for a top rogue. Eye of the North seemed a little tired. After she handed the equipment to Soren, she waved her hand and motioned them to leave. When Soren and Gloria bowed slightly and left, she looked at Soren in front of her, then smiled at Gloria and said, "He's not bad." Then Eye of the North closed her eyes, as if she wanted to be alone. My novel Abyss Ruler will have more new content on the official WeChat platform, and there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss, he's not bad. This sentence seemed to have another layer of meaning. But there was no doubt that this represented the Eye of the North's affirmation of Soren. Although Soren was relatively silent from the beginning to the end and almost didn't say much. But at that time, he was able to follow Gloria to the astral plane without hesitation, which had already proved a lot of things. Some things were not said, but done. As a legendary witch who had experienced countless storms, the Eye of the North had seen many men who were good at flattery, but she appreciated the kind of men who proved themselves with their actions the most. No matter how much they said, they couldn't compare to what they did for her. Perhaps stupid women would be easily blinded by words, but women like her would see more. So when Gloria heard this, a slight blush appeared on her face, and then she turned her head and glanced at Soren. At first, she actually had a vague impression of Soren. He was just an interesting rogue and a brother who loved his sister. Since she met Soren in Amber City, she didn't pay much attention to this man. She just felt that he was a little special. Compared to other rogues, he obviously knew more. What really attracted her attention was Vivian. That little girl was the key to her attention. But as time passed little by little, Soren attracted her more and more things. She didn't expect a rogue to have such rich knowledge, and she didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Soren's speed of improvement was completely beyond her expectations, which made her very interested and secretly observed him. On the other hand, she envied the relationship between Soren and Vivian. As a northern witch, she rarely experienced family affection, so Vivian awakened her deep maternal instinct to some extent. In fact, before meeting the believers of the god of hunting, Soren was just an interesting person to her. As a noble northern witch, it was impossible for her to fall in love with a man so easily. But all this changed when they encountered the believers of the god of hunting. Under such circumstances, Soren did not hesitate to choose to fight for a chance of survival for them, even if it was possible for him to die in the hands of the hunters. Death. People were very tense when facing death, and it was easy for them to affect others at this time. At that moment, Gloria saw the courage to face death in Soren's eyes. At that moment, Soren gave her a completely different impression. The figure of this man grew taller and taller, and finally stopped at the scene where he was drenched in blood as he rushed towards the hunters. He faced death directly in order to let them leave safely. Although it was more for the sake of the cute little girl, Gloria, as one of them, would remember everything in her heart. She would remember the courage and protection of that moment. Time passed just like that. Gloria remembered this man. She even thought of him and worried about his safety. For this reason, she didn't hesitate to use the divination spell that she had to pay a price for. Some emotions seemed to be brewing. Although they spent less time together since they reunited, and he seemed to have been busy for Vivian, Gloria had deeply remembered this man and even felt happy to see him again. Sometimes, she even thought that if he was half as good to her as he was to Vivian, then it might be good to marry him. After all, as a noble and powerful northern witch, there were not many men she could choose. Ordinary people were not worthy of her at all, and there were only a few legendary figures whose strength and status were similar to hers. She didn't want to be like her mother and find a random man to have children with. Although Gloria knew that her father was also a powerful wizard, in fact, she rarely saw him because her mother only wanted to have better offspring with him. Sometimes, wizards were so rational and cold. As a northern witch, Gloria knew that she must not be impulsive, because spellcasters needed to be calm and precise. But when facing this man, she always seemed to have an impulse in her heart. So, when she saw Soren again, she subconsciously dressed up a little. If nothing else happened, some emotions should continue to be transitioned. They might accumulate at a certain moment, or they might return to calmness over time. But a little accident happened. When the attack of the Xianxia spread to the material plane, and Soren did not hesitate to choose to go to the astral world with her, the accumulated emotions in Gloria's heart broke out. Although she didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, no one knew that her heart was trembling. Because this time, he didn't do it for Vivian, but for himself. Inside the wizard tower. After Soren came back, he was arranged to a big room by Gloria. A cross-plane battle not only tired his body, but also Soren's high-strung nerves. So when he returned to the room, he was ready to take a little rest. But to his surprise, this big room seemed to be decorated a little too well. It looked like Gloria's boudoir. The floor was covered with a soft velvet carpet, and the walls were covered with exquisite relief paintings. There was a dressing table near the window on the opposite side, which looked like some kind of expensive purple wood. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, which was exactly the same as Gloria's. The soft bed was enough for 10 people to lie on. Soren remembered that Vivian seemed to have mentioned that Gloria's bed was very big because she liked to sleep like this. The discovery in front of him made Soren's heart beat faster, and at the same time, he felt that his mouth was dry. His whole body was hot, his skin was slightly red, and even his breathing seemed to have become a little faster. Click. Soren gently opened the wardrobe. Sure enough, there were soft and tight female pajamas, and there was a witch's robe next to it. In the corner of the wardrobe, there was a female belt. There was no doubt that this was Gloria's room, because everything Soren saw told him that Gloria usually slept in this room. Heavy footsteps sounded. Soren took a step back and closed the wardrobe. When he came to the door, the steel golem's dull voice sounded from outside, "Your Excellency. Master asked me to take you to a bath. Please come with me." Hearing the voice outside the door, Soren suddenly felt that his body was sticky. Just now, his whole body was hot, and it seemed that he had sweated a lot. He didn't know if it was because of the side effect of the dragon blood baptism, or some other reason. Soren felt that his current condition was not quite right. According to Chinese medicine, it should be hyperactive. Maybe it was really because of the dragon blood baptism. Too much was as bad as too little. 30% of the medicinal properties would become toxic. My novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there's also a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, Click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, dread and follow. Hurry up. Soren followed the iron golem to a room on the other floor of the wizard tower. This room had a special doorknob, and it seemed to be a private place. It seemed to have been set up with a magic barrier. The iron golem didn't enter the room. Instead, it took out something that looked like a ruby crystal from its palm, and gently tapped on the rune on the door. A faint red light appeared, and the sound of a magic lock being opened came from behind the door. Then, everything inside appeared in front of Soren. It was a spacious bathroom, but it was definitely not a simple bathroom. Soren smelled a very special fragrance as soon as he entered. It smelled a little like Gloria's fragrance, but it was more like sandalwood. Soren walked in and saw a lit incense burner. It was an incense burner with a carved base inlaid with agate jade, and runes engraved with golden threads. The simple magic circle allowed the incense from the east to burn slowly, and at the same time, spread the calming scent throughout the room. There was a bed on the opposite side of the room. There was something that looked like a square cushion on top of it, and there were many books beside it. There were also some delicate objects that Soren didn't quite understand. There was another door on the side. He could hear the faint sound of running water. Soren walked in and immediately saw a large bathtub. However, this wasn't the most important part. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a large magic circle under the bathtub. Soren couldn't identify this magic circle with his knowledge, but he could feel the elemental aura it contained. This bathtub was definitely not simple. The room in front of him should be Gloria's secret meditation room, because there were many tools that could help wizards enter the state of meditation. Splash! Splash, splash! Soren reached his hand into the bathtub and immediately felt a surge of energy. It was the gathering of elemental energy, and it wasn't very explosive. On the contrary, it was very gentle. Elemental pool? Soren closed his eyes and tried to sense it. Unfortunately, his perception was too low, and it was difficult for him to find anything without extraordinary perception. However, Soren's experience told him that this pool was somehow connected to the elemental pool, which was the core of the wizard tower. It also reminded Soren of the pool of blue water in the sea temple. Almost every time he was cast on, he would wake up naked in that blue water. That was something similar to the elemental pool in the sea temple. Even the sea temple's holy water was continuously produced from it, however. Soren seemed to have bathed in it twice. Hopefully, the people who drank the holy water later on wouldn't mind this. Soren wasn't worried that Gloria would harm him, so he took off his clothes and entered the pool naked. A cool and refreshing aura seeped into his body. Soren heaved a sigh of relief, as if all his tiredness had been washed away. The power of the water element. Soren could feel that the water element in the pool had become much more active, and a faint magic aura appeared on the side wall of the pool, as if a special magic circle had been activated. This cool aura lasted for about 15 minutes, and then it began to turn into another more agile force, which seeped into his body little by little along the pool water. The power of the wind element. Soren closed his eyes and felt the operation of the elemental pool. A special energy emerged, and then gradually seeped into his body. Water, fire, earth, and air. The power of the four elements emerged one by one. When Soren experienced the whole process, nearly an hour had passed. Then a data prompt appeared: "You've received a special energy buff. You've experienced the basic baptism of the elemental pool. You've automatically mastered the ability, Minor Magic Resistance. Your body has acquired the characteristics of a minor magic creature. Minor Magic Resistance, gifted ability. For some reason, your body has acquired the characteristics of a magic creature, which increases your magic resistance. When facing any magic, you'll gain an additional resistance bonus of 1. This resistance bonus can be used on the magic immunity test, and it can also be converted into a damage reduction effect when receiving a magic attack. This ability cannot be improved through conventional means. As your magic resistance increases, you'll gain a stronger resistance bonus." Soren stood up in surprise. He looked at his newly acquired ability and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Magic resistance. This was one of the most difficult talents to obtain. Unlike the resistance to cold, fire, poison, and so on, magic resistance was difficult to obtain through conventional means. Moreover, the ability to resist magic could increase the immunity, and when accumulated to a certain extent, it could directly immunize some low-level magic. Soren had seen legendary equipment that increased magic resistance before, but it was the first time he saw a way to directly increase a talent. It seemed that Gloria had just activated something extraordinary for him. Magic creature. In other words, it referred to a real supernatural creature. The legendary monk's divine transcendence allowed him to be completely immune to any non-rare weapon attack, which meant that he had completely transformed into a magic creature. At the level of a legendary monk, he was basically completely out of the range of mortals. It seemed that the energy had been exhausted. The magic aura in the whole pool gradually dissipated. Soren stood up and took a look, then changed his clothes and walked out. Legendary wizards had mastered some methods to transform their bodies. The simplest method was to pay a price and use the wish spell to increase one's attributes, then use various kinds of energy to strengthen one's body. Living body strengthening was a very high-end part. Basically, only wizards in the Arcane Empire could do it. Currently, the experts in body strengthening were the liches. Ordinary liches could increase their physical and magic resistance to nearly 50%. If it was a demigod lich, then their resistance would be even stronger. After all, they were already dead creatures. Even if their bodies were destroyed, it didn't matter. At most, they could just create a new body. In contrast, the other wizards obviously didn't have it so easy. It seemed that Gloria had also studied the Arcane Empire. Soren walked out of the pool and then walked towards the room where he first started. Beside the corridor, there were many unactivated steel golems. Under normal circumstances, they were in a state of hibernation. They would only be activated when there was an emergency because the energy pool of the wizard tower couldn't keep them running for a long time. The knowledge that all wizards dreamed of was the secrets of energy during the Arcane Empire. It was enough to keep the floating city running, and it was the key for the arcanists to fight against the gods. Even a half-baked wizard like Soren knew that energy was the key to high-end combat power. Back in the room. When Soren opened the door, he paused for a moment, then walked towards the big bed as if nothing had happened. There was one more person in the room. Gloria was wearing snow-white pajamas. At the moment, she was reading a book with a soft pillow behind her back. Her white and slender thighs were crossed together. Through the gaps of her pajamas, one could see her white jade-like skin. Her toes were round and smooth. In this era, there were very few women like her. Even her toes were like pearls. This required a very superior princess-like living environment. The Northern Witch was very calm about Soren's arrival. At least she looked very calm because she was steadily turning the pages of the book with her fingers. She didn't even look up at Soren. The pajamas were tied with a white belt, so there wasn't much scenery. However, one could see her full breasts stretching out the collar. As a tall northern woman, Gloria's breasts and buttocks were much fuller than other women. She also seemed to have just taken a bath. There was a very refreshing fragrance on her body, and her silky long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Soren naturally sat on the big bed. After taking a bath, he changed into a set of loose clothes. After sitting on the bed, he directly lay on his side next to Gloria. He reached out and took a big soft pillow and put it on his back as well. Gloria naturally knew that Soren was leaning over, but she was still reading a book and seemed to be very serious. Only her breathing was a little hurried when Soren leaned over. Soren looked at the woman in front of him who was fatally attractive and seductive. He couldn't help but smile playfully. He didn't say anything. He just leaned close to Gloria and pretended to read something on the book. In fact, it was very profound magic knowledge. Soren was just a half-baked wizard, so he couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. Soren's goal was to deliberately move closer to the woman in front of him so that she could feel his breath. His hot breath blew on her ear, and her delicate skin seemed to have tiny goosebumps. This process only lasted for a minute or two. After reading for a while, Soren seemed to feel dizzy, so he pretended to stretch his body. Then, he raised his arm and naturally put it through Gloria's back. The woman beside him trembled slightly, but she didn't reject him. Then, Soren's arm went from her back to Gloria's slender waist. This posture made her lean towards Soren's shoulder. She didn't say anything. She turned her head and glanced at Soren playfully. Then, she returned her gaze to the book. Gloria's expression was still calm, but her cheeks were a little red. "It's nothing." Soren opened his mouth. His voice sounded a little drowsy. He closed his eyes and said, "Continue reading your book. It's more comfortable to hug like this." His warm palm pressed against her belly button. Soren closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, but his fingertips were gently moving across Gloria's smooth belly. He could feel her body trembling slightly, so the playful smile on his face became more and more obvious. At the same time, he inadvertently drew a circle around her belly button. Phew, Gloria's breathing quickened, but her expression was still calm. She didn't even look at Soren. Her eyes were still on the thick book, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. His fingertips moved up, little by little. It wasn't a sudden attack. Soren's finger moved along her belly button. He could feel her skin tighten slightly. Gloria could clearly feel his fingertips approaching her chest, so the moment they were about to touch, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, Soren stretched out his hand and grabbed a soft, supple lump. The silky texture was warm and smooth like jade. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't been so close to a woman for a long time. He held it with his hand and squeezed it. Soren knew that this wasn't a very comfortable technique for women, so he gently pinched a bit of red. His index finger and thumb moved slightly, and his pinky finger moved across the plump and delicate edge. There was a slight tremor. Soren's fingers left afterimages in a small area. In the next moment, Gloria's breathing was completely disrupted. Her delicate body that was half leaning in Soren's arms tensed up, as if she had been electrocuted. The pages of her book fell apart. Soren's eyes were still closed. His action made Gloria relax a little, because it was easy to feel nervous when being stared at like this. So when Soren's fingers stopped, she quickly adjusted her breathing and flipped the book back to its original page. Then, she couldn't help but cross her legs and change her posture. It was a subconscious action, but it made Soren smile even more strange. "Come closer." Soren opened his eyes slightly. His hand was still holding the left breast. He casually said, "It's more convenient this way." With a little force, Gloria's delicate body leaned over and completely leaned into his arms. What was more convenient? In fact, both of them knew what was going to happen next. But this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, especially since it was their first time. Maybe if Soren used a simple and rough method, Gloria, who had completely accepted him in her heart, wouldn't resist, but Soren wouldn't do such a thing. From the beginning, Soren had the upper hand. It was as if he was progressing step by step. He was also observing, pleasing, and playing with her. His palms changed the plump and fair skin into various shapes. This process lasted for 3 minutes. Soren wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He was just controlling Gloria's body. At the beginning, she was nervous and trembling, but she slowly got used to his touch. This was the first time she was so close to a man. Soren could feel it from her body. When Gloria's body started to get used to Soren's touch, he began to move on to the next part. His fingers gently slid down along her flat stomach. Bit by bit, they went deeper and deeper. The loose straps of her pajamas had already been loosened. Half of Gloria's clothes were faintly discernible. She couldn't read at all. When she felt his fingers getting closer and closer to a certain spot, she subconsciously clamped her slender legs together. Then, she pressed the heavy book against Soren's palm. She was nervous, she had just relaxed, but now she was nervous again. Her skin couldn't help but tighten. It was at this moment. Soren opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He threw the book down and leaned over to kiss Gloria's lips. Compared to the initial gentleness, Soren's kiss was a little rough. It was almost suffocating. Gloria's response was clumsy and slow. In fact, she could only hug Soren's neck and passively let him invade her. His hot breath and powerful aura didn't give her any room to resist. The kiss didn't stop. After the initial intense invasion, it gradually turned into gentle nibbling and licking. The tip of their tongues touched and intertwined. His breath was so close. Perhaps it wasn't as thrilling as an electric shock, but it made Gloria feel like she was in perfect harmony with him. Kissing was always the closest form of expression. It was even closer to each other's hearts than the last step. Then, she started to feel a finger sliding down. But this time, she didn't reject it. She wasn't even that nervous anymore. Maybe it was because she was a little out of breath. The skin that his fingers touched was as smooth and delicate as always. This made Soren a little surprised. Because he had already touched a place that was as oily and moist as honey, but he didn't touch any hair. Gloria clamped her legs together the moment he touched her, almost trapping Soren's hand between them. But it didn't matter. Soren's fingertips were wet and moist. Then, he ran his fingers along the delicate skin. He could feel Gloria suddenly tremble. She seemed to want to moan, but because he was kissing her lips, she could only make a faint nasal sound. Sauron appeared to be very gentle. His fingers moved at a small distance and occasionally trembled at an astonishing frequency. Gloria's whole body tensed up. In fact, from the moment Soren started, she was already in a state of pleasure that she had never felt before. Omnipotent hands. There were probably not many people in the world who had more dexterous fingers than Soren. Ah! She finally let out an uncontrollable moan. Gloria leaned on his chest and panted. Her beautiful face was already bright red. Her white forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her 5 fingers were clenched, her legs were trembling, her feet were arched, and even her calves were trembling a little. She had just experienced a feeling that she had never experienced before. This feeling was quite unfamiliar to her, but it was still intoxicating. It's just beginning. Soren withdrew his slippery fingers and smiled playfully. It seems like you're ready. There were no extra movements. A beautiful fusion of soul and flesh was unfolding. It was still early. She still had enough time to enjoy and experience this new and intoxicating feeling. P.S. 5,000 words chapter. I wrote for a whole day. I wanted to write a warm feeling. I don't know if I succeeded. P.S. Some parts of the plot need to be modified. Unable to fill in the word count. Can only paste some information. Sorry. Level 1 Magic Armor Blind Burning Hand Charm Human Ice Palm Colorful Ball Colorful Spray Find Magic Pet Friendly Grease Identification Night Vision Larock Energy Absorption Magic Missile Protection Evil Protection Petrification Shadow Shield Lightning Claw Hypnosis Intimidation Level 2 Agana Spitfire Haze Deafness Detect Evil Detect Invisibility Ghoul Touch Glittering Powder Fear Invisibility Percussion Clear Alignment Luck Melf Acid Arrow Mirror Shadow Law Command Lethargy Weakness Light Resistance Fear Stinking Cloud Strength Sound Spider Web Level 3 Clairvoyance Detect Illusion Berserk Charm Dispel Magic Fireball Fire Arrow Spirit Armor Haste Immobilization Undead Immobilization 10 feet Invisibility Lightning Mayo Minor Meteor Small Spell Deflection Level 1 Summon Monster Undetectable Protection from Cold Damage Protection from Fire Damage Protection from Ranged Weapon Removal Spell Skeleton Trap Slow Spell Penetration Vampires Touch Level 4 Confusion Infection Farsight Emotional Helplessness Enchanted Weapon Poison Curse Fire Shield Blue Fire Shield Red Small Spell Nullification Barrier Ice Storm Advanced Invisibility Odolook Elastic Barrier Small Sequencing Level 2 Summon Monster Removal Curse Transform Others Transform Self Soul Armor Secret Word Spider Breeding Mage Ice Stone Skin Teleport Level 5 Corpse Manipulation Dispel Confusion Death Cloud Icicle Summon Secondary Wind Elemental Summon Secondary Earth Elemental Summon Secondary Fire Elemental Control Stun Immobilization Reduce Resistance Small Spell Reversal Level 3 Summon Monster Oracle Phantom Blade Protection Acid Damage Protection Electric Damage Protection Normal Weapon Protection Shadow Door Spell Nullification Spell Shield Sunfire Level 6 Summon Scavenger Chain Lightning Summon Wind Elemental Summon Fire Elemental Summon Earth Elemental Accident Death Fog Death Disintegration Petrification Spell Nullification Barrier Advanced Haste Invisibility Spirit Mislead See Through Magic Law Order Silence Magic Energy Damage Protection Magic Weapon Spell Deflection Dispel Petrification Summon Neon Mist Tansin Polymorph True Sight Summon Pterosaur Level 7 From here on out, it's a high-level battle. Summon Undead Creature Manipulation Delay Explosive Fireball Finger of Death Kelbin Whip of Protection Limited Wish Golden Bell Shield Mass Invisibility Duncan Sword Order Prismatic Jet Projection Protect Elemental Damage Ruby Reversal Ray Spell Sequencing Confusion Barrier Summon Wind Jin Summon Fire Jin Summon Harkshaw Spell Reversal Level 8 Arbidaki Withering Spell Super Golden Bell Shield Burning Cloud Labyrinth See Through Shield Order Blind Mimicry Spell activate summon demon death seal fear seal shock seal protect energy. Damage level 9 ultimate golden bell shield annihilation demon sword chain mishap energy drain freedom gate between worlds imprisonment meteor burst order death transformation alien spell trap spell heavy strike time stop banshee hell PS. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search Fork Dread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The morning sun shone down. Soren slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Maybe it was because he got a lot of satisfaction last night, or maybe it was because he hadn't had such a good rest in a long time. So he slept until almost noon before he woke up. The tip of his nose was still surrounded by a faint fragrance, and his fingertips seemed to still have the soft and delicate touch of last night. However, Gloria's figure was no longer here, and even the traces of last night's madness had been cleaned up. For a high-grade northern witch, this was no more than a matter of lifting a finger. A set of new clothes was neatly stacked on the cabinet next to the bed. It was not the adventurer's outfit that Soren was used to, but the kind of simple, loose, and comfortable clothes. The style seemed to be something that the northern nobles liked, because the northern nobles' men and women's clothes were a little bit tight. Soren stood up naked, stretched his muscles a little, and then put on the rather casual clothes. At this time, he realized that he had been so tense in the past that he had never prepared clothes for himself except for the adventurer's outfit, combat outfit. Yes. All of Soren's clothes were designed for combat, and he would never consider this kind of clothes that were a little tight. Basically, all the clothes he prepared were like the kind of training clothes that could be opened and closed, but in fact, the clothes that people usually wear are a little similar to the clothes that we are wearing now. There is a danger that a roundhouse kick will turn into an open pants. If it was in the past, Soren would probably not wear such clothes, because he had to be ready for battle at any time. However, this was obviously prepared for him by Gloria, so he still put it on. Besides, this was Gloria's wizard tower. There was a sound in the room. Immediately, there was a dull sound of footsteps, and a clay golem came in with a breakfast box. It bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency. This is what the master prepared for you. She is now in the lab, and the master said that you can go to her when you wake up." The clay golem consumed less energy. They were low-level golems that were always in the wizard tower. Basically, they were in a state of operation all day long. Usually, these golems were also responsible for cleaning the wizard tower. Many of them were injected with a higher level of intelligence. After receiving Soren's nod, the clay golem carried the breakfast box over like a servant and placed it firmly on the table. It weighed about 600 pounds and was much taller than an adult. It was suitable for a lot of heavy work. Breakfast was simple. Since this was the wizard tower, the food was very similar to the wizard's style. Most wizards liked to drink morning tea. The tea bricks from the east were ground and finally made into something similar to milk tea. Soren didn't really like the taste, but he didn't reject it either. He ate a few pieces of bacon, a large piece of white bread, and finally drank the milk tea. In terms of food, other than the halflings, there is no other race in the world that can compete with the foodies of my great China. Soren quickly went to the lab. Gloria seemed to have released his authority in the wizard tower, because Soren could actually give simple orders to the puppet golems, such as leading the way and opening a room. In fact, the women who had power in this world were very strong. Soren never expected the other party to become obedient because of their closer relationship. He was a man who rose from the Underdark. In the Underdark, the drows could cut a man who had just been glued to each other into pieces of meat in the blink of an eye for their own interests. It was conceivable that a man who had stayed in the Underdark would not be too naive about the thoughts of any woman. Lab. When Soren came in, Gloria already knew. However, she didn't turn around to look at him. Instead, she focused on a small piece of silver-white metal in front of her. Gloria was wearing a pair of special black-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, the crystal lenses were faintly glowing. There were many tightly packed instrument parts around her, and there were also test tubes filled with an unknown liquid. At this moment, she was no longer as gentle and charming as she was last night. This was because she was wearing a thick wizard robe with many dense defensive runes. In case of any accident, the spells on the robe would collectively trigger and protect her from all kinds of unexpected situations. No experiment conducted by an adept was absolutely safe. It could be said that alchemy skills were improved little by little in an explosion. If a wizard didn't pay attention to protecting himself, he could easily die in his own experiments. "You're awake?" When Soren's footsteps approached, Gloria gently moved her finger and used the wizard's hand to put down the silver-white metal. Then she slowly took off her black-rimmed glasses and turned to look at Soren with a gentle smile. "You slept like a child last night. When I woke up, I saw that you were sleeping very soundly, so I didn't wake you up." Soren looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Even though she was wearing a thick wizard robe, it still couldn't cover her exquisite body. He stretched out his arms and hugged Gloria in front of him. She didn't dodge at all. Instead, she very docilely leaned into his arms like a kitten and changed into a more comfortable position. A warm hug. Soren could smell the fragrance of her hair from the tip of his nose. His always sharp eyes seemed to have softened a lot at this moment. He slowly said, "Yes. I slept very soundly last night. But I didn't think that you would be able to recover so quickly after that." Hearing this, Gloria's charming face blushed. She lightly punched him and raised her head. She didn't want to admit defeat and said, "It's just that I'm not used to it for the first time. Don't forget that I'm a high-grade witch. A well-prepared spellcaster can face any situation calmly." Soren heard this and said, "Like the grease spell?" Gloria's face instantly turned red. She turned her back to him as if something was poked in her heart. As expected, Soren's face showed a trace of understanding. No wonder it felt so smooth last night. He thought that Gloria's body was special and had a higher flow rate. It turned out that she had secretly used some special grease spell. Spellcasters are really omnipotent. He opened his arms and hugged Gloria's slender waist from behind. He leaned over and kissed her earlobe. Then he hugged her soft body tightly in his arms. The two people's ears and noses rubbed against each other as they enjoyed this moment of intimacy. After a moment, Soren turned Gloria's body around. Then he looked at her beautiful face and leaned over to kiss her lips. Gloria couldn't help but close her eyes. Then she wrapped her hands around Soren's neck. Compared to last night's inexperience, she had learned some tricks from Soren. She could occasionally fight back when their lips and tongues were chasing each other. Her breath was a little short, and her charming face was blushing. "Do it again?" Soren was slightly panting. His hands were already holding her full breasts and gently kneading them through her clothes. Gloria's body trembled a little. She gently shook her head and said, "No. It still hurts a little." "Oh. How about you let me drink a bottle of healing potion first?" At first, she obviously wanted to refuse. But when she felt Soren's heat and firmness, she couldn't help but gently bite her lips. Then she made a suggestion that made Soren laugh uncontrollably. Soren rarely laughed. But when Gloria said that she wanted to drink a bottle of healing potion first, he seemed to have been poked at a certain laughing point. He suddenly didn't want to continue the exercise. Instead, he hugged her tightly and kissed her on the lips. The two hugged each other for a little while. Then Soren was kicked out by a blushing Gloria. Because his fingers were not honest at all. In fact, no rogue's hands were honest. Gloria wanted to continue her experiment before they left for the outer islands. As a noble and powerful northern witch, she would never forget herself because of sexual pleasure. Although she enjoyed the pleasure brought to her by Soren, it was just an ornament in life. She still had a very important project to complete as soon as possible. Because Gloria had a hunch that if she went to the outer islands, she might not have time to come back in a short time. P.S. Carvin. I've only written this much after a whole day. I don't know how it's going. I don't have any today. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss. Most of the northern witches had special prophecy and divination abilities. This often made them have quite amazing intuition, and they could vaguely feel some fragments of the future. For example, Soren had only stayed here for a day, and he found that the northern cities seemed to be preparing for war, and it seemed that they had been preparing for it for some time. The food, weapons, important materials, and so on here were now all under the unified management of the Council of Higher Witches. Compared to other places, the response of the north was quite fast. Soren was also calculating the time when the time of troubles would begin. At the latest, the first batch of gods and saints would appear around October this year, and now it was almost February. Who could better deal with the time of troubles in the future would depend on the preparations in the next 8 months. Because once the war between the gods began, all kinds of divine power would wreak havoc in the mortal world, and at that time it would be difficult to produce. In addition, the abyss demons would invade the material plane, and the purgatory devils would sow discord everywhere. At that time, the resources of the entire material plane would be scarce. Soren had been hoarding food, and Snake Island had now become a big granary. It could be said that the price of food on the south coast had basically increased by more than 50% because of his large purchases, and the price of food continued to rise, and it was estimated that it would more than double around March. At noon the next day, Soren's pirates brought back a message. The fleet he ordered had arrived at the deepwater port, but because of the fear of Soren's power, the deepwater port refused to let Soren's fleet dock, and it also urgently reported to the Higher Witches' Council. If it weren't for Gloria's identity, the Higher Witches' Council would have directly expelled Soren's fleet. The stronger the power, the more attention it would attract. The fleet Soren ordered had the threat of capturing a port city, so in the end, even if Gloria was there, the fleet couldn't dock. Let them stop at the entrance of the sea. Soren took a look at the topographic map of the north, pointed at a location, and then said, "Send the first batch of things back first. I'm currently negotiating a deal with the Witch Council, so it may take 2 days." One-Eyed Dragon, who was standing in front of Soren, bowed and said, "Don't worry, sir. I'll bring the first batch of items onto the ship now." Soon, One-Eyed Dragon left with a group of people. Soren stood on the balcony of the wizard tower and watched the caravan leave. He then turned around and walked towards the direction of the laboratory. Gloria seemed to be very busy as she was in her research mode. They didn't spend much time together in the past 2 days because Gloria was very busy and so was Soren. Soren had never been a pretentious person. Since he had such a close relationship with Gloria, it would be quite stupid if he did not use his relationship with her to seek cooperation from the Witch Council. The Witch Council was quite rich in resources, and they also had something that Soren was very short of, that was, a large number of rare-grade equipment. That's right. Any wizard alliance would carry out high-value arms trade, including alchemy weapons, rare-grade equipment, puppet golems, and so on. This kind of trade was difficult to buy without connections. The heavy footsteps of the clay golem sounded. Soren heard the dull voice of the clay golem behind him. It opened its mouth and said, "Sir. There is a wizard named Saruman who wants to see you." Saruman, when he heard the name, Soren was a little startled. Immediately, he remembered that he mentioned to Gloria in the letter that he needed a wizard who was proficient in alchemy and could refine large quantities of guano stones into high-quality fertilizers. Yesterday, Gloria mentioned to Soren that someone would come to see him today, but she didn't say his name. He didn't expect it to be Saruman. This name was not common in the north. It made him think that he had misheard. Soren heard the words and nodded gently. "I know. Bring him in. Soon." A clay golem walked in with a male wizard who was not young. He had a beard that was close to gray, and his face looked rather old. However, his wizard profession level was not high, probably only around level 10. This meant that his talent was not very good. Not all wizards could progress all the way. Many wizards were stuck at the threshold of grade 3 for their whole lives. Otherwise, Gloria could have become a member of the High Witch Council when she was only about grade 4. There were also many male wizards under the Northern Witch Council, and Saruman was one of them. He should not be young. Even if he did not use a special ceremony to prolong his life, his face was so old that he was nearly 60 or 70 years old. Soren was observing the old wizard in front of him, and the other wizard was also observing Soren. From any point of view, this was a wizard who would never be able to advance to the legendary level. Although he was dressed neatly, he looked a little messy. His eyes were tired and bloodshot, as if he had not had a good rest for a long time. A part of his staff could be seen, but it did not look like it was repaired. Just as Gloria had said, this was an adept who was in dire straits and was in dire straits. Wizards were very rich. But most of the time, they were short of money. Even Gloria's liquid funds were not as much as 1/3 of Soren's, otherwise, this woman would not have taken more than 30,000 Kindler coins from Soren when they were intimate last night. She needed a lot of expensive alchemy materials. Anyone who had dealt with trade knew that the ratio of liquid funds was actually very tight. If Soren did not do business without capital, perhaps the capital chain would not be as abundant as it was now. This kind of wizard happened to be what Soren needed, because wizards with too much potential were not easy to control. Wizards with the potential to advance might not be willing to work under Soren. It just so happened that this kind of wizard's profession level was not high, and he was not young either. He might not have much ambition to advance to the legendary level, but at the same time, he had a lot of alchemy experience. This was the kind of person Soren needed. Before you came, they should have told you what happened, right? Soren looked at the old wizard named Saruman in front of him and slowly said, "Your job for the next 3 years is to serve me. I will pay you 12,000 Kindler coins every year. At the same time, you can also pay the price to exchange spells, knowledge, and materials from Gloria. She will give you a higher exchange authority." A wizard's debt was divided up layer by layer. The expensive cost of learning spells must be divided up among the low-grade wizards. Otherwise, the cost of training a high-grade wizard would be too high. Soren set the time limit for 3 years. For him, 3 years was enough. By then, if this wizard in front of him wanted to stay, he could stay. If not, he could leave. For a wizard like this who had no chance of advancing to the legendary level, it should not be a problem for him to work for him for a year or so. Okay. The old wizard named Saruman looked at Soren. He was a little confused because Soren looked like a wizard, but he obviously had the sharp senses of a rogue. He might be a part-time adventurer. He lowered his head slightly to show his respect. No matter how you looked at it, Soren could stand in the wizard tower and talk to him. There was no doubt that his status was higher. The low-grade wizards usually respected high-grade wizards. He nodded slowly and said, "According to the contract, I will go to the outer islands to work for you for 3 years. You will pay me 12,000 Kindler coins every year. After 3 years, I can decide whether to stay or leave." Soren looked at him and replied, "Yes. If there is no problem, let's sign the contract. You can prepare. We will leave in 3 days." The price of hiring a wizard was very expensive. Although Gloria also knew alchemy, there was no way she could turn guano stones into fertilizer. Saruman in front of him was also a wizard who knew alchemy. Gloria said that he had good alchemy skills, so this kind of thing should not be a problem for him. When the high-quality fertilizer was produced, Soren would have one more source of income. At the same time, the cultivation of the outer islands would rise. Basically, it would be easy to be self-sufficient. Because of Gloria's existence, Soren did not have to worry about the wizard in front of him playing any tricks. Therefore, he readily paid half a year's worth of remuneration. Anyway, after killing the adult white dragon, his value had increased by a lot. He had more money in his hands, and the goods from the east were easy to sell in the north. The witches simply could not refuse the fine silk and porcelain. No matter in which era, the spending potential of women was quite amazing. These rich witches could easily sell more than 100,000 Kindler coins. There were not many things that could be taken away from the wizard tower. Because although Gloria was in charge of the wizard tower, it was not her personal property. Hiring an alchemist wizard was only a part of Soren's plan. In addition, he also wanted a batch of extraordinary weapons to equip his elite guards. The limit of the military weapons that could be bought in the south coast was the exquisitely crafted military weapons. These weapons were still far from being grade 1 extraordinary equipment. Soren wanted to buy more than 100,000 Kindler coins worth of grade 1 extraordinary weapons from the Witch Council to equip his pirate corps. This kind of +1 extraordinary weapon could only be equipped by the elite corps on land, so whether he could buy it or not depended on Gloria's authority. This kind of large arms trade must be approved by the Witch Council. According to the current market price, the price of a grade 1 extraordinary weapon was about 200 Kindler coins. This time, Soren was ready to buy equipment to equip 500 elites. The elite troops in a small city might not be equipped with such a high level of equipment. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up! P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. Another day passed. Soren didn't know how Gloria's research was going, so he didn't disturb her. This time, Gloria's research was on the analysis of the special metal of the Xianxias. The related research had been going on for decades, and she relied on her authority to get the corresponding information. Now what she had to do was to reanalyze it according to the information, and then master its characteristics. Whether she could make a breakthrough or not depended on whether she could find a new research direction. So now Gloria was like learning knowledge, not making an academic breakthrough, and the progress of her mastery was quite fast. Soren was also very curious about the Xianxi's memory transformation. Metal, because he felt that this thing was quite high-end. Even in the Star Age, the research on memory metal was not so supernatural, and it could even automatically transform. So for Gloria's research progress, Soren basically fully supported it. He would find ways to buy any expensive materials she wanted. Even if this thing couldn't be used to make golems for the time being, it was quite amazing to be able to make Soren a weapon that could transform. The transformation of the Xianxi's weapon required psionic energy. Soren didn't have psionic energy, so he could use the silver sword of Xianxi's, but there was no way to transform it. So if Gloria's research progress had a breakthrough, maybe she could try to make it have the ability to transform through energy storage. For a top rogue like Soren, weapon transformation could definitely burst out extraordinary combat power. The third day. Even with Gloria's status as a member of the Witch Council, Soren waited until the day after tomorrow to receive the news of the council's approval. The Witch Council had quite strict control over the bulk food and weapons trade in the north. Not to mention such extraordinary weapons, even ordinary military weapons were quite strict. This was because the senior witches in the north were more confident. If it were in other places, such as some kingdoms in the south, it was estimated that even the bulk iron trade would be strictly controlled. Just like the salt and iron monopolies in the Central Plains, many kingdoms were worried that their weapons would fall into the hands of outsiders. For example, lizardmen, half-orcs, gnolls, and so on. It would be better if they fell into the hands of human rebels. Once they fell into the hands of these humanoid creatures who were born with extraordinary strength, their combat strength would be greatly improved with a large number of weapons and equipment. Your Excellency. A middle-aged man who looked like a clerk walked up to Soren and lowered his head slightly. The things you want have been delivered. This is the bill that needs to be paid. The council is waiting for me to report back. Behind him were 3 heavy steel golems, as well as several city guards dressed as guards. It was an arms deal worth nearly 100,000 Kindler coins. Even the Witch Council had sent out steel golems to protect them. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was dressed as a clerk, he was actually a grade 3 wizard. Relying on his relationship with Gloria, Soren finally managed to purchase a batch of rare grade 1 firearms from the Witch Council. At the same time, he also received the implicit support of the Witch Council. Since they were willing to sell him firearms, the Witch Council had obviously accepted Soren's identity. No problem. Soren gave a look to the second mate behind him and then opened a box. Inside the box, there were swords and weapons neatly arranged. All he ordered were weapons. Half of the pirates' combat strength was supported by weapons. On the contrary, they didn't need much armor. Moreover, Soren had a dragon and a group of Quetzalcoatlus near his camp. If he needed armor, he could make a batch of high-quality leather armor himself. Pirates basically didn't wear heavy metal armor. Their combat style wasn't suitable for heavy armor. Clang. Soren pulled out a long sword and then glanced at its attributes. Item type, long sword, +1, enchanted, item grade, grade 1 rare item description, a weapon made of exquisite 100-fold forged steel. During the forging process, other special materials were mixed in. It was made using the northern folding forged steel process. After the completion, a simple alchemy enchantment was performed. The blade of this weapon has basic runes engraved on it. It can cause additional damage after hitting the enemy. Requirements: 8 points of strength. Effects: folding forged steel, +2 sharpness, +1 penetration, +1 energy damage. In terms of attributes, such a grade 1 weapon couldn't be compared to Soren's curved sword +1. After all, these were rare grade weapons that were mass-produced. However, as rare grade weapons made in the north, they all had a rather obvious characteristic. That was, all of these weapons had undergone a simple enchantment process. Although it was only a 1-point increase in energy damage, it had a significant impact on the battle, especially when dealing with some enemies. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Soren swung his sword and slashed an ordinary short sword. The latter was directly cut in half, but the former didn't even have a scratch. After all, a rare grade weapon was still a rare grade weapon. Once compared with ordinary weapons, the gap was quite obvious. He nodded to his men next to him, and immediately 2 people carried a heavy box over. Basically, Soren's profits from this trip were all in it. Even the income from killing the white dragon was mostly used on this batch of weapons. It could be said that, with this batch of weapons, the pirates under his command would have the combat power equivalent to a city's standing army. Whether it was dealing with the indigenous people or another pirate king. Even if they attacked the cities on the south coast in the future, the elite pirates under Soren's command would have the ability to fight against the regular army. Of course, Soren couldn't always stay overseas. When the time was right, he would eventually extend his hand back to the mainland. Time gradually approached February. Soren unexpectedly stayed here for 5 more days, and then waited for Gloria to complete her research on the Silver Sword of Gith. After that, they embarked on the journey back to the outer islands. Before leaving, Soren took another look at the port city in the north. He didn't know if it would be as peaceful as it was now the next time he came. Because there were powerful northern witches here, it wasn't very affected. He just received news that a kingdom in the south had fallen into war. Duke Pidner, a southern noble that Soren had never heard of. 3 days ago, he publicly announced his dissatisfaction with the cruel rule of the king and other nobles. Then, he led his loyal army to launch a rebellion. This was the news on the surface. From Gloria's mouth, Soren also learned another part, that was, the Witch Council investigated and found that there were demons active in it. This rebellious kingdom was embedded in Soren's territory. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for Dread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The cold sea breeze blew in his face. Perhaps because last winter was too cold, this year's snow melted much later than in previous years. It was almost February in the south, but the coastal areas were still quite cold. The journey back was basically quite peaceful. No one would be stupid enough to disturb a pirate king, and there was also a quasi-legendary northern witch in the fleet. So Soren had nothing to do along the way. His task was to catch up on his knowledge of spells and try to learn all the level 1 spells at the same time. This was the foundation of all spells. Most of the later spell models were made up of level 1 spells as the foundation. Level 0 spells were only considered as tricks, and they were not popular among wizards. Learning spells naturally needed some spice, so Soren was always willing to explore Teacher Gloria's exquisite body in his spare time. There seemed to be endless life mysteries in the valley, and he could not help but indulge in the sea of knowledge. Although this research could easily evolve into a fierce confrontation in the end, both of them were undoubtedly powerful. Soren's combat power was naturally needless to say. Although Gloria's physique was not as good, she naturally had other ways as a high-grade witch. So in the end, they were evenly matched, and in the end, they had to shake hands and rest before fighting again. Life at sea was quite interesting, but even the patient Gloria felt a little bored after half a month of sailing. So Soren stopped at the shipwreck harbor, and then after a simple rest, he went to Port Tylon. Soren did not put too much energy into the rebellion of the kingdom in the south, because he did not have enough ability to intervene on land. If the rebellion lasted long enough and was not extinguished in a short time, it was worth Soren's investment. He was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. Even if he wanted to intervene in this matter, it was basically impossible for Soren to help the kingdom's army. If he wanted to get more benefits, he would have to invest in the rebels in the end. So no matter what he thought now, it depended on whether the rebels had the strength. If they could not even hold on for 3 to 5 months, then Soren was not worth investing any resources in. This level of rebellion could not make any waves. The southern kingdom was seriously decadent. But no matter how decadent the kingdom was, it still had a strong foundation. Soren could still be domineering at sea, but it was not so easy on land. Moreover, there were many strange places, and there might be demons mixed in. Whether he wanted to get involved in this muddy water depended on whether the benefits were big enough and how confident he was. Soren's plan was naturally not simple. Port Tylon. Soren's return made the people who had a trace of uncertainty suddenly calm down. At the same time, when they learned through various channels, or bribed the pirates' spies, etc., that Soren had actually won over the powerful Northern Witch Council and reached a trade agreement with them, the others immediately set off a huge wave in their hearts. The value of trading with the Witch Council was not just to buy a batch of rare equipment to arm his men. There was a deeper meaning behind it. Even if there was not much meaning, in the eyes of others, it was not simple, not to mention that this time, many core members of the pirates knew about Gloria's existence, and Soren did not deliberately hide his close relationship with Gloria from others. So basically, the pirate leaders under Soren knew about Gloria's identity, and they also knew that she might become everyone's mistress. The pirate's address for Soren was a bit similar to my lord, which could be understood as your excellency or master. For Gloria, whether it was strength or status, she was enough to easily crush these rebellious pirate leaders. Perhaps in the past, some people thought that Soren's background was not enough, and they might have a little bit of ulterior motives. But after the appearance of Gloria, her identity had completely made everyone give up. If Soren married this noble northern witch, then it was tantamount to having a powerful ally. The identity of the Pirate King and the members of the Senior Witch Council were strong enough to suppress anyone who had other thoughts. Such a combination of strength was eventually enough to make anyone not dare to act rashly, and even make people with malicious intentions feel panic. In fact, some people had begun to pass the news back, and at the same time, it also caused many people to worry. Port area. Soren's fleet entered Port Tylon. Because of the supply of overseas trade, the protection fee, flag, set by Soren made the pirates live quite well, and no one was attacked by them in the near future. The world needed rules. Soren made a rule, and others felt that this rule was not bad and could bring them greater benefits, so they began to abide by it. While these people followed Soren's rules, they also developed a sense of awe in their hearts. The warship approached the port, and the other merchant ships made way for it. Soren stood on the deck in a black suit. He bowed his head slightly and made an inviting gesture. Then he took Gloria, who had a quiet and elegant smile on her face, and walked towards the city of Port Tylon. He was like a noble lord patrolling the territory with his wife, with a strong sense of confidence on his face, but not the slightest complacency. He was showing his strength. To be able to build such a foundation in just a few months, who would dare to say that he had no strength? There was a slight commotion ahead. When Soren took Gloria's white hand and walked down the warship, the figure of the temple guard appeared in the distance. Then he saw the crowd around him disperse, and he knew that the Naga Siren priest had appeared. This undoubtedly surprised Soren a little, and then there was a smile on his face. Because the Naga Siren priest greeted him in this situation, it was also a kind of affirmation of his strength. It was a very proud act. But before Soren could be happy, his face stiffened. Because the Naga Siren priest did not look at him at all, but went directly to Gloria, bowed slightly and smiled. "Welcome to Port Tylon. Your Excellency the Witch." Soren's face was livid. In order to let the Naga Siren priest come out to greet him, he forced her to bow her head. But even then, the Naga Siren priest did not greet him with such a low posture. But now that Gloria came to Port Tylon, the Naga Siren priest took the initiative to greet him, and her posture was so low. Comparing the experience of the two, Soren suddenly felt quite unhappy. Even if Gloria was already his woman, he was still quite unhappy. The difference in status was completely two extremes. The status of a high-grade mage was vividly displayed at this moment. Facing the low posture of the Naga Siren priest, Gloria nodded and smiled naturally, but she quickly noticed that Soren's face next to her was not very good. So this smart woman naturally turned slightly sideways, and then took the initiative to hold Soren's arm instead of her hand being held by him. This way, suddenly, the atmosphere looked completely different. At first, they were walking hand in hand, but now it was Gloria gently holding Soren's arm and leaning on his shoulder. Soren, who was deliberately ignored by the Naga Siren priest, suddenly became the protagonist of the scene. Even the Naga Siren priest became a foil, at this moment. Soren's eyes were very soft. It was a tenderness that was rarely seen in his eyes. Gloria glanced at him, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she blinked inadvertently. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, Solon would have hugged her and kissed her. In the face of Gloria's initiative to let Soren become the protagonist, the Naga Siren priest's face was undoubtedly not very good. It seemed that all the rumors were true. In just a few days, Soren relied on his strong male charm and reproductive organs to completely conquer a noble northern witch. She was also a powerful high-grade witch with the status of a member of the Witch Council. Note, all the above are anecdotes of the tavern, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous they become. Especially the pirates under Soren's command like to brag about it. Tell everyone how awesome their leader is. Even the noble northern witches have been conquered by him. Those noble ladies and young ladies will all want him when they see him. Everyone knew the things that were spread in the tavern. However, some words would be said 100 times, and in the end, people would believe it. Slowly, the story became reliable. Please. The Naga Siren priest tested the relationship between the two. She could not help but squeeze out a stiff smile on her face and slowly said, "I have prepared a place for your excellency." Gloria's status was more noble than many city lords. In fact, she was the ruling class above the city lords in the north. Even if this ruling power belonged to the Witch Council, she was not inferior to the Naga Siren priest in terms of status. Therefore, the Naga Siren priest's attitude of greeting her was actually to show goodwill to the Witch Council. She took the initiative to invite her to arrange a place for her. It was also prepared according to the specifications of welcoming other city lords. No matter how close the relationship between Soren and Gloria was, and whether she could still control him in the future, these were all things in the future. The most important thing for the Naga Siren priest now was to find a way to get in touch with the Witch Council. If she could get in touch with the Witch Council, then she would have a powerful ally. Soren's growth had completely exceeded the Naga Siren priest's estimation. Especially now that he had the help of the northern witches, he had directly become the most powerful pirate king force on the south coast. It seemed that there would soon be a reshuffle here. P.S. Today's update. For the time being, quantity is not enough. We can only work on quality. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. The arrival of Gloria had made Soren even more powerful. No one could ignore a powerful high-grade witch, not to mention that she was also a member of the Witch Council and had her own territory. Information about Gloria could not be hidden from others. After all, she had ruled a city in the north for nearly 10 years. Gloria had reached the high grade 10 years ago, which level 15 or above, but she had only recently touched the threshold of a legendary witch, which level 18 or above. The higher the level of a wizard, the slower the speed of improvement. Soren was completely different. The lifespan of a legendary witch was quite long, far longer than any melee profession. Therefore, they also had many requirements when choosing a spouse. Otherwise, they would still be in their prime, but their spouse might already be old. In terms of lifespan, legendary melee professions were at a disadvantage. Perhaps it was because too much blood and injury was consumed before the advancement. The lifespan of a legendary melee profession was only 1/3 of that of a spellcaster profession. Sometimes, they might not even live for 200 years. Gloria chose Soren because she valued his potential. Legendary and non-legendary were people from two different worlds. The Sea Temple. After sending away Soren and Gloria, the Naga Siren priest's face suddenly became gloomy. Call the deep sea hunters. The sea priest stood in front of the statue of the goddess with a scepter in her hand and ordered the servants around her, immediately spread the news of Gloria. We must let Asrid know as soon as possible. In this way, he will be afraid and panic. It is very likely that he will destroy Soren at all costs, or even let the Naga Siren royal family launch a conspiracy in advance. Otherwise, he is doomed to be defeated in the end. As long as a war breaks out between them, Soren's strength will be weakened. He has already controlled most of the interests of the outer islands. I must weaken his strength and then control the power of the sea. Only then can I be qualified to compete for the position of the high priest. I have a hunch that the goddess will soon give a new oracle. Only the high priest is the closest position to the goddess. A trace of ambition that was deeply hidden surfaced. The Naga Siren priest turned and entered the pool in front of the temple. A wave of divine power poured into her body, and then her blue skin gradually became transparent. Something like scales could be seen faintly falling off. This was the power of faith gathered by the Sea Temple. Since she was rewarded by the sea goddess with a trace of divinity, she could try to absorb this power. The divine power gathered in the Sea Temple was changing her little by little. Eventually, she would completely break away from the scope of ordinary things. She might become the chosen one of the saints, or she might have the opportunity to step into a higher realm. However, she had to first suppress those fellows with ill intentions within the Naga clan. Distorted shadows appeared in the seawater. A creature whose shape could not be seen clearly but was filled with a terrifying presence appeared. It hid in the seawater beneath the temple and used a strange voice to express its emotions. The Naga Siren priest took off her priest robe and looked at the blurred deep-sea hunter. She said slowly, "Pay attention to the restless Naga Siren royal family. If there is any movement, immediately open the door of the abyss. Let the pet of the goddess grant them release." Speaking of this, the Naga Siren priest showed a cruel smile on her bewitching face. The blurry shadow gradually disappeared into the distance. They could feel its body twisting in the water. Although they couldn't see its shape, they could feel the dangerous aura coming from it. It was the aura of a terrifying predator. Eastern Sea Route. On an island near the Eastern Trade Junction area, which was similar to Port Tylon, it was also the territory of the pirate king Ashrod. What did you say? A man with a cold face listened to the report of his subordinate in front of him and said with an ugly face, "He actually roped in a high-grade witch. How is this possible? How could the proud northern witches take a fancy to a mere pirate king? Is this the witch council preparing to intervene in the south coast? No. How can the witch council be interested in the interests of the south coast? This is the territory of the Sea Temple. Damn it. I knew it. I had to kill the throat cutter at the beginning. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. No. Immediately send someone to contact the Duchess of the Principality of Rossard. The last time she was attacked by the Sea Temple in the Outer Islands, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife suffered the greatest loss. She must also hate the throat cutter to the bone. She must not be willing to give up the interests of the Outer Islands so easily. Maybe we can try to form an alliance with her. Hearing his words, a half-Naga woman next to him who looked obviously not human hesitated and said slowly, "Your Excellency. The Duke of Red Dragon is now an enemy of the Sea Temple. If we contact her openly, it is tantamount to violating the orders of the Sea Temple. In that case, I am afraid the Sea Priest will take the opportunity to attack." The cold man frowned, looked up at her, and said slowly, "We can't care so much. If we don't fight for the help of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the Naga royal family will not be able to help us now. We may not be able to withstand the joint attack of the throat cutter and the high-grade witch. He already hated us when we dealt with the Swamp King. This time, with the help of the Northern Witch, he will definitely not let it go. Come. I want to write a letter to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife." The Outer Islands route. Soren did not stay in Port Tylon for too long. The Outer Islands were now his foundation. So after dealing with some things for a short time, he led the fleet back to the camp in the Outer Islands. However, this time he brought back quite a lot of people. there were 12 ocean-going ships alone. He had to thank the pirate king Ashrod. It was because Soren's men robbed his fleet that Soren was able to form such a large fleet. This time, there were quite a lot of goods transported, and more than 800 people were brought over. Half of them were slaves from the mainland. Many of these slaves used to work in the mines. For some reason, they had recently fallen into the hands of Soren. It had to be said that a group of bad guys were really efficient. Soren's current batch of slaves could easily dilute the proportion of indigenous slaves. The number of indigenous slaves could not exceed the control. Soren had to get a group of mainland slaves and then slowly turn them into townspeople. Everything could not be given for no reason. Otherwise, they would not know how to cherish and be grateful. Soren had a lot of better plans. The voyage was quite boring. The half-month-long voyage forced Soren to turn his energy to learning spells again, and at the same time, to explore the secrets of Teacher Gloria. With a high-grade witch as his guide, Soren's speed of learning spells was obviously much faster. Not to mention, he also had the talents of encyclopedic knowledge and sage. After learning the most commonly used part of the first circle spells, Gloria suggested that Soren should not continue to learn them. Instead, he should familiarize himself with them and increase his casting speed. In other words, she wanted Soren to do in-depth research and rely on proficiency to master the combat ability, proficiency in spell casting. Therefore, Soren's next days were to constantly memorize spells, and then continuously cast spells after memorizing them. After using up all the spell slots, he would continue to memorize them. In this way, he would obtain the ability, proficiency in spell casting. It was about the third day of the voyage. Soren's battle log showed a string of data belatedly: astral battle, legendary battle, in the middle of January 1676 of the New Moon era. When you went to the north to invite the witches to the outer islands, you accidentally encountered the Xianxias attacking the northern tower. In this legendary event, you chose to help the northern witches deal with the Xianxias and finally killed an adult red dragon in the battle. This event greatly improved your relationship with the Witch Council, and at the same time, spread your reputation outside the material plane. However, because the Witch Council strictly blocked the news about the astral battle, your legend only spread among the Xianxias in the astral realm. Legend level +3, it was so late. When Soren joined the Sea Battle of the Betrayers, it was delayed for many days before he got the legend level prompt, but it was not as long as this time. He didn't know if it was because the battle was over now or because of the interplanar battle. However, Soren obviously didn't have time to think so much now. He just glanced at it and put it aside, concentrating on learning how to cast spells skillfully. With the experience of this trip to the astral realm, Soren felt part of the mystery of instant casting in advance, and at the same time, he also got a prompt of skillful casting. He was not far from success, and he could feel that he was about to master this spell casting ability. Day by day, the days passed. When Soren led the fleet to the outer islands, someone in the camp immediately came to greet him. He didn't know when, but a lighthouse had been built near the port. At this time, it had been more than a month since Soren left, and it was already early February. According to the arrangement before Soren left, busy construction work was carried out in the camp. Even a relatively simple dock was built near the natural port. Then there was a 5-meter-wide paved road for transporting goods and passage, extending all the way to the east gate of the camp. The fleet began to be busy unloading, and a lot of materials needed to be moved down. Soren looked at the dock in front of him and walked down holding Gloria's hand. Before they set foot on land, Vivian in a white princess dress appeared in front of him. "Brother!" The little girl shouted happily, and then directly jumped into Soren's arms. P.S. The outline has been sorted out. Starting tomorrow, 2 chapters will be resumed. The time is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be updated automatically. Try to stabilize it. It's inevitable that writing a book will have ups and downs. I hope everyone can bear with it. Vivian. Soren caught the little girl who rushed over, hugged her petite body and turned around. Then he lowered his head and kissed her red cheeks. The little girl wrapped her arms around Soren's neck and hung on his body. She arched in his arms like a kitten and took a deep breath. Then she looked up at Gloria next to her and opened her arms to ask for a hug. Vivian opened her arms and threw herself at her. Sister Gloria. I missed you so much. Seeing the cute little girl, a gentle smile appeared on Gloria's face. She reached out to catch the little girl and stroked her long hair as she said in a gentle voice, Vivian, I'm sorry. I missed you too. The little girl hung onto Gloria's body and buried her head in her chest, as if she was very comfortable. After a while, she suddenly frowned slightly and sniffed Gloria's body like a puppy, causing Gloria's expression to become a little uncomfortable. The little girl sniffed Gloria's body and muttered, Sister Gloria has big brother smell. Upon hearing Vivian's words, a bright blush appeared on Gloria's face, making her appear particularly charming and alluring. Oh. The little girl wriggled in her arms, and then moved her little nose to her full chest. She sniffed seriously at the spot near the top, and even used her little hand to pinch it lightly. She muttered to herself, the smell is the strongest here. Slap, Gloria was a little angry and slapped the little girl's butt gently. Her charming face was already red. She held Vivian and walked forward with her head down. Even her earlobes were already red. Before leaving, she gave Soren a slightly reproachful look. As for Soren, he didn't blush at all. He only looked into the distance to hide his embarrassment. Since when did Vivian's nose become so powerful? She could even tell which part of his body he liked to play with. The little girl seemed to have understood something. After all, she grew up in the slums and was far more mature than other children of her age. She poked her head out and looked at Soren, then looked at the blushing Gloria. She stretched out her pink little finger and scratched her face, saying mischievously, Shy. Sister Gloria. Did you do something shameful with Big Brother? Slap, ouch, it hurts. The little girl pursed her lips and touched her, but that was slapped again. She didn't say anything else. But her big eyes rolled around a few times. No one knew what she was thinking. However, her expression was one of curiosity. After all, she was just a 9-year-old child. The little girl soon forgot about this matter. Then, she held Gloria's finger with her little white hand and led her around the camp. At the same time, her little face was still full of pride. She pulled Gloria forward and told her that the stone road was just completed the day before yesterday. She was the one who killed all the monsters nearby. The two of them walked for a while, and a fenced encampment appeared in front of them. Now, it looked like it had the size of a town. Soren was slightly behind because he had to transport the goods. Vivian led Gloria forward and explained everything in a crisp voice. After all, she was also involved in the construction of the camp. At the same time, it was very different from when Soren left. First of all, the fences were much higher than before. It was now 3 stories thick. It wouldn't be easily knocked down by strong beasts. At the same time, it was convenient to increase the number of arrow towers. There were currently 16 arrow towers in the entire camp. In terms of scale, it was comparable to many medium-sized towns. The next step was to build a city wall. This was too time-consuming and costly. Soren had no plans to build a city wall at the moment. It was estimated that he might not need it for a year or 2. There was a row of guards at the east gate of the camp, but not all of them were lazy pirates. There were also drow warriors. Gloria couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, because Soren had some things to tell her. When she saw these drow warriors with cold expressions, even Gloria, who had always been calm, was slightly moved. She seemed to be a little shocked by the speed of Soren's development. It was not easy to subdue a drow. Miss. The drow warrior, who looked quite young, bowed his head slightly to the little Vivian. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Gloria. He seemed to have seen a little bit of Gloria's strength. His expression was quite shocked. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Welcome to the camp. Your Excellency the Witch. Drows were always a race that worshipped the strong. Gloria nodded slightly, then followed Vivian into the camp. She noticed that these drows were not afraid of the sun. It seemed that they were not pure drows, but more like half-drows. Only half-drows could move so easily on the ground, and they seemed to have the blood of albino drows. She didn't know where Soren found these people. Such drows were very rare after the fall of the Dark Maiden. There were neat square roads in the camp. It was different from any town Gloria had seen before. As soon as she walked into the camp, she felt a strong visual impact. It was not because of the shocking buildings. Instead, everything here was very neat and tidy, more so than any city she had ever seen. The straight roads were divided into 4 areas, and the drainage canals on both sides were the same. All the houses were built in the same style. They looked very novel and tidy. She couldn't say that they were ingenious buildings, but the neat rows on both sides of the street were pleasing to the eye. With just a glance, Gloria liked this place a little more. She liked this neat and clean environment. There was no feces on the road. Even though there were a lot of people here, there was no foul smell in the air. Although the pirates were a little unrestrained, they obviously knew a lot of rules. When they saw Gloria, who was walking with Vivian, they all bowed slightly to show their respect. There was a blacksmith's shop in the corner of the street, and the busiest and noisiest place was the 3 taverns. For the pirates, it was very uncomfortable to have no wine, but there were no common fights here. Because Soren specially set up a martial arts arena, any personal grievances must be solved in the arena. Duels between conflicts between pirates also required the presence of the leaders. Gloria saw a lot of slaves, however, they were different from the slaves in other places. Although they were dressed in rags, they were strong. Their faces were not sallow and thin. Some even looked rosy, which meant that they had more food. From the west gate, she could see carts of bricks and tiles being transported. There were also many areas that had been divided but had not been built yet. Many craftsmen were busy, and among them, there were even obvious oriental faces. Among the rather lazy pirates, there were some pirates with serious expressions who were responsible for patrolling. Gloria saw a trace of an army from them. Basically, in every patrol team, there were drow warriors with serious faces. Their equipment and strength were extraordinary. Outside the south gate was a piece of land that was being reclaimed. Groups of indigenous slaves were working in the fields. The first deep plowing required more preparation, and there were fierce-looking pirate supervisors nearby. Quality fertilizer was needed here. Otherwise, the harvest of the first year of reclamation would be very poor, even if the soil here was quite fertile. Gloria silently watched everything in front of her. The more she looked, the more surprised she was because she knew how short Soren was to build all this. It could be said that if it were her, even with the help of the Witch Council, it would be impossible to reach the current scale in a short time, not to mention that there was already a vague prototype of a city here. It was hard to imagine, if Soren was given a period of time to develop, what kind of city could he finally build in the outer islands? Soren naturally had a lot of things to do. In fact, as soon as he reached the shore, one of his men came to report, but because Gloria was next to him, he waved his hand and told him to wait. Later on, Gloria was taken to the camp by Vivian, and Soren naturally had to deal with the matters during this period of time. Although he left Vivian here, the one in charge was still the pirate leader below. Moreover, Soren found that the relationship between his men seemed to be a little subtle, and there was a faint sign that they were divided into factions. Among the many pirate leaders in name, the one with the highest status should be Adele Isabella. She had the most men, and her strength was above the high grade. However, after the half-elf first mate, Kassa, was praised by Soren for doing a good job, and after he was given a part of the overseas voyage to take care of, the half-elf first mate's status also rose sharply. For a long time, this half-elf first mate had the intention to compete with Adele Isabella. Last time, he successfully plundered the pirate King Ashrod's eastern fleet, bringing back a large amount of wealth and an ocean fleet, so his strength had in turn surpassed Adele's. On the other hand, because Adele failed to contact the Alchemy Guild, not only did she not complete Soren's task, but also delayed for a period of time, so before Soren left for the north, he did not have the chance to see her. Therefore, the pirates below were obviously less in awe of her. Pirates were a group of people who respected and obeyed the strong. Since Adele Isabella did not do a good job and did not complete the task of His Excellency Throat Cutter, the pirate leaders below would naturally look down on her. In addition, she was still a woman, so at the moment, her position in the camp was more awkward, before Soren left. The construction of the camp was assigned to the pirate leaders below. Among them, the half-elf first mate was the manager. When Adele Isabella returned to the camp, he naturally would not give her the power in his hands. As a result, Adele was now like a pirate leader with a figurehead. Although she still had a lot of people under her command, she was actually quite idle every day. Other pirate leaders, such as the One-Eyed Man, the Butler, the Giant Hunter, all nicknames, and so on, were not satisfied with a woman on top of their heads. Therefore, when the half-elf first mate divided the factions, they also formed their own small circles and faintly intended to isolate her. No matter what. It was always more difficult for a woman to stand out among the pirates than a man. Moreover, Adele's strength was not enough to suppress the other pirate leaders. If she was a legendary profession, her position would naturally be unshakable. However, she was only a high-grade professional, and the gap between her and the other pirate leaders was not very big, so once she was isolated, even her subordinates were a little shaken. The pirates weren't fools. Although they were all working for His Excellency Throat Cutter, these pirate minions naturally knew which pirate leader had more power, was more important to His Excellency Throat Cutter, and which pirate leader had more money under him. Therefore, Soren saw Adele's awkward position at a glance. The other pirate leaders stood in a circle, the half-elf first mate stood at the front, and Adele stood alone with her arms crossed. Her expression was a little cold, and she didn't like them. "Your Excellency Throat Cutter. Your Excellency Throat Cutter." When Soren came over, many pirate leaders in front of him immediately bowed their heads to show respect. Adele looked at Soren with a hesitant expression, and finally just stood aside with a lonely expression. She didn't complete the task, and this failure made her feel frustrated. "Let people transport the things down." Soren glanced at the others, then his eyes fell on the half-elf first mate and Adele, and slowly said, "Everyone else, leave. Casa and Adele stay." The pirate leaders below looked at each other, bowed, and left. The half-elf first mate glanced at Adele and stood motionless. His Excellency Throat Cutter was a person who valued ability. During this time, he desperately rushed the construction. For this reason, he even used a little cruel means to suppress the dissatisfaction of his subordinates. Wasn't it to let His Excellency Throat Cutter see his ability? Now the construction progress of the camp had increased by at least 30%. Although there were some cruel means in the process, the people below had been suppressed by him. In all aspects, he had completed the task perfectly. Therefore, the half-elf first mate was very confident. He believed that His Excellency Throat Cutter knew who could serve him the most. "Well done." Soren glanced at the lighthouse, the road, and the dock, and slowly said, "It seems that giving these to you is the right decision. Have you encountered any trouble during this time?" Hearing Soren's words, Adele's expression dimmed, and the half-elf first mate showed a confident smile. He bowed his head slightly to show his awe, and then said in a deep voice, "There hasn't been any big trouble during this time, but a week ago, we met the indigenous people of other tribes. It seemed to be on the other side of the island. The ones we encountered were all indigenous scouts. They didn't attack us, but they sent people to monitor the river. There are also the Quetzalcoatlus nearby. Half a month ago, we had 3 slaves taken away from us. But later, they didn't attack us again. It should be just an accident. In addition, His Excellency Throat Cutter, we recently found a group of dark-tide fishmen at the port. At present, there is no conflict with us, but we should still be careful." Soren nodded and said, "I know. Good job. You take people to count the goods and slaves, and then settle them in the camp." The half-elf first mate bowed and left. Only Adele Isabella was left in front of Soren. The red-haired female pirate's face was a little sad, and she bowed her head and said, "Your Excellency. I didn't complete the task you gave me." Soren looked at her calmly and said slowly, "I know." Adele's face was complicated. She was a little lost and sad. She murmured, "I'm incompetent." Soren didn't comfort her. He was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. He was not a child who played house. He could rise rapidly in such a short time, and at the same time, draw in and control a group of elite pirates. He relied on his clear style of reward and punishment. It was true that Adele did not complete the task. The reason why Soren could make his men work so actively was because he would reward them. Therefore, if he broke the rules on Adele's side, the prestige he had built in the past would be affected. He could not indulge her just because she was a woman. Soren looked at the red-haired female pirate in front of him and said slowly, "You can put down the things in the camp for the time being. I'll be in command of the fleet for the time being. I'll send you to receive the training of the Drow warriors in 2 days. You have very good talent, and your strength is much stronger than others. I hope you can touch the edge of legendary as soon as possible. Soon. I'll have a difficult task for you. I hope you learn not only the fighting skills of the Drows, but also their insidious and cunning means. Because the task for you this time is very difficult, you need to deal with many nobles and church people who are good at playing tricks. You must learn to use conspiracy and some cruel means. The Drows are experts in this field." Hearing Soren's first sentence, Adele's face turned pale, and her delicate body shook a little. Because Soren was depriving her of her power, this punishment was too severe for her. But when she heard the next words, her eyes could not help but shine again. She nodded very seriously and said, "Your Excellency, don't worry. I will never let you down again." As long as there was a chance, she could prove herself and regain her power and status. "Very good." Soren looked at her and nodded gently, "Go. I hope to see you enter the legendary realm one day." After that, he turned and left. Adele Isabella stood in place and took a deep breath. She stared at Soren's back with a firm expression, and her hands could not help but clench into fists. She was unwilling. How could she be willing to be easily surpassed by a half-elf who was not as good as her? She had the blood of an Amazon flowing in her body. How could she admit defeat so easily? P.S. It will be automatically updated in the future. The time is 5 and 6 o'clock. 2 more. Soren soon returned to the camp. When he returned to the camp that he had built with his own hands, Soren had a rare sense of pride on his face. It was not easy for him to get to where he was now. From an inconspicuous thief in Amber City to the pirate king who dominated the south coast. He did not know how much blood he had lost and how many injuries he had suffered along the way, but it was all worth it. Especially after seeing the foundation he had built with his own hands, Soren felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Because he firmly believed that as long as he was given enough time, he could rely on this place to change everything and even affect the fate of the whole world. On both sides of the spacious avenue were rows of brick houses. Soren looked at these newly built houses with satisfaction and then entered a hidden room in his residence. "Your Excellency, throat cutter." A man hidden in the shadows knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to Soren, "I have done what you asked." Soren's expression was quite cold. He nodded gently and said, "Very good. Is there any movement from the Drows? These guys have been quite honest after I left, right?" This was a rogue. And it was a rogue with a profession level of 12 or above. Not all pirates were warriors. Although very few spellcasters became pirates, it did not mean that there were no other professions. Soren was a very careful person. Therefore, from the moment he became the pirate king, he arranged another group of trustworthy elites. The number of these people was very small, less than 2 digits so far, but all of them were rogues with potential and had received simple training from Soren. They were good at sneaking and spying. Perhaps these people's combat power was not very high, but they obviously had more important uses. As a rogue, Soren attached great importance to intelligence and spies. "Your Excellency." The man hidden in the shadows handed a file to Soren and then said, "The Drows have contacted their tribe several times and secretly sent some things back. However, there was no obvious movement. Because we were afraid of being discovered by them, we did not get too close." Soren did not trust the Drows. In fact, anyone who had been to the Underdark would not easily trust the Drows. Because of Soren's current strength, these Drows did not dare to act rashly and obeyed his orders. But as long as Soren was a little weaker, they would feel that they had an opportunity. The possibility of these Drows betraying him was quite high. Because this was their nature, Soren glanced at the scroll, then put it away and said, "Very good. I got it. Be careful and hide. Don't expose yourself so easily." After that, Soren turned around and left the room. He had thousands of pirates under his command, but there were not many who could be of use to him. At the end of the day, his foundation was still lacking. Everything had to start from scratch. On the other side of the camp, Under the escort of a team of pirates, Saruman, wearing a grey robe, came to the laboratory where he worked. He had an independent yard and brought a lot of alchemy equipment for his work. When he saw the camp, he was a little stunned and then said, "It seems that the place I'm going to stay in the future is not too bad." Saruman directed the 3 wizard apprentices he brought to set up the room and carefully moved the experimental equipment in. Then he looked around the environment a little. It was not difficult to turn guano stones into high-quality fertilizer. The more troublesome thing was that if he could not form high-end craftsmanship, then he would need to do it himself. His task was to find ways to turn it into a process that could be completed by wizard apprentices or ordinary people. This was not too difficult for an experienced alchemist because it was much easier to construct a steel golem and give it intelligence than this kind of chemical alchemy technique. Saruman was not in a hurry to start work. After he settled his luggage, he walked around the camp. He was a little curious about everything about Soren. "Your Excellency, wizard." A drow ranger patrolling the periphery stopped Saruman in front of him. He glanced at him, put his hand on his chest and said, "Please don't go near there. There are dangerous plants there, some man-eating plants." "Man-eating plants?" Saruman heard this and showed a curious expression. He reached out and clenched his staff, and slowly said, "Young man, don't worry. A wizard will not be in danger so easily." After that, he walked directly into the jungle. The drow ranger behind him hesitated for a moment, but he did not stop him from entering. However, he did not follow him. The plants inside were too strange. After Saruman entered, he frowned slightly. Then he cast 2 protective spells and moved forward carefully. A wizard could be confident, but he could not be arrogant. This old wizard had a lot of experience. He cautiously entered the forest and observed the plants nearby. Interesting. Interesting. Saruman seemed to have found something. He approached a huge mutated man-eating flower. After he sprinkled a little strange yellow powder, he did not know why this deadly plant did not attack. Instead, it swayed slightly as if it was asleep. Saruman walked around the mutated man-eating flower. There was a trace of obsession on his face. He reached out and stroked the roots of the man-eating flower and murmured, "Beautiful. Dangerous. Deadly. At the same time, full of strong vitality." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he was feeling something. He said to himself, "There's also the smell of magic. Who created you?" Saruman carefully used his dagger to cut open the roots of the man-eating flower, and then took away some blood-like liquid. After that, he circled around and took away some seed-like things, and then slowly left the place. On the other side, Gloria was also brought to her residence by Vivian. She was settled next to the big house where Soren lived. Meow. When Gloria was pulled into the room by the little girl, she suddenly heard a cat's meow. Then she saw Vivian rush in with a cheer, and then she pulled out a little girl with obvious beast characteristics. The little girl was about the same height as Vivian. She wore a beautiful floral dress, had a pair of furry cat ears, and a curled tail. Other than that, she was similar to a human. Gloria had been shocked many times today, so when she saw the cat girl in front of her, she calmed down a lot. She frowned and said, "Beast? Cat girl? I thought this kind of creature was extinct." Vivian pushed the little cat girl in front of Gloria and smiled, "Sister Gloria. Her name is Lulu Meow. Don't look at her small size. She's actually very strong." Gloria couldn't help but smile. She looked at the cat girl who was about the same height as Vivian and teased, "Is she very strong? What can she do?" The little girl nodded confidently and said in a crisp voice, "She can do somersaults." Pfft, Gloria chuckled and reached out to stroke the little girl's head. Then she looked at the cat girl and said slowly, "Can she speak?" The cat girl seemed to understand something and opened her mouth and said, "Meow. Lulu. Meow." Gloria showed a look of understanding and said slowly, "It seems that she still can't speak. But it's okay, let me help you." She opened her mouth and uttered a strange spell, and then a magic light appeared in her palm. When Gloria pressed her palm on the cat girl's forehead, the other party's petite body trembled, and then her eyes became blank. This blankness lasted for about half a minute, and then her expression became clear. She opened her mouth and said like a child who had just learned to speak, "Lulu. Sister. Ma. Master. Just a few words. She seemed to be a little anxious, and her voice suddenly changed. Meow. Lulu. Meow. Gloria leaned over and stroked the cat girl's little head. She said slowly, "Don't worry. I just helped you with a spell. It can help you complete the enlightenment, but you still need to learn it slowly." The cat girl's intelligence didn't seem to be very high. In fact, most work creatures weren't very smart, but that didn't matter too much because they were born with the talent, beast intuition. Even if their wisdom wasn't very high, these work creatures still had strong intuition. They had a beast-like intuition for many things, and they were even more powerful when fighting in the wild. This kind of creature was actually quite rare because they weren't a naturally occurring species, but intelligent creatures that were created by some taboo experiments. It was said that there were two types of work creatures. One type was like the gnolls, with the head of a gnoll and the torso of a humanoid creature. The other type was like the cat girl in front of them, with the appearance of a human and some of the characteristics of a beast. The former was a natural reproduction, while the latter was man-made. All the rumors pointed to the taboo experiments during the Arcane Empire, because there were clear records at that time that there were great arcanists who mixed the blood of humans and animals in order to cultivate excellent servants with special purposes. They also touched the field of life and created a new species. For thousands of years, there were always conspiracy scholars who believed that the fall of the Arcane Empire was closely related to the taboo field of life. Lulu. The petite cat girl opened her mouth and seemed to be a little happy. She stuttered, "Brother. Brother. Lord. Your Excellency. Master. Eat." Hungry, her syllables were a little childish, and when she said it too quickly, it became meow. Lulu. Meow. The cat girl said the words that she heard the most. After saying about 30 to 50 words in a row, her body suddenly trembled, and she nimbly hid behind Vivian. Meow. The little cat girl seemed to be a little frightened, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. She hid behind Vivian and screamed at the door. Vivian patted the cat girl's little head and said in a clear voice, "Lulu, meow? What's wrong?" Gloria raised her head and looked at the door, and then saw Soren's figure coming in from outside. When he noticed that everyone inside was looking at him, he was a little stunned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Vivian turned around and stroked the feline girl's hair. "Don't worry. Lulu. Big brother. Won't hurt you." The petite cat girl curled up her body and looked at Soren with fear in her eyes. It was like a wild beast seeing a tiger, or a new recruit who had just left the battlefield meeting a veteran who had survived hundreds of battles. Her beastly instincts made her feel something from Soren's body. It was a very thick smell of blood, which meant that the person in front of her had slaughtered many lives. Ever since she first laid eyes on Soren, he was the person she feared the most. He was even more frightening than the pirates who had captured her. Even after spending so much time with Vivian, she still couldn't get rid of her fear of Soren. Slayer. One life after another ended. Soren's body gave off a bloody aura that normal people couldn't detect. Only a work creature like her could sense it. Perhaps Vivian's comforting words had some effect on him. The feline girl gradually gathered her courage and looked at Soren, but she still hid behind the little girl. "Come." Vivian took the feline girl's little hand and brought her to an open space. She then said seriously, "Lulu, meow. Do a few somersaults. Show them what you're capable of." Perhaps because of the distance, the feline girl's nervous expression relaxed a lot. Her little hand was held by Vivian, and she seemed a little hesitant. When she met the little girl's gaze, she couldn't help but gently nod. Then Vivian retreated to the side, and the little feline girl stood on the spot and did a backflip. Not 360 degrees. It was a full 720 degrees backflip. The feline girl's petite figure landed lightly after 2 somersaults in the air, as if she didn't feel anything at all. Her limbs were so flexible that it made people speechless. Her slender waist was as if there were no bones. But this was just the beginning. The feline girl's petite body somersaulted in the air, and her speed was so fast that it was dazzling. This meant that not only did she have amazing tenacity, agility, and coordination, but she also had physical strength that was far beyond ordinary people. Meow. The petite feline girl did a side somersault and landed on the wall, but she didn't fall down. Instead, she directly clung to the wall. It was as if she was blessed with spider walk. She rolled and leaped between the walls. If one didn't look carefully, they would only see a black shadow. The vertical walls were like flat ground to her. In the end, even Soren and Gloria were shocked. Born with extraordinary agility. Soren looked quite dignified. As a top rogue, he was the one who could see the depths of the feline girl's strength. So the shocked expression on his face was the most obvious because he found that except for her coordination, the feline girl's body flexibility and sense of balance were almost the same as his. But Soren was already a high-grade profession that was close to legendary, and the feline girl in front of him looked so young. Gloria also looked dignified and said slowly, "The key is that she's not an adult yet. She has such a talent when she's underage. Her potential in the future in this area is difficult to estimate. It seems that the records are not wrong. This kind of work creature has amazing talent in some aspects." Clap clap clap, Vivian looked at the surprised expressions on Soren and Gloria's faces with satisfaction. She seemed to be quite happy. She clapped her little hands and jumped in front of Soren, and said in a crisp voice, "Brother, isn't Lulu very powerful? I'm the one who found her talent in this area. In order to train her, I also roasted fish for her many times. It took a lot of effort." Soren and Gloria looked at each other. He leaned over and squatted down, stroked Vivian's little head, and said softly, "She's very powerful. If she can be trained well, she may become a good helper for Vivian. When she's an adult in the future, I'll help you teach her something more powerful." The little girl nodded gently. But after a while, she frowned slightly and whispered, "Brother. Actually, I still want to train Lulu to be a maid. You see how beautiful she is, and her movements are so flexible. She's very good at catching dishes." Catching dishes? Soren was speechless. What was she going to train the feline girl in front of him? A peaceful day passed by just like that. As March approached the outer islands, the storm season gradually arrived. On the second day after Soren's return, there was a heavy rain. Although there was no way to calculate the amount of rain, it was indeed very heavy. Many houses had slight leaks. This was something that couldn't be helped. The craftsmanship of this era was limited, so there was bound to be damage in the storm. Soren had already prepared for the weather in the outer islands. Otherwise, if it was a house with a thatched roof on the mainland, it might have been directly torn apart. The heavy rain fell with a pitter-patter. Even though Soren had already planned the drainage channels in advance, he could also emphasize on repairing the roads. In the end, there was still a slight rise in the water. Because the drainage channels were just dug, they were not deep enough and the drainage capacity was too low. At the same time, the roads were a little bumpy because of the storm. The paved roads were a little better, but all the roads with mud were now muddy. Basically, there was no way for carriages to pass through. Because of this storm, the slaves were unable to work. Now, they were all detained, and at the same time, people were sent to watch over them. The natives were a little better. Some of the slaves who were just brought over from the mainland vomited and had diarrhea because of the climate. Fortunately, there were doctors with them, so there were no casualties. After all, it was troublesome to not have a priest. The weather in the outer islands was bad, so there were more storms. At the same time, because it was an area where the storm lord believed in, the storms here were often accompanied by thunderstorms. For example, now. Lightning flashed across the sky, and from time to time, it would strike the tropical rainforest in the distance. It looked like someone was going through a tribulation. This rain lasted for a whole day. If it was a wooden house, it would probably be wet inside. However, Soren had already built a lot of brick houses. From this point of view, it was more suitable for the outer islands' climate. At the same time, it was also more resistant to storms. Because of the storm, the whole camp quieted down. The pirates hid in the houses to avoid the rain. The 3 taverns were already full of people. It was dark outside, and it was difficult to see more than 5 meters away. The climate here. Gloria looked up at the sky, and stood beside Soren. She reached out and held his hand, and said slowly, "I'm afraid it's not that suitable for farming." If this kind of weather happens often, the seeds won't be able to survive. Soren nodded and said with a serious expression, I know. Fortunately, we haven't sowed the seeds this time, or else they would have been washed away. There were too many things that needed to be built in order to develop this place. Ditches for drainage and irrigation, as well as dams for flood control, all of which required a lot of labor. Now, they could only do it step by step. It's not like we can't change this climate. I'll prepare for the sea god sacrifice in 2 days. Gloria frowned slightly and said slowly, borrowing the power of the gods? The price of seeking help from a deity is not small. It's a pity that I haven't advanced to legendary yet. Otherwise, I could use the power of the Adept Tower and the magic circle to forcefully change the climate of the nearby area. Soren turned around and glanced at her. He reached out and pulled Gloria into his arms. There's no need to do that. The consumption is too great. Unless there is a sorcerer tower to maintain the energy consumption. Forcefully reversing the weather is not a problem for the time being, but there will be side effects in the future. Nature is very mysterious. Unless you have the power to change the weather, it's better to just go with the flow. Gloria couldn't understand Soren's words. She could understand them separately, but when they were put together, even she felt a little strange. But she was still a witch full of wisdom, so she could roughly understand what Soren meant. She nodded gently and leaned her head on Soren's shoulder. You can borrow the power of the gods for a short period of time, but in the long run, you will become dependent on them. This is not good for your rule here. The influence of the gods will be greater than your prestige. Soren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I know. You just need to hold on for a while. Rumble, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the electric light was like a dancing dragon. Soren stood under the eaves and looked at the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to see through space, and he saw more things. It was the realm of the gods, and there was the power he needed. The rainstorm lasted for 3 days before it stopped. Soren's camp was flooded. Although it was a bit of a headache, it also exposed some of the shortcomings of the construction plan. After the rainstorm stopped, he quickly mobilized people to repair the damaged roads and houses. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear and boundless. It seemed that there would not be a storm for a short period of time. In terms of climate, farming here required good weather. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, they could also change the weather. The busy morning quickly passed. After the initial inseparable relationship, Soren and Gloria also returned to their usual routine. Soren was busy setting up the camp, and at the same time practicing his spellcasting proficiency. In the afternoon, he practiced his combat skills. The Drow and Adele were his sparring partners. Gloria usually did her research in the house, and occasionally went out for a walk. Recently, the man-eating plants slightly attracted her attention, but she quickly turned her attention to the study of the shadow plane. Gloria hoped to build a portal and use the gap in the shadow plane to stabilize the connection between the two worlds. This way, they could return to the material plane at any time and close the portal if they encountered any unexpected situations while exploring the Wizard Tower. This was the safest way. In addition, they maintained the frequency of once every 3 days, enjoying each other's time. Whether it was Soren or Gloria, they were not the kind of people who would easily indulge in lust. They had pursuits that were above the physical body, which was above the realm of the mortal world. Perhaps because of Gloria's existence, Soren's murderous aura was a lot lighter than before. This made many pirates grateful to Her Excellency the Witch. In the past, Soren was definitely an existence that killed people without blinking. His means were cruel, bloody, and ruthless. The pirates under his command always feared him more than respected him. Now, Soren rarely killed people. Even if some of his men made mistakes, they would only be whipped. Being whipped was much better than being beheaded. The slaves began to get busy. The camp needed to be developed, and there were still many things to do. It was really not easy to start from scratch. Sometimes even Soren felt tired. But it was all worth it, because the foundation had been established here. Even the Drows, after seeing the growth of this place with their own eyes, gradually felt a little more recognition. There were even Drow warriors who proposed to move their tribe here. It was safer, more comfortable, and more convenient here. There was plenty of food, excellent equipment, and all kinds of daily necessities. But because there were still some among the drows who were worried that Soren would turn from cooperation to annexation and eat up the entire drows, the female drows in the tribe were quite opposed to this. Soren was not in a hurry. He was ready to leave this to time. If they still didn't understand when the time came, then don't blame Soren for using some cruel means. A large area of wasteland had been reclaimed in the south of the camp. But it hadn't been sown yet. It would probably be around March. The burning of bricks and building of houses was still in full swing. Soren's initial plan was nearly 500 houses, enough to settle all of his men, and even a small number of slaves. The wizard Saruman had begun to study how to turn the guano stones into high-quality fertilizer. It was estimated that there would be results in about a month or so. At that time, it was almost time to start sowing the fields, and the slaves from the continent had mastered the deep plowing. The farming here must be done carefully. Recently, Soren learned from his men that Saruman was very interested in the man-eating plants, which aroused his curiosity. But fortunately, Saruman didn't delay the business, so Soren didn't ask too much. In the afternoon, Soren was practicing the White Raven sword style in the training ground. Just as he finished fighting with Adele, suddenly, the slaves and pirates shouted in the distance. Bang! Soren seemed to have heard something, and his figure immediately flew out and rushed in the direction of the cultivated land. One after another, vigorous figures rose from the ground. Soren's pirate leaders ran out one after another. They jumped and landed on the roof, and then quickly approached the cultivated land. They had already felt a sense of belonging to a faction that was thriving and growing stronger. Close to 10 pirate leaders with strength around grade 4 quickly approached, and then they jumped over the fence and rushed to the cultivated land. Of course, the one at the front was Soren. As his figure gradually approached, he immediately saw 2 huge Quetzalcoatlus in front of him. They flapped their dragon wings and swooped down from the sky, and their huge dragon claws instantly pierced through the 2 native slaves. In the midst of the dying screams, the Quetzalcoatlus grabbed their prey like an eagle and flew away. "You're courting death." Soren's face was gloomy. When he saw the Quetzalcoatlus killing his slaves in front of him, a trace of anger and killing intent immediately emerged in his heart. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Soren's elven war bow appeared in his hand. After the distance was within range, he shot a series of arrows. Most of them hit the Quetzalcoatlus, but most of them hit the wings of the Quetzalcoatlus. The Quetzalcoatlus let out a cry, and its body shook a little, but it still flew further and further away. Trying to run? Soren expressionlessly chanted a spell, and his figure directly rose into the air. Fly. His figure flew into the sky, and at the same time, in an instant, he put another arrow on the bow and aimed at the abdomen of the Quetzalcoatlus. P.S. There's another chapter for today. After writing this chapter, I feel much more realistic. It's a feeling of inspiration coming back. Fly. This was a very important spell for wizards. However, this spell also had a very big limitation. That was, fly required the caster to maintain it. It was not realistic to fly in the sky and bombard the enemy because it required abilities that were quite difficult to master. Even fighter jets needed to fly back and forth to attack continuously. If wizards wanted to cast spells while flying, they naturally had higher requirements for abilities. Those were the abilities, combat casting, and flight casting. Without the support of these 2 abilities, the result of forcibly casting spells was likely to backfire, and then the whole person would fall from the sky. Soren did not have the ability to cast spells while flying, nor did he have the ability to cast spells while fighting. Therefore, he could not cast spells in the sky at all. Once he cast a spell, the failure rate was more than 90%, however, in the flying state, it did not affect him from doing other actions, such as putting an arrow on the bow. This action was not considered casting spells, and it was also within the range of fly. Therefore, when Soren's figure rose into the air, he shot 3 arrows in a row. Although it was not as smooth as when he was on the ground, he still found a sense of balance with his strong dexterity. Casting spells in the flying state was equivalent to maintaining 2 spells at the same time, but shooting in the flying state was a separate matter. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 arrows flew out, one hit the lower back of the Quetzalcoatlus, one hit the side of the Quetzalcoatlus's abdomen, and the last one hit the lower jaw directly. Half of the arrow was embedded in the lower jaw. Judgment of death. Soren's attack seemed to have triggered the judgment of death. The Quetzalcoatlus wailed and shook, and then its huge body fell down shakily. The strong immunity of the dragon subspecies allowed it to avoid the judgment of death, but it gradually fell from the air. At the same time, a series of data prompts appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Target hit. You have dealt 16 piercing damage to the target. You have acquired some information about the ability, precise shooting. Target hit. You have dealt 27 piercing damage to the target. You have acquired some information about the ability, moving shooting. Target hit. You have dealt 54 piercing damage to the target. Hit the enemy's vital point. Judgment of death triggered. Target has passed the judgment of death. You have obtained partial information about the ability, flying shooting. Soren was surprised to see so many notifications popping up in front of him. He didn't expect so many notifications to pop up at once. The most important attribute that affected long-range attacks was dexterity, and Soren's dexterity was almost legendary. Therefore, he was very talented in archery. Even if he was not familiar with it in the past, the speed at which he grasped it was quite fast, not to mention that he had many other specialties to support him. That was why the leader of the Drow warriors suggested Soren to try archery, because he saw Soren's talent in this area. Soren's quasi-legendary tier stats had strengthened his mastery of the bow and arrow. At the same time, it had also greatly increased the speed at which he could master such abilities. Soren had already discovered this in the past. Temporarily buffing one's attributes would greatly increase the speed of mastering a skill. The Quetzalcoatlus was about to fall to the ground. The body of the indigenous slave that it had started to hunt had already fallen. Although it didn't fall directly, it had lost its sense of balance. If it didn't fall, it would be crippled even if it didn't die. Soren wasn't in a hurry to harvest the slaughter EXP. He directly aimed at another Quetzalcoatlus. Swoosh, this time, Soren slowed down a little. He aimed at the head of the Quetzalcoatlus and shot it directly. The arrow turned into a cold light, but because of the air and wind speed, there was a slight deviation. It shot under the neck of the Quetzalcoatlus and did not hit the vital part of the head. The notification didn't appear. The first notification was the easiest to obtain. The difficulty of obtaining the next two notifications would gradually increase. These required time to accumulate. Roar, there was a scream. The Quetzalcoatlus let go of the corpse under its claws, then flapped its wings and accelerated, flying directly toward the distant mountains. It was scared. Even monsters would be scared, especially when their own kind fell in such a short time. Swoosh. Swoosh, Soren shot continuously and shot all the arrows in one breath. Unfortunately, the power of the bow and arrow was greatly reduced after the distance was drawn. Only some of the arrows hit the dragon's wings. The damage caused was not enough to threaten the Quetzalcoatlus. The speed of fly was not as fast as the Quetzalcoatlus flying at full speed. Soren watched the enemy fly further and further away. In the end, he could only land helplessly. It was much more convenient to fly in the sky with wings. The dragon was still the overlord of the sky. No one would fight with the dragon in the air. Patter, Soren landed gently on the ground. Behind him came the cheers of his subordinates and the sound of other pirate leaders approaching. He rushed directly to the Quetzalcoatlus that fell in front of him. Even if it fell from such a high altitude, it still maintained its body. After landing, it didn't directly die, but there were traces of fractures in its legs and abdomen. Not far away was the body of the indigenous slave. Its abdomen was directly pierced through by the dragon's claws, and a large part of its intestines spilled out. Soren's expression was cold. He frowned and approached. Then he slashed at the Quetzalcoatlus's head. Poochie, blood splattered out of the wound. Soren cut off the Quetzalcoatlus's head, then frowned and looked at the mountain in the distance. Your Excellency. The half-elf first mate and the red-haired female pirate approached. When they saw Soren, they bowed slightly. The half-elf first mate said, it was these two Quetzalcoatlus that attacked the slaves. One of them had a scar on its tail. I remember it very clearly. Quetzalcoatlus. A dragon subspecies with a challenge rating of 8 to 12, a monster level between 15 to 18, and a small number of special bloodlines could reach the legendary level. Soren glanced at the Quetzalcoatlus's body in front of him and slowly said, "Let people transport the body back. These Quetzalcoatlus won't dare to attack again for the time being. We'll deal with them in 2 days. It's time to clean up the monsters nearby." The Quetzalcoatlus looked a bit like the Quetzalcoatlus of the Jurassic era. Its body was quite large, with sharp dragon claws and fangs. It was very aggressive. Its neck was very long, which was a relatively obvious weakness. As a dragon subspecies that was difficult to deal with, it was still a bit difficult for Soren's men to challenge them. Soon, the others rushed over. A Quetzalcoatlus's weight was close to 2 or 3 tons. It took 20 or 30 people to carry it back. Behind them, a bearded pirate held the Quetzalcoatlus's head. When they returned to the camp, someone immediately raised the Quetzalcoatlus's head. Immediately, there were cheers from the pirates below. Even the slaves cheered and looked at Soren with eyes full of awe. Strength could always suppress a lot of things. The continuous attacks of the Quetzalcoatlus also made the slaves feel fear. However, the creatures that they feared were easily killed by Soren. He was not the same as before. The Quetzalcoatlus that risked his life to challenge was now no longer Soren's opponent. When Soren returned to the camp, Gloria also happened to come out. She heard the cheers outside and came out to see. Gloria glanced at the bloody corpse of the Quetzalcoatlus in the distance and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Soren saw her smile and said slowly, "There's a Quetzalcoatlus's nest nearby. They just attacked the slaves. I killed one of them, but the other one escaped." Gloria nodded slightly, raised her hand to lift the long hair on her earlobe, and smiled playfully. "Do you need me to do it?" "No." Soren also smiled and said, "I'll take care of them tomorrow. You focus on studying the magic circle. It's best if you can stabilize a portal that can be closed and opened. The shadow plane connected here always gives me a strong sense of crisis. If we can come and go freely, we can deal with it much more easily." Gloria nodded and said softly, "Okay. I know." The Quetzalcoatlus was quickly carried away and skinned. The pirates were eager to taste the dragon meat. The drow warriors were also pointing at it. As agile warriors, they could not equip the expensive mithril and fine gold armor. The rare leather armor made of dragon skin was the best armor they could get. However, the drow warriors were not easy to speak because they had not completely surrendered to Soren. Their status was not as good as those elite pirates. In fact, only a small part of the rare weapons shipped back from the north were allocated to the drow warriors. Most of them were used to arm the core pirates under Soren's command. Rewards could not be given randomly. If he only wanted to win over the drow warriors, wouldn't it make the pirates below feel bitterly disappointed? Now these pirates were Soren's most loyal subordinates. On the other side, the leader of the drow warriors, Dark Blade, looked at everything in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a while, he called a drow ranger, whispered a few words, and then said, "Send someone back the news. He's getting stronger and stronger. Warn those stubborn females not to act rashly. This person is not so easy to take advantage of. They only want to use his strength to strengthen their tribe, but they don't think that the one feeding them is a tiger." Proud female drow. These female elves, who ruled the Underdark and had a status far higher than that of males, had not fully recognized Soren's identity until now. For Dark Blade, this was a very dangerous thing. This was because he knew very well how dangerous this throat cutter was and how cruel his methods were. He was worried about what terrible things would happen when Soren's patience ran out. Clang! Clang! The whistling sound of the wind was accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing. Then, Gloria's playful voice rang out, "That's it? So you're such a useless man. Where are your spells? How could it be interrupted so easily? Weren't you so smug last night? Why aren't you showing your male chauvinism now? Come on. Attack me with spells. You're as soft as a woman now. What happened to last night's bravery? Could it be that your legs have gone soft?" Clang! Clang! Gloria was wearing a tight white dress. She was as beautiful as a blooming snow lotus, but her attacks were unusually fierce. It was as if she had been buffed with draconic strength. She swung her heavy staff and swept it at Soren's vitals. As a northern witch who was close to legendary, she was not without the slightest melee ability. On the contrary, the high-grade wizards in this world had received melee training. It could be said that even if she didn't use magic, her melee combat was equivalent to that of a second-tier warrior. Come on. Gloria's charming face blushed slightly. Perhaps it was because of the physical exhaustion, or perhaps it was because she was a little excited by what she had said. She said in a mocking tone, "Is that all you can do? Or do you only know how to play the hero on top of women at night? Are you so easily distracted and interrupted in battle?" Her full breasts bounced up and down along with her vigorous movements, creating a very attractive arc clang. Gloria executed a beautiful spinning sweep, forcing Soren to take a step back. At the same time, she leaped up and swung her staff at Soren's head. "Huh." Soren took a deep breath. There was an indescribable expression on his face. In any case, he looked quite depressed. From the beginning to the end, he only defended and did not attack, so he was forced into a difficult situation by Gloria's unrestrained attacks. There were a few times when he had the time to cast a spell, but it was immediately interrupted by his opponent's ferocious attacks. After blocking and dodging 2 rounds of attacks, Soren finally found the opportunity to fire 2 arcane missiles back. They couldn't even break through Gloria's defensive energy field. The result of the battle made Soren feel a little frustrated. It was as if he was being suppressed. Clang! Clang! After a new round of attacks, Gloria retreated like a butterfly. Her plump chest heaved up and down as she took a deep breath and said, "Let's stop here for today." After all, a wizard's physical strength was inferior to a melee profession. Soren put away his scimitar in frustration. He raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him, who had an inexplicably excited expression on her face. He said in a muffled voice, "I didn't expect you to be so good at taunting people." This woman had taunted him. Why didn't he realize that she had such a good taunting skill before? The words she said during the battle did affect Soren's performance. Weakness. Soren was a very strong man. Even if he had a strong will and determination, he still couldn't help but be affected when a woman taunted him about his sex life, especially when it was his own woman. Gloria gave him a mischievous look. She lifted her fair fingers and gently lifted the ends of her hair. She put on a gentle smile and said, "A wizard must learn to ignore the taunts of their enemies. This is the first lesson of mastering combat spellcasting. Many enemies can see through your emotions and use words to provoke you, thus affecting your spellcasting. Maybe you won't be affected in close combat, but from the perspective of spellcasting, you're not focused enough. Mastering combat spellcasting is not only about dealing with your enemy's attacks, but also learning to ignore their taunts. Focus was the key to combat spellcasting." Gloria, who was still valiant a moment ago, had now turned back into a gentle and charming woman. It was as if the person who had said all kinds of provocative and even shameful words to provoke Soren was not her at all. She raised her eyebrows slightly and untied her hair, letting her silky hair casually fall. She glanced at Soren and playfully said, "Are you angry?" "No." Soren replied in a muffled voice. Then he directly walked over, picked up the noble witch in front of him, and carried her on his shoulder. He then turned around and walked into the room. "Scoundrel." Gloria seemed to have foreseen what was going to happen next. Her charming face was flushed, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she lightly punched Soren's shoulder and whispered, "Petty man. You said yourself that you wouldn't be angry no matter what I say during training." "Pa," Soren raised his hand and slapped her round buttocks. He said in a muffled voice, "I'm really not angry. I just feel like I need to prove myself again." Gloria's body softened when she heard this. Her face became redder and redder. She acted like a spoiled child and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. You were as fierce as a tiger last night." Soren kicked the door open and continued in a muffled voice, "It's too late." He caressed her round buttocks and pinched them a few times. Then he threw Gloria on the bed and closed the door with a magic trick. He then reached out and grabbed the witch's full breasts, kneading them slightly. He didn't even take off her clothes and directly bit her. "Oh." Gloria's body trembled. She reached out and grabbed Soren's neck. Her face was as red as the sunset and she said in a soft voice, "You're so petty. I clearly told you that I would find a way to provoke you during the combat training." Gentler. Ah. Annoying. Soren did not untie the clothes on Gloria's body. He lifted the corset skirt directly, then stretched out his fingers and stroked it a few times. When he took it out, it was already wet. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "It seems that you don't mean what you say. Are you trying to provoke me with those words? Do you feel excited too?" He entered without hesitation. Soren picked up Gloria's soft body and let her sit on his body. He opened his mouth and kissed Gloria's lips. His waist moved gently like an intense drumbeat. Oh. The lingering kiss made Gloria close her eyes. She blushed and hugged Soren's neck. With the impact, she slightly twisted and swayed her delicate body. In this intoxicating blend of joy, she suddenly felt Soren's lips close to her earlobe, and then he said in a low gasping voice, "Gloria, I'm not going to give you a chance. I think I've fallen in love with you." For a short moment, her whole body stiffened. In the next moment, Gloria's body convulsed as if she had been electrocuted. She couldn't help but moan, and then her body slightly twitched. She suddenly pushed Soren down on the bed and kissed his lips. It was a little crazy and a little infatuated. After a while, Gloria gently raised her head and raised her white fingers to wipe the corners of her mouth. Her face was as delicate and charming as a blooming peach blossom. She gently pressed her palm on Soren's chest, and her slender waist swayed with the ups and downs. She said softly, "I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. I love you. I don't know when it started, but I think this should be love. Do you know? When I first realized that I was missing a man, I felt a little overwhelmed. An intimate blend." The passionate drumbeat seemed to become a gentle lingering. Gloria leaned over and kissed Soren's lips again. Then she gently reached behind her back and unbuttoned her dress. A little bit of sunlight shone through the window. All the lust turned into tenderness, as if everything was so beautiful. Mainland, Octo Valley. A group of fully armed warriors approached. They wore black full-body armor and their faces were cold and emotionless. They didn't look like ordinary warriors, but more like fallen dark guards. Behind these dark guards, there was a group of priests wearing long robes. They didn't wear any insignia of the gods on their chests, but this also meant that they belonged to some forces that couldn't see the light of day. Behind these people, there was a priest wearing a black robe. He looked at the valley with a cold expression and then ordered everyone to enter. Jia jia jia, a strange sound came from all directions in the valley. Vampire bats could be seen hovering in the darkness, and some strange figures leaping around the valley. They had scarlet pupils and sharp fangs exposed from the corners of their mouths. "Welcome to my territory." The demigod vampire in a blood-red dress descended from the sky. He smiled and looked at everyone in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on the black-robed priest. He said playfully, "High Priest. I didn't expect you to come to my door so soon." The black-robed priest took a step forward and said with some anger in his voice, "You shameless thief. How dare you steal the divine power of my lord? Today I'm going to take you back." "Is that so?" The handsome face of the demigod vampire showed a mocking smile. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A large group of vampire servants suddenly appeared around him. The black-robed priest didn't have the slightest fear on his face. He looked around contemptuously and said in a deep voice, "Do you think this group of trash can help you defeat me? You're too naive." There was a short silence. Then, another thin figure appeared. He stood alone at the exit of the valley. It was as if he had isolated the nearby space, bringing an evil shadow and melody to this place. The Helpheimer played with the magic flute at his fingertips, looked up and smiled, "What if I join in?" The black-robed priest's face changed instantly. Combat spellcasting. It was a rather difficult ability to master. This might be the most difficult ability for Soren to train so far, because even a talented wizard would need at least 3 to 5 years to master combat spellcasting. The battle was ever-changing, and it was not easy to seize the opportunity to cast a spell. Many wizards would cast a defensive spell in advance, and then rely on the energy shield to fight for casting time. Even with the guidance of Gloria, Soren's progress in mastering this ability was slow. He had to admit that this woman had a very high taunting ability. While attacking and interrupting Soren's spell casting, she could also keenly perceive Soren's emotions, and then rely on words to irritate and influence him. Damn it, Soren felt that he also needed to learn how to taunt the enemy. After all, his accumulation of basic skills was still a little shallow. The ability training could not be rushed in a short time. So after feeding Gloria, Soren began to busy himself with other things. The camp must not be left aside. In the future, whether it was Soren or Vivian, they may need the population and power here. This was to pave the way for the future of the legend. Otherwise, when the Avatar crisis broke out, he would not have the time and energy to accumulate. According to this progress, the accumulation of the population would eventually lead to a qualitative change from quantitative change. The elite pirates began to gather. Soren already had plans to clean up after the attack of the Quetzalcoatlus. The Quetzalcoatlus looked a bit like the Quetzalcoatlus of the Jurassic era. They were a little different from the familiar Quetzalcoatlus. The Quetzalcoatlus looked more like the Quetzalcoatlus in The Lord of the Rings. The Quetzalcoatlus was much easier to tame, but the Quetzalcoatlus was quite difficult, therefore, Soren gave up the idea of taming them after a slight thought. It was difficult to find a talent who could master the art of dragon taming, and it would take a lot of time and money. Teams of elite pirates gathered, and at the same time, someone distributed the heavy javelins. However, just as Soren was ready to deal with the Quetzalcoatlus, an unexpected visitor arrived. A ship was docked at the port. It was a very special ship, and it was engraved with the emblem of the goddess of wealth. South Coast. There were neutral gods, such as the goddess of wealth, evil gods, such as the goddess of ocean, and even some demons from the abyss, as well as some evil gods hiding in the dark corners. Therefore, when the ship with the emblem of the goddess of wealth approached the port, Soren immediately put aside the matter of dealing with the Quetzalcoatlus and rushed towards the port with his men. He didn't know how the believers of the Mistress of Riches found this place, however, as the most powerful church in the South Coast, Soren could not afford to offend the Lady of Wealth, who had mid-level divine power. Wealth Church. A powerful force that remained neutral and had forces all over the world. When Soren arrived at the port, there were already many people gathered there. Pirates had always been lawless and greedy for wealth. However, when they saw these people who were covered in jewels and treasures, they became quite obedient. Some of them even bowed slightly in respect. The goddess of wealth was a widely believed god. She had a large number of followers, but because it was difficult for the wealth priesthood to produce fanatics, her divine power was still much weaker than some of the stronger gods. Sometimes, quantity might not be able to suppress quality. Your Excellency throat cutter. The person who came down from the deck was a woman wearing a silver robe with golden cuffs. She had beautiful golden hair, and 6 gemstone rings on her 10 fingers. It was said that the goddess of wealth loved gold. Many of her priests had golden hair, and these priests were covered in jewels and treasures. They liked to wear expensive jewelry, and their clothes were also exquisite and luxurious. This was a tall and voluptuous woman. She wore a string of expensive pearl necklace on her chest. She bowed slightly towards Soren and smiled, and slowly said, "Your Excellency. I have brought you the goodwill of the Mistress of Wealth." The goodwill of the Mistress of Wealth? Soren didn't relax because of this. He looked at the tall woman in front of him and slowly said, "Welcome to this deserted island. I'm very curious how you found this place." The tall woman didn't answer directly. Instead, she smiled and said, "The Mistress of Wealth has been watching us." It seemed like someone had leaked the information. Soren wasn't angry because it was difficult to hide such a big target from a powerful god's church. He was just curious how the other party knew the route here. The tall woman in front of him glanced around and looked at the port in front of her. She smiled and said, "Your Excellency has a good eye. Just the port here is enough to bring a lot of wealth in the future." Speaking of this, her expression was a little playful. "Aren't you going to invite me in to have a look?" She didn't come with good intentions. Although the other party had been smiling, Soren felt that this might not be a good thing. Because behind him stood the Sea Church. If he was accidentally involved in the confrontation between two gods' churches, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Please. Soren turned around and made an inviting gesture. Even if he was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast, there was not much difference in status when facing a high-grade priest from the Church of Wealth. The necessary respect was still certain. Not many people would want to offend the Mistress of Wealth, who would say no to money. The priest of the Goddess of Wealth showed a satisfied smile on her face. She got up and followed Soren while observing the surrounding environment. Behind her, there were 2 low-grade priests and temple warriors who were fully equipped with fine armor. The Mistress of Wealth was the richest god, so most of the temple warriors who believed in her were equipped with first-class equipment. Just the 8 temple guards behind her were enough to kill a group of elite pirates under Soren's command. Because Soren just glanced at them and saw that their weapons were mixed with adamantine, the Principality of Rossard. In the middle of an incomparably grand hall sat a woman who looked rather dangerous. She looked at the messenger below with cold eyes, and a playful smile appeared on her coquettish face. Her red lips opened slightly and said, "What do you mean? Asrad wants to form an alliance with me? Haha. Is he worthy? A puppet supported by the Naga Siren royal family. Naive enough to want to form an alliance with me. I'm afraid he can't even deal with the newly risen throat cutter. Now get out of here. Go back and tell him. He wants to form an alliance with me. Let the Naga Siren royal family behind him send a messenger here." Humiliation. The humiliation from the Duke of Red Dragon's wife made the messenger a little angry, but he didn't dare to do anything because the woman in front of him was quite terrifying and cruel. It was said that in order to gain power, she slaughtered her own family. Her purpose was to use some kind of evil spell to extract the power of other people in the family who had the blood of warlocks. This allowed her to advance to the legendary realm in just a few years and become the most powerful Red Dragon warlock in the South Coast. And so far, no one had seen her fight with all her strength. Many people thought that she had the strength of a high-grade legendary. A high-grade legendary dragon warlock, not only was he a powerful spell caster, but he was also a fearsome warrior, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Her rise was more exaggerated than the rumored throat cutter. When this cruel woman first appeared, she appeared as the newlywed wife of the Duke of Rossard. However, shortly after she married the old Duke of Rossard, the old Duke had already died, and his 3 sons also died frequently in accidents. Finally, she took over the power as expected, and at the same time, she controlled a duchy at an amazing speed in just a few years. It could be said that she was one of the most feared women on the South Coast. Her ruthlessness and cruelty were comparable to the drows in the Underdark. Almost anyone who dealt with her was very cautious because if they were not careful, they might be doomed eternally. The messenger slowly withdrew from the hall. Before leaving, he took a deep look at the woman on the throne, then turned and left. On the way to the camp, the priests of the Goddess of Wealth had been observing the place. These people who believed in the Goddess of Wealth had keen insight, especially when it came to the grasp of wealth and business opportunities. Soren didn't know much about the Goddess of Wealth because she was usually a very low-key god. Even when the new Goddess of Wealth replaced the old Goddess of Wealth, people only discovered it hundreds of years later. The reason for this discovery was because the Goddess of Wealth had upgraded from a lesser divine power to a medium divine power, and at the same time, changed the position of her original clergy. In the past, the Goddess of Wealth was the Goddess of Trade and Wealth, and now the Goddess of Wealth was the Goddess of Trade and Wealth. A change in position meant that the amount of godly power she could control had increased by several times. The Goddess of Wealth, who used to have trade as her core clergy, had a huge fluctuation in her divine power. Once the war affected trade, her power began to be affected because there was basically no way to trade in that kind of situation, and naturally, there was no way to increase her divine power. But as wealth became the core of this lady's clergy, her divine power gradually stabilized, and because the Temple of Wealth became something like a bank, she maintained a strong divine power almost all the time, and because of this, she also touched the protection domain of money. Wealth, trade, money, and protection. This new successor of the Goddess of Wealth was only discovered by others at this time. She had already replaced the old Goddess of Wealth. From then on, the power of the Goddess of Wealth became a first-class force on the continent, and it occupied an important position in the game of the gods' churches. When Soren first heard of this knowledge, he was also quite surprised, because he didn't think that just by changing the position of her clergy, it could cause such a big change, and let a god who was already on the verge of decline rush to the realm of great divine power in one breath. If it wasn't for the goddess of wealth's strong control of trade, and because the continent's trade was not developed enough, it was very likely that she would be the first god to enter the realm of great divine power in hundreds of years. There were neat rows of brick houses. Straight drainage ditches. The layout of the streets was simple and clear, with shops, taverns, and blacksmiths, and specially built public toilets. It was not dirty and messy like other towns, and there wasn't even any garbage on the road. Everything here was clean and tidy, and because of this, others even thought that Soren had a slight obsession with cleanliness. "Your Excellency really surprises me." The priest of the Lady of Riches, who was decked in jewels, looked around. She could not help but reveal a thoughtful expression. Then she slowly said, "This place is full of vitality and vitality. That is the aura of wealth. Such a town. As long as there was a stable order, it would soon attract many merchants." The overseas trade was now in the hands of Soren. Port Tylon and the town that was being built in front of them were 2 points. They controlled the direction of the overseas trade route. As long as Soren was willing to open up a little, he could attract a large number of adventurous businessmen. Trade was exactly what the Lady of Wealth needed. It could expand her faith and strengthen her power. The decline of the City of Wealth temporarily affected trade. There was no way to recover from the chaos that happened before in a short period of time. This was also the reason why she came here. "Please." Soren raised his hand and made an inviting gesture, then turned around and entered the hall. Just as the priest of the Lady of Wealth sat down, Gloria, who was wearing a black witch robe, also appeared in the hall. She glanced at Soren slightly and then nodded gently. "Your Excellency." The priest of the Mistress of Wealth stood up and bowed slightly to Gloria to show her respect. As a representative from the Church of Wealth, she was well aware of Gloria's identity and status, as well as her influence in the Witch Council. She even knew that Gloria had been promoted and rewarded by the Witch Council because she had touched the realm of the legendary witches. Gloria smiled and nodded in response. She reached out and made an inviting gesture, as if she was the hostess here. She smiled and said, "Welcome, messenger of the Mistress of Wealth. Your arrival brings light to our humble dwelling." Everyone took their seats. The priest of the Mistress of Wealth glanced at the others, got up and smiled, "Just call me Gold. In fact, I did bring the goodwill of the Mistress of Wealth here." Gold, it was a strange monosyllabic name. The priest named Gold in front of him walked to the center of the hall and slowly said, "It seems that Your Excellency intends to develop this place into a city. I have to admit that Your Excellency has a unique vision. However, if you want to develop the remote outer islands, it will require a considerable amount of manpower and financial resources. As far as I know, although Your Excellency has a close relationship with the Sea Temple, they have not provided any help. On the contrary, a large part of Your Excellency's trade from the outer islands has to be handed over to them." Gold, who was dressed in jewelry, smiled slightly. Her delicate face was full of confidence. She took out a golden card and said seriously, "This is a divine power gold card of the Temple of Wealth. As long as you hold it, you can withdraw 100,000 Kindler from any Temple of Wealth on the continent at any time." She handed the gold card to Soren and smiled confidently, "This is just a gift from us to Your Excellency. Please don't refuse. This gift is not part of our next deal. Regardless of whether we cooperate or not, this gift only represents our intentions. And to express our gratitude to Your Excellency for re-establishing the rules of the South Coast and restoring the trade to normal order. 100,000 Kindler." This time, not only Soren, even Gloria next to him was surprised. With Soren's experience, it was not that he had never seen rich people. He had been in contact with a lot of the royal family, churches, and so on. However, it was really the first time he saw someone who could give 100,000 Kindler so easily. The Temple of Wealth was really rich. When the 100,000 Kindler fell, even Soren could not help but breathe heavily. Then he smiled and reached out to take it. It would be a waste if he did not take it. He could never have too much money in his hands. Since she had already said that it was free, Soren naturally ate it first. Seeing Soren accept the divine power gold card, the priest of wealth showed a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, her expression became more and more proud. The Temple of Wealth was so confident, no one could refuse them so firmly when they had money to open the way. Gold raised her finger and turned the ruby ring on her index finger. Then she gave a look to a servant next to her. Then someone handed a document to Soren. She was quite confident and said, "The Temple of Wealth has the most powerful strength on the south coast. The financial resources that Your Excellency needs to build here can be fully borne by us. At the same time, the Temple of Wealth also controls the largest and most mineral resources on the south coast. We have a very abundant slave resource, and we can replenish the manpower you need at any time. It can be said that compared to the Sea Temple that only squeezes profit from you, we can provide you more. As for what we need, it's just that you open this city to us, give us the free authority to trade overseas, and then build the Temple of Wealth here and let us develop believers for the goddess." Gold looked at Soren with some satisfaction. She believed that the generous conditions she offered could make the other party agree. But what she never expected was that after Soren took a look at the document, he said in a firm tone, "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't agree to these conditions." The conditions were actually quite good. The Temple of Wealth provided Soren with funds, manpower, and materials. The only requirement was to open up the city's authority, give them the authority to trade overseas, and at the same time, let them develop their faith and build a temple. For Soren, who had just completed the prototype, being able to get the support of the Temple of Wealth could greatly speed up the construction progress, but it was also quite dangerous for him. Because of the Sea Temple, moreover, after Gloria heard the conditions, she was also calm on the surface, but secretly used her spiritual sense to deal with Soren. "You can't agree. The camp is connected to the Shadow Plane. We can't let other forces know about the existence of the Wizard Tower." "Yes." Hearing Gloria's words, Soren suddenly woke up. The value of the Wizard Tower was immeasurable. It must not be known to other forces. So no matter how good the conditions of the Temple of Wealth were, he could not agree. The authority of the city must be firmly in his own hands. Opening up the authority to build a temple would interfere with Soren's influence. Moreover, he relied on the Temple of the Sea behind him. Now that the Temple of the Sea Temple had not yet moved in, if he let the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth enter first, with the petty temper of the Sea Goddess, she might find out about it with Soren. Kim's face was full of astonishment. She did not expect Soren to refuse so firmly. Soren also did not want to be too stiff with the Temple of Wealth, not to mention that they had just given him 100,000 kindler. So he pondered for a moment and slowly said, "But as my goodwill, I'm willing to open up some of the authority to free trade to the Temple of Wealth. As for other things, I'm afraid I have to ask the Temple of the Sea for their opinion." The Temple of the Sea. Kim could not help but frown. She came here because she knew that the influence of the Temple of the Sea on Soren was far from that great. If he asked the Temple of the Sea, it was basically impossible to agree because the Temple of the Sea also needed faith. This place had not been developed yet. Once it became an existence similar to Port Tylon, the Temple of the Sea would immediately send priests to move in. At that time, how could the Temple of Wealth be allowed to enter? Although the forces of the gods were intricate, the establishment of a temple was like a carrot in a hole. The establishment of a temple meant that the foundation was laid. Look at Port Tylon. The Temple of the Sea and the Temple of the Storm fought countless times, but in the end, there was still no winner because both sides had the support of a temple. Building a temple here was equivalent to building half of a wizard tower, as long as the god standing behind it had not fallen, who had the ability to pull out a temple with divine power in the end, in the Battle of Amber City. So many legendary challenge-level Terror Knights could not easily take down any of the temples. It could be seen how strong the defense of the temple was. Soren could not allow the power of the temple to enter his territory. Even, if possible, he wanted to exclude the power of the Temple of the Sea from the periphery. This was also the reason why he kept planning to expand the port. There were too many important secrets in the camp. Kim's expression was a little stunned and disappointed, but she did not give up because coming here was her task. If she did not complete the task, it meant that the temple's evaluation of her would be lowered. Gloria had a smile on her mouth and secretly said to Soren through telepathy, "Keep her steady. She still has important uses." We can use her as a bargaining chip and take the opportunity to make demands to the Temple of the Sea. Take both sides. Soren was stunned for a moment, and then he was also thoughtful. He could not help but turn his head and look at Gloria in surprise. This woman's political acumen was very high. Facing Soren's surprised eyes, Gloria smiled indifferently, then raised her hand and gently lifted the long hair on her earlobe, and looked at him with her eyes. So. Soren stood up and said, "If you are not in a hurry, maybe you can stay here for a few days. I can immediately send someone to ask the Temple of the Sea. You should have seen the port here. The land there is very open. In fact, I am preparing to sell some of the land there. Although the price is a little expensive, I think you should be able to see the potential of the land with your vision." A very clever answer. The priest of the Lady of Riches was thoughtful when he heard that. He then looked at Soren deeply and said, "Of course. Okay. I will stay here and wait for your reply." He did not agree to the conditions of the exchange, nor did he agree to let them build a temple, but he was willing to sell a part of the land. This seemed to be very profound. In Kim's opinion, Soren was undoubtedly still quite afraid of the Temple of the Sea and did not want to lose the support of the Temple of the Sea. But he was also attracted by the superior conditions of the Temple of Wealth and did not want to easily give up such a powerful support. So there was such a euphemistic answer. If he was willing to sell the land near the port, then the ownership of the land would belong to the Temple of Wealth. Even if they could not build a temple openly, it could be used as a stronghold for the Temple of Wealth to develop their faith. As for whether they could build a temple here to strengthen their faith in the end, it was obvious that he wanted to see the strength of the two churches collide. A very cunning and treacherous man, he wanted to swallow the benefits from the two churches, but he did not want to be involved in the struggle for faith between the two churches. A piece of land. Kim had seen the terrain of the port. It was a very superior natural port. If this place developed into a place like Port Tylon, then the port would undoubtedly be the most prosperous place with the most people. The fleet coming and going would fill the entire port. On the contrary, the camp here was built inside and surrounded by mountains on two sides. One side was close to the tropical jungle, and it was a little far from the port. So, geographically speaking, it was not very superior. However, the terrain here was quite open and could be used to develop farmland. When she came, she saw a lot of farmland. She thought so in her heart. Kim could not help but have a little more contempt for Soren. After all, he was just a pirate leader who did not have much business sense. He only thought about the things dug out from the land and did not realize that the greatest wealth here was trade. If she were to build here, the city would definitely be close to the coastal port and directly build a port city. Now, if the port was developed, it was equivalent to laying out two cities. Even if they were relatively close to each other, they would not be connected in the end. With the powerful strength of the Temple of Wealth, it was not impossible to encroach on the port little by little. If they swallowed the port and occupied the core area of trade, then the value of the city here would be reduced a lot. Her excellent business vision made her realize that the port was the key. In the future, the struggle for faith would also be in the bustling port area. Now, the most important thing was the confrontation with the Temple of Sea. If they could not collide head-on, they could only give up part of the benefits to each other and strive to let each other take what they needed. The friction between two powerful gods' churches was a very scary thing. The group of believers from the Temple of Wealth was quickly settled down. When Kim left the hall, she could not help but see some drow warriors, which surprised her quite a bit. She turned around and took a deep look at Soren. Drows, this kind of creature was quite difficult to deal with. It seemed that they were the subordinates of this pirate. Maybe she had underestimated him too much. This group of people was settled near the south gate by Soren. At the same time, he secretly sent people to watch them to prevent these people from moving around in the camp at will. Gloria also quietly arranged a warning circle to block the area connected to the shadow plane. Now the portal had not been completely stabilized. If the portal was stabilized, the shadow cracks would be concentrated, and then other places in the camp would not be able to enter the shadow plane. The port was being developed, and when the time was right, they still had to be settled near the port. This may be an opportunity. Gloria waited until the priest of wealth and the others left, then immediately came to Soren and said, "The goodwill from the Temple of Wealth will make the Temple of Sea full of crisis. This can fight for more benefits for us. I know. Soren nodded gently. But then he said in a deep voice, but this matter must be considered carefully, because if we are not careful, we may offend two churches at the same time. Gloria frowned, then raised her fingertips and gently drew a line on the planning and construction map. She separated an area from it, and then slowly said, give up part of the benefits. Let them fight for it themselves. P.S. Today's first update, there will be more in the afternoon. The arrival of the priest of the Lady of Riches made Soren a little more vigilant. That was, as his strength grew, he would inevitably attract the attention of many powerful veteran forces. This was something that could not be avoided. Perhaps when Soren was not strong enough, these forces would choose to ignore him. But when Soren broke through a certain threshold, they would inevitably come into contact with him. Fortunately, it was the priest of the Lady of Riches who came. If the Storm Temple secretly sent someone to contact him, things would be even more troublesome. This place was close to the rainforest of the Amazons. If he refused, he would be attacked. In the end, he was not strong enough. If Soren could ignore the influence of the Sea Temple, then he could confidently say, this is my territory, I'm the boss. Advancing into the realm of legends, Soren felt that he had to speed up his progress. If there were 3 legendary figures in charge, no temple would dare to act rashly. So after settling down the priest of the Lady of Riches, Soren could take people to deal with the Quetzalcoatlus. Gloria was in the camp, and the wizard's eye was always monitoring the crack in the shadow plane. He was not worried that the other party would discover the secret here. So he took a group of people to hunt the Quetzalcoatlus early in the morning. As a dangerous dragon subspecies, they could bring Soren a lot of slaughter EXP, and he would definitely level up as a wizard. However, he still had to avoid casualties. It was not realistic for Soren to hunt these Quetzalcoatlus alone. The number of Quetzalcoatlus was probably more than one hand. The back of the mountain was a cliff. Soren had built a brick factory here, and the craftsmen from the east were busy. Behind the red land was a small river, and then it was the territory of the Quetzalcoatlus. There was feces of the Quetzalcoatlus here, so other creatures did not dare to come close. Soren's people were all grade 3 and above. Among them, there were elites who had participated in the White Dragon War. The dragon leather armor was in the process of being made. This process was not easy, and they might need the help of the drows. A group of people climbed up the mountain. Before they got close to the cliff, they heard the low roar of the Quetzalcoatlus. These dragon subspecies found them, but they did not attack. Instead, they roared at them and tried to drive them away. Swoosh, Soren shot an arrow at the wing of one of the Quetzalcoatlus. This provocation angered the beasts, and 2 of them roared and swooped down from the sky. Out of the way! Soren shouted, pulled out his curved sword icing death, leaped up, and stabbed into the Quetzalcoatlus' abdomen. The force of the dive knocked Soren away, but this force also turned into an impact, allowing Soren to cut open the belly of the Quetzalcoatlus in front of him, directly opening a wound nearly 2 meters long. A large amount of blood and intestines spilled out. Finally, the Quetzalcoatlus hit the ground with a bang, and half of its dragon wings smashed into Soren's abdomen. Cough cough. Soren coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered some bruises, but it was worth it. The Quetzalcoatlus in front of him was on the verge of death. Poochie, the scimitar cut through the head of the Quetzalcoatlus and beheaded it. A row of data appeared, activated sword form, beheading. You've dealt 72 damage to the target. Beheading successful. Target dead. You've gained 5600 slaughter EXP. Soren's battle was glorious, but the situation on his men's side was not very good. Although they hit the enemy with their javelins when they spread out, one of them was hit by the Quetzalcoatlus. Even the iron armor could not withstand the sharp claws of the Quetzalcoatlus. Their chest was almost pierced through, and even their ribs were lifted up. The large dragon subspecies attack was quite fierce, and with the advantage of their large size, their strength was enough to send a mammoth flying. One of Soren's men was killed by a diving attack, and the Quetzalcoatlus immediately wanted to fly into the air. Of course, Soren would not let it fly. He immediately picked up a javelin and threw it. The javelin whistled out and hit the enemy's wing, causing it to stagger and fall to the ground. Without a chance to fly into the air, the Quetzalcoatlus immediately swept its tail, then opened its mouth to bite the nearest person. Let me do it. Soren needed to gain slaughter EXP, so he naturally could not let his men kill it. He shouted, everyone spread out and attack with javelins. Brute force. Haste. Soren activated the permanent haste spell on his legendary boots, and his whole body turned into a shadow as he rushed towards the Quetzalcoatlus. Although equipment with permanent spells could be activated for a whole day, it was not so convenient in normal life, and sometimes it could not achieve the effect of a surprise attack. Most of these permanent spells were activated during battle. Some of them were directly tattooed on the body by special means or other methods, and they could only be activated in a special environment. For example, there was a permanent spell like Dragon Wing. If it was exposed at the beginning, it was likely to be counterproductive because fission could sometimes destroy these permanent spells. Clang! The curved sword turned into a cold light and slashed on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus. After the battle with the white dragon and the red dragon, Soren could deal with these dragon subspecies easily. Perhaps it was more dangerous to fight one against many, but it was very easy with the help of his men. Whoosh! With the light of the sword, the Quetzalcoatlus in front of them was quickly killed. Soren stood next to the body of the Quetzalcoatlus and took a breath, then said in a deep voice, let's go directly. Don't worry about these bodies, we'll come back and take them away. The rugged mountain road meandered up. Sometimes there was no road at all, and they had to rely on the shuttle. They quickly climbed up the Quetzalcoatlus nest. Then they saw the two Quetzalcoatlus that were guarding the nest. The Quetzalcoatlus stayed in the nest and did not help their companions when they were attacked, nor did they run away when they encountered a powerful enemy. Then there was only one reason. Soren was a little stunned when he came up. Then he looked past the Quetzalcoatlus that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws but did not attack. He saw several dragon eggs hidden behind them. Spring seemed to be the season for Quetzalcoatlus to lay their eggs. Then in summer and autumn, the animals were fat and strong, so they could catch enough food to feed the hatched dragon eggs. Be careful. Soren looked at them seriously and then said, all of you, back away. Don't attack those dragon eggs. Maybe these dragon eggs are still useful. It was quite difficult to tame dragon subspecies. However, if they hatched from the eggs, the difficulty of taming them would be reduced a lot. The Quetzalcoatlus growth cycle was very fast. As long as there was enough food, they could grow to more than 1,000 pounds in half a year. Although Soren did not know how to tame a Quetzalcoatlus, the drows had the skill to tame a petrifying lizard. Giant lizards were very similar to dragon subspecies, which meant that the possibility of taming them was about 30%. A 30% chance was enough for Sauron to give it a try. The others immediately backed away when they heard Soren's words. Soren approached the two Quetzalcoatlus in front of him. They were very uneasy facing Soren, but they did not leave the nest. Whether it was a pure-blood dragon or a mixed-blood dragon subspecies, the probability of laying eggs was not very high. Therefore, they would often protect their dragon eggs at all costs. Clang, a cold light flashed. Soren's figure strangely disappeared and the next moment, he appeared behind the Quetzalcoatlus. However, he did not attack the enemy in front of him. Instead, he directly rushed to the dragon eggs and collected 5 of them in a dazzling speed. Attack! Soren turned around and stabbed his sword into the enemy's back. At the same time, he shouted, kill them. As long as they did not have to worry about breaking the dragon eggs, they could attack freely. These Quetzalcoatlus in front of them were no match for them. If Soren activated his slaughter transformation, it would not be difficult for him to fight these Quetzalcoatlus alone. P.S. That's all for today. Bang! As the last Quetzalcoatlus fell to the ground, Soren couldn't help but stand up while gasping for breath. He then clenched his teeth and pressed his arm, almost dislocating it from the Quetzalcoatlus attack. In front of him were 3 Quetzalcoatlus that were killed. One of them just came back from hunting, and there was also a zebra that was killed by it at the foot of the mountain. How are the casualties? Soren moved his arm and then turned around to look at his men. Just now, someone was knocked down by the Quetzalcoatlus near the dragon's nest. This place was hundreds of meters from the foot of the mountain, so it was basically impossible to survive. A small pirate leader counted the number of people and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency. 4 are dead and 7 are injured." "Yes." Soren nodded silently. This number of casualties was still within the acceptable range. After all, they were dealing with a dragon subspecies. The possibility of no casualties was too small. A Quetzalcoatlus gave him nearly 5,000 slaughter EXP, cleaning up here gave Soren nearly 30,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough for him to level up his wizard profession. However, for the time being, Soren still had to hold back because he had already received the proficient spellcasting ability twice. If he received it again, he would be able to directly master the metamagic ability. The progress of casting in battle was relatively slow. However, if he mastered the proficient spellcasting ability, the speed of casting in battle would also increase. Many abilities were complementary to each other. There were so many Quetzalcoatlus corpses that they couldn't transport back quickly. Soren could only bring them back first and then arrange for his men to transport them back. This small matter would be taken care of by the pirate leaders below. Soren himself took the 5 dragon eggs back. After dealing with these Quetzalcoatlus, the camp should be completely safe. Unless there were some dangerous creatures that migrated here, there shouldn't be any attacks in the near future. In the camp, Soren just came back and saw the followers of the Priest of Riches. They were obviously also observing this place, but because of Soren's ban, they could only secretly observe the layout of this place. The location of the Shadow Fisher was close to the warehouse, and no one was allowed to casually approach it. At most, they could only observe the situation of the south and east gate. "Brother?" Not long after Soren returned, Vivian appeared. Today, she was wearing a black princess dress, and her beautiful long hair was tied up in a bow. Her big round eyes looked around restlessly when she came in, and then her gaze fell on the dragon eggs that Soren had neatly placed on the table. Behind the little girl was the petite cat girl. Today, she seemed to be very well behaved. She was a little nervous as she followed behind Vivian. She was not as relaxed as she was yesterday. He didn't know if it was because the little girl in the black princess dress gave her a lot of pressure today, or if it was because of some other reason. "Eh?" The little girl widened her eyes and looked around. Then, she raised her little head and said, "Big brother. Are these all dragon eggs?" "Shit." When Vivian opened her mouth, Soren knew that this was bad. He knew that the little girl had always wanted to raise a majestic pet. Now that she had seen these dragon eggs, she might even want to raise one. "Aya." The little girl skipped closer to the table and reached out her white little hand to touch the eggs. Then, she cheered, "They really are dragon eggs. I've always wanted to raise one. Big brother, you're the best." Mwack. Vivian stood on the chair, tiptoed, and kissed Soren on the cheek. Then, she hugged the dragon egg and ran outside. She ran as fast as the wind. According to the little girl's judgment, there was a 90% chance that Soren would not agree to her raising such a dangerous creature. However, she had always wanted to raise a majestic pet. In the end, she decided to ignore everything and run away with the dragon egg after kissing her brother. When the baby dragon hatches in 2 days, her brother would probably not object. "Way. Vivian." Soren opened his mouth to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed softly. He was indeed worried about letting the little girl raise a dragon, even if it was a subdragon species. Dragons had hereditary memories, and subdragon species were born with a wild nature. It was not as if they would treat whoever hatched them as their parents the moment they saw the egg. That was the plot in the bard's stories. In reality, the dragon egg would let the baby dragon attack as soon as it hatched. The dragon's hereditary memories would teach them their instincts. The real taming of dragons was done with spells and brainwashing. "It's okay." Gloria's figure appeared outside the door. She was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was casually tied up with a hairband. After entering the door, she glanced at Lulu who was sneaking out. Then, she said to Soren, "With Vivian's current strength, raising a subdragon shouldn't be dangerous. If it's a pure-blood dragon, it might be a little dangerous." She walked to the table, glanced at the remaining dragon eggs, and said softly, "Are you planning to tame them?" Soren nodded slightly and said, "That's an idea." Gloria reached out and touched the dragon eggs, then frowned slightly and said, "This one has no breath of life. It's very difficult to tame dragon creatures. Only the people of Dragon City know the secret. Maybe it's easy to hatch them and control them, but it's quite difficult to make them listen to orders." Soren pressed his palm on the dragon egg that Gloria pointed out. Sure enough, he found that the breath of life was quite weak. There was no way to hatch this dragon egg. Even if it was a pure-blood dragon's egg, there would be some that could not hatch. Sometimes, it was similar to eggs. When a nest of dragon eggs hatched, the proportion of baby dragons born in the end could only be regarded as average. Soren put the dragon egg aside and replied, "Let's try it first." The drows have the skill to tame petrified lizards. During this time, they relied on me to provide them with materials, but only sent a team of drows to work. It's time for them to do something, and at the same time, test the attitude of those female drows. If these female drows still don't understand the situation, they can't blame me for being merciless. Speaking of this, Soren's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gloria raised her hand and gently lifted her long hair, looking a little worried, and said, "The drows are a race used to conspiracy and betrayal. I still can't trust them. You'd better be more careful." The underground creatures did not trust the surface creatures, and the surface creatures did not trust the underground creatures. Soren did not speak, but nodded gently and said, "I know. They can't make any waves. If they do anything, I'll erase them immediately." Gloria gently nodded, then took out a scroll and handed it to Soren, and said, "During this time, Vivian and I have been studying how to arrange the teleportation circle to connect to the shadow plane and decipher the mystery of this magic scroll. The little girl's talent is really amazing. Even I am surprised by her learning speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before she can completely surpass me." The deciphering of Melf's Minute Meteors has been completed. This is a copy we made. The spell has been analyzed in words that you can understand. However, there is still a paragraph in the original version of the secret text that we haven't been able to decipher. It doesn't seem to be part of the spell, but more like an improved technique of an arcanist. For the time being, Vivian and I haven't been able to decipher it. It's a text created by an individual, so it will take a long time to fully understand it. Text. There were many languages in this world. When a wizard's strength reached a certain level, they also liked to create their own secret text. For example, if you drew a twisted wavy line, it would be a wavy line in the eyes of others, but in the text you created, it would mean something else. This kind of secret text created by a wizard was the most difficult to decipher. Unless the corresponding spell book was found, or some special ability was used to understand it. So even Gloria, who had a lot of knowledge, couldn't decipher it in a short time. Finally, the deciphering is complete. Soren reached out and took the scroll in front of him, then nodded and said, "Very good. I'll memorize it as soon as possible." Gloria's arrival was a great help. Vivian spent more than a month to decipher the spell, Melf's Minute Meteors, but not long after she came, she had completed most of the analysis. Soren was quite looking forward to the spell. "Okay." Gloria smiled and looked at Soren, then turned and left the hall. Night fell. Soren went back to his room after making some arrangements for the night watch. He carefully spread out the magic scroll in front of him, then picked up a quill and copied on the snow-white paper. The white paper was filled with dense symbols, and he finished writing a stack of white paper. Only then did he rub his forehead and sigh. "Why is it so hard?" Soren felt a little dizzy. He got up and opened the window to get some fresh air, then sat back down. The difficulty was too high. Although this was only a level 3 spell, Soren felt that it was harder to master than a level 5 spell. He studied for half a day, but he couldn't even complete the prototype of the spell model. At this rate, it would take at least half a month to memorize it. It seemed that there were very few spells that were so difficult for him to learn since he became a wizard. The night passed quickly. Soren almost didn't sleep all night. He only put down the quill and rested for a while when it was close to dawn the next day. The progress of the spell model analysis was less than 3%. There was a pile of paper on the table that was nearly 10 centimeters thick with all kinds of symbols and words. Soren rubbed his forehead to relax his nerves, then he began to memorize the spells that he had mastered in the past. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Soren got up and left the room to practice the spells. When he had just finished using all the level 1 spells, the long-awaited prompt finally appeared: ability improved. After a long period of practice, you have obtained some information about the ability, skillful spellcasting. You have mastered the ability, skillful spellcasting. Finally, he got it. When the data prompt for mastering abilities appeared in front of him, Soren actually had an illusion of sighing in his heart. It was much harder to master a spellcaster's ability compared to other abilities. A lot of melee abilities could be mastered in a year and a half, but even the simplest spellcasting ability would take a lot of time. From the moment Soren started to become a wizard, spellcasting proficiency had been accumulating experience points, but it was only now that he truly mastered it. Even with encyclopedic knowledge and sage, it still took him a long time to master it. Spellcasting proficiency, spellcasting ability: as you cast spells again and again, your mastery of spells will gradually increase. This will increase your mastery of any spell. When you cast any spell, you can reduce the casting time by 1. If you cast a spell that only takes a second to cast, then you can turn it into an instant cast spell. This spellcasting time reduction effect can be stacked with spellcasting speed enhancement effect from other equipment. Arcane Missile. Soren gently raised his finger. Without chanting any spell, as if he was very familiar with it, he completed the spellcasting naturally. Then, a series of arcane missiles shot out and completely penetrated the target in front of him. Spellcasting proficiency was the core ability of a wizard. Many of the metamagic abilities that he would master in the future were accumulated from this. Since he had already mastered spellcasting proficiency, Soren did not need to continue saving slaughter EXP. A row of data appeared in front of him. Wizard profession has leveled up to level 10. Received 27, INT 21 plus, INT 21 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 22 to 10, *0. 5. Received 1 free attribute point. Received 1 ability point. Soren allocated the skill points to literacy and focus. He still could not master spellcasting in battle quickly because he did not have enough focus. It was easy to be interrupted in battle. The focus ability of a wizard had a wide range of uses. Whether it was learning spellcasting or spellcasting in battle, it had to pass a focus test. Pure wizards usually had a higher focus level. The ability that tested one's focus the most was mobile spellcasting. When casting spells while moving, one's focus would always be judged. Soren allocated his free attribute points to intelligence. In the future, when he wanted to learn legendary spells, the higher the intelligence, the better. Then, there was the very important specialization. Spell maximization, metamagic specialty. This metamagic specialty can maximize the power of spells. At the cost of increasing 2 spell levels, the damage of a spell is increased by 100%. For example, a level 1 spell, Arcane Missile, would become a level 3 spell after using the metamagic ability to enhance spells. At the same time, the damage of Arcane Missile would be increased by 100%. Note: prerequisite to enhance spells. Silent spellcasting, metamagic ability. This metamagic ability can silently cast a spell at the cost of increasing the spell's level. This allows a spell to be cast silently without any casting action or incantation. Silent spell casting ignored all silent spells, and it was difficult for the enemy to discover that a wizard was casting spells. Silent spell cast can be disguised under any movement until the moment the spell is cast. Only then can the enemy detect it. Note: epic talent, silent spell casts prerequisite. Instant cast spell, metamagic specialty. This metamagic specialty can instantly cast a spell at the cost of increasing the spell's level by 3 to make it an instant cast spell. Instant spellcasting could not be interrupted by any conventional means, and it was immune to all silent spells and counterspells. Note: prerequisite to epic spell casting. Soren looked at the 3 options in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Among them, spell maximization belonged to the damage category. It could greatly increase the power of spells. If he wanted to go all the way down the path of Arcane Missile, then this ability was quite useful. Then, there was silent spell casting. This was a very effective ability to sneak up on the enemy. During the Astral War, Her Excellency the Eye of the North used silent spell casting. During the whole process, no one noticed that she was preparing a legendary spell. It was only when the legendary spell was completed that others realized it. This ability was very popular among arcane tricksters in the past because it could surprise the enemy. Finally, there was instant spell casting, which everyone was very familiar with. It could directly turn a spell into an instant spell at the cost of increasing 3 spell levels. This was a very useful but costly metamagic ability, whether it was silent spell casting or instant spell casting, they were all prerequisites for future epic abilities. After mastering this metamagic ability, a legendary wizard could successively master instant spell casting, silent spell casting, level 0, instant spell casting, silent spell casting, level 1, instant spell casting, silent spell casting, level 2, and so on. As long as this epic ability was mastered, there was no need to increase the spell level of the corresponding level. For example, if one mastered the epic ability instant spell casting, level 1, then all the level 1 spells would automatically become instant spell casting. There was no need to use additional level 4 spell slots to memorize them. This epic ability could be upgraded all the way to level 9. When one mastered the epic ability instant spell casting, level 9, all level 9 spells would become instant spell casting. There was no need to use additional spell slots to memorize them. That was why many wizards mastered the instant spell casting in advance. This was to save ability points and upgrade all the epic ability instant spell casting after entering the realm of legends. Unfortunately, Soren had never seen anyone succeed. It could be said that the most powerful spellcaster he had ever seen was Arendelle's Princess Royal. However, even she didn't master the epic ability instant spell casting, level 9. At most, she could only instant spell casting, level 6. This was a choice, it determined whether a spellcaster wanted to be the most powerful one, or give up on pursuing the path of being the most powerful and to master other easier and more practical abilities, such as spell casting, silent spell casting, spell delay, and so on. The Eye of the North chose to cast a silent spell. This meant that it was almost impossible for her to touch the path of being the most powerful wizard. She could only go further and further on the path of silent spell casting. Silent spell casting. And Arendelle's Princess Royal, and now Vivian, both walked the path of being the most powerful wizard. Soren could be sure of one thing. Vivian definitely mastered instant spell casting. Otherwise, her casting speed wouldn't be so fast. Many low-level spells didn't even need to be chanted. However, now that it was his turn to choose, Soren didn't know which path he should choose. If he chose spell maximization, he would pursue the most powerful spell damage. In the future, when combined with epic spell penetration, he would be able to explode with amazing destructive power. However, if he chose instant spell casting, he might be able to touch the path of being the most powerful wizard in the future. This was a difficult choice. Soren fell into deep thought. Unknowingly, he had returned to his room. When he saw the scroll of the level 3 spell, Melf's Minute Meteor, on the table, he seemed to have remembered something and made a decision. The instant casting of spells was basically done after the legendary level. The most important thing for him now was his current combat power. It was too difficult to hold on to the ability to cast instant spells all the way to the legendary level. He might even have the ability to become a god by then. If he could become a god, it was not impossible to replace the ability to cast instant legendary spells in the future. The realm of the gods was full of mystery, so Soren quickly made a decision and silently said, "I choose the metamagic ability, spell maximization." Once the ability was chosen, Soren's thoughts were completely opened. He quickly had new ideas about the total number of spells he had mastered, the combat application of various spells, and the types of spells to memorize. First, the level 1 spells. Defensive spells were not very useful for Soren, who had amazing dexterity and strong constitution. It could be said that most of the level 1 spells were not as good as him drawing his sword and slashing it twice. Therefore, all the level 1 spell slots were used to memorize. Arcane Missile. Soren currently had 6 level 1 spells. If he memorized all of them, he could rely on the ability, spell casting proficiency, to instantly cast 30 missile attacks, which was equivalent to a level 6 spell, Missile Storm. Note: Arcane Missile limit is 5, Lesser Missile Storm limit is 15, casting time is 2 seconds, Advanced Missile Storm limit is 30, casting time is 3 seconds. In addition to the Transformation Combat Wizard, there were also the Cold Wizard, the Death Immunity Wizard, the Missile Burst Wizard, and the Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms Wizard. The most powerful ones should be the Transformation Wizard and the Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms Wizard. These two wizard systems were born before the Arcane Empire. Currently, there were very few people who could master these two sets of combat spells. Note: Bigby, one of the most famous combat wizards in history. The inventor of Bigby's Protective Palm, level 5, Bigby's Flying Palm, level 6, Bigby's Grappling Palm, level 7, Bigby's Diamond Palm, level 8, and Bigby's Crushing Palm, level 9. These 5 spells are the legendary Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms, a set of combat spells enough to kill a legendary warrior in a head-on fight. There were 2 sets of spells that could challenge the gods. The first was the Melf's Minute Meteor that Soren discovered, and the second was the Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms. Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms. Among them, Melf's Minute Meteors had an even lower casting requirement. Once the idea was open, the ideas were much easier. Soren was not lacking in survivability, so there was no need for him to memorize a large number of defensive spells like other wizards. Therefore, the spell slots he had were used for support and burst attacks. The level 2 spells were Brute Force and Cat's Grace. The remaining 3 spell slots were all used to memorize Arcane Missile, Empower Spell. Level 3 spells to be. However, Soren chose to give up on memorizing most of the spells. He only kept Fly, and then used all the other spell slots to memorize Arcane Missile, Maximum Spell. In this way, his BIU Arcane Missile Storm had been formed. From level 1 to level 3, he had memorized a total of 12 arcane missiles. With such a missile storm attack, it was not difficult to drown the enemy in an instant. Starting from level 4 spells, Soren's spell memory was a lot more cautious. This was because it was the key to the battle and also an important ability buff. He chose Brute Force, Extreme Spell, Cat's Grace, Extreme Spell, and Greater Invisibility. As a professional level 10 wizard, Soren had the last 2 level 5 spell slots. However, he did not want to memorize other spells because he was going to use them to memorize his trump card. That was Melf's Minute Meteor. This was a level 3 spell. With the help of the metamagic ability, Extreme Spell, it required level 5 spell slots to be memorized. Since it was to maximize the lethality, he naturally could not use level 3 spell slots to memorize it. For the first time, Soren had a fairly clear position on the choice of spell memory. As a top rogue, he was still a novice in the field of wizards. Until the spells and abilities he had mastered gradually took shape, his mind began to gradually become clear. Although he had 22 points of intelligence and a level 10 wizard, Soren could only use about 20 spell slots. The lack of spell slots made him unable to cast spells calmly like other wizards. He could only turn the core of the battle into an instant burst, as much as possible to match his rogue's fighting style. The spell was formed. Soren became clearer about his position. He looked at his remaining 80,000 slaughter EXP and chose to memorize most of the core spells in his mind. In this way, he avoided the trouble of needing a spell book to memorize them. Professional level 10 was a watershed. From here on, the slaughter EXP needed to level up to more than 100,000. Especially spellcasting professions, it would increase by more than 20% compared to other melee professions. In a short time, Soren probably did not have much slaughter EXP to allocate to his wizard profession level. Instead, he was preparing to focus on the legendary rogue skill, Shadow Realm. The morning passed quickly. After Soren sorted out his thoughts, he opened the attribute page. Now he was no longer a thief on the streets of Amber City. Even compared to the past, he had many advantages in many aspects. For example, abilities. Now, his attributes had become name, Soren. Race, half-elf, son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 19, plus 7, giant strength plus 6, agility 26, plus 2, constitution 22, plus 1, intelligence 22, plus 2, wisdom 16, plus 1, charm 19, plus 3, most sorrow plus 2. Alignment, lawful evil. Profession, Level 10 Commoner, Level 7 Rogue, 012-6500, Level 5 Shadow Dancer, 018500, Level 10 Wizard, 014-8500, Grade 4. Health Points, 292292, Sturdy. EXP, 72075, Slaughter EXP, 1545, Professional EXP, Unassigned. Skill Points, none. Attribute Points, none. Legend Level, 27. Divinity, 12, Minor Divinity. Requires 30 points to upgrade, Minor Divinity. Status: Normal. Basic Skills, Sneak 225, Literacy 275, Steal 75, Pick Lock 80, Snare 75, Focus 65, Negotiation 75, Appraise 45, Deception 40, Intimidation 75, Taunt 20, Act 25, Listen 45, Evasion 120, Parry 55, Block 30, Heal 65, Search 45, Detect 50, Scroll Copy 45, Spellcraft 35, Survival 45, Use Magic Device 35, Cooking 35, Alchemy 25. Legendary Skills, Omnipotent Hands, Epic Dexterity. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Killing Heart, Slayer, Ascetic, Scholar. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Spellcasting Proficiency, Reflex Evasion, Evasion Intuition, Roll Evasion, Nimble Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Minor Spell Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Minor Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Greater Dual Wielding, Sturdy, Regeneration, Intermediate, Telepathy 10 feet. Profession Abilities, Shadow Weave, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Combat Skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Leap, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, Fear Gaze, Divine, Fear, Divine, Vampiric Touch, Divine, Counterspell, Sword Form, Heavy Hack, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form, Behead, Sword Form, Spinning Strike. Attributes, Skills, and Abilities. A powerful professionist was built up from these three elements. Now Soren had basically surpassed other professions of the same level in these three elements. The only obvious shortcoming was that his taunt skill was only 20 points. There was no other way. Soren's fighting style had always been to get rid of the enemy quickly. There was basically no chance to taunt the enemy, so his taunt skill was the one that grew the slowest. Perhaps it was because he had more contact with women, his acting ability had improved, but his taunt skill had not increased much. Time passed day by day. Soren devoted most of his energy to the process of analyzing Melf's Minute Meteor, but he was still busy with the layout of the camp. At the same time, some information from the outside world was sent over from Port Tylon. War broke out. There were local conflicts between the orcs in the north and the southern kingdom, and the small-scale war made the situation even more confusing. The rebels on the south coast counterattacked a city, and the decaying kingdom announced that they were bewitched by the evil devil. At the same time, they urgently called on the nobles in the kingdom to wipe out the rebels. Unfortunately, there were very few people who responded. It seemed that in this period of chaos, many people had felt the premonition of the coming turmoil. The old aristocratic forces wanted to preserve their strength, and not many people were willing to expend too much energy at this time. Especially when the main force of the rebels had not been hit hard. There were only various rumors about the devil hiding behind the scenes, but no one could be sure of his identity. South gate of the camp. A sneaky figure came from the side, then climbed into a room through the window. Sir Priest. The thin figure took off his cloak, then bowed slightly and said, "I didn't find anything. The guards at the warehouse are too strict, and there are magic traps set up by the witch. I dare not rashly go over and alarm them. There were many rogues among the believers of the Lady of Riches. He was one of them disguised as a follower, and he had been secretly trying to spy here since he arrived at the camp." Yes. Kim was wearing a priest's robe inlaid with pearls and gems. She nodded slightly and said, "It's never wrong to be careful. Although he is friendly to us, it's best not to provoke him. Is there any news from the temple?" Standing behind her was a middle-aged man, who looked like an ordinary follower, but in fact, he was a grade 3 wizard. The followers of the Lady of Riches were very wide, and there were naturally many wizards who gave their faith to money. He immediately replied, "There is no clear news yet, but the church is secretly sending people to negotiate with the Sea Temple." Level 5 spell message spell. After listening to his words, Kim pondered for a moment, then said, "Let them speed up. The decline of the City of Riches may make the goddess dissatisfied with us. If we can open up the route here, the prosperous trade can enhance the goddess' power and influence." "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. At this time, sitting in the corner, a young woman who looked like a woman, but not a professional, more like a merchant, said, "Kim, is it necessary to be so anxious? I don't think this throat cutter has much business sense at all. These days, I often go out and walk around and find that he has invested most of his manpower and material resources into that broken land. These newly cultivated lands are basically of little value. Even if the weather is good for a year, they can't make much money. It's estimated that it's not as good as the wealth of a ship's round-trip trade. With this time, energy, manpower, and material resources, if all of them are invested in the construction of the port, I'm afraid that the wealth earned in 1 year is comparable to the income of 20 years of farming. In the end, he is just a short-sighted country tycoon who only knows how to guard that land." Kim turned and glanced at her. It seemed that the young woman's status was quite high, so her attitude and tone were softer. She slowly shook her head and said, "Maybe it's not that simple. A pirate king who can rise in such a short time is definitely not a simple character. Maybe he's plotting something bigger." Plotting something bigger? The others couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What was the bigger scheme behind this? Only then would they value the land more than the wealth at their fingertips. When the young woman heard this, she seemed to be deep in thought. Her eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Sea Temple. Accompanied by the sound of something being smashed, the angry roar of the Naga siren priest came from the hall. "How dare you? This ingrate that can't be fed. I don't even know when he got involved with the Church of Riches." The Naga siren priest had an angry expression on her face, and she took a deep breath to calm down. A strange voice came from the side, which seemed to be coming from the sea under the temple. It said faintly, "Your Excellency. What should we do now?" The Naga siren priest closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Then she opened her eyes and said, "This guy is getting harder and harder to control. No. We must send people to build the temple. He has developed a little in the outer islands. It's time to establish the faith of the sea goddess there." The strange voice continued to come from under the sea. "What about the Church of Riches? These guys are not easy to deal with. Agree to their request." The Naga siren priest smirked and said slowly, "But they have to pay the price. Since they want to intervene in the outer islands, they must give up part of their own interests. Tell them that we must be allowed to spread our faith among the fishermen in the coastal areas before we agree to expand their trade in the outer islands." Faith exchange. This was the plan of the Naga siren priest. It had always been difficult for the Sea Temple to find a breakthrough in the inland areas. They had been trapped near Port Tylon for nearly 100 years. Now the request of the Church of Riches was also an opportunity for her to spread her faith to the coastal areas. She did not dare to put forward conditions that were too excessive. She only targeted the fishermen who were likely to become believers of the sea goddess. As for whether they would further expand the scope and influence of the sea goddess after establishing a foundation along the coast, that was something to be discussed in the future. The rich catch could easily open a breakthrough for them. As long as the Church of Riches gave them a little authority, they could take root among the humans. As for who would gain more and have more influence in the end, it would depend on the strength of each other's churches. The Naga siren priest was very confident about this because as long as the sea route was cut off, the situation of the Church of Riches would be quite passive. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth could not help but reveal a trace of a sinister smile. In the gloomy valley, the strong smell of blood almost enveloped the land. There were dead vampire bats everywhere, as well as those ferocious vampire servants. In the center were the bodies of the Dark Guards. As powerful fallen advanced professions, they finally died under the siege of the dense vampire bats. How is it possible? The black-robed priest was covered in blood from head to toe. Under his tattered black robe, his full body armor was exposed. He held a heavy warhammer in one hand and a shining shield in the other. His expression was a little blank as he murmured, "How could I have failed?" There were only 5 followers left near him. In the end, all the survivors were priests, high-grade priests who could wear full-body armor and a shield. At the same time, it did not affect their spellcasting ability. In such a fierce battle, priests were always the kind of people who could stand firm to the end. Patter. The figure of the demigod vampire fell from midair. There were quite serious burn marks on his chest, but the flesh and blood there were rapidly regenerating. At this moment, he did not have the elegant and calm expression at the beginning because half of his head seemed to be severely burned. Many high-grade dark guards fell nearby, and there were only a few surviving vampire servants. Relying on a group of cannon fodder to deal with the dark guards, the price paid was naturally quite heavy. "It's over." The demigod vampire showed a proud smile on his face and said slowly, "The elites of the Church of Fear were all buried here by you. Even if you go back alive, the High Priest will not let you go. Have you thought about it? Choose to serve me. Or choose to die? Now that you no longer have the ability to stop me, why are you obsessed with believing in a god who is about to fall? Be loyal to me. You are the next chief priest. What he can give you, I can also give you." Clang. The sound of a weapon falling to the ground. The black-robed priest in front of him seemed to have given up resistance and slowly knelt on the ground. "Ha ha ha." The demigod vampire showed a satisfied smile and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After defeating the elites of the Church of Fear, they no longer had the ability to stop him from stealing the divine power of fear. When the divine power of fear accumulated to a certain extent, then he would be qualified to touch the divine power of fear, in a dark corner in the valley. The Helpheimer took back the magic flute in his palm. He was surrounded by corpses that died in various ways, but one thing in common was that their expressions when they died were very peaceful. He silently looked at the demigod vampire in front of him, and his eyes seemed to shine with a strange light. The night passed quickly. Soren got up early the next day because the 3rd batch of supplies from Snake Island had arrived. Snake Island was the transit station of the overseas base. There was a killer whale that was about to mutate into a sea monster. It was a very safe place. Now the killer whale was almost the size of a blue whale. Basically, a slightly smaller ship could not even withstand a hit from it. The sea near Snake Island had been divided into a restricted area by Soren. He was afraid of being attacked by the pirate king Ashrod. As long as it was not Soren's ship near that area, it was likely to be attacked by this mutant killer whale. About half a month ago, there were merchant ships from the shipwreck sea. No one knew if it was a real merchant ship or a spy of the pirate king Ashrod. Anyway, it was directly hit and sunk by the mutant killer whale. No one was left alive on the ship. Since then, the others had learned a lot. It took a bloody massacre to make them understand that Soren's words were not a joke. Snake Island stored a large number of supplies, many of which were directly supplied to the overseas base. This could reduce the travel time. It was also easier to avoid other people's eyes and ears. After all, there were too many forces in Port Tylon. Not far from the camp, the leader of the Drow warriors, Dark Blade Andri, was waiting in front. "Your Excellency Throat Cutter." When he saw Soren approaching, he quickly bowed his head slightly, and then said, "I have sent those dragon eggs to the priest. There should be no problem with hatching, but it's hard to say whether it can be tamed successfully. Because we have been away from the Underdark for too long, there are very few people in the tribe who know how to tame petrifying lizards. But we will do our best." Hearing this, Sauron looked at him with a rather cold attitude, and then said, "Yes. I know." After that, he left directly. Only the Drow warrior leader was left standing in place. Dark Blade Andri looked a little nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he did not immediately follow. Instead, he waved his hand and called a Drow ranger. He frowned and said, "He is already a little impatient with us. Those damn women haven't come to a conclusion yet? At least they should say something, right? I'm worried that the throat cutter will become more and more dissatisfied with us." The young Drow ranger was also nervous and whispered, "Recently, many important positions in the defense have been taken over by those pirates. We basically can't do anything about the warehouse. Those pirates obviously want to prove that they are not inferior to us. I'm afraid that if this continues, we will be replaced. Besides, those pirates are humans, and we are all drows. I'm also worried that if this goes on, Cutthroat will. At this point, the young drow ranger paused. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. Darkblade frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "These damned females are really stubborn. We're obviously living under their roof, but they're still behaving like slaves." The drow ranger also showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Master Darkblade, the drow warriors are very supportive of you. Moreover, your reputation is not inferior to any of the priests, but because they are females, their status has always been higher than yours. I think that since we have gradually integrated into the surface world, maybe some customs should be given up. As males in the group, we bear more responsibilities, but we don't have the corresponding status. It's time to make some changes. If Master Darkblade is willing to stand up, I believe that many drow warriors and rangers are willing to support you." Silence. Darkblade fell into silence when he heard the words, but there was a flash of light in his eyes, which seemed to be a little scorching. Inside the drows, the status of male drows was quite low, and they basically did not have much power. Even in the belief of the Dark Maiden, the female drows still firmly occupied a dominant position. After thousands of years of inheritance and accumulation, the male drows were not without complaints. It was just that the customs of the group had been deeply rooted, and the rule of the female drows was still unshakable, but now that they had come to the surface world, maybe they had a chance to make some changes. In the Underdark, if a male drow of any family ascended to the position, he might be ridiculed by other drow families. He might even be regarded as challenging the dominance of the female drows, so he would be punished by the Queen of Spiders or even besieged by other drow families. But this was the surface world, and no one would attack them because of this. A cold light appeared in Darkblade's eyes. He slowly clenched the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "Give them another chance. They don't know the strength of the throat cutter, but we can't let our people be dragged into the abyss of eternal damnation. Soren's means were too ruthless." All along, he had given people the impression that he was decisive. Darkblade was worried that something terrible would happen when His Excellency Throat Cutter ran out of patience. The port. As soon as Soren arrived at the port, he saw the priest of the Goddess of Riches in front of him. Gold was still dressed in jewelry, like a graceful and luxurious lady, but unfortunately, she looked a little bit vulgar. If there was a word to describe the love of the believers of the Goddess of Riches, then Tycoon Gold was definitely their favorite color. "Your Excellency." Cyclops had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Soren, he immediately handed over a list and said, "This is the goods that were sent here. Then here is the news sent by the Sea Temple." "Okay." Soren reached out and took a look. He immediately said, "The supplies allocated to the drows will be reduced by half, and the rest will be allocated as rewards for the Eastern craftsmen." After that, he opened the letter sent by the Sea Temple. After a few glances, Soren couldn't help but frown, and then silently put it away. "Your Excellency." Gold came over with a smile on her face. She played with the agate ring on her index finger and slowly said, "It seems that we can sign the agreement? We have taken a fancy to the land, from the slope in front to the land here. We are willing to buy it at a price that will definitely satisfy Your Excellency. At the same time, if you have no problems, the City of Wealth will soon send people to support Your Excellency in the construction of the port." What a big appetite. Soren glanced at the place she pointed and found that the location Gold picked was quite tricky. She marked out nearly 1,000 acres of land in one breath. From the port to the border there, almost 1/3 of the most useful land was taken away by her. And her pointing was equivalent to including 1/3 of the port, which made Soren a little hesitant. "Your Excellency, don't rush to refuse." Gold had been secretly observing the changes in Soren's expression. After noticing that Soren seemed to disagree, she immediately said, "The fleet of the City of Wealth has set off yesterday. Maybe after you see our strength, there will be new changes immediately. Money has the most powerful magic. I believe we will not let Your Excellency down." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but show a confident and playful smile at the corner of her mouth. Soren was silent for a moment when he heard this, and then put away the letter directly. The priest of the goddess of wealth in front of him was more well-informed than him. The fleet of the city of wealth had set off yesterday. What she said was already equivalent to showing her strength. The foundation of a god's church that had stood for thousands of years was indeed far beyond his, a pirate king who had just established his foundation. Camp warehouse. Soren had just returned here, and the half-elf first mate was already waiting. Your Excellency. The half-elf first mate bowed slightly after seeing him, and then handed over a well-made leather armor, and said in a rather excited tone, "We have asked the craftsman to make more than a dozen dragon leather armors. This is one that was just made today. I have tested it briefly, and its protective ability is not worse than inlaid iron armor. At the same time, it is much lighter to wear. Please take a look, Your Excellency." Completed, Soren heard the words and showed a smile on his face. He reached out and glanced at it, then weighed it and was quite satisfied. Not bad. But this seems to be dragon leather armor made of Quetzalcoatlus. What about the other part? The half-elf first mate heard the words and quietly approached a little, and whispered, "The other part is more difficult to make. It may take a while, but the quality should be better than this batch." Soren nodded and said, "Let them finish as soon as possible. After a while, we may have to clean up the nearby aborigines." The half-elf first mate showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face and nodded heavily. "Your Excellency, don't worry. The task will be completed within this month." Item type, dragon leather armor, +1, item grade, rare, grade 1, item description. This is a leather armor made of Quetzalcoatlus's dragon skin. Compared to other armors, it is stronger and lighter, and has quite good protective ability. Some of the characteristics of dragon subspecies dragon skin are retained in the leather armor, so it has good durability against fire, ice, and acid. It will not be easily damaged by the enemy's attack. In terms of craftsmanship, this dragon leather armor is a little rough, and it did not reach the best effect, but it still has the potential to be enchanted. Requirements: 8 points of strength. Because it is dragon leather, it is heavier than other leather armors. Equipment effect: dragon subspecies dragon skin, tough, defense level +5. Weapon special effect: dragon subspecies dragon skin. This dragon leather armor has the defensive ability of dragon subspecies. It can directly resist any attack below 5 points of attack. When receiving most attacks, it can reduce the damage received. Weapon special effect: tough. This dragon leather armor is quite tough, so it is not easy to damage it when receiving attacks. Strong acid and fire also can't easily damage it. Dragon leather is really different. Soren held the +1 dragon leather armor in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This defensive ability was not weaker than the inlaid steel armor. If he used it to store his subordinates, their battle strength would definitely increase by a lot. Unfortunately, Soren could not wear armor. This was because wizards had a higher chance of failure when casting a spell to pierce through armor, especially those heavy full-body armors. The failure rate of casting a spell could increase to more than 50%. The only advanced class that could cast spells while wearing armor was the Arcane Knight. They had a unique ability called Casting While Wearing Armor. Arcane Knight, advanced class, has the abilities Alertness, Iron Will, Advanced Skill, Combat Casting, Ability, Focus. Can cast spells while wearing any armor. Remark: one of the advanced heroic advanced classes, a class that specializes in both magic and martial arts. It was basically impossible for Soren to wear armor. There were too few arcane knights, so it was very difficult for him to learn the ability, casting while wearing armor, from them. Therefore, he could only think of ways to get a legendary enchanted robe. The legendary robe also had a strong defensive ability. It could even be directly enchanted with an energy shield without affecting the user's agility. A busy day had passed. In the evening, Soren took a stroll around the camp after dealing with many things. He also wanted to take a look at the wizard Saruman's research progress. The reclamation of the land was almost complete, and it would not be long before the seeds were sown. The fertilizers had to keep up with the progress, or the harvest this year would definitely not be enough. There were no weeds around the camp now, and the neat roads could be considered to be connected in all directions. The wizard Saruman's laboratory was in the northern corner. He seemed to like studying the plants in the tropical forest. Soren soon arrived at an independent courtyard. There were specially set up spell traps nearby. Relying on his thief's intuition, Soren easily found them. At the same time, the alarm trap set up by Saruman also noticed Soren's arrival. "Welcome, sir." The door to the courtyard opened automatically. There was a simple alchemy circle, and then Saruman's voice sounded from it, "I'm almost done with the things you need. I'm in the middle of an experiment, so I can't leave for the time being. You can come in directly." Soren glanced around, and then entered the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw some strange plants. They looked a bit like nepenthes, and there were many other plants that were not easy to identify. These plants were planted around the courtyard, and there was a special fence around them. There was a sign in front of each plant, recording the time it was planted and so on. "This is?" Soren frowned slightly, and muttered, "Man-eating flowers? Did he plant these plants? It should be those strange plants. Although the size was different, and they lacked the aura of a living creature, it should be the man-eating plants in the forest." The difference was, the ones in the forest were like living creatures, but the ones in front of him were a bunch of plants. "Sir." Saruman walked out of the room, bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture, and then said, "I've already completed the first step of the things you need." He saw Soren observing the plants, and his expression changed slightly. He then pretended to be relaxed and said, "These man-eating plants are very interesting, I'm studying them." "Oh, right. These plants are the fertilizer you need, and you can see that they're growing very quickly." Soren was very sensitive to Saruman's unnatural behavior, but he didn't ask too much. After all, they were only in an employer-employee relationship. Wizards had a very special hobby. As long as it wasn't something dangerous, Soren would tolerate it. He had dealt with necromancy wizards before. Compared to those wizards who studied corpses all day long, Saruman's hobby was nothing. So he got up and entered the room, and immediately saw a lot of bottles and jars, and many glass test tubes. For a moment, it made him feel like he had entered a chemistry laboratory. Alchemy. A field that included potions, enchantments, engineering, magic runes, and so on. Even the creation of souls was within the scope of alchemy. It was a very profound field of research. In the laboratory, there were 3 apprentices busy, and next to them was a clumsy clay golem. This clay golem looked very stiff, as if it didn't have a soul, and just stood there holding a strange instrument. "Sir, please take a look." Saruman took out a box, and inside it was something the size of a grain. It smelled like urea. He reached out and touched his beard, smiled and said, "This is what you want. I've already tested it, and it's very effective on any plant." Soren picked one up and observed it. This was a little different from the fertilizer he remembered, but it wasn't too far off. Using guano stones to turn into fertilizer wasn't a very high-end process. He gently put it back and said, "How's the production?" "This." Saruman's face was a little embarrassed, and his voice was a little lower as he said, "The daily production is about this much." Soren couldn't help but frown and said, "No. It's too little." How much could there be in this box? The amount of land he needed to cultivate was quite large, and there were nearly 1,000 slaves in charge of farming the land. This amount of production was simply not enough to meet the needs of farming. "I know." Saruman hurriedly said, "I'm trying to find a way to modify the alchemy tools. If I succeed, the production will increase a lot." "Okay." Soren nodded, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Increase the production as soon as possible. My request is not only to meet the needs of farming here, but also to make it into a commodity. I think you should understand." Saruman nodded seriously and promised, "At the end of the month, the production will meet your requirements. P.S. The camp has developed to the point where it is close to a town, so it needs a name." Futu couldn't think of a suitable name, so he could only ask for the name of a city. "If anyone thinks of it, you can leave a message in the book review section." After getting Saruman's promise, Soren felt a lot more relieved. Since he promised to complete the task at the end of the month, he would wait for a while. Before leaving, Soren couldn't help but glance at the man-eating plants again. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he actually found that the plants moved strangely. These mutant plants were a bit special. He hoped that Saruman's research on them would not cause any trouble. It was almost evening. Soren walked around the camp, then he was ready to go back and continue to study Melf's minute meteors. This low-level god-slaying spell was really not a joke. Soren had been analyzing the spell model for so many days, but he still hadn't made much progress. In the structure of the spell model of Melf's minute meteors, there were many quite complicated spell nodes and spell circuits. If the spell model was compared to a circuit board, then the other level 3 spells were at the level of a calculator, and Melf's minute meteors was at the level of a computer. This required quite an amazing memory and analytical ability. According to Soren's estimation, the difficulty of mastering it was almost higher than level 6 spells. The sea breeze blew from the side. Soren walked along the road and then came to the west gate. As soon as he arrived here, he saw the patrolling guards a little panicked, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Your Excellency. When the guard captain in charge of training saw Soren, he immediately trotted over and said, Miss is leading a dragon for a walk over there. A dragon. Soren was startled when he heard the words, then he hurried over there. As soon as he walked around the gate, Soren saw Vivian in front of him, wearing a black princess dress and walking quite happily. Her expression was a little smug. Behind the little girl was a Quetzalcoatlus the size of a hound. It seemed to have just hatched a few days ago. At this moment, she was tying it around her neck with a pink rope, and then walking it like walking a dog. The newly hatched Quetzalcoatlus was not big, but its eyes were full of fierceness. Occasionally, when someone passed by nearby, it would open its mouth and growl. It also raised its dragon wings and pretended to pounce. The growth cycle of dragon creatures was slow, but they had combat power very early. The baby dragon could fight as soon as it was born and ate the dragon egg. The pure-blooded baby dragon had a challenge level of 1 when it was born, and it could easily kill an adult man without combat training. In 3 to 5 days, the baby dragon would grow fangs and claws, and the challenge level would increase to level 2 to 3, and be able to kill some newly advanced professions. Although the Quetzalcoatlus in front of him seemed to have just hatched, it was still easy to kill 1 or 2 adults. The untamed Quetzalcoatlus was full of ferocity, and it was being pulled forward by Vivian with a rope. The little girl's it seemed that it had suffered a lot at the hands of the little girl after it hatched. The dragon whelps would not treat the first person they saw as their parents. The dragon race's hereditary memory was no joke. They could still tell the difference even if they did not look alike at all and smelled completely different. It was a lot more dangerous to raise a sky dragon than a wild wolf cub. That was why Soren didn't want the girl to raise one. Brother! Vivian soon discovered Soren behind them. The little girl let out a cheerful cry, and then used a rope to pull the Quetzalcoatlus over. The newly hatched Quetzalcoatlus could not fly yet, and its running speed was not fast either. It was forced to crawl forward. Look! Vivian looked as if she was presenting a treasure. She raised the pink rope and kicked the Quetzalcoatlus with her little foot. She pulled the Quetzalcoatlus in front of Soren and said happily, the dragon egg hatched. Big brother, look. It's called Little Black. Doesn't it look very impressive? Little Black. Soren's mouth twitched when he heard that. He then forced himself to nod and said, yes, it looks very impressive. Hee hee. Vivian laughed happily when she heard that. She then waved her little hand and led the Quetzalcoatlus forward. She wanted to take it for a walk so that the others could get to know it. The people here were quite violent. She didn't want Little Black to be killed by these ferocious guys the next time it went out to play. The little girl's steps were very happy. Her little hand was holding a rope, and she was dragging the ferocious Quetzalcoatlus behind her. Occasionally, other people would be shocked when they saw her. Everyone would probably know that the young mistress had a dragon by tomorrow, but it was indeed very impressive. Other people were walking dogs, but she was walking a dragon. Seeing the little girl so happy, Soren could only shake his head and let her be. Dinner time. Vivian came back with the Quetzalcoatlus. The newly hatched Quetzalcoatlus had a huge appetite. If there was enough food, they could gain 3 to 5 pounds a day. In about half a year, this Quetzalcoatlus could reach a weight of about 1,000 pounds. The cat girl in a small maid costume was responsible for feeding it. She carried a big wooden bucket with one hand, which was filled with fresh fish that was sent over from the port. The little cat girl seemed to be very playful. She grabbed a fish and threw it here and there. The Quetzalcoatlus in front of her stretched its neck and caught the fish with its head. It opened its mouth and swallowed the foot-long fish in one bite. It had just hatched for a day or two, and this Quetzalcoatlus could already eat a bucket full of fresh fish. Occasionally, the little cat girl would pick up a fresh fish and smell it. She seemed to like the smell of the fish. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to put it into her mouth after looking around. Because if she ate the fish raw, Vivian would teach her a lesson. She was a little afraid of Vivian. Especially when she was wearing a black princess dress, the little cat girl always felt bad and scared. A quiet day passed by just like that. Soren began to analyze the spell model of Melf's minute meteors after nightfall. Perhaps because of the accumulation of the previous few days, his research progress was slightly faster now. A magic lamp was lit in the spacious room. It felt like a 100-watt light bulb. This was an alchemy tool brought over by Gloria. There were also some alchemy tools made by the wizard Saruman. Because there were two more orthodox wizards around him, Soren also began to enjoy some of the more advanced conveniences. Most of the time, the wizard world was full of a sci-fi fantasy world. Soren still thought that there was not much difference between golems and highly intelligent robots. In some fields, golems were even more superior than robots. Soren, who was in a state of research, forgot about the passage of time. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he came back to his senses from the spell research, the sky was completely dark. Tap tap tap. A very light sound of footsteps approached from a distance, and then stopped in front of Soren's door. Vivian? Soren listened for a while, then put down the quill in his hand, and then put away a large stack of white paper. With the improvement of his strength, his perception and listening ability became stronger and stronger. The possibility of other rogues wanting to sneak attack Soren was quite low. Even in daily life, he was more sensitive than before. He got up and gently opened the door, and then saw the little girl standing in front of the door. Vivian was wearing a pure white nightgown and pink cotton slippers on her feet. There seemed to be a little tears in her beautiful big eyes, as if she had just woken up and was still a little confused. Brother! The little girl opened her small hands and threw herself into Soren's arms. Drops of tears fell from her beautiful big eyes. Soren quickly hugged the little girl in front of him, leaned over and kissed her forehead. He raised his hand and stroked her back, and said softly, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Vivian buried her little head in Soren's arms like a little kitten, and then whispered, "Brother. I dreamed of Heath. Heath. That loyal old dog." Soren's face showed a rare trace of sadness and nostalgia. He gently hugged the little girl in front of him, kissed her on the cheek, and said softly, "Don't cry. We buried Heath in the cemetery. He will rest in peace in the kingdom of the god of the underworld." Perhaps it was because she had a new pet, the little girl remembered the old dog that grew up with her. Soren was a cold person. There were not many people that he respected, and that old dog did what many people couldn't do. It was a loyal old dog. Soren could still remember how old the old dog was, but it still stood firmly by the little girl's side. Unfortunately, it didn't even have a full meal before it died. Instead, it lay in a corner and died peacefully. Because Soren had come back to life. And its mission was completed. Faith kept the old and hungry dog alive until Soren woke up. Then, it relieved itself of its burden and left peacefully in a deep sleep. Soren buried it in the cemetery because it was qualified to do so. Brother, Vivian seemed to feel a lot better after being touched by Soren. She raised her head and looked at Soren, and whispered, "Vivian has become so powerful. Can you bring Heath back to life? I miss him a lot." Silence. Soren fell silent. He stroked the little girl's long hair and kissed her forehead, but he didn't answer her question. Vivian seemed to have understood something. She curled up in Soren's arms with a sad expression. "Heath," the little girl's voice was choked with sobs. She murmured, "Is he really dead? Will he never come back? Hoo hoo hoo. P.S. That's all for today. I'll probably finish it in 10 chapters. 3 days passed quietly. Soren was busy analyzing the spell model of Melf's minute meteors, and Gloria had been setting up a magic circle to seal off all the shadow cracks. It was easy to have accidents when infiltrating across planes. Whether it was the conflict of the plane's law causing mutations, or the creatures of the shadow plane sneaking into the material plane, it would be a very troublesome thing. So for Gloria, before unraveling the mystery of the shadow plane, she had to make sure that she could enter and exit freely. As a proper wizard, she would definitely leave a safe way out for herself. Soren's reckless behavior of going in and exploring belonged to the standard style of a rogue. Last night, Gloria came to Soren's place for the night, and she also mentioned Vivian's matter. She didn't know what happened to the little girl recently. She actually asked her a lot of questions about the soul level. She even asked where the soul would go after death, and how long a pure soul could exist without reincarnation. The final place where the soul of a living creature would go after death, and the law of the soul's existence and transformation. There were a lot of things that even Gloria didn't know. After all, she was just a wizard who had just touched the legendary realm. Maybe she had mastered the technique of injecting soul fragments into the rune life, but she couldn't explain a lot of knowledge about the soul level. Vivian carefully recorded everything down, and then asked her about some knowledge about legendary spells. At this point, Gloria also told Soren very seriously that the little girl seemed to have asked something about the legendary spell, Wish. This spell was also a taboo among wizards because it was a legendary spell that could theoretically fulfill most wishes, but it had a serious price to pay. The wish spell could resurrect the dead, increase one's own power, increase one's attributes, and even make one immortal. In theory, this legendary spell could fulfill most of the wishes of mortals, but the price to pay was hard to say. Soren was silent when he heard this. But he didn't say much, and just sighed softly. The wish spell was one of the most difficult legendary spells to master. The difficulty of just remembering this spell was frightening, let alone fulfilling the requirements to cast it. This spell ultimately summoned an elemental jinn. The effect was a bit like Aladdin's magic lamp. It might summon a jinn, or it might summon an earth jinn, or it might even summon the oldest elemental god. Currently, there were only a few people in the world who knew this legendary spell. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Soren's analysis of the spell model of Melf's minute meteors was finally on the right track, and the progress was close to 45%. As his progress increased, his mastery of the spell model became faster and faster. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to memorize it. However, on this day, the fleet of the Church of Wealth finally arrived at Port Mordor, and they also transported a lot of manpower and materials. Motor. This was the name given by Gloria. It originated from the divination of the northern witches. It was a character with a special meaning. She performed a simple divination on this place and finally decided to use this name. Soren didn't really care about this, so he directly named this place Mordor. The Church of Wealth formed a huge fleet. Their abundant financial resources allowed them to directly use ocean-going ships for transportation. When Soren had just arrived at Port Mordor, he saw groups of sallow and emaciated slaves being escorted down. These were all slaves from the mines. The Church of Wealth secretly controlled many mines, which needed a large number of slaves, and the probability of slaves working in the mines was very high. The Church of Wealth secretly controlled a large number of slave trades. Of course, money was not so clean, otherwise they would not cooperate with Soren, the pirate leader. The slaves transported by the Church of Wealth were very messy. Most of them were humans, but there were also other races. Soren even saw a small number of grey dwarfs. These were first-class slaves. They were the kind of durable slaves that were welcomed by many slave minds because they had been controlled by spirit flayers for a long time. Your Excellency. After the half-elf first mate received these slaves, he trotted over and said, the statistics have been completed. A total of 632 slaves were transported, most of which were humans, and a small number of other races. 32 of them were infected, and some of them had died on the way here. They were thrown into the sea by them. Shall I go and settle them down now? Yes. Soren nodded slightly and did not have too much sympathy for the slaves. Such slaves could be seen everywhere in the world, and the slavery system was deeply rooted and even supported by many churches. Many of the past concepts were completely meaningless. Soon the slaves were escorted to the city of Mordor. Then, a gold priestess appeared in front of Soren. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this woman was too eye-catching. Maybe it was the gold color of her body that made Soren a little itchy. Everyone knew the habits of rogues. It was easy for them to not be able to control themselves when they saw such a tycoon. They wanted to sneak up and steal something valuable. Even if the jewelry on this woman was not a rare item, it was estimated to be worth more than 50 or 60,000 Kindler coins. High-grade priests were quite rich, and the priest of the goddess of wealth was even richer. Your Excellency. Gold came to Soren with a smile, then made a gesture toward the port and smiled, then we'll start first. Rumble. A silent loud noise came from the port, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Then they saw several of the ocean-going ships put down their decks, then opened the heavy hatch, and let some huge puppet golems out. Most of them were clay golems and stone golems. These golems were about 3 meters tall, and they came to the port with dull footsteps. Then they moved forward under the control of a grade 3 wizard, and soon they arrived near the land that Soren had promised to the Temple of Wealth. Rumble. There was a loud sound of collapsing, and then there was the sound of rocks being flattened. The dozen or so puppet golems pushed forward like a large road roller. The stone golems were responsible for breaking the rocks, and the clay golems' bodies were slightly deformed. Then they worked like a small excavator, and soon the land was flattened. Golem craftsmanship. Soren's expression was a little shocked, and he was a little startled before he came back to his senses. The scene in front of him was quite impactful. Compared with primitive human labor, the golems in front of him were like the difference between modern technology and ancient civilization. However, this method consumed a lot of resources. There was no elemental pool in the wizard tower to charge the puppet golems. Such a large energy consumption must be made up with money. This difference was like the comparison of fuel consumption between riding a motorcycle and driving a tank. The golems' work efficiency was very high. They should be specially designed golems, not for fighting. In a very short time, the golems flattened the land and began to build a foundation. The clay golem was able to carry a large stone that required 2 adult men to carry, and the clay golem was able to carry it quickly with one hand. The stone golem could even lift a stone that weighed several tons and carry it away. Their work efficiency was probably higher than that of excavators and cranes, because the latter still needed people to operate, while the golems could be carried away directly. Your Excellency. Gold's face was a little proud, and he said proudly, the strength of the Temple of Wealth will never let you down. At this rate, the port will be completed in half a month at most. Soren did not speak. Because the scene in front of him gave him a feeling of being ahead of an era. While he was still desperately relying on human labor to operate, the hands of others had begun to give him the illusion of being semi-mechanized. Golems. Soren looked at these golems and could not help but fall into deep thought. Gloria's golems could not be brought out. They belonged to the witch council. She only brought a clay golem that was responsible for cleaning. However, Soren thought of another thing. War of the Golems. It was a big event that Soren remembered very deeply. It was also this event that let the world know the terrible strength of the legendary sword saint. The War of the Golems had not yet broken out. If no one triggered the red alert in the ruins, or if someone lifted the battle command of the Golem army in advance, would the War of the Golems eventually break out? If the Golem army was not destroyed, how much fighting power could they exert, one must know. At that time, some people estimated that their fighting power was equivalent to the main army of a duchy. If the Golem army had not triggered the red alert and went berserk, it would not have forced many legendary masters to appear in the end. Even the legendary sword saint would not have appeared on the battlefield of the War of the Golems. These golems seemed to have been given a final command to destroy everything, but before the command took effect, they were buried and sealed in the ruins. Later, some people explored the ruins and paid a heavy price to find the skeletons of the undead and demons. Some people speculated that a terrible plague of the undead broke out, or the demons invaded here, so the Golem army was given the final command to destroy everything. If someone could change this command, maybe everything would be different. Soren fell into deep thought. The War of the Golems was a battle of the legendary level. Many legendary masters had appeared one after another. The difficulty of exploring the ruins was also at the same level as that of the evil creatures in the desert. If he did not bring a legendary team in, he might not even know how he died. Note, most of the ruins related to the Arcane Empire were of the legendary level. The difficulty might not be much lower than the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. P.S. Today's update. Tomorrow is almost done. There will be a surprise at the end of the month. It was a sunny and windy day. In the morning, it drizzled a little, making the road a little muddy, but soon the sky was clear. It was almost February, and it was time to plant. With the help of thousands of slaves, Soren finally dug a ditch connecting the river and built a simple dam with the help of mud to stone. There was no doubt about the role of spellcasters. Mud to stone was jointly cast by Gloria and Vivian, and it was completed in just 2 days. Such a dam could transform mud into complete stones, and the effect was estimated to be much better than cement. The well-connected ditches were distributed in nearly 5,000 acres of arable land. This was the first land that Soren reclaimed. The abundant slaves allowed him to exploit the value of labor without worry. According to his estimation, he would complete at least 10,000 acres of land this year. 10,000 acres of land was enough to easily complete the self-sufficiency of Mordor. As long as self-sufficiency was achieved, Soren basically had no worries. Food, land, and population. These 3 elements were more precious than gold in chaotic times, and they were also the key to the realm of the gods in the future. Rumble, suddenly, a muffled sound came from Soren's residence, and then Soren stood up excitedly. But it was a little different from the past. There were 2 fireballs floating in his palms, about the size of a fist. The flames were formed in a highly condensed state, and then suspended in his palms. As he moved, the flames jumped out of his palms. Melf's Minute Meteor. After such a long time, Soren finally remembered this level 3 spell. Rumble. Soren stood in place and took a deep breath, then looked at the surrounding environment. Then he jumped directly and rose to a height of about 12 meters. Then he waved his hand violently, and a fist-sized fireball whizzed out. Unlike the fireball spell, this flame was like a shot put, not an energy form like the fireball spell. The fist-sized fireball whizzed out at an amazing speed. The next moment, it hit the target in front of him, and then the target exploded into pieces of wood, leaving only a bare wooden handle. Boom! Boom! Explosions were heard one after another. In just 1 second, 5 targets were blown up in front of Soren. These training targets were basically blown to smithereens. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would be pierced through the middle and explode. The lethality was quite shocking. Even if Soren used the Elven Warbow +2 at full strength, he still wouldn't be able to penetrate these wooden targets that were almost 10 centimeters thick. Bang! Soren landed on one knee. The 2 fireballs floating above his palms had dimmed significantly. In less than a second, with his astonishing agility, he had launched 5 attacks in an instant. Melf's Minute Meteor, Extreme Spell. The lethality of Melf's Minute Meteor, which used Extreme Spell to turn into a level 5 spell, was a little beyond Soren's estimation. He could only make such lethality by slashing with his sword with all his strength, but this spell only needed to be thrown out. With Soren's current spellcasting level, a Melf's Minute Meteor, Extreme Spell, could make 11 attacks. According to his current attack speed, if he didn't consider the hit rate, he could finish it in 2 or 3 seconds. In the time it took him to be distracted, he could consecutively throw out more than 10 Melf's Minute Meteors. Rumble, all the targets were smashed, and Soren could only target the wall next to him. A Melf's Minute Meteor hit the wall, and a dent immediately appeared on the wall. The depth was close to 5 centimeters, and there was also a small explosion effect. The lethality was similar to an arcane missile. In other words, Soren's Minute Meteor's lethality was more than 30 points. Currently, he could only deal about 40 points of lethality without using his sword. Of course. As a level 3 spell, the role of Melf's Minute Meteor was not limited to this. The Minute Meteor it sent out was equivalent to a +5 level rare grade weapon, which could be easily converted to +5 penetration level. Most supernatural life forms could not be completely immune to the damage caused by it. Rumble, 5 consecutive Minute Meteors were smashed out, and a hole was directly blasted in the wall. Then the whole wall gradually cracked and finally collapsed. Your Excellency! Soon the voice of the pirate patrol guards came from outside, and a patrol team who heard the movement rushed over. Soren stopped, glanced at them, and waved his hand. It's okay. You guys go to the warehouse and get some armor. Leather armor, mail armor, inlaid armor, and half-body armor, all of them. The subordinates quickly followed the order. About a few minutes later, they moved a pile of armor over. Soren waved his sword and made a temporary wooden frame, and then he asked people to put the leather armor on. 2 level 5 spell slots were memorized with Melf's Minute Meteor, maximized spell. Soren chanted again to cast the spell, and then 2 fist-sized fireballs appeared in his palm. He first smashed the wooden frame of the first leather armor. With a muffled sound, the leather armor exploded on the spot, and the front of the chest was blown out. The second experiment was the mail armor. Soren waved his hand and sent out a minute meteor. In the muffled explosion, the middle of the mail armor exploded, and a hole of about 10 centimeters appeared. Then it was the inlaid armor, and this one was even more blown out. However, when Soren tested the half-body armor, the effect was much worse. Because the half-body armor was more complete, it could be understood as a simpler full-body armor. Melf's Minute Meteor only blew out a hole, and it didn't directly destroy the armor. With Soren's current spell power and the ability, maximized spell, this was the limit of what he could crush. The half-body armor could barely protect against the damage of the Minute Meteor, and the full-body armor's effect would be better. The other armors were basically like paper under the penetration effect of a +5 rare-grade weapon. This effect is comparable to a high-explosive grenade. Soren waved his hand in satisfaction, and a hole was blown out in the ground, and then he ordered, "Clean up these things." The lethality was quite amazing, it was worth Soren's time to memorize it. The only disadvantage was that each spell only had 11 Minute Meteor bullets, and the hit rate had to be controlled by oneself. The Minute Meteor's speed was very fast, but whether it could hit the target or not depended on one's accuracy. This spell couldn't be controlled by the mind. To explain it in terms of data, it needed one's own hit rate. In this regard, Soren had an unintentional advantage, because no pure wizard could have a higher hit rate than him. A simple tidying up. Soren got up and went to the port to check. Because of the support of the Temple of Wealth, Port Mordor, which had the natural advantage of a port, had been initially completed. Now there was no problem with docking a batch of ships, and the next thing to do was to further expand the port. On the other side of the land sold to the Temple of Wealth, a house had now been built, but there was still only a foundation in the center, because that was where the Temple of Wealth was built. This group of filthy rich people actually insisted on using blocks of marble to build the temple. Anyone who knew a little about architecture knew how much manpower and money it would take to build all with white marble. There was not much marble nearby, and no marble mine had been found, so the materials to build the temple might have to be transported from other places. The somewhat paranoid priests of wealth thought that only white marble was worthy of the Temple of the Lady of Wealth, so they used a fleet to transport it from other places. This was simply wasteful to the point of making one's hair stand on end. They crossed the sea just to transport some marble to build the temple. He had to say that they were really rich. Soren couldn't ask what others did. Anyway, the land had been sold to them, and if they wanted to build the temple with marble, let them transport it slowly. If the Temple of Wealth developed too quickly in the port, Soren was a little worried. Priest Jean was still bedecked in jewels. This woman was actually quite beautiful, and she was quite experienced in dealing with people. Only her nouveau riche clothes made people feel uncomfortable, especially when there were too many unclean pirates here. When she saw Soren, she seemed to want to come over and talk to him, but at this time a somewhat broken warship came into the port. The flag on it was broken, and it was hanging Soren's black flag. There was a situation. Soren's pupil shrank, and he rushed over in an instant. The warship quickly approached the port, and from afar, there were a lot of bloodstains, and some corpses on the deck. All of them were pirates under Soren's command, and some of them were elite troops that he had a good impression of. Now, all of them were lying on the deck as corpses. The battleship was covered with marks of swords and sabers. It was obvious that it had been through a fierce battle. Even the masts had traces of being hit by cannons. Some parts of the cabin were leaking slightly. The entire battleship was severely damaged. "Your Excellency, throat cutter." Scarface, who was covered in blood, limped out with the help of an elite pirate. His left arm was already gone, and it was tightly wrapped with bandages. This kind of injury could not be stopped bleeding, and the wound was burned to death to seal the arteries. The nearly 1.9-meter-tall northern man pushed away his men who were supporting him, then staggered to the front of Soren. Then he knelt down with a thud and said with a face full of grief and indignation, "Your subordinate is incompetent. Snake Island has been captured by Asrid. Our brothers have all suffered heavy casualties, and we barely managed to break out and escape. But Snake Island has already been burned down by them." Crack! The wooden planks under Soren's feet cracked inch by inch, and his face turned pale in an instant. A strong murderous aura made everyone uneasy. How is this possible? Soren growled from his teeth, and said angrily, "Asrid's elites are all stationed on the Eastern Sea route, how could they have the ability to secretly attack Snake Island?" Scarface lowered his head and said with shame, "It's the people from the Rossard Merchant Guild. We did not expect Asrid to secretly collude with the Principality of Rossard. They ambushed Snake Island and caught us off guard." The Principality of Rossard? Soren gradually calmed down, and said in a low voice, "Rossard Merchant Guild? The Principality of Rossard? The Duke of Red Dragon's wife? Asrid has joined forces with them? What about the Sea Temple? Such important news. Did the Sea Temple not respond at all? Snake Island was attacked, did they not rescue?" Scarface's expression was a little gloomy, and he said slowly, "We sent out people to ask for help, but Snake Island fell too quickly. There is no news from the Sea Temple, and I don't know if the Sea Temple knows about this." Naga Siren Priest, Soren's eyes narrowed when he heard the words, and he stomped his feet, and the ground shattered. How could they not know at all? Port Tylon was not far from Snake Island. Soren had stockpiled a lot of supplies there, and he had sent a lot of troops to guard it. It was not so easy to capture Snake Island. How could the Sea Temple not know about it? Soren took a deep breath. The oppressive atmosphere made the others nearby not dare to breathe. After a while, he helped Scarface up in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Can you still fight?" Scarface, who thought he was going to die, suddenly raised his head and said with determination, "Yes." Snake Island fell. He almost thought that he was going to die. After all, it was a very important base for Soren, and he had stockpiled a lot of supplies. As the pirate leader of the Shipwreck Bay route, his responsibility was undoubtedly the greatest. It would not be strange if His Excellency Throat Cutter directly killed him. Priest Kim. Soren turned around and looked at the Priest of Wealth next to him. He bowed slightly and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Priest Kim's expression was also a little dignified. He nodded gently and said, "It's a small matter. Limb regeneration is not a troublesome magic. He will soon be able to fight again." "Okay." Soren nodded slightly, and then ordered his men in a deep voice, "Gather everyone to the council hall." A dignified atmosphere spread in the port of Mordor. The pirates who were originally fooling around all became well-behaved. All of them gathered with solemn expressions. One by one, the pirate leaders hurriedly rushed to the meeting hall. Their expressions were all rather solemn, as if a storm was about to arrive. Half-elf first mate, Casa. Red-haired female pirate Adele, Isabella. Drow warrior leader Darkblade, Andri. Scarface. One-eyed dragon. Tiger shark. Knight. Butler. Soren's pirate leaders gathered in the council hall. Scarface, who had just regained his left hand, had a fierce expression. He had been silently wiping his sword. Soren stood in the middle of the hall. He looked around at the pirate leaders and said in a deep voice, "Snake Island has fallen." The hall was very quiet. The other pirate leaders obviously knew the news before they came. There was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary, there was a kind of bloodthirsty excitement. This period of silence made them thirsty for blood and slaughter. After all, they were all fierce and bloodthirsty pirates in the past, as they had witnessed the establishment of Mordor City with their own eyes. These pirate leaders had enough confidence in Soren. So their first reaction after hearing the news was that they no longer had to stay in their nests to build. Snake Island had fallen. His Excellency Throat Cutter must be furious. There was almost no doubt that he would go to war with the pirate king Ashrod. Soren's expression was cold. He glanced around the hall and said in a deep voice, "Gather the men. Adele Isabella. You go and gather the pirate fleet in Shipwreck Bay. One-eyed dragon. You go to Port Tylon to gather men and ask the Sea Temple for support. Kasa, half-elf first mate. You lead the dragon-headed ship to cut off the eastern route. Don't let any ships of Ashrod near the south coast. Darkblade, Andri. You send someone to inform the high priest of the Drows. They must send men to fight in this battle. Others, gather your men and follow me. This time, we want to fight with Ashrod. Face. Open. Fight. P.S. That's all for today. A chapter of 4,500 words. It should be 2 chapters tomorrow. Following Soren's order, the whole of Moto began to operate crazily. All the pirate minions who were lazily gathered in the taverns began to gather, and the materials stored in the warehouse were transported out in batches. Although Soren had stored a large amount of materials on Snake Island, the important part was still transported to Moto City because this was Soren's base camp. Whether it was weapons, food, ammunition, etc., they were basically enough to meet the needs of the camp. The atmosphere of a war filled the air. Teams of patrol guards began to gather, and rare-grade weapons from the north were distributed in large numbers. Dragon leather armor was armed to the elite pirate guards, and the equipment on the Drows were all replaced. Soren also had a lot of good things in his hands. Although they were not great equipment, as a pirate king, it was not difficult to take out a batch of rare grade 1 equipment. Many pirate leaders called for people to gather, and the warships docked near the port moved all the goods down, and then replaced them with batches of ammunition, weapons, and medical supplies. Even the blacksmith shop was filled with the sound of sharpening knives. After being lazy for a month or two, they were finally going to war. After killing the pirate king Ashrod, Soren would completely dominate the south coast. As long as one was not an idiot, one could see that Soren's focus was on the outer islands. In other words, if the pirate king Ashrod was defeated, the eastern sea route would need a pirate leader to manage it. Whether it was the half-elf first mate, the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella, or other pirate leaders, they all thought that they also had a chance to compete for the leadership of the eastern sea route. If they could be entrusted with the important task of managing the eastern sea route by Soren, it would be a position that was second only to one person. Mr. Kim. Near the port, a young woman in a cloak said, "Is that throat cutter really planning to go to war with Ashrod? Ashrod has the support of the Naga royal family behind him, and recently I heard that he is hooked up with the vicious Duke of Red Dragon's wife. A legendary dragon disciple is not easy to deal with, and he may not have much chance of winning." Kim had a playful smile on his face, and slowly said, "Isn't that good? Pirate King Ashrod is openly provoking him. He can't back down now. If he did not counterattack in such a situation, the throat cutter's status and reputation would suffer a heavy blow. However, even with the support of the Sea Temple, his chances of winning are not very high. If he loses, we can take the opportunity to make more demands." The young woman's expression seemed a little strange. She said slowly, "What if he loses?" Priest Jean glanced at him. His lips did not move, but his voice could be heard. "Then this place should have a new owner." The two looked at each other and smiled. The teachings of the Lady of Wealth were completely egoistic, which was why they were in the neutral camp, and more often than not, they were inclined towards evil. Mordor City. Soren's mansion. Gloria appeared in Soren's room, wearing a black robe. She said with a serious expression, "Are we going to fight? The Duke of Red Dragon's wife is not easy to deal with." Soren nodded. "Yes. I know. But the current situation is already difficult to back down. I have risen in the sea for too short a time. Because I defeated the Swamp King head-on, it deterred others and made the other forces near the south coast not dare to act rashly. But if such a thing happens and I don't do anything, then others may take the opportunity to bite back. They will think that I am not strong enough. At that time, not only the pirate king Ashrod, but I am afraid that the Storm Lord of the Amazon, the Chamber of Commerce Alliance on the south coast, and even the Sea Temple may bite back." Soren's sense of smell had always been very sharp. When he heard the news of the fall of Snake Island, he had already realized that this war was inevitable. Even if it was now the season for farming in Mordor City, the Shadow Plain needed to be explored slowly, and the nearby indigenous people needed to be cleaned up. But in fact, he did not have so much time. If he did not start a war, it would be a serious blow to the morale of his men. At that time, his men in Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay might be disloyal. After all, the time of Soren's rise was too short, his prestige had been accumulated through numerous victories and cruel massacres. He absolutely could not allow the enemy to stand above him and provoke him. That's good. With Gloria's wisdom, she understood after a little thought. She nodded gently and said, I'll go with you. No. Soren shook his head at this time and said, you must stay in Mordor City. At this time I don't trust others to stay in the base camp. Only with you here can I fight with peace of mind. Gloria could not help but look at Soren worriedly and whispered, but I'm afraid you don't have much chance of winning against the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Not to mention the Naga Siren royal family behind the pirate King Ashrod. Soren was silent for a moment, then said, the Sea Temple will definitely make a move. The gap between the two sides is not big. Gloria shook her head gently and said, in this case, the Sea Temple may not go all out. Otherwise, Snake Island would not fall so easily. There was a short silence. Just when Soren was about to speak, Vivian's voice suddenly came from outside the door. She seemed to be eager to try, brother. There's still me. Leave that bullshit Duke of Red Dragon's wife to me. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. Her expression seemed to be a little excited. Her cute little face was full of the desire to fight, as if she had been holding it in. There's more. Vivian had a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of her mouth. She stretched out her little hand and grabbed the cat girl next to her, and said in a crisp voice, and Lulu is also very powerful. She can fight 3 by herself. No. At least 5. No. Maybe 10 of them. The poor cat girl was held by Vivian by the corner of her clothes. She was as obedient as a puppy. When she saw Vivian's gaze turn to her, she quickly nodded desperately and said, meow. Lulu is very powerful. Want to fight 10. Meow. The little cat girl stretched out her claws. She felt that one claw was not enough to count to 10, so she quickly stretched out the other claw. Beastmen had the ability to transform. In the battle state, part of the body's characteristics may change from human to beast characteristics. Lulu had extraordinary agility at such a young age, so her bloodline must be more unusual. Vivian? Gloria fell into deep thought, then looked up and said, the odds of winning are not very high. I have to set up a magic circle on your warship so that I can use it as a teleportation beacon. I can support you at any time when necessary. Soren did not refuse. After all, a legendary dragon disciple was really not easy to deal with. He nodded gently. But at this moment. Suddenly, Gloria raised her head, looked around, and said coldly, who is it? Who is it? Please come out and meet me. Soren clenched his curved sword in an instant, and his whole body was tense, ready to fight. Vivian also narrowed her eyes and carefully looked around. Only Lulu did not move, and she still looked silly. Soren's perception was definitely not worse than Gloria's. Lulu, as a beast man, should have the strongest intuition, but even she did not have any reaction. The most likely possibility was that the visitor was not in the current space. Only the nature of the plane close to Soren could not detect it. As a northern witch with prophecy, Gloria could detect it. Daughter. A magnetic voice full of charm sounded, and then a figure covered in a black robe appeared outside the door. She raised her head and looked at Gloria in front of her, then turned her eyes to Soren next to her and said slowly, long time no see. It seems that you are about to become a legendary. Sure enough, your vision is always better than mine. Gloria's mother. Corinne, Soren was a little stunned when he saw her, but he did not relax at all. When Gloria saw her mother, she could not help but frown, and then her face changed greatly. Mother. You. Yes. The fallen northern witch nodded gently, and her expression was unprecedentedly calm, and said slowly, I have fallen. I made a deal with a powerful existence in the lower plane. The aura of a demon. Soren's perception was quite sharp. When he heard this sentence, he immediately noticed a trace of a demon's aura. Gloria's expression was serious, and she said slowly, what are you doing here? The fallen northern witch got up and walked into the room. After seeing Vivian next to her, she was a little surprised, but then she said calmly, "To help you." "The news of you coming to the south coast spread widely, and I guessed that you were here. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. If you want to deal with Ashrod, I can help you." Gloria's expression did not relax at all. Instead, there was a kind of sadness from the bottom of her heart, and she sighed, "What do you want?" In the end, her mother fell. Although she foresaw some fragments of the future, she did not expect that she would actually make a deal with a demon. Fortunately, it was not a demon. Otherwise, her soul might be in the contents of the deal. "It's him." Gloria's mother looked up at Soren, and then did something that even Soren did not expect. She bowed slightly to express her respect, and then said, "Your Excellency Throat Cutter. Please forgive my ignorance and short-sightedness in the past. In the past, pride, regret, and jealousy blinded my heart." Unimaginable, not only was Soren shocked, but even Gloria was in disbelief. Was this really her mother, that arrogant and mean woman? Why did she have a completely different feeling after she fell? It was as if her soul was sublimated. In Gloria's memory, she had never seen her mother apologize. Not to mention in such a humble manner, recounting her mistakes in the past, and at the same time, her expression was so calm. Gloria took a deep breath. The change in front of her seemed to be unexpected, and she said in a deep voice, "Mother. What do you want? I don't believe that you would come here for no reason." Gloria's mother looked at Soren again, and slowly said, "Him. The man outside of fate. The man who stood up when the goddess of fortune flipped the coin of fate. When I first met him, he was still an unknown thief. But now, he's the ruler of the South Coast, and he's on the verge of becoming a legend. I have enough reason to believe that he is the man outside of fate, and only he can change my fate. I don't have too many requests, I just want him to change my fate when I am bound to fail. In return, I'm willing to give him anything he wants." Gloria's mother turned her eyes to her daughter, and seemed to notice the distrust on her daughter's face. Because she was a fallen one, a witch who made a deal with demons, even her own daughter didn't believe her words. This discovery made Karina show a wry smile on her face, and she slowly said, "In the past, I was confused by pride and prejudice. After leaving the north, I went to a lot of places, and finally I figured out one thing. That is, I am willing to give up something for what I pursue. Finally, I found the answer in the desert, and I have devoted all my efforts to it. I lost my husband, and I am about to lose my only daughter. I've spent my entire life on it. For it, I changed from a noble witch in the north to an exile, and a fallen one. I will never give it up, so I am willing to give up everything for it. I gave up pride, remorse, harshness, dignity, body, soul, silence. A deathly silence." Soren didn't know what the fallen northern witch in front of him was referring to, and why she was willing to give up everything. But now the woman in front of him gave him a shock that was hard to describe with words. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of himself when he walked barefoot for thousands of miles in the north. That moment of enlightenment and perseverance were so vivid in his memory. For Vivian, he was willing to give up everything. There was something about the fallen northern witch in front of him that reminded him of déjà vu. "Mother." Gloria's face showed a trace of sadness, and she murmured, "You." Karina's expression was very calm. Even though she said such shocking words, she still looked quite calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. She slowly said, "I am still me, but I was blinded by my soul in the past, and now I finally see through all the fog. Your Excellency Throat Cutter. My only request is that you can change my fate one day in the future. In return, I'm willing to give you everything. I can give you what my daughter can give you." Fallen witch was still so calm. That was real calmness, not a disguise of acting ability. She seemed to have found something in her heart, so her words touched people's hearts like the truth, and made people feel that she was real. This kind of reality was terrible, it was also respectable. At this moment, Soren's perception of her changed completely, because he found that the woman in front of him was the same kind of person as him. It was just that they pursued different things. Soren was doing it for Vivian, and she was doing it for something else. Gloria turned her eyes to Soren beside her. Her expression at this moment was quite complicated, with sadness, anger, sadness, and many other emotions that could not be expressed in words. Because the one standing in front of her was her mother, but now her biological mother had become a fallen witch who made a deal with the devil, and her soul might not even be in her hands. Trust. It was not as easy as imagined. Soren fell into silence. He looked at the fallen witch in front of him with a serious expression and said slowly, "Which demon lord did you make a deal with?" Silence. Fallen witch was silent. Her expression was difficult and bitter, and then she slowly took off her clothes, revealing her white and delicate skin that was like milk. There was a very strange tattoo on her chest near her ribs, which looked more like a birthmark. It was a red lip that was pierced by an iron wire. The red lip was so seductive, as if it was full of shocking beauty, and some kind of power that tempted people to fall into the deepest darkness. Soren's expression was ashen. Gloria's expression was quite ugly in an instant. She glared angrily at her mother and roared, "Demon! Demon! Girl! King! You're crazy! Do you know what the consequences of making a deal with her are? You idiot!" Soren had never seen Gloria so angry. She was always so elegant and moving, but at this moment, she was completely different, her anger. Her sorrow. It even affected Soren, who was next to her, making him feel how disappointed Gloria was at this moment. Fallen witch slowly pulled up her clothes. Even at this moment, her expression was very calm, and she slowly said, "I know. But only the succubus queen can give me what I want. I'm destined to be the loser of fate. So, why don't I bet all my chips? Daughter. You're better than me. But there are some things you'll never understand." The succubus queen. Soren's expression was complicated, as if he didn't know what to say. He recognized the emblem of the succubus queen. It was a red lip pierced by an iron wire, a very special and shocking emblem. It was just like this troublesome demon lord. Anyone who made a deal with her would not have the slightest advantage, and in the end they would be eaten alive. She was one of the demon lords that Soren was most afraid of. The fallen witch in front of him actually had her emblem on her body. God knows what she put in the deal. After all, the demon lord of the abyss was the most evil and depraved existence. P.S. Yup. Got stuck yesterday. Just finished writing this chapter today. I don't know if you're satisfied. Anyway, I tried my best. This night was destined to be special for many people. Just as Soren was actively preparing to deal with the pirate king Ashrod, a secret meeting was also held in Clear Spring Town, 150 kilometers north of Whiterun City. This was a rather remote town. Because it was close to Whiterun City, it was slightly affected by the ancient red dragon. However, people only knew that there was a red dragon near Whiterun City, but they didn't know that it was a terrible ancient red dragon. In this dark secret room, the 5 figures covered in cloaks sat down together. They looked at each other and then nodded gently. Let's begin. The first to speak was a woman, a very beautiful woman. This woman had a delicate face, but from her forehead to her chin, there was a shocking scar. The blood-red scar seemed to be a mark, making it so unforgettable at first glance. The beautiful woman tapped the table gently, then turned her gaze to the others and said slowly, "Since we are all here, then let's discuss how to deal with Reinhardt. I don't know how he got the Helpheimer, but now even the chief priest was defeated by him. The elites in the Church of Fear have been wiped out, and it won't be long before they fall into his control." The atmosphere gradually stiffened. The others present looked at each other and seemed to be silent at this moment. That's right. They were all children of fear. Since the vampires and even Reinhardt became gods with the vampire ghost godhood, the other sons of fear felt uneasy. This made them, who should have been hunting each other, unite in order to survive. The 5 people present got some connections by chance, and then there was the current roundtable meeting to discuss how to deal with the vampire god. What should we do now? The one who spoke was a rather strong man, who seemed to be a barbarian, with extremely exaggerated muscles and a powerful body. He tapped the table gently and said in a deep voice, "Are we all going to sit and wait for death?" A cold and gloomy voice sounded. The thin man sitting in the left corner looked at the others and said slowly, "We can sit here, we should have a trace of trust in each other. Maybe if we join forces, we may not be his opponent." Join forces. Hearing this, the others were silent. How to join forces? How could they guarantee that the others would go all out in battle? How could he guarantee that the other sons of fear would not stab him in the back? It was already difficult for them to sit together. The beautiful woman with a scar on her face glanced at the others who remained silent. Then, she took out a file out of thin air and handed it to the 4 people present. She said slowly, "This is the information I've collected. Can you guys take a look?" The first one to pick it up was the skinny man. After quickly glancing through it, he handed it to the person next to him. Soon, everyone had read through it. Throat cutter? The burly barbarian put down the scroll and asked, "What does this guy have to do with us?" The beautiful woman glanced at him with contempt in her eyes and said slowly, "Pay attention to the time of his rise." It just so happened that after the battle in the City of Wealth, he quickly rose to prominence in the South Coast. And there were other sons of fear in that battle. When she said this, the others present couldn't help but ponder. The man who had been silent at the beginning slowly said, "What do you mean? He is also a son of fear? This throat cutter can rise to prominence in the South Coast so quickly and become the pirate king. He must be quite powerful. If we can win him over, our chances of winning will increase a lot." The beautiful woman sitting at the head chuckled and said, "It's not that simple. I think he is not only a son of fear, but also the first son of fear to awaken. In other words, he is stronger than any of us." Silence. Hearing the words of the beautiful woman in front of them, everyone present was silent. After a long time, the skinny man sitting in the corner raised his head and said, "Then what should we do?" Soren couldn't predict what would happen in the southern part of the continent. In fact, he had already assembled the fleet and set off the next day, but he had one more thing to do before he set off. Dong dong dong. The dull sound of the war drum sounded. Soren came to the port wearing a black suit. Behind him was a team of heavily armed pirates, as well as elite pirates equipped with dragon leather armor and rare-grade weapons. Today was the day of the war. Soren needed to boost the morale and give his men the confidence to win. But he didn't say too much nonsense, nor did he promise any generous rewards, because it wasn't needed at all. Dong, Soren stood on the high platform of the dock, his sharp eyes looked around at everyone present, and then said in a deep voice, "Raise the dragon head. Raise. Dragon head. Raise. Dragon head." A loud shout came from below him, and then he saw 2 burly and powerful elite pirates, each holding a huge dragon head, appear. The ferocious white dragon head was carried out. All the pirates who saw it with their own eyes couldn't help but show a hint of shock on their faces. Even Pastor Kim and others who stood by watching the ceremony were surprised. A white dragon head. And it looked like the head of an adult dragon. Raise. Along with the pirates' shouts, the white dragon's head was carried onto the warship, and finally fixed on the dragon head warship that defeated the Swamp King. This was the real dragon head warship. When the white dragon's head was hung on the giant dragon head warship, all the nearby pirates' eyes were red with blood. Many of them even hammered their chests with their hands, and roared with eagerness to fight. "It's really a dragon head." A young woman's voice came from behind Pastor Kim, and whispered, "It seems that we still underestimated him. This throat cutter actually managed to kill an adult dragon. He used the dragon head to declare war at this time, and it's quite amazing for the morale of his men. Look at the group of pirates below, they all seem to want to fight with Ashrod immediately." Dragon head warship. This warship that originally belonged to the Swamp King was truly complete at this moment. Soren stood on the high platform and looked down at everyone. His eyes paused on Gloria and Vivian for a moment, then he pulled out his curved sword and pointed directly at the distant sea. Rumble. Suddenly there was a vibration from the bottom of the sea, and then the water on all sides separated to the left and right. In the surging waves, a black mast emerged, and then a ghost ship full of death and slaughter emerged from the bottom of the sea in front of everyone's eyes. As the fog spread, the specter ship in front of everyone became blurry. Through the fog, they could only see the broken hull and sails, as well as the ghosts wandering on the specter ship. The aura of death spread. Pastor Kim's face was full of uncontrollable shock, and the girl standing behind her also opened her mouth in surprise. Ghost ship. Pastor Kim looked up at Soren's position and murmured, "He actually has a ghost ship. It looks like a ghost warship that's close to the legendary level. Ghost ship, dead man's voice. The aura of death made the other pirates quiet down for a while, but there was a force brewing in everyone's heart. Soren looked down at them. Finally, he raised the curved sword in his hand and shouted, "Fight! Fight!" A uniform roar sounded, and the elite pirates all pulled out their weapons and roared towards the sky. "Fight!" Sauron let out another roar. "Fight!" The surrounding pirates reacted one after another, then followed the elite pirates and let out a roar at the same time. "Fight!" Soren's figure stood high up, his tall and straight body like a mountain, and roared towards the sky. "Fight!" A deafening roar resounded, and all the pirates drew their weapons. Their expressions were incomparably excited as they let out a series of roars. "What a powerful guy!" Pastor Kim looked at Soren, who stood high up, and murmured, "This guy is a master at playing with people's hearts. The morale of these pirates is probably going to explode." The young woman nodded and said in a low voice, "It seems that we have to reevaluate him." On the other side, Vivian stood in the corner and looked at Soren, who was above the crowd. There was a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes, and she murmured, "Brother looks so powerful now." Gloria, who was next to him, did not reply, but her eyes became gentler. Only Fallen, which still had a calm expression, and her eyes fell on Soren. There were only some slight movements, but it could be seen that she was not as calm as she looked on the surface. The battle broke out. The two most powerful pirate kings on the south coast were going to compete. The winner would win the hegemony of the south coast, and the loser would not even have a corpse left. The Storm Lord, who had been dominating the Amazon coast, seemed to be quite silent. She had not expanded her power outside the Amazon territory for nearly 100 years. It seemed that she intended to watch the battle between the pirate kings coldly. No one knew who would be the final winner. So in this battle, the other forces on the south coast chose to be silent and wait for the final result. P.S. That's all for today. The end of this volume was written very slowly. South Coast, Snake Island. The dragon-headed warship docked near Soren's former base camp. From a distance, one could see the traces of the fire on Snake Island. The entire camp had turned into ashes, and there were masts erected near the dock. There seemed to be something hanging on them, floating with the whistling sea breeze. A large number of seabirds gathered near the dock. When the warship approached, they were immediately startled. The dark flock of birds scattered in all directions, and then the corpses hanging on the masts were revealed. All of them were Soren's men. After the fall of Snake Island, these people became captives, and then they were hung on these masts by the pirate King Ashrod's men. This was not only to establish his power, but also to provoke Soren. "Your Excellency, throat cutter." When he saw the corpses of his men hanging on the masts one by one for the seabirds to eat, Scarface's expression became agitated again. His face was ferocious and distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he was about to eat someone. Soren patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, and then said in a deep voice, "Send a team to bury the corpses. We will make them pay. Set sail. Let's go to Port Tylon." Just as Soren was about to lead the fleet to Port Tylon, a strange whimper suddenly came from the bottom of the sea nearby. Soren seemed to have felt something, as if something was calling him. He immediately waved his hand to signal the others to stop, and then jumped into the sea with a plop. There were many things under the blue sea. Because of the battle, the wreckage of many sunken ships could be seen at the bottom of the sea, but the thing that called Soren was deep in the sea, and that feeling was a little familiar. "It's him." Soren finally saw the creature that called him. It was the mutant killer whale that he had subdued. Part of its body had rotted, and there were dense wounds on its abdomen. The rotten flesh attracted many sea creatures, and there was even a spear inserted near its chest. With such injuries, it should have died long ago. Soren noticed that a large chunk of flesh had been sliced off from the side of its body. He wasn't sure if it was due to its mutation or something else, but it still retained an amazing recovery ability. Even though most of its wounds had decayed, it still maintained a weak life force. Many ships sank near it, including medium-sized warships. It was obvious that the pirate King Ashrod had paid a high price to deal with it. It was not easy to kill such a sea monster in the sea. As Soren got closer, the calling became weaker. Most of the killer whale's body had sunk into the sand. Its body was covered with various marine parasites, some of which had even drilled into its flesh. This kind of injury was too serious. It was basically impossible to save it unless there was a high-level priest casting restoration. Soren quickly approached the killer whale. He pulled out his scimitar and cut off the arrow. Then, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the spear near its chest. Then, he took out several bottles of healing potions and poured them into its mouth. The effect of the healing potions was too weak. As a mutant sea creature, the killer whale had quite an amazing vitality. In turn, the amount of recovery needed to treat it was even more amazing. Damn it! As Soren pulled out the deadly spear, a large amount of blood gushed out, and the mutant killer whale's breath became weaker and weaker. Without a high-level priest, no one could do anything about this kind of injury. It had been holding on for a long time. In this case, there was no way to heal it. Even with its huge body, Soren could not transport it back to Port Tylon. Because a little violent movement could kill it. Damned Asrid. Soren's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slowly pulled out his scimitar and walked in front of the mutant killer whale with a blank face. The world under the sea was very dark, and icing death glowed slightly because of the cold temperature. Soren squatted down and stroked its head, then slowly said, "Rest in peace." Such an injury. It was torture to let it hold on all the time. It was better to give it relief now. Clang, Soren's scimitar was raised, but it did not fall. Instead, it stayed 10 centimeters above. Because a row of messages appeared in front of his eyes. Divinity activated. The target creature's attitude towards you is fanatical, loyal, triggering the condition of Divinity Gift, automatically mastering a new ability, Divinity Gift. Minor Divinity activated. Part of the Divinized Data Attribute Conversion. Target has no divinity. Divinity data conversion failed. A strange data prompt appeared. Soren stopped his scimitar in an instant, and at the same time opened the data page to check the strange information that suddenly appeared. Divinity Gift, gifted ability, you can give a part of your divinity to a target, which can greatly strengthen the target's strength and turn it into a divine creature. After completing the divinity gift, the target creature will have a certain spiritual connection with you. The effect is at least equivalent to suggestion. At the same time, you will be able to influence and even control the target's will. In the case of the divinity gift, you can use the target as a temporary host, as your holy incarnation in the mortal world. Required divine form. Note, because you are not in the divine form, you can only give divinity to the target that fanatically worships you. Divinity? Soren's expression was a little shocked, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and his face showed a thoughtful expression. Chosen? Holy One? Soren glanced at the dying mutant killer whale in front of him. His expression was a little hesitant, but then he pressed his hand on its head. Divinity was a very powerful force. The gods could give part of their divine power and divinity to their believers. These people who had the power of the gods were the legendary chosen ones and holy ones. This kind of bestowment did not necessarily need to be done among the believers, because Gloria's mother could suddenly become a legendary witch because she received the divinity gift from the succubus queen. This was a very overbearing ability, because once the power from the gods was accepted, it was equivalent to being branded. This could be seen from the Sons of Fear, because they did not actively receive the divinity gift, but the will of the Dread Lord had a great impact on them. If they actively received the gift of divinity, then the final result was very likely to be turned into a fanatic of the gods. Divinity gift. A strange light appeared in Soren's eyes, and there were some traces of distortion in the space around him. His whole person seemed to be shrouded in the power of divinity, and he looked like a god overlooking the mortal world. As his palm pressed on the mutant killer whale's body, a trace of divine power penetrated its body and soul, and then Soren had a weak telepathic connection. It felt like a spiritual transmission, and he could switch his consciousness to the mutant killer whale in front of him at any time. Even if he wanted to, he could temporarily use its vision. The saint is the eye of the gods. As Soren injected 1 point of divinity into the mutant killer whale in front of him, amazing changes began to appear. Its weak heartbeat gradually became strong, and its already decaying body glowed with amazing vitality. Some of the injuries began to regenerate. The mutant killer whale, which had already entered a state of near death, struggled to swim up, and then opened its mouth to swallow a piece of marine life nearby that was attracted by its flesh and blood. 1 point of divinity. The Swamp King probably only had 1 or 2 points of divinity on him. Soren had fought so many times, and the divinity he accumulated was only 12 points. As he gave 1 point of divinity to the mutant killer whale in front of him, the divinity he had was reduced to 11 points. However, the effect of this 1 point of divinity was quite huge. The mutant killer whale's appetite was awakened, and it ate the fish in the nearby sea area crazily. At the same time, through the spiritual control produced by Soren's divinity, it expressed a kind of joy like a new life. As a kind of non-intelligent creature, the resistance of the mutant killer whale after receiving divinity was quite weak. Soren could even control its consciousness. The mutant killer whale ate crazily. Its huge body swam like a shadow on the bottom of the sea, and at the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a large number of fish. The gift of divinity was like injecting a qualitative factor into the quantitative change. Soren could feel that this mutant killer whale was evolving little by little in the direction of a sea monster. As a divine creature, it directly jumped the threshold of mutation, and now it only needed to accumulate numbers. This time, it might take several days to eat. Soren could feel the crazy hunger in its heart. 1 point of divinity had already changed its nature. Before it mutated into a sea monster, this hunger would shroud it. A figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. Soren gently jumped onto the deck of the Dragonhead warship. He glanced at the huge shadow on the bottom of the sea and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." To Port Tylon, 1 point of divinity completely changed the fate of the mutant killer whale. At the same time, it also allowed Soren to touch a more mysterious realm, which belonged to the realm of the gods. Although he had a weak divinity, he could not give divine power like the gods, but he could, like the higher demons in the abyss and the Bator Inferno, give a part of his own divinity to the target, and then influence or even control the target's will. P.S. The next chapter ends this volume. Following Soren's departure from Snake Island, the huge shadow on the seabed also moved towards the deep sea. 1 point of divinity allowed the mutated tiger shark's soul to sublimate. As it devoured more and more flesh, the injuries on the mutated tiger shark's body also quickly recovered. Divinity was a power that surpassed the mortal world. It was even more powerful than mutated magical creatures. When divinity was accumulated to a certain degree, it could turn a creature into a god, or it could turn them into even more terrifying abominations. The divinity that Soren bestowed upon it naturally didn't originate from the power of light, justice, or kindness. In fact, from the moment he bestowed it with divinity, the mutated tiger shark was shrouded in a desire to kill. It devoured countless sea creatures along the way. The mutated tiger shark's injuries had already mostly recovered. Its rotting flesh was gradually regenerating, and its metabolism was progressing at an astonishing speed. As it devoured more and more flesh, its body even surpassed the size of the blue whale. Moreover, as its body grew larger and larger, the mutated tiger shark's back began to grow malevolent and sharp bone spurs. Its incomparably sharp fangs began to regenerate, and on its skin that originally belonged to a mammal, dark green scales began to grow. The scales were about the size of an adult's palm. It no longer looked like a shark, but more like some kind of terrifying mutated sea monster. The crazy eating satisfied its desire for flesh, but the thirst for slaughter still tormented its soul. The mutated tiger shark finally stopped eating. Its body had completely surpassed the blue whale's, and its weight was perhaps twice that of an adult blue whale. The incomparably huge mutated tiger shark's appearance had completely changed. Its body was covered in scales, and its back was full of bone spurs. Its bloody mouth had no less than 5 rows of incomparably sharp fangs, enough to easily cut any creature into pieces. It gradually approached the deep sea, and its incomparably sharp ability to detect fresh blood allowed it to discover a new target. The mutated tiger shark swam its huge body forward at high speed. Unknowingly, its pupils had already turned slightly red. It looked a little similar to Soren when he transformed into a slaughterer. Finally, it discovered a new target. It was a huge deep-sea squid. This deep-sea squid was hunting a whale, which was similar to a humpback whale. The size of the adult whale had no advantage in front of this huge sea monster. It was tightly entangled in the sea by its strong tentacles. The deep-sea squid had incomparably sharp mouthparts. It was unknown how long this sea monster had existed, but when it discovered the approach of the mutant tiger shark, it very vigilantly let go of its prey, and then retracted its incomparably huge hands. The battle broke out soundlessly. The mutated tiger shark did not hesitate at all. It rushed forward like a sharp sword, opening its bloody mouth to bite the enemy in front of it. Blood gushed out from the wound. The battle between the two ocean beasts had stirred up waves in the sea, and large patches of blood had gradually dyed the seawater red. Port Tylon. Soren's fleet was docked at Port Tylon. But when Soren approached Port Tylon, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. It was an inexplicable. Data killed squid, sea creature. Divinity of slaughter energy conversion. Extracting part of soul energy. You've gained 1050 slaughter EXP. It was a very strange prompt. This sudden data prompt made Soren a little confused, and the sudden gain of slaughter EXP made him completely confused. He did not do anything special during this period of time. In addition to giving the mutated tiger shark 1 divinity point, Soren spent the rest of his time learning spells. So this sudden slaughter EXP was most likely related to the mutated tiger shark. Because it was hunting and eating, if it killed the target, then things would be a little interesting. Divinity of slaughter. If the mutated tiger shark killed the target, Soren could also get a part of the slaughter EXP. Then, he had inadvertently touched upon an even more wonderful divine domain. This reminded him of the priesthood of war. Whenever there was a large-scale war in the world, any god who had the priesthood of war and the divine domain of war would have their divine power increased. In order to strengthen their divine power and priesthoods, some evil gods with the priesthoods of war would deliberately instigate wars to expand their territory. Slaughter. This was a very scary domain. Because since ancient times, as long as one had a part of the divine domain of this domain, they were basically gods with great divine power. Soren did not know the reason. But he knew that the divine domain of slaughter, soul, and death could increase the soul energy obtained after killing the target. So the sudden slaughter EXP prompt at this moment was most likely related to the mutated tiger shark, and it was triggered by the 1 point of divinity he gave. Because Soren's divinity was the divinity of slaughter, not the divinity of fear that Vivian had. Your Excellency throat cutter. The half-elf first mate's figure appeared near the port. He had bloodstains on his body. After coming to Soren, he bowed slightly and said, "The eastern route has been blocked. Ashrod's people were all wiped out by us, and some of them were captured. Now in the entire south coast area, all ships from the eastern route can't enter the south coast area." Very good. Soren nodded gently. He glanced at the others in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What about the people of the Sea Temple?" The half-elf first mate's face stiffened and whispered, "The Naga Siren priest said that this time we have to do it ourselves. The pirate king Ashrod has not publicly betrayed the Sea Temple. She doesn't want to turn things into an internal struggle of the Sea Temple. So this time it can only be regarded as a battle between the pirate kings, but she said that she will contain the power of the Naga Siren royal family and ensure that no Naga Siren will intervene in this battle." Soren's face instantly turned pale when he heard this, and he shouted angrily, "This bitch. She was the first one who wanted to deal with the pirate king Ashrod. Now that Soren had started a full-scale war, this bitch actually said that she didn't want it to become an internal struggle of the Sea Temple. What was the use of containing the Naga Siren? Did the Naga Siren dare to openly betray the sea goddess? In the end, she still wanted to preserve her strength so that Soren and Ashrod would both suffer. This son of AB** TCH forgets justice at the sight of profit. From the beginning to the end, except for a ghost ship, she basically didn't show any real cards. What's the movement of the Principality of Rossard? Soren frowned deeply and glanced at the half-elf first mate. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife is in charge of a principality, and she can't act rashly. Did you find out her whereabouts? The half-elf first mate shook his head and said, "I'm incompetent. I only found out that the navy of the Principality of Rossard was dispatched to Raging Sand Island. There is a city built by Ashrod there, and I'm afraid they plan to fight us there." Soren was silent when he heard this. He expected the Sea Temple to be sneaky. After all, he was growing too fast, and there was also the Temple of Wealth. The Naga Siren priest was too scheming and narrow-minded. It was normal for her to be afraid of his strength and want to consume his strength. However, when he heard the news, his heart was still full of anger, and his dissatisfaction with the Naga siren priest became stronger and stronger. She clearly stood behind the sea goddess and the sea temple, but she had always been afraid of Soren's strength and could not suppress it. It seemed that she was not a long-term partner. What about the captives? Soren took a deep breath and turned to look at the warships docked in Port Tylon. He said in a deep voice, "Even if the sea temple doesn't fight, we can still defeat Ashrod. Bring all the captives up." The half-elf first mate retreated. Soon, rows of captives were pressed up. Since Ashrod attacked Snake Island, Soren naturally needed to pay him back. He directly pulled out all his strongholds on the south coast. "Throat cutter. You're dead." A pirate captive whose face was burned by fire saw him and immediately laughed and scolded, "Ashrod will hang your head on the flagpole. You're all going to die." Plop. The elite pirate escorting the captives directly punched him to shut his mouth, and then the half-elf first mate quickly explained, "He's Ashrod's half-brother. We caught him alive when we attacked the stronghold." "Half-brother, looks like he's a human." Soren walked in front of the captive expressionlessly and whispered, "I won't be the one to die. I'll send him to hell soon." Shong, a streak of cold saber light flashed. Then a head fell to the ground, a large amount of blood gushed out, and the headless body fell down. Soren's expression was cold. He didn't look at the headless body under his feet, and then he waved his sword again and cut off the head of the second captive. One by one, heads fell to the ground and rolled around. Blood had dyed the dock red, but Soren's footsteps still didn't stop. He harvested the heads expressionlessly until the last captive died under his sword. There were a total of 127 captives. All of them were beheaded by Soren on the spot, and no one was left alive. Port Tylon was shrouded in a strong smell of blood, and heads were piled up in the center of the port. I'm afraid before the end of the battle, these heads would always be piled up here, making anyone with bad intentions think twice. Because as long as Soren didn't completely fail, they had to consider the price of rebellion. The price would be very heavy. It was also on this day. People's name for Soren gradually changed from throat cutter to beheader. P.S. Volume 2 has finally been written. I'll start writing Volume 3 in the afternoon. After finishing this volume, it'll be much easier to write. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss, listen to more of your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add public account, type dread, and tell me quietly. P.S. Fixed a mistake, it's a mutant killer whale, not a mutant tiger shark. Port Tylon. More than 100 heads were simply pickled with lime, and then neatly piled up into a statue, placed in the center of the port. With the arrival of the decisive battle between the two pirate kings, the trade of the entire south coast was temporarily suspended. Cargo ships were docked at the port, and they did not dare to go out to sea at this time, for fear of being affected by the battle between the pirate kings. War is always the most destructive thing, and the war during the turbulent period completely destroyed the prosperity of the current mainland. Warships approached Port Tylon one after another. When the fleets from Shipwreck Bay, the Outer Islands, and Port Tylon gathered, people were surprised to find that Soren the Decapitator had unknowingly owned hundreds of warships, enough to rival the naval forces of a kingdom. The warships gradually approached the shore. Then, a group of fully armed and ferocious pirates gathered. They came from many places. There were pirate leaders of large forces and pirate leaders of small forces. They came more because of their fear of Soren and their confidence in his victory. Because Soren defeated the Swamp King, because he controlled the dragon warship, Dragon Head, because he conquered a northern witch, and because he also had a ghost ship in the legends, and so on. Even the active pirates near the City of Wealth came to seek refuge. The actions of the Church of Wealth could not be hidden from these local snakes. They coveted the wealth of the eastern route, which was a bigger cake than the outer islands. Goods from the east, no matter what it was, were several times the profit. The pirate king Ashrod firmly controlled the eastern route, and they had no chance to intervene. But as long as they helped Soren defeat the pirate king Ashrod, the eastern route would definitely be divided into a batch of profits. South Coast. The real value of the outer islands was the mines occupied by the indigenous people. If these mines could not be taken from the indigenous tribes, then the value of the outer islands was only 1/3 of the eastern route. The only troublesome thing was that the eastern route was more dangerous, and it took longer to go back and forth, sir. The half-elf first mate appeared in front of Soren and said in a deep voice, 121 warships have responded to the call, and there are a total of 3,215 pirates who can fight. There are still some pirate leaders on the way, and it will take them a day or two to arrive. Soren was the pirate king. He was equivalent to the head of the Forest Alliance. If they didn't respond to his summons under such circumstances, they would be punished after the war. This was the right of the pirate king, even if they weren't Soren's direct subordinates. The pirates that were active in the south coast had to listen to his orders. I can't wait that long. Soren stood on the deck of the dragon-headed warship, looking into the distance, and said in a deep voice, we can't wait that long. We will set off tomorrow to attack Raging Sand Island. Yes. The half-elf first mate said with a solemn expression. That night, Port Tylon was completely different from the past. There were no more playful crowds on the streets, and the taverns were quiet. People spoke in low voices. The sheriff in charge of Port Tylon was a little frightened. He doubled the patrol guards to the previous level, and even went to the sea temple to visit the Naga Siren priest. Because Soren had gathered too many people, so many pirates were enough to attack Port Tylon. If there was trouble, the consequences would be quite serious. The natives of Port Tylon closed their doors, and there were no idle people on the road. Only the port area was brightly lit until dawn. Teams of strong pirates could be seen transporting weapons and materials to the warships. Heavy cannons, boxes of gunpowder, and the smell of war enveloped the island city. The next day, the person Soren was waiting for arrived. It was a gift prepared for him by Gloria. With the emergence of a portal, a northern witch of about 40 years old with a stiff face appeared. Behind her stood two other young northern witches. Your Excellency Soren? The middle-aged witch with a stiff face glanced at Soren and nodded slightly. Counselor Gloria used the A-level authority to apply for the right to transfer any A-level strategic materials of the Northern Witch Council. This is the strategic material she applied for. Please accept it yourself. Soren just nodded, and the middle-aged witch with a stiff face cast a spell to open a portal. Then the space in front of them was linked to the interior of a wizard tower. The portal only lasted for a short period of time, so they couldn't see what was inside, but they could feel that it was a very majestic laboratory. Then, two incomparably tall steel golems appeared and carried out something that looked a bit like a mortar but only had a similar appearance. Superconducting Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I-1. The middle-aged witch with a stiff face looked at Soren with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, the superconducting Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon has been charged, but please note that it can only fire one energy pulse attack. The Superconducting Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I-1 is an A-level strategic material of the Witch Council. As an experimental model, it can carry out a long-range energy pulse attack with an effective range of 120 kilometers and an actual range of 50 kilometers. Because there is no wizard tower to operate as a hub, I suggest that you attack within 30 kilometers. Counselor Gloria applied for the right to use it. The superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon is still the property of the Witch Council. If there is any damage, you will compensate the Witch Council 3.6 million Kindler. The middle-aged witch with a stiff face took out a document engraved with magewefts and handed it to Soren. She said in a deep voice, these two steel golems are responsible for protecting the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon experimental model I-1. At the same time, they will operate it to attack according to your orders. Please pay attention. This weapon must be protected. It is one of the only remaining experimental products of the Witch Council. If there is any damage, Counselor Gloria's authority will also be punished. Soren nodded silently, then took out a ring that looked like a coat of arms and pressed it gently on the document. The light of a spell appeared. The middle-aged witch pointed to the dragon-headed warship, and the two steel golems carried the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon onto the deck. This weapon looked a bit like a mortar. It was a little different from the one Soren had seen in the half-elven city. It seemed to be an imitation of the Witch Council. The curve of the barrel was quite smooth, and the slender barrel did not have an opening. The trajectory was 3 interlaced runes, and at the end there was a purple gemstone that looked like a steeple. This was not a traditional alchemy gunpowder weapon, but an energy weapon from the Arcane Empire. To be honest, Soren was not sure how powerful it was, but it certainly would not let him down. Because it had a strong sense of science fiction in the interstellar era, the base of the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon was a square alchemy structure, a bit like the transformation device of the golems. After it was transported onto the deck, it automatically extended a bracket to fix it. The barrel was only the size of an adult's arm, and the whole body was shiny silver white. Soren reached out and touched it slightly, and found that it was infiltrated with a large amount of mithril. Only mithril could withstand such a large amount of energy without blocking the transmission of energy. The alchemy device from the Arcane Empire, with Soren's current knowledge, he could not understand it at all. But he felt that this weapon was not too far away from the electromagnetic pulse cannon of the interstellar era. It was purely an intuition. He was still full of respect for the arcane civilization that could send a city into the sky and transform it into a floating city. Signing completed. The middle-aged witch with a stiff face looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Soren, please take good care of it. After the energy is fired, we will automatically track the space coordinates and take it back." After that, she directly opened a directional portal and left with the two young witches behind her. "Let's go." Soren glanced at the others, and then ordered his men to cover it up, leaving only 2 steel golems to guard the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon. He stood on the high platform of the dragon-headed warship, looking down at the others and said, "Go to Raging Sand Island." Woo woo woo. The bleak sound of a horn sounded. As the dragon-headed warship took the lead to leave the port, the warships docked nearby all set sail. More than 100 pirate ships sailed into the sea, heading toward Raging Sand Island, which was occupied by Ashrod. Pirate flags fluttered in the wind. Pirate warships of different shapes formed a fleet, moving along the eastern route. They would enter Ashrod's territory in a day. In the deep-sea area invisible to the naked eye, a broken ghost ship was also slowly moving forward. The undead bound on the ship were working expressionlessly. Only when there were marine creatures nearby, their faces showed a trace of thirst for blood and slaughter. Ghost ship, the dead man's voice. It was hungry. As a ghost ship with a life of its own, it had been cast by a legendary master to animate life. It fed on death, flesh, and souls. However, ever since the battle with the Swamp King, it had been quiet and had never had the chance to taste blood and slaughter. As an animate life, it had no wisdom, but it had the instinct of a creature. It longed for death. In another deeper part of the sea, as if it was aware of the call from somewhere, a huge shadow rose from the bottom of the sea. The first thing that appeared was a bone spur as thick as an adult's arm on its back, sharp like a javelin. This huge shadow floated to the surface of the sea, stayed in place for a moment, and then moved toward a direction at high speed. The master was summoning it. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow the official account of Dread on WeChat. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, Raging Sand Island. This was the largest island within a radius of 500 kilometers. It was surrounded by golden beaches and a dense forest in the center. The city built by the pirate king Ashrod was here. Originally, there were many indigenous people here, a bit like the Ryukyu kingdom. However, after Ashrod unified the Eastern Sea route, it became a pirate's base camp. Compared to Soren's rule under the cruel law, the pirate king Ashrod's management was much more chaotic. As long as there was no rebellion, he rarely intervened. Therefore, the number of indigenous people near Raging Sand Island became fewer and fewer. In the end, only pirates were left in the city. A city with only pirates was not lively. This was the largest place to sell stolen goods on the Eastern Sea route. Ashrod dared to accept anything that could make money. Rumor had it that this place even dared to touch some forbidden areas, and there were cases of people eating each other. Unlike the outer islands, which took at least a month to go back and forth, no news could be blocked for too long. However, the Eastern Sea route took a long time, and the possibility of encountering a storm monster was very high. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many missing people, Ashrod wouldn't have been suspected. Soren's fleet approached the overseas city. He stood on the observatory with a monocular and looked at the port and warships in front of him. He saw pirate ships with flags and naval warships from the Principality of Rossard. What made him a little uneasy was that Soren found some strange warships. Eastern warships. Most of the warships of the Eastern pirates were fast ships. Soren had seen such warships in the past, near the port near the Desert of Death. That was the territory of the Eastern pirates. They and the desert bandits controlled the sea and land trade respectively. These bandits had the support of nobles behind them, and even the Eastern pirates had the backing of a rather powerful monastery. Eastern monks. Monks were not professions like paladins. There was no lack of lawful evil among them. It's the Eastern pirates. Soren descended from the observation deck and glanced at the fallen witch beside him. He then said in a deep voice, "Asrid has been operating the Eastern Sea route for many years. I'm not surprised that he's able to rope in the Eastern pirates. No wonder he suddenly dared to fight me head-on. It turns out that other than the Principality of Rossard, there's another group of helpers. The Principality of Rossard's strongest troops were the heavy infantry. The navy is their weak point. In fact, because of the existence of the Sea Church, there are not many powerful navies on the entire south coast." Pirates from the east? Fallen Witch Karina looked into the distance and whispered, "Those monks are not easy to deal with." Soren nodded. "I know." When the raging sand island appeared in front of Soren, the warship on the other side also noticed them. With the appearance of a large battleship with a Naga Siren's ram, the other battleships also gathered towards it. Asrid's warships were actually more than Soren's. The Principality of Rossard's navy sent out dozens of warships, as well as the pirate warships under his command and the pirate ships from the east. The number was probably close to double that of Soren's, but Soren only brought medium-sized warships, while the other side was mixed with some small fast ships. "I didn't find the Duke of Red Dragon's wife." Fallen Witch's palm appeared with a magic aura, and then it turned into a pair of white eyes. This was the wizard's clairvoyance, an observation spell. "Brother. Let Vivian deal with them." The little girl seemed quite excited today. She looked forward eagerly and said, "It's just a group of big wood. Vivian can kill a lot of them by herself." Soren put his hand on her shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy. There must be spellcasters on the other side. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife came from an ancient sorcerer family. If he dares to declare war on us, he must have some confidence." Hundreds of warships were facing each other in the vast sea. The pirates gathered together. The coming war made many people feel a little nervous. It could be said that such a large-scale naval battle had rarely happened in the past 100 years. Soren didn't know much about naval warfare. But as a top rogue, he had a keen sense of observation. At a glance, he could see that the fleet on the other side was divided into 3 parts. First, the Principality of Rossard's navy was in a battle formation. They were a regular naval fleet and must have been trained accordingly. Then there was the pirate King Asrid's fleet. These warships were like Soren's men. They could barely gather together to protect the 2 wings and couldn't form any formation at all. It was estimated that the pirate King Asrid usually commanded a dozen warships at most. Now that there were hundreds of warships, he couldn't command them at all. He also had a mix of people from different places. Finally, there were the Eastern pirates' warships. They numbered about 10, and all of them were medium-sized ships. Their positions were not very close, and it seemed that they didn't intend to fight to the death for Asrid. The core of Soren's fleet was only 16 warships. The Dragonhead warship, the half-elf first mate, the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella, Cyclops, Scarface, Giant, Butler, Knight, and so on. These pirate leaders each led their own warships in formation, surrounded by the pirate leaders under their command. Without military training, Soren could only let his men spread out to command them. Otherwise, there would be no way to command them when the battle broke out. Naval warfare was not like marching on land. These pirates would easily fight for themselves after the battle. Woo woo woo, the strange sound of a conch suddenly came from afar. Soren's face suddenly changed slightly and shouted, "Be careful. There's movement under the sea." A black shadow appeared from the bottom of the sea. Then, a medium-sized ship on the side of Soren's fleet trembled. The next moment, it suddenly turned over and sank to the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the others finally saw the silhouette of the black shadow. It was a huge sea snake with 3 heads. A medium-sized warship was like a toy in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the warship was overturned and sunk into the sea. "Let me deal with it." Fallen Witch Kalina frowned. She seemed to notice that the morale of her side was a little low for a moment. She said in a deep voice, "It's a sea monster. I'm afraid it's a 3-headed dragon." Soren reached out to stop her. He frowned and looked at the front. He said in a deep voice, "No need. Damn Naga priestess. Didn't she say that the Naga sirens wouldn't get involved in this battle? In the entire sea domain, besides the Naga sirens, who else could control a sea monster of the Naga sirens?" This bitch's words were getting more and more untrustworthy. Boom, attack. Just as the 3-headed sea serpent overturned one of Soren's warships, the pirate fleet on the opposite side also launched an attack. The sailors began to load ammunition, and the burly pirate commandos were ready to fight when they got close. Soren's warships were attacking from the front. The navy of the Principality of Rossard and the Eastern Pirates' warships surrounded him from the side. They planned to eat Soren like dumplings. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Soren snorted coldly and opened his mouth to make a silent roar. With his call, a huge shadow appeared from the side of the enemy. A mutant killer whale. No, no, no. It should be the sea monster, Hawkes now. After receiving a divinity point from Soren, the mutant killer whale had exceeded the size of the blue whale. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed more than 300 tons. There were bony spikes on its back that were as sharp as javelins. The scales on its body strengthened its defense and allowed it to withstand greater impact. It rushed into the enemy's right flank like a ferocious monster and sank a warship in an instant. At the same time, it set off huge waves that hit the nearby pirate ships. In front of the sea monster, these warships were too small. Cheers sounded. The low morale suddenly recovered because compared to the 3-headed sea serpent lurking at the bottom of the sea, the mutant killer whale was more oppressive. Rumble, a burst of gunfire sounded. Soren turned his gaze to the half-elf first mate behind him and said in a deep voice, "I'll leave it to you to command." After that, his figure flew out and ran at high speed on the sea as if he was running on flat ground. Walking on water, under the effect of haste, Soren could finally do this. Rumble. In the middle of the battlefield, the seawater on all sides suddenly separated to the left and right, and then a black mast appeared. Then the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice broke through the surface of the sea and appeared in the air. The ferocious undead turned their cannons and aimed at the pirate warships on both sides. The next moment, the cannons fired and sank the 2 enemy warships in an instant. The dragon-headed warship was in the middle. What really possessed the most destructive power was the quasi-legendary specter. Heavy boomerang. Soren pointed his curved sword, and the sea spirits behind him turned their bow cannons. 2 heavy boomerang cannons fired instantly and sank an armed ship equipped with 36 cannons. Animated life, undead characteristic. Just when Soren sank 2 warships in a row, the enemy also aimed their cannons at the ghost ship. However, no one needed to steer. Under the will of Soren, the ghost ship automatically changed its sails, and then summoned a fog on the sea and escaped into the fog at an amazing speed. Behind them was the sound of gunfire and the excited howls of the wraiths after getting satisfaction from killing. This ship was alive and could sail automatically according to the will of its master. Get ready for battle. Soren looked at the undead behind him. These undead lives bound to the ghost ship showed a grim smile on their faces, then waved their heavy weapons and prepared to land on the enemy's warships in the fog. They were immortal undead. As long as the dead man's voice didn't sink, they would never truly die because their souls were one with the dead man's voice. Animated ropes. In the fog, the dead man's voice quietly approached a battleship. In an instant, the ropes all over the ship were like flying snakes. They automatically entangled the battleship next to them as if they were alive. The tough ropes swept out like poisonous snakes, strangling the enemies on the deck and then hanging them up. Swoosh! Soren took out the elven war bow and instantly shot an enemy who was hung up by the animated ropes. The next moment, the ropes were quickly loosened and then wrapped around another enemy. The battle had just begun. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize, now follow the official account of Dread on WeChat. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, naval battles were not easy. Even for powerful spellcasters, this kind of battle environment also made them feel helpless. When Soren controlled the ghost ship, Deadman's voice to kill the pirates, the enemy's spellcasting also locked onto his position. The fog slightly blocked their vision, but for powerful spellcasters, it was not difficult to find him. But then a problem appeared. If they wanted to attack Soren, they had to close the distance. The firepower of the 24 cannons was quite fierce, and there was also a mutant killer whale nearby. It was basically difficult for other warships to get close. Most of the spellcasters had flying spells, but if they flew over, it meant that the target was exposed. At the same time, they also needed the support of flying spellcasting. Vivian, who had already landed on the ghost ship, smiled sweetly. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. She raised her hand and threw out a dispel spell. Splash, the sound of falling into the water came from the front. With Vivian's legendary spellcasting level, the dispel spell she threw out could crush these spellcasters. The flying spell was dispelled, and the spellcasters who were just about to attack Soren all fell into the sea. What awaited them below was a bloody mouth. Under the situation of falling at high speed, even Soren found it difficult to cast spells. Under their feet was not flat ground, but an endless sea. No matter how noble a spellcaster was, if they did not cast spells, they would just swim in the sea. Vivian would not give them a chance to cast spells. In fact, if it was not for the Duke of Red Dragon's wife who had not yet appeared, the little girl who was eager to try would have already started a massacre. A bunch of trash. Standing on the sea demon warship, Ashrod flew into a rage and roared, "A specter ship is enough to make you lose your footing. Aim the cannons. All of you aim at it. Sink it." Cannons were aimed at the position of the ghost ship. Under the command of the pirate king Ashrod, the enemy, who had been slightly alarmed by the appearance of the ghost ship, reacted. Then hundreds of cannons nearby all aimed at the ghost ship. He actually wanted to use the firepower to directly sink Soren's Deadman's voice. Under the attack of hundreds of cannons, even if the specter ship could automatically change its direction, it would not be able to avoid such a dense net of firepower. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the dull sound of cannon fire shook the sky. The intersecting firepower on both sides covered almost all the escape routes of the ghost ship. No matter how it changed its sailing position, at least a dozen cannons would hit the hull. Ghost dive. Soren's expression remained calm. He stared ahead and ordered, "Dive to the bottom of the sea." The dark hull of the ship began to sink. The ghost ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, and the water surged in from all sides. The undead who were killing on the other pirate ships all jumped into the sea, and then swam to the deck of the ghost ship. The fog became a little thinner. After 5 minutes of intensive firepower, the pirate king Ashrod saw nothing in front of him. There was only the sea covered by fog, and no shipwreckage was seen. There were many bodies floating on the calm sea, but all of them were his men. His face was quite pale at the moment. The ghost ship itself was a very terrible existence in the sea. Now that this terrible existence was controlled by a person, its combat power was even more amazing. The battlefield on the opposite side was also much quieter. Soren's men were not sure about the situation just now. They only saw the cannons aiming at the ghost ship. They were not sure whether the ghost ship had been sunk or whether Soren had died under such intensive firepower. After all, even a legendary profession might not be able to withstand intensive gunfire. Boom, the sea on the side suddenly separated. The pirate king Ashrod's face suddenly changed and he roared, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" Boom! Boom! Two heavy cannons responded to them. A dark mast rose from the side of the sea, and the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, appeared on the sea again. With its appearance, the surrounding fog became thicker again. The ghost ship's figure escaped into the fog, and only a blurry shadow could be seen. It was difficult to determine its specific position without closing the distance. Damn it! The pirate King Ashrod's face was quite ugly. He shouted to a man dressed as an officer next to him, "Where is the Duke of Red Dragon's wife? Where is the support I asked for? Hurry up and let them sink this ghost ship." The officer had been watching the changes on the battlefield with a blank expression. He noticed that the pirates on the flank of Soren's camp had signs of collapse. They were no match for the navy of the Principality of Rossard. At the same time, because of the three-headed sea serpent, the originally dense formation had been loosened. In order to avoid this sea monster, many warships distanced themselves, exposing quite obvious defensive gaps in the middle. At this time, if there was a fleet like a sharp knife, it could completely cut Soren's formation. Let the eastern pirates attack. The stout officer glanced at Ashrod, and then said to a warlock wearing a cloak like a woman, "That ghost ship. Can you deal with it?" A cold female voice rang out. Legendary animated life forms. The hull, sails, cannons, and the whole ship are animated ropes that bind the undead who died under its hands. This ghost ship can deal with dozens of warships. If the Duke of Red Dragon's wife doesn't do it herself, we can't deal with this ghost ship. And there seems to be a very powerful spellcaster on it. The female warlock with a cold voice suddenly frowned, and then her figure rose into the air like an eagle. She said coldly, "Looks like a little girl. I'll deal with her." Boom. A pair of blood-red dragon wings spread out. The female warlock who had been hidden in the cloak revealed her true appearance. It was a beautiful young woman, at least she looked quite young. She was wearing a silver silk robe with many runes inlaid on it. She held a strange scepter in her hand, which looked more like a spiked mace. From her back was a pair of huge red dragon wings. This pair of dragon wings allowed her to fly easily, and set off gusts of wind while flying. Dragon Disciple. Dragon Wings Awakening, innate ability, level 9 Dragon Disciple will further awaken the dragon's ability. At this time, they will obtain a pair of dragon wings according to the dragon's bloodline they inherited. This pair of dragon wings allows them to fly freely in the air. This ability is an innate ability. When activated in the state of transformation, it cannot be removed by any spell. The young woman flapped her dragon wings and rose into the air. Then her petite body swooped up under the action of the huge dragon wings. She raised her hand and threw out a fireball, which instantly hit the deck of the Dead Man's Voice. Dragon wings were her innate ability, so Dragon Disciple warlocks with dragon wings did not need the support of flying spellcasting because they did not need to cast two spells at the same time. "Brother, be careful." Vivian's clear childish voice sounded. The little girl narrowed her eyes and locked on the air. She said excitedly, "Madam Duke of Red Dragon. You finally appeared. Divine power manifestation." The little girl's figure rose into the air. As she stretched out her small white hand and clenched it, a 15-meter-long flame whip appeared in her palm out of thin air. This was a whip that was completely formed by flames. The scorching temperature burned the air, and with its appearance, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot. It was as if it was radiating a scorching aura in all directions. Baylor's Whip. Spell-like ability, a tattoo-like magic pattern appeared on the side of Vivian's face, and a pair of small demon wings appeared on her back. They were still not fully grown, but it did not affect her flying ability. "Ah! Ha!" The little girl shouted and raised her 15-meter-long flame whip. She raised her hand and lashed out at the Dragon Disciple in front of her. The flame whip seemed to burn the air as it passed through. While lashing out at the enemy, it also left a trail of flames in the air. A whistling wind came. The Dragon Disciple in midair dodged and then stopped at a position nearly 100 meters high. He said coldly, "Demon Warlock? You guys really have something to do with demons." Swoosh! A sharp arrow was shot from the Dead Man's Voice and instantly hit the Dragon Disciple in front of her. However, when it was 20 centimeters away from her, an invisible energy field blocked the arrow. The arrow exhausted its power and fell lightly. Vivian, be careful. Soren's voice sounded in the little girl's mind, and he said in a deep voice, she's not the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife hasn't appeared yet. In front of her was only a level 9 dragon disciple. Any dragon disciple could awaken a pair of dragon wings as long as they raised their profession level to level 9. She was not the Duke of Red Dragon's wife that Soren had seen before. The little girl heard this and temporarily put away the big move that she had prepared. She waved the flame whip and floated in midair. She looked up at the dragon disciple and snorted coldly, Vivian is not a demon warlock. Shameful woman who doesn't wear anything down there should shut up. Her whole body stiffened. The young dragon disciple's face showed an angry expression. She didn't expect this little girl to have such good eyesight that she could even see through the energy field of her wizard robe. Shut up. The young dragon disciple scolded, and like a real dragon, she opened her mouth and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Dragon disciple versus divine warlock, Vivian chuckled and waved the flame whip. It directly absorbed the scorching dragon breath, and the flame on the Baylor's whip became hotter and hotter. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Dread's official account now. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss, listen to more suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add public account, type Dread, and tell me quietly, Ashrod. When Vivian faced the young dragon disciple, a large warship with Naga siren armor also appeared in Soren's sight. Pirate King, Ashrod, this bastard who once betrayed Soren and let him deal with the Swamp King alone, and then sneak attacked Devil's Island to steal the fruits of victory. Soren didn't touch him for a while, but he didn't expect this guy to dare to sneak attack Snake Island. Now that he finally saw this guy, Soren's eyes suddenly showed a strong murderous intent. Brute Strength, Extreme Spell. Mouse Minute Meteor, Extreme Spell. Cat's Grace, Extreme Spell. When the outline of the Naga Siren warship appeared in front of Soren, he began to cast spells quickly. He continuously cast a set of extreme spell buffs, and then his whole body rose into the air. His toes touched the water gently, and then his whole body stepped on the water and ran at high speed on the sea. Behead, kill Ashrod. At this moment, Soren didn't hold back at all. When he flew close to the Naga Siren warship, he roared fiercely, and his whole body made a crackling sound. Then his pupils enlarged and became bloodshot, and finally turned into a strange blood-red color. Transform into a slaughterer. Soren's figure suddenly jumped up after approaching the Naga Siren warship. The power in the transformed state was quite amazing, and the solid deck cracked directly. His figure rose into the sky like a cannonball, and a high-speed and condensed minute meteor flame appeared in his palm. After locking the position of Ashrod, he threw it directly. Boom! There was a violent explosion. A hole was blown out on the deck of the Naga warship, and one of Ashrod's followers died on the spot. Melf's minute meteor was equivalent to Soren's all-out attack. His figure was still in midair, and the attack was like an anti-aircraft gun. Minute meteor flames fell from the sky and landed on the helmsman of the Naga warship like a dense bombardment. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Soren fired 9 micrometeors in a row in a short span of 1 second. Relying on the astonishing agility of the slaughterer transformation, all of them hit their target's location. A huge hole was blasted in the sturdy deck, and the corpses nearby were all smashed into pieces. The continuous explosions destroyed everything within a 5-meter radius. The Pirate King Ashrod, who had been in charge of the Eastern Sea route for many years, was blown into pieces by Soren before he could even let out a fart. In fact, when he was attacked, he activated several pieces of equipment in a row, but he only blocked the attack of 3-minute meteor. Then he was drowned by the roaring minute meteor flame. Melf's minute meteor, which was known as the Lesser God Slaying Spell, easily broke through his defensive equipment. Under hundreds of explosive burning damage, a quasi-legendary Pirate King fell. Pata! Soren's figure landed on one knee, and the flame in his palm gradually extinguished. Melf's minute meteor could only support less than 10 attacks. As a level 5 spell under the effect of spell maximization, It was supposed to be a continuous combat ability, but it became an explosive ability because of Soren's high-speed attack. Soren did not have many advanced spell slots left. The 3 maximal spells left him with only half of the 4th circle and 5th circle spell slots. After landing, he pulled out 2 curved swords and slashed at the enemy in front of him. Dang! Sword form, spinning strike. Soren's opponent was an expressionless middle-aged officer. He had slight burn scars on his body, and the weapon in his hand was a relatively rare rapier. He was able to block Soren's powerful moves. Damn it! The middle-aged officer glanced at the minced meat in front of him and said, "This piece of trash." He was beheaded so easily. Roar! In the face of Soren's fierce attack, he suddenly roared, and his body swelled like a barbarian. This was not a berserk ability, but another ability that Soren was not familiar with. It was more like some kind of forbidden evil. "Brother, be careful." Vivian's cry of surprise suddenly came from the sky. Then, a strange red figure appeared in the sky. She descended from the sky in an arc and raised her hand to cast the immobilization spell. Hold human body spell. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife. She finally appeared at this moment, but her target was Soren in front of her. She also wanted to behead her target. When Soren successfully beheaded the pirate king Soren, she strangely appeared nearby and then locked on to Soren. A row of data appeared. You've been attacked by human hold. Test of fortitude triggered. Test of fortitude passed. You're immune to this spell attack. Where did she come from? Soren's perception was not weak, and the opponent's attack did not even trigger his intuition. The only explanation was that she was not nearby just now. The spiritual realm. Soren suddenly thought of something. High-grade spellcasters could let themselves enter the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm was a parallel plane to the material plane. Most people present could not see people in the spiritual realm. This was similar to the tactics of legendary rogues, because legendary rogues could also enter the shadow plane, and then directly travel from the shadow plane to the material plane. Did I pass the test of fortitude? Soren was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated Evade Sight and went into stealth. Detect invisibility. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife cast spells very quickly. With a magic aura, Soren's figure appeared 10 meters away. Vivisection. Level 8 spell. With a magic aura, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife showed a cruel smile on her coquettish face. In an instant, Soren's figure froze, and his mouth made a beast-like roar of pain. His skin and flesh had a strange reddish hue to it. It was as if his skin had been cut by a scalpel, and there were small blood-red scars on his skin. Command, shock. Another spell fell from the sky, and Soren's figure froze in place. However, this spell seemed to have a limited effect on Soren. He only paused for a moment and regained his freedom. What a strong vitality! The Duke of Red Dragon's wife frowned and murmured, "Demon blood? How can a rogue have the vitality of a warrior?" The shock spell was quite effective against enemies with low vitality. However, if the enemy's vitality was too strong, then the probability of passing the test was quite high. Shadow leap. Soren couldn't attack the Duke of Red Dragon's wife who was in midair. He went directly into the shadows and then appeared on the edge of the deck. The dead man's voice was close. With a plop, his figure jumped into the sea and disappeared without a trace. I can't fight recklessly. Soren's means of attacking the air were bows and arrows. Perhaps the arrows couldn't even break the energy shield of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. A legendary dragon disciple, with Soren's current strength, even if he transformed into slaughter, he didn't have much chance of winning. He could only barely survive. It was really her. It was another person who had been waiting for a long time, Fallen Witch, Kalina. When the figure of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife appeared, the Fallen Witch disappeared strangely. When Soren's figure fell into the sea, the Fallen Witch in a black robe appeared near the dead man's voice. She raised her hand and cast a spell towards the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Greater Disjunction. Disintegrate. Mordenkainen's Disjunction. Legendary spellcasters had a number of defensive means. The most important thing to kill them was to break their defensive force field. Realm of Fear. Time stop. Vivian had been waiting for her to appear for a long time. She suddenly abandoned the opponent in front of her and flashed to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. She then cast the legendary spell Time Stop. Accident. Chain accident. When the figure of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was frozen in mid-air, intensive triggered spells burst out like fireworks. A series of magic auras emerged one after another, and endless protective energy fields enveloped her. For a while, she didn't know how many defensive spells were triggered. Just her equipment alone had 5 or 6 magic auras. It was quite difficult to kill a legendary spellcaster. Soren was not sure whether Vivian and the Fallen Witch could break the opponent's protective force field during the duration of the spells, so in order to pursue the greatest result, he did not hesitate to give the order to attack. Legendary Dragon Disciple. Their vitality was comparable to that of a legendary warrior. They were equivalent to half a dragon. Even without any defensive spells, it was quite difficult to kill them. The base HP of a legendary dragon disciple was 12 points. Soren's rogue only had 6 points, the wizard had 4 points, and the shadow dancer had 8 points. Dragonhead Warship. Following the operation of the steel golem, a purple light appeared on the experimental model I1 of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon. Then, like an electromagnetic charge, an incomparably powerful energy converged on the silver-white barrel. The incomparably powerful energy even caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. The jumping energy arcs seemed to have layers upon layers of texture. Energy activation completed. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I1 locked on target. Fire. A purple energy light cut through the sky. The next moment, it pierced the body of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The highly condensed energy even passed through the field of Time Stop and opened a huge hole in her chest. There was no blood at all because all the blood had evaporated. But this was just the beginning. The purple energy light broke through the air and evaporated the mast of a warship. The upper part of the mast broke and fell down. The energy light spanned a distance of nearly 20 kilometers and finally hit the wall of Raging Sand Island in the distance. Rumble. There was no explosion, only the rumbling sound of collapse. The solid gate, which was nearly 10 meters thick, turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. The whole battlefield was dead silent. What a good activity for a pie in the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's WeChat public account now. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me quietly, the purple arc of light still remained in the air. The next moment, the body of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife flew like snowflakes in the sky and turned into pure energy dissipating in the air. Not good. The scene in front of him made Soren frown. The Fallen Witch behind him also changed her expression greatly. She raised her hand and threw out a level 9 spell. Soul Trap. An invisible energy barrier shrank, and there was a faint strange whisper. This spell must be chanted with blasphemous words because it could imprison the soul of any enemy. Unfortunately, when the Fallen Witch finished casting, the body of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had turned into energy and dissipated. Only 2 or 3 pieces of equipment fell from the air with the wind. Vivian quickly reached out and caught them, and then directly fell in front of Soren. It's life hiding. The Fallen Witch landed on the ghost ship with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect a sorcerer to master this legendary spell. It seems that we still underestimated her too much. Legendary spell. The spell that just worked on the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was a top-level spell that was comparable to Time Stop. Life hiding, legendary spell. Legendary spellcasters can isolate their own vitality to a certain part of the body, then take it down and keep it in a safe place. In this way, you can't be killed by any conventional means, and you are immune to most paralysis, near death, and death effects. If the body is destroyed by the enemy, then a part of the preserved vitality can be resurrected through a body reconstructed by cloning. Note, life hiding can transform the body into a semi-energy state and be immune to most negative effects. Cloning, level 8 spell, create a body copy without vitality. After death, your soul will immediately be transferred to the body with the soul imprint to be resurrected. The cloned body copy needs to be cultivated in the laboratory for several months. After resurrection, your level will be reduced by 1 level. There is a certain chance of failure during the cloning process, and it requires a lot of materials to cultivate. Note, cloning requires a large alchemy laboratory. Legendary wizards were the most difficult to kill. One of the reasons was the legendary spell Life Concealment. It could isolate the life force of a legendary spellcaster in a certain location, and then take it down and store it in a safe place. This was a bit like the phylactery of a lich, but as a legendary flesh spell, Life Concealment had higher requirements. This legendary spell required a huge amount of wealth to cast, as well as a certain amount of soul energy. However, its use was also very shocking, let alone the Fallen Witch. Even Soren didn't expect that a legend-ranked dragon warlock would be able to learn this spell. After all, the spells of a warlock were mostly based on their understanding. This spell was very difficult to master, and it required a lot of alchemy skills. Many legendary wizards might not be able to master this spell. The legendary mages were high and mighty. To a large extent, it was because of this spell that they could have an extra life, which made them much more relaxed than other legendary professions. And this was because the Arcane Empire had been destroyed. Otherwise, in the literature recorded by the wizards, the Arcanists also had an advanced version of Life Concealment. That was, after the death of the body, the Arcanists could directly use the preserved part of the body to resurrect. There was no need for cloning at all. In that case, the only way to kill a legendary Arcanist was to destroy their soul. The pirate King Ashrod was killed by Soren. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was penetrated by the crystal pulse cannon, and then dissipated into the air with the wind. The enemies who were in the middle of the battle were stunned. The Eastern pirates reacted the fastest. They almost didn't think too much and immediately turned around to escape the battlefield. The second to react was the navy of the Principality of Rossard. They clearly had the advantage on the flank, but under the command of the commander, they made a prompt decision to retreat from the battlefield. The last to react were the pirate King Ashrod's subordinates. They had been beaten so badly that they wanted to escape. Some of them even planned to escape to the raging sand island behind them. Victory! Soren glanced at the defeated enemy and reached out to stop Vivian, who was ready to chase after them. He said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy. There are still dragon disciples nearby." The power of a duchy was not that weak. If they had not caught the Duke of Red Dragon's wife off guard, they would have had to ask Gloria to open the portal to support them. There was a portal in the captain's room of the Dead Man's Voice. It was connected to the laboratory in the Outer Islands. Gloria could teleport to the ghost ship at any time through the portal. This was why Soren was not afraid. There was a burst of cheers. The defeated enemy made Soren's men braver and fiercer. Many pirates raised their weapons and cheered for victory. However, the next moment, their cheers came to an abrupt end. This was because a huge wave had appeared in the distance. It was a huge wave that was as tall as a 10-story building. This huge wave was like a blue sky curtain approaching the battlefield. The huge wave that was dozens of miles long enveloped everyone within it. Under the huge wave, no warship could survive. They would be easily lifted and smashed like paper and eventually sink to the bottom of the sea. Tsunami, legendary spell. The huge wave pushed forward like a wall. In front of it, all the warships were so small. The cheers turned into screams. All the pirates on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, were like headless flies. They were all covered by the legendary spell Tsunami. The Eastern pirates, who were the fastest at the beginning, had already brought their warships close to the range of the Tsunami spell. Under the huge waves of more than 10 stories high, their warships were overturned like toys. They did not even have the chance to make a splash. They were directly smashed into pieces and sank into the sea. There was basically not much chance of survival for the sailors on board. Damn Naga Siren Priest. Soren's face was quite ugly at the moment. He seemed to be angry and roared, "Didn't she say that the Naga Siren royal family would not do anything?" Tsunami. The signature spell of the Naga Siren. In the whole south coast area, except for the priests of the sea goddess, Soren could not think of anyone else who could cast this terrible legendary spell. This spell had the ability to destroy a port city. Maybe it could not threaten a strong man like Soren. After all, he had many ways to save his life in the face of a tsunami. But the men he brought, the fleets under his command, the defeated enemies, and the spoils of war were almost impossible to be intact under such a terrible tsunami. If the power of this tsunami broke out, even the raging sand island behind would be submerged. The huge wave of more than 10 stories high was enough to destroy everything. Soren's victory would eventually become a ruin. Rewind time to 5 minutes ago. Somewhere on the bottom of the sea, a group of heavily armed Naga guards were scattered around. In the middle was a group of female Naga with a strange face. In front of them was a mirror made of seawater. Your Excellency. A female Naga sorcerer looked at the mirror and said slowly, Ashrod has failed. He was killed by the throat cutter. Humph, a cold snort rang out, followed by a cold voice that slowly spoke from behind, that useless trash. He was afraid to deal with the Swamp King, and now he is still useless against the throat cutter. Get ready to cast. Let these humans be buried in the sea. The Naga wizard next to her nodded, and then a strange chant sounded. This was the language of the sea Naga. As they chanted, a huge wave gradually rose from the sea. The height of the wave was getting more and more amazing. In the end, it almost turned into a blue sky and pushed forward. Sea Temple. In front of the Naga siren priest was a mirror made of seawater. Her expression at the moment was quite complicated. She seemed to be hesitating and struggling. Her eyes were locked on the approaching tsunami waves in the mirror. It seemed that she was making a difficult choice. Your Excellency. A low voice came from the dark sea and said slowly, if Your Excellency is not willing to do it, it is better to let them be killed by the tsunami. Most of the elite pirates on the south coast have gathered here. If they all die in battle, even if the throat cutter survives, there will be no one to use. In this way, we can take the opportunity to gain more benefits. The Naga siren priest shook her head gently and said, it is difficult to kill them with tsunami. At most, it can only kill the mortals present and destroy all the warships. But in that way, the forces on the south coast will become a vacuum. This may not be a good thing for us. Let the others get ready to cast. We need to pray for the incarnation of the sea goddess to come. The terrible tsunami was approaching. Many people closed their eyes in despair and firmly grasped the hull of the ship. Under this terrible wave, they could only pray for fate because they had no way to escape within the range of tsunami. Fly. 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 When the terrible tsunami appeared, Soren and others had already cast spells quickly. The few spell slots could not save so many people. Even if Vivian and Fallen Witch were present, they could only use fly to bring a few people to the sky. The terrible tsunami was getting closer and closer. The huge wave of more than 10 stories high made people feel desperate and suffocated. But when the tsunami in front of them was about to sweep them away, suddenly there was a strange sound of a conch. Then, a wave rose from the center of the battlefield, and the sea water stirred like a whirlpool. The blue sea water automatically gathered into a figure that was more than 10 meters tall. She stood in the middle of the whirlpool, holding a trident in her hand. She gently pointed at the tsunami that was sweeping toward her. Then, the huge wave in front of her gradually disappeared, as if everything that had happened just now was an illusion. The Sea Temple. There was a dull voice in the sea, and slowly said, Your Excellency. The other sea priests have been summoned. You can cast the spell now. Your Excellency? Your Excellency? The voice in the sea seemed to be a little anxious. A strange tentacle appeared in the dark and deep darkness. The Naga siren priest still stood in place, but at this moment, the expression on her face was stiff, and there was a faint feeling of panic brewing. It was because in the mirror image formed by the seawater in front of her, the figure of a goddess holding a trident appeared. She stood in the middle of the whirlpool as if she was the ruler of the sea. As she raised her hand and gently pointed forward, the shocking tsunami dissipated into nothingness. The sea goddess, the Naga siren priest felt cold at the moment. Her heart was full of fear because she had not yet cast the spell to pray for the incarnation of the sea goddess to come. The incarnation of the sea goddess in front of her appeared by herself. What did this mean? Just thinking about it made her tremble, and she could not help but panic. Back to a week ago. Soren was preparing for the decisive battle with the Pirate King Ashrod. Because of the experience of defeating the Swamp King last time, he held a very simple sacrificial ceremony before leading the fleet to set off. This was really a very simple sacrificial ceremony. The sacrifice was to the sea goddess. Soren didn't even say a few words of prayer. In general, he was ready to give the head of the Pirate King Ashrod to the sea goddess and dedicate this battle to her as a sacrifice. It was that simple. After all, Soren still needed the blessing of the sea goddess. Anyway, this battle was inevitable, so it was better to greet the sea goddess in advance. Maybe there would be additional benefits if he won. When he killed the Swamp King, Soren had the blessing of the sea goddess, so his prayer was different from ordinary believers. It was not even lighter than the prayers of the priests. If he prayed for the sacrifice, the sea goddess would definitely hear it. Because the blessing and favor of the gods was equivalent to deepening the connection between the two. The sea goddess could perceive Soren's prayer, and even pay more attention to it than ordinary sea priests. As for whether the sea goddess liked his sacrifice, and whether she would listen to his prayer, no one knew. After all, the sea goddess was also known to be temperamental. The terrible tsunami gradually dissipated. The frightened pirates raised their heads and looked forward. When they saw the figure of the sea goddess standing in the whirlpool, the black heads knelt down, and some people prayed in a trembling voice. The incarnation of the gods had come to the mortal world. The sea goddess did not come in person. It was just a temporary body made of seawater. She did not care about the mortals kneeling on the deck, but turned her eyes to Soren not far away. The gaze of the gods, as if there was endless pressure. The sea goddess glanced at Soren, and then seemed to be quite satisfied and nodded gently. She raised the trident in her hand and pointed forward, and then saw the three-headed sea snake with 3 heads curled up from the bottom of the sea. It seemed to have heard something, and gradually swam to Soren, and lowered its head like a servant. The whirlpool gradually shrank. The incarnation of the sea goddess looked into the distance, and her brows seemed to be slightly frowning. Then her figure dissipated in the whirlpool and turned back into the blue sea water. Everything just now was like an illusion. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Now follow Dread's WeChat public account. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss, listen to more suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add public account, type Dread, and tell me quietly, under the dark night sky. Soren stood on the dock of Raging Sand Island and looked into the distance. This night was destined to be a happy one and a sad one. Soren certainly defeated the Pirate King Ashrod and unified the pirate forces on the south coast in one fell swoop. But because of today's battle, he completely offended the Naga Siren royal family and the Principality of Rossard. The Naga Siren royal family was a little better. As long as the sea goddess did not fall, these Naga Siren royal family would at most secretly make some small moves. They would not dare to blatantly attack Soren. But the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossard was hard to say. This woman was not only a legendary dragon disciple, but also mastered the resurrection spell Life Hiding. The difficulty of killing her was almost the same as the difficulty of challenging a saint. The Naga Siren. Soren did not know much about them in his memory. He only remembered that they were a matriarchal society and there was once a god. But this god later became an evil creature. It seemed to be something called a banshee. In Soren's original memory, the Naga Siren did trigger some legendary level quests. But there was a powerful sea goddess above them, and all their actions ended in failure. In other words, they were an existence that could not make waves, so Soren did not pay much attention to them. At the same time, just as Soren was worried about the threat of the Naga Siren royal family and the future revenge of the Principality of Rossard, the Naga Siren priest in the sea temple was not having a good time. Because when she saw the incarnation of the sea goddess appear, she realized that she had done something wrong. She had always been afraid that Soren's power would be too strong, and eventually the sea temple would not be able to control him, and it would become a situation where they could not get rid of him. But the worry in her eyes was insignificant for the gods. The sea goddess did not care whether there was a pirate king outside the temple. She only cared about whether the pirate king was useful to her. If one were to look at it from this point of view, Soren played an important role in the battle. First of all, he killed the Swamp King who worshipped the demon lord of the abyss, Dagon. This was equivalent to clearing out the enemy's pawns in the sea and using the enemy's head to please the moody ocean goddess. After that, Soren opened up the outer islands. As the ocean goddess's blessing, Soren's actions of opening up the outer islands gathered a large number of people, which also meant that he was indirectly spreading her faith and accumulating a large number of believers. For example, many of the pirates believed in the goddess of the sea, but they were not fanatics. Then, Soren defeated Ashrod. This bloody massacre took place on the ocean. It could be understood as a sacrificial ritual for an evil god. The goddess of ocean was a god of the chaotic evil camp. Her joy and anger were unpredictable like the ocean. Therefore, she would not reject this kind of sacrificial ritual at all. On the contrary, she might even like it. From the beginning to the end. Although Soren was growing stronger, he also brought benefits to the goddess of the sea. In this way, the actions of the Naga Siren priest were a bit incompetent. The high gods would not feel that Soren was a threat. The one who felt that Soren was a threat was the Naga Siren priest. Therefore, all the actions of the Naga Siren priest to limit the development of Soren had become a reverse restriction on the expansion of the goddess of the sea's influence. If this was the case, the Naga Siren priest's current position was a bit dangerous. The goddess of the sea did not respond to her prayers. But at this time, she directly sent her avatar to help Soren through the crisis. This meant that Soren's position in her heart was higher than the Naga Siren priest who was in charge of the sea temple. Gods were very realistic most of the time. The goddess of the sea did not care how ambitious Soren was or whether he wanted to be higher than the Naga Siren priest. She only cared about whether Soren could expand her influence and spread her faith further. The outer islands were a breakthrough. If the outer islands became a breakthrough point of faith, she would have put a nail into the territory of the storm god. Soren was more useful than the Naga Siren priest. Now, after seeing the avatar of the goddess of the sea appear today, the Naga Siren priest gradually realized this in her heart. The goddess of the sea would not care whether Soren was stronger than the sea temple because Soren's power was very weak compared to the sea temple, and for the gods, it was difficult to think that a mortal would be too strong to be a threat. The worry of the Naga Siren priest was not the concern of the goddess of the sea. On the contrary, her behavior during this time was very likely to cause the displeasure of the goddess of the sea. At the thought of this, the Naga Siren priest felt cold all over. She had always been worried that Soren's strength was too strong, and in the end, the sea temple could not control and restrain him. But she did not think that Soren's strength would gradually increase his status in the eyes of the goddess of the sea. He might even be on the same level as her. This was like Soren's power struggle between the half-elf first mate and the red-haired female pirate Adele. He didn't care who wanted to suppress who. What he cared about was who could do what he told them to do. So the half-elf first mate was promoted, and the red-haired female pirate who failed the mission was deprived of some of her power. Because for Soren, no matter how the two fought, they could not threaten his rule. The same was true for the goddess of the sea. A quiet night. Soren stood on the tower and looked at the night sky. The stars in the sky had become dimmer, and many stars looked gray. This meant that some gods could no longer stabilize their divinity. It would not be long before the divine kingdoms represented by these gray stars would be stripped, and then the gods in charge of these kingdoms would fall to the mortal world one by one. The time of troubles was coming. The stars under the night sky were getting dimmer and dimmer. Many people had noticed this and realized the coming chaos. "Brother." Vivian's footsteps came from behind. The little girl was wearing a white dress. It seemed that she had changed her clothes today. Soren turned around and smiled. The little girl walked to his side, raised her little white hand, and held one of Soren's fingers. Just like when they were young, she stood beside him and whispered, "What are you thinking about? Since leaving Amber City, you like to look at the sky more than before." Soren reached out and hugged her petite body, kissed her gently on the forehead, and said softly, "Nothing." He looked up at the moon. The power of the Lady of Silvermoon was also declining, and the night did not seem to be affected much. "Brother." Vivian leaned her little head on Soren's shoulder, and her little body sat on his arm. She whispered, "Vivian has grown up." I have become stronger than before. No matter what happens, I will be with you. Vivian can help you. Really? The little girl nodded seriously, and her expression was unprecedentedly serious. The moonlight was bright. Soren was smiling, holding the little Vivian tightly in his arms. He looked up at the moon and murmured in his heart, "Lady of Silvermoon. I don't know what fate will arrange. Can I avoid this battle with you?" New Moon Year 1677, September, late. The Witch of Fear, Lillian, died in the hands of the Lady of Silvermoon. There were only a few Sons of Fear left. The time of troubles officially began, and the saints of the gods tore the earth apart. It was now New Moon Year 1676, February, the middle of the year. In about 3 months, the first batch of gods with weak divine power would fall to the mortal world as saints, and demons would frequently appear all over the world. Soren had been walking fast enough, but he still felt that time was tight. From Amber City to the outer islands, although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, the time of troubles was getting closer and closer. When the gods with great divine power also fell to the mortal world as saints, it meant that the unprecedented time of troubles had officially begun. He used to like the moon very much. But when he knew Vivian's identity, the moonlight that represented the Lady of Silvermoon was a thorn in his heart. What a good event for a pie in the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow the official account of Dread now. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, the next day. The whole raging sand island was busy. Soren captured a large number of captives in this battle, and many pirates immediately surrendered when they saw that the situation was not right. In addition, the incarnation of the sea goddess appeared and eliminated the tsunami spell, so these pirates were even more in awe of Soren. However, because it was already late, Soren was worried that there would be trouble, so he could only lock them all up and block the warehouse of Raging Sand Island. Those were the materials that the pirate King Ashrod had transported. In addition to a large number of food and equipment, there was also kindler to reward his subordinates. It had to be said that Ashrod was indeed better than Soren when it came to accumulating wealth. This guy was in charge of the eastern route and had the support of the Naga royal family. At the same time, he also robbed Soren of the spoils of war from Devil Island. In the treasure house of Raging Sand Island, there were more than 200,000 kindler alone, and there were also a lot of pearls. There were special pearl divers in the east, and Ashrod probably collected hundreds and thousands of pearls in this way. Soren could not take this wealth for himself. Nearly half of it had to be used to reward his subordinates. After all, his subordinates had hundreds of casualties. In a naval battle, at most half of the people on a ship could survive if it was sunk. Occupying Raging Sand Island was just the beginning. The pirate King Ashrod had died in Soren's hands, so he naturally needed to take over the other party's territory. At the same time, because of occupying the eastern route, Soren's pirate leaders also had to be transferred. Managing the eastern route was a very time-consuming and laborious task. The pirate King Ashrod had been killed, but some of his leaders had survived, so it was inevitable that there would be resistance. Therefore, after some consideration, Soren decided to let the most capable half-elf first mate manage the eastern route. This guy was ruthless and decisive. In this period, he was the fastest candidate to stabilize the situation. As for the men assigned to him, the pirates under Scarface had suffered heavy casualties, and the one-eyed man was also a ruthless character. Both of them had to stay here to guard the eastern sea route. The men Soren left behind were all very murderous. The eastern sea route had just been taken over, and only a cruel rule could make others fear it. The fighting strength of these 3 guys was also top-notch. As for the others, Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, and Motor City could not be left aside. Soren had to promote another group of elite pirates to fill the vacant positions. Pirate King Ashrod had many spoils of war. However, Soren's loot might not even be comparable to the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the Duke of Red Dragon's wife when she was killed. This was because she had dropped legendary equipment after her death. Item type, Wizard Ring, +1, item grade, Tier 1 Legendary, item description, this is a very special sorcerer's ring. It can only increase spell slots by 1 circle. Legend has it that it was personally made by a special sorcerer. The owner of this ring was a crazy sorcerer. In order to increase the number of level 1 spell slots he had spent a lot of time to create this special legendary Tier 1 item to memorize the Berserk Wizard's unique level 1 spell, Reckless Movement Curse. This item had fallen into the hands of many people, but in the end, only the Frenzied Wizard could exert its greatest power. Requirements, none. Effect, double the spell slots of 1 circle. This was the first legendary equipment dropped by the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. It was also a very famous legendary equipment. For the Berserk Sorcerer, this Grade 1 legendary item was equivalent to an extremely powerful artifact. This was mainly because the Frenzied Wizard had a special Tier 1 spell called Frenzied Wizard. Frenzied Wizard, Tier 1 spell, a special spell that only the Frenzied Wizard can master. The power of chaos can cause unknown changes in magic. The Frenzied Wizard can try to use the Tier 1 spell, Frenzied Wizard, to replace any spells he can master, including the legendary spells he has mastered. However, the Frenzied Wizard must go through a difficult chaos test after casting the spell. If the chaos test is wrong, something unimaginable may happen. Note, you can use a chaos barrier to increase the success rate of the test. The Frenzied Wizard. A group of people who studied chaos magic and behaved like a lunatic. They were very few in number, and most of them died under their own spells. However, there were occasionally some terrifying Frenzied Wizards, especially after entering the realm of legends. They were a crazy existence that could single-handedly challenge a group of legendary wizards or turn over a plane in the abyss by themselves. Chaos had already seeped into their souls, and any spells cast by the Frenzied Wizard could be mutated. They could use their unique Tier 1 spell, Frenzied Wizard, to replace any spells. As long as they successfully passed the chaos test, they could cast as many spells as they wanted. In theory, if they were invincible, they were invincible. However, if they weren't lucky enough, the spell they cast could directly petrify them, turn them into frogs, or be struck by lightning, or some other strange and unimaginable things. Soren had only seen a few Frenzied Wizards alive so far. This legendary equipment was their artifact. It could double the number of Tier 1 spells they could cast, and then use it to simulate any spells they had mastered. For now. Whether it was Soren or Vivian, they could not use it to its full potential, so it did not matter who held it. However, Vivian was a sorcerer, and her Tier 1 spell slots were calculated separately. If she wore this equipment, then Vivian's Tier 1 spell slots would increase by about 15 Tier 1 spell slots. Even if it was used to memorize arcane missiles, the lethality would be quite amazing, so. Unsurprisingly, this equipment was given to Vivian to wear. The second equipment was a bit more amazing. It was also a ring, but it was a famous ring. Because it could be said to be the closest to a divine artifact, or even better, item type, Lich Ring, +5, item grade, Tier 5 legendary item, item description, this is a ring made by a legendary Lich. It is engraved with an extremely complex magic formation. It can make the wearer immune to any poison, disease, and at the same time increase the wearer's resistance to charm spells and mind control spells. A special alchemy technique was used on this ring. It could strengthen the spellcaster's ability and increase their casting speed by 1 second when casting any spell. However, please note that this ring is shrouded in the power of the undead. There is a special curse on it that may reduce the wearer's vitality. Equipment requirements, vitality 10 and above. Equipment special effect, cursed item. After equipping, the wearer's vitality will be reduced by 2 points. The wearer cannot remove the ring after wearing it. Note, undead are immune to the effects of curses. Equipment effect 1, poison immunity. This ring has a special power that allows the wearer to be immune to any poison attack. Whether it is an alchemy poison, a natural poison, or a poison attack caused by magic, the wearer will be completely immune to the damage caused by them, as well as other negative effects such as paralysis, rigidity, and so on. Equipment effect 2, disease immunity. This ring has a special power that allows the wearer to be immune to any disease attack. Whether it is a disease caused by magic or a disease infected by the wearer, it will not have any effect on the wearer. Even the most terrible plague will not be able to threaten the wearer of this ring. Any disease spells will be ineffective on the wearer. Equipment Effect 3. Increase the wearer's resistance to charm spells and mind control spells by 2 points. Equipment Effect 4. Increase the casting speed by 1 point. Equipment Effect 5. Additional Level 6 spell slot, Level 7 spell slot. Equipment Effect 6. Greater haste can be used once a day. Equipment Effect 7. Increase the wearer's magic resistance by 10 points. Equipment Effect 8. Increase the wearer's regenerative ability. Base HP recovery rate per hour +1. Equipment Effect 9. Defense level +2. That's right, this was the legendary Lich Ring. The highest level Soren had seen before was only +2, so when he saw the +5 Lich Ring, he was almost stunned. The value of this ring was simply immeasurable. It was a legendary item that could not be measured by money. It could be said that any of Soren's spoils of war paled in comparison to this ring. To a certain extent, it was even more powerful than a divine artifact. However, it was also very dangerous to carry this equipment around. This was because the prophecy spell could locate the wearer's position. Many wizards, dragons, and special life forms liked to use spells to track the wearer's position. It was fine if he wore it in the base, but if he took it out, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife would most likely track him down. This was because its magic aura was too strong. It was strong enough to allow others to cross planes to locate it. This was equivalent to a divine artifact. Its existence might even be very interesting to the gods who knew about it. Therefore, after Soren recognized this equipment, the first thing he did was to ask the fallen witch Kalina to seal its magic aura. The northern witch was proficient in prophecy spells and had many means to prevent others from tracking it down. Unless someone was bored enough to use a legendary prophecy spell to track it down, for the time being, no one could determine its position. As for the last equipment, compared to the +5 Lich Ring, it could simply be ignored. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Dread's official account now. The god was missing. This was an extremely rare thing, but once it happened, it meant that there was a major change. Although the half-elf god was only a minor divine power god, he was also a true god after all. As long as he stayed in his own divine kingdom, even a powerful god would find it very difficult to kill him. Because the divine kingdom was an independent world, they were the lawmakers in the divine kingdom, and no god would easily leave his kingdom. But now there was a result that no one expected, that was, the half-elf god was not in his own divine kingdom. Gods rarely left their own kingdom. Even if they needed to appear in other worlds, they would at most send an avatar or use the body of a believer as a tool. Therefore, in the material plane, there were also saints in the half-elf church who could be the host of the gods. They had the ability to connect to the divine kingdom and could directly communicate with the half-elf god. But there was a problem. There was no trace of him in the divine kingdom of the half-elves. This weak god was not in his own divine kingdom. He was missing. None of the priests were able to contact this god, and none of their prayers were answered. Naturally, everyone had temporarily lost the ability to cast divine spells. This was a very serious matter. Although there were many droll in the half-elves' homeland with Autumnfall as the center, the main force to protect the half-elves still came from the patron of the half-elves. His priests had been fighting against the orcs on the border of the wilderness, the ogres in the depths of the mountains, and the dwarves who were also not very friendly to the half-elves. The priests lost the ability to use magic, which was a devastating blow. So when they could not contact the god, the whole church began to operate frantically. This kind of thing had happened before. For example, the previous Mistress of Riches, after her disappearance, all the priests of riches were unable to cast divine spells. It was not until she returned that they were able to contact her. But at that time, the church had been weakened to the lowest point, and finally, the god was replaced by the successor. The disappearance of the god. It meant that he was likely to have fallen to other planes. This matter attracted the attention of many people, and even many legendary professions turned their eyes to the location of Autumnfall. As the priests lost their magic, Autumnfall urgently arranged a defensive line to prepare for the next possible attack. The fall of a god would inevitably cause an even more terrible chain of events. Whether good or evil, they would all be very interested in the followers he left behind. Right now, the most important thing for the half-elf church was to find traces of God's spirit. Because God's spirit's kingdom was still intact, he might not have fallen yet. Soren still had no idea what was going on in Autumnfall. In fact, he was very busy right now because swallowing the Eastern Sea route required a lot of manpower. At the same time, he also needed to supply materials to the outer islands while expanding his territory. This caused his finances to start to feel a little pressure. Pirate King Ashrod had left behind a lot of wealth, but not much of it could be converted into kindler. Soren had close to 300 warships of various sizes under his command, and close to 5,000 pirates under his command. Their living expenses were not small at all. The Eastern Sea route was cut off, and a problem was placed in front of Soren. That was, no matter what hatred he had in the past, he must negotiate with the Eastern pirates. Otherwise, this route would be useless. His fleet could not go to the Eastern Kingdom, and the Eastern fleet could not enter the South Coast. Dang. Dang, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Soren put down the document in his hand and said in a deep voice. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked like a clerk came in. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency. This is the news that was recently sent. Please take a look." Soren nodded gently and said, "Put it over there." Soon, the middle-aged man retreated. After reading the statistics of materials and spoils, Soren reached out and picked up the stack of intelligence documents. After a little glance, he focused on the information about Whiterun and Arendelle. The south coast was a trade area, and the speed of information flow was not slow. Whiterun was still the same as before. The appearance of the red dragon had affected the trade on land, and it was now somewhat withered. Many people avoided Whiterun, so the city's business tax was reduced by more than 50%. Now that it was urgent to banish or kill the red dragon, the Parliament of Nobles also stood on the same side, hoping to attract powerful adventurers with a high reward. It would be best if it was a legendary-level team so that they could deal with the red dragon. Unfortunately, none of the adventurers who went there returned. What a joke. That was an ancient red dragon. Soren couldn't even last one round against it. Even a team of legendary professions would be useless. Because its strength was comparable to that of many gods. Whiterun is done for. Soren muttered to himself, put down the document, and whispered, "No one can kill the ancient red dragon at present. Before the Avatar crisis begins, that place will be its territory. But this is good. With the interruption of land trade, maritime trade will become even more important." The second was information about Arendelle. After seeing the information above, Soren couldn't help but frown and murmured, "Princess Royal is missing? She hasn't shown up for a long time? Princess Anna is now in charge of Arendelle? This is not good." Scenes of the past appeared in front of his eyes. Soren stretched out his hand and stroked the legendary curved sword, Icing Death, and slowly said, "Arendelle's prosperity is entirely supported by the strength of Princess Royal alone. Now that she suddenly disappeared for a long time, I'm afraid the situation of Arendelle is a little worrying. I don't know if she can handle it alone." Princess Royal's strength was unfathomable. But without the powerful Princess Royal, Arendelle's strength and wealth were not matched. She was not strong enough, but she had too much wealth. This was definitely a disaster. Now that Soren was far away on the south coast, he could not help much. He could only hope that Princess Royal would appear as soon as possible. After all, he always felt a little guilty for Princess Anna. He picked up a pen and wrote a paragraph on the information, asking others to pay more attention to Arendelle's situation. His intuition told him, if Princess Royal was really missing, Arendelle would be in chaos. The Battle of Raging Sand Island. Soren's harvest was still very rich. First of all, he got a lot of slaughter EXP, most of which came from himself, and a small part was provided by the mutant killer whale. Soren was also very surprised that the divine gift had such a function. Although the slaughter EXP he got was less than 10,000 points, it was an additional source. At present, he had accumulated 160,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough to upgrade the wizard profession level, but not enough to upgrade the shadow dancer level. It was a pity that he could not kill the Duke of Red Dragon's wife personally. The real bulk of slaughter EXP was on her. Killing her was conservatively estimated to give more than 100,000 slaughter EXP. As for the Pirate King Ashrod, this guy only got less than 40,000 points. He was completely useless, no wonder he did not dare to fight the Swamp King. This guy's strength was no match for the Swamp King. The biggest gain in this battle was the legend point. After Soren defeated the Pirate King Ashrod, he got the highest legend point in history. Battle of Raging Sand Island, legendary battle. In the middle of February 1676 of the New Moon era, you had a decisive battle between the Pirate Kings on Raging Sand Island. In the battle, you killed the Pirate King Ashrod and defeated the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Your fame has spread throughout the world seas. Most pirates have heard of your name. At present, you have become the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. At the same time, because of the appearance of the tsunami and the incarnation of the sea goddess, people from other forces have gradually increased their attention to you. The appearance of the incarnation of the sea goddess means that your existence has attracted the attention of some gods. Therefore, some existences in the legendary realm may pay more attention to you. Legend point plus 8 legend points. Soren had never gotten such a high legend point. Especially the mention of the god's attention, it seemed to have a different kind of chill, which made Soren feel a burst of pressure. Entering the legendary realm. He was already qualified to be noticed by many gods, because the legendary realm was above immortals. Being noticed by the gods in advance, he did not know whether it was good or bad, but he still had to go on. Soren had a clearer plan for the next step of his plan. Elemental Stone, Earth. Soren played with this legendary equipment that he first got, and his face showed a thoughtful expression. All the way until now. The role of this legendary equipment had been reduced a lot because there were fewer enemies who could force Soren to activate the stone skin. At the same time, summoning the earth elemental was not very useful in the sea. But it was not completely useless, because this legendary equipment was only a part of a certain item. This was a legendary difficulty chain quest, and the final loot was a shard of divinity. Elemental Stone, Earth, Elemental Stone, Water, Elemental Stone, Fire, Elemental Stone, Air. 4 pieces of equipment combined into one. It was a grade 3 legendary item that could summon giant earth elementals, giant water elementals, giant fire elementals, and giant wind elementals at the same time. The giant elementals were second only to the legendary elemental elders. With Soren's current ability, he was qualified to try this challenge. Moreover, there was one equipment that Soren might need to go to the desert ruins to get, and that was the rogue's artifact, Cloak of Proof against detection. A legendary equipment that was immune to any detection spells. Late February. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Soren was busy preparing when he finally received a response from the Eastern Pirates. The other party wanted to sit down and talk with him. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Soren was not the only one who lost when the Eastern Sea route was blocked. They also could not transport expensive goods from the east to the south coast in exchange for benefits. Compared to the fertile southern areas, the Eastern Desert covered a large area. Because of the energy left over from the Arcane Empire, the area of the Eastern Desert could reach up to 2/3 of its original size. Such a large desert area greatly limited the output of the Eastern world. Trade was the most important source of income for the Eastern Pirates. The next morning. In the sea east of Raging Sand Island, Soren saw the fleet from the east. It was hard to believe that the largest force among the Eastern Pirates was actually a group of pirates controlled by a group of monks. Monks who followed the evil order. They could be seen among the desert bandits and Eastern Pirates. They were a very difficult enemy to deal with. This time, the one who was sent to negotiate with Soren was a monk, and it was a legendary monk. Because just as the dragon-headed warship approached, several figures flew out from the opposite Eastern pirate ship. These Eastern monks in martial attire directly landed on the sea, then stepped on the sea at high speed and finally landed on the deck of the dragon-headed warship. Treading wave steps. The special skill of the Eastern monks belonged to a kind of secret skill that was similar to a secret skill. These monks had obvious Asian characteristics. It was not easy to describe them, but they looked 70 to 80% similar to the Indians. Soren stood on the deck with cold eyes. When the Eastern monk in front of him was looking at him, Soren was also observing the other party. This was a young legendary monk. At least in terms of appearance, he was not very old. His appearance was not much different from the Eastern people in Soren's memory. Although his skin was more Asian, his forehead, nose, and eyes had obvious Western characteristics. The other party's eyes were quite sharp, and there were thick calluses on his palms. The monks were proficient in hand-to-hand combat. It was not an exaggeration to say that their palms were like steel and iron. The most eye-catching thing about him was his skin, which had a faint golden hue to it. It was as if his yellow skin had reached a certain level and turned golden. Divine transcendence, it was a special ability unique to legendary monks. However, Soren still preferred to call it the diamond unbreakable body. This was because once a monk reached the legendary realm, they would be immune to diseases and poisons. At the same time, they would never age and would only die when their lifespan was up. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt them, and they also had an amazing resistance to magic. Legendary monks were one of the most difficult enemies to deal with. Sir. The legendary monk stared at Soren as if he couldn't believe that Soren was the legendary beheader. In terms of appearance, Soren was too young. In terms of strength, Soren didn't seem to have reached the realm of legends, at least for now. This was because a legendary profession's soul would have a kind of sublimation. As a legendary monk with high perception, he could feel this. However, Soren's reputation was accumulated by the number of people he killed. Although the monk had doubts, he didn't show the slightest disrespect. Please. Soren stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. At the same time, he glanced at the three monks behind him. All of them were advanced professions. The Eastern pirates were still so strong. When he traveled to the Eastern world, he saw many legendary professions. Maybe it was because of the energy mutation during the Arcane Empire, or maybe it was because the environment was too bad. Evil creatures, evil gods, and abominations often appeared in the Eastern world. There was a monk monastery that even Soren didn't dare to break into when he was at his peak. It was built directly on top of the nest of an ancient evil creature. Note, the name seems to be called Magic Sunflower, a terrible evil creature that ended an era. One of the teachings of the martial monks was to guard these ancient evil creatures. This was the same regardless of whether the monks were good, neutral, or evil. The monks of the three factions came from many different monasteries, but the essence of order still existed. Their mission was to prevent the chaotic and evil life forms from causing more damage. Even among the adventurers who were mainly active in the Eastern world, there were people who claimed that they had seen a legendary monk with a professional level of 40. Soren didn't believe this. Because a professional level 40 monk's combat power was almost off the charts. Whether it was physical attacks or magic attacks, it was almost impossible to threaten him. Soren estimated that the most powerful monk in the Eastern world was only around professional level 30. Note, there was a legend that the massacre god's son who created Lunar Style and Sunfire Style was professional level 40. This was his limit, Raging Sand Island. Soren was in the hall talking with the legendary monk from the east. However, no matter how fierce the fight was, they still had to sit down and negotiate in the end. Because the east coast and the south coast were very far away, it was impossible for them to fight to the death. There seemed to be sounds of argument coming from inside. However, Vivian didn't care about these things at all. She was more interested in the three bald monks outside because she had met one of them before and he had given her a small gift. Hey! The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. She tilted her head and looked at the monks outside the door and said, "I've seen people like you before. But he seems to be much stronger than you." The monks outside the door didn't say anything and just looked at the little girl with surprise. Boring. Vivian pursed her lips as she looked at them. All of a sudden, she rolled her big eyes and said in a crisp voice, "I heard that you guys have some very powerful combat skills. Do you dare to spar with my followers?" The three monks looked at each other, and one of them seemed to be eager to try. But when Vivian pulled out the candidate to compete with them, the monk's face immediately showed disappointment. He even looked a little bit dumbfounded. That's right. The candidate Vivian pulled out was Lulu Miao. Lulu Miao was wearing a pink dress today with a lot of sweet candies hidden in her pockets. As Vivian's little follower, she basically followed behind her all day. She was like her little tail. At this moment, Lulu Miao, who had just eaten a candy, was caught in front with a blank face and looked around doubtfully. Don't underestimate her. Vivian snorted and curled her lips. You might not even be able to beat her. Lulu Miao. Fight with the bald guy in the front. If you win, I'll give you a holiday and buy you whatever you want to eat. Meow. When the feline girl heard that she could eat whatever she wanted, her eyes instantly lit up. Almost without thinking, she bent her body and turned into an afterimage as she pounced forward. Then, her sharp claws drew a cold light. Bang! Bang! In an instant, they exchanged 3 moves. Lulyamo's petite figure flew out directly and then fell to the ground with a plop. She meowed with some grievance and looked at her dirty dress. Her eyes immediately showed a fierce light. She was angry. At the same time, the monk who had just fought with her looked at his chest with a stunned face. On his arm, chest, and abdomen, there were 3 faint bloodstains. The enemy's attack was not enough to threaten his life, but the speed was so fast that it made him speechless. As a monk with strong perception, he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the opponent's attack. In the end, although he shook off the cat girl who rushed over, he was also scratched in the chest. What kind of monster is this? The face of the high-grade monk became serious. He put his hands together and made a tiger posture. At the same time, his eyes were locked on the petite cat girl in front of him. Even the high-grade monk with the wind attack ability couldn't keep up with her attack speed. The cat girl in front of him indeed had the strength to challenge him. Vivian still had a playful expression on her face. It seemed that she was full of confidence for the next battle. It seemed that victory was in her hands. Bang bang bang, what happened in front of them made the 3 monks feel incredible. Because among all the professions, no one could attack faster than a monk. More importantly, the monk's ultimate skill relied on continuous blows to destroy the opponent. But now the scene in front of them completely subverted their previous understanding. Because in front of them, a cat girl who looked like a little girl, attacked faster than a high-grade monk. The dazzling attack was so fast that it challenged the retina's capture limit, especially the opponent's high agility and reaction ability. She could go up the 90-degree vertical wall by rubbing her hands and feet twice, and she could run directly against the wall. Even a martial monk had to master a unique lightness technique. What was this little cat girl's background? She was just another little girl's follower, so how strong was this little girl who looked very cute in a black princess dress? Bang bang bang, Lulu was once again shaken out. That's right. Although her attack speed was extremely fast, her weakness was also very obvious, that was, she did not have enough strength. As an agility war beast, Lulu had very high natural agility, but her strength was probably less than 8 or 9 points. Even when she grew up, it would only be 12 or 13 points. Lack of strength naturally meant lack of lethality. It was difficult for her to fight with the high-grade monk in front of her. Even if she attacked the other party, she could only scratch the skin of the other party. With such an injury, even if she attacked dozens of times, it would be difficult to make the other party lose his fighting power. Roundhouse kick. Being forced into a corner by the little cat girl in front of him, the high-grade monk finally felt a little embarrassed. He suddenly shouted, and his legs kicked out, setting off a gust of wind. The fierce whip kick directly blocked all the attack routes. No matter where Lulu attacked from, she had to take it. Meow. The little cat girl was very clever. Her natural fighting instinct made her aware of the danger, and she actually opened up a distance. Chain steps. Shock palm. As soon as the attack was interrupted by the brute force of the high-grade monk, a loophole immediately appeared. The monk in front of her shouted loudly. His figure suddenly sped up and dashed forward. He waved his palm, and the ferocious palm attack was mixed with a hidden force. If it hit the feline girl, her life might be in danger. At this moment, Vivian, who was watching the battle from the side, finally had a change in expression. Her small face revealed a rare look of nervousness and worry. Shadow leap. Just as the monk's palm of deterrence was about to hit her, Soren's figure suddenly appeared behind Lulu's back. His eyes were cold as he picked up Lulu and put her behind him. With a cold snort, he swung his fist and blocked the attack in front of him head-on. Bang! Soren's figure stood motionless in the same place, only slightly stiff for a moment. The high-grade monk took 3 steps back in a row and looked at Soren in disbelief. The other party was directly immune to the hidden force of the palm of deterrence. The other party's tenacity was so high that he was not like a rogue, but more like a legendary warrior. His attack just now was like a cow sinking into the sea. The legendary pirate king in front of him definitely had a physique far beyond that of ordinary people. This was very difficult for rogues because the direction of their training was more about their skills, not their own constitution. Stop. Soren snorted coldly, looked at Vivian with a slightly reproachful look, and whispered, "Nonsense. You two go back. From today on, you're not allowed to go out. I'm going to put you in confinement for 2 days." The movement outside finally alarmed the people inside. Soren just went out and saw the scene in front of him. Vivian Lawless didn't know the depth of the high-grade monk, but Soren knew that some of their unique fighting skills were quite dangerous. That was why he had just appeared to take the attack. If he hadn't appeared to take the attack, Lulu would have been seriously injured and unconscious. A 7 or 8-year-old cat girl, no matter how talented she was, without the support of a profession, it was impossible for her to be the opponent of a high-grade monk. Clap clap clap, there was a burst of applause. The legendary monk's figure also came out. His expression seemed a little dignified, and he suddenly said, "Your Excellency really deserves to be called the legendary beheader. Your strength is really impressive. That move just now." As a legendary profession, he could see a lot of things. First of all, Soren's tenacity was extremely high, almost comparable to a legendary warrior, and he was directly immune to the hidden force of the palm of deterrence. Then there was Sauron's strength. He could take a normal punch head-on and force his subordinates back. His strength was not inferior to a purebred warrior. "You flatter me." Soren turned around and stared at Vivian. The little girl seemed a little scared. She grabbed Lulu and whispered, "I just want to use them to train Lulu. Besides, she still has a unique skill that she hasn't used yet." Soren frowned and said in a deep voice, "Go back to your room. I'll deal with you later." At this time, the legendary monk in front of him suddenly seemed to have made a decision and said, "Your Excellency. Since we are arguing about the distribution of the Eastern Sea route, how about this? I'll compare notes with you. If you win, everything will be according to your requirements. If I win, then we will have the right to free trade on the south coast." Compare notes. Soren was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the monk and said in a deep voice, "Okay." Sure enough, he didn't come with good intentions. This guy probably wanted to test his strength. In this case, he couldn't back down. "Please." There was a hint of belligerence in the eyes of the legendary monk. He raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Then his palms glowed with a faint golden color. Combat energy strike. After the monk's profession level reached level 10, the palms would be made into +1 rare weapons. When the profession level reached level 13, the palms would be regarded as +2 rare weapons. After every 3 profession levels, the monk's unarmed attack ability would be strengthened. The legendary monk's hands were equivalent to +4 rare weapons, and could reach up to +5. Some Eastern secret methods could train their hands into a metal-like structure. At that time, the monk's palms would be as strong as diamond. Combat energy strike was what adventurers called it. The original name of this ability was Kill Strike, a deadly attack ability. Shang, the legendary curved sword icing death appeared in Soren's palm. This level of competition didn't allow for any carelessness. Sometimes, it couldn't even be done. Traceless steps. Facing the legendary pirate King Soren, the legendary monk didn't have the slightest carelessness. He started with a fierce attack and wanted to use the monk's wind attack to suppress the opponent. Penetrating shock palm. The legendary monk, who was proficient in unarmed attacks, approached at high speed and raised his hand to slap Soren's chest. Clang! The slightly golden palm hit the curved sword, and a force passed through the blade to Soren's body. He couldn't help but tremble as if he had been punched in the chest. This was a combat skill to deal with a warrior wearing full plate armor, but the monk actually used it to deal with a rogue. He was really careful. Sword form, spinning strike. The curved sword in Soren's hand drew a cold light and directly slashed toward the monk's waist. The legendary monk avoided the attack with an iron bridge, and at the same time, his leg swept toward Soren's crotch. Sweeping kick. Chain strike. Whirlwind kick. The legendary monk was proficient in continuous attacks, and the speed of the wind attack was simply dazzling. Sword form, beheading. In the face of the enemy's ferocious continuous attacks, Soren didn't panic at all. He was very clear about the monk's fighting style, which was to never show weakness. Once he retreated, he would be beaten until he couldn't fight back. He suddenly burst out and swung his sword toward the monk's head. As long as the monk kicked Soren's body, he would be exposed to the light of his sword. Moving step. Cloud ladder. In the face of Soren's counterattack, the legendary monk's expression became more and more serious. Although the enemy didn't use many abilities from beginning to end, it was these simplest moves that reflected the opponent's true strength. Incomparably powerful attributes, extremely high conditioned reflexes, astonishing dodging techniques, and an almost inhuman immunity. The penetrating shock palm, which could directly stun a warrior wearing plate armor, hit the monk's body like sinking into the sea. The figure of the legendary monk rose from the ground and rose to a height of 20 meters as if he was enchanted. His expression was quite serious, and he fell from the sky like a cannonball. At the same time, his palms slammed together, and a scorching breath emerged. Sun flame form. A group of flames visible to the naked eye exploded, and the scorching heat waves raged out. When the legendary monk waved his hand, a strong force also broke out, and directly shook Soren's figure upside down. Cough. Soren retreated 7 or 8 meters in a row, and suddenly rolled to stabilize his body. At the same time, he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and murmured, "I didn't expect to see this move again after so many years." Sun flame form. In the past, many people jokingly called it Nine Suns' divine art, which showed how powerful it was. Sun flame form, lunar shadow form, traceless steps. The 3 ultimate moves of the legendary monk, who didn't know how many people died because of these moves. Evade sight. Shadow leap. Soren's eyes became cold, and his figure escaped into the shadows as if he had completely disappeared. He was serious. Because it was difficult for him to defeat a legendary monk in a head-on battle. P.S. Today's first update, there is one more update. Whirlwind kick. In the face of Soren's disappearance, the legendary monk's reaction was extremely fast. He stomped his foot and inserted it into the soil. Then a whirlwind kicked up a large area of soil, and then his legs kicked up a gust of wind. The wind blew the soil away in all directions, covering a range of more than 10 meters in front of him. As expected of a legendary profession with rich combat experience, if Soren stayed in the same place after entering the shadow, the raised dust would expose his trace. However, Soren was not an ordinary rogue. He could be said to have used all his strength against the legendary monk. After his figure entered the shadow, he instantly launched Shadow Jump and left his original position. Huh. The legendary monk retracted his leg and bounced back, not daring to stay in the same place. The raised dust did not find any trace of Soren. This legendary rogue had already lurked near him. Unless the other party moved first, even he could not determine the specific location of the enemy. The legendary monk put on a defensive posture. At the same time, he moved around a circle at high speed to avoid Soren finding his weakness. In fact, without the buff spell in advance, Soren's situation was slightly disadvantageous. Fortunately, the monks were all professions with high perception. In terms of attributes, Soren was likely to have a high advantage. The legendary monk had a strong instinct to dodge. Conventional sneak attacks were easy to be detected by them. To deal with this kind of enemy, one must use a wave of offensive to gain an absolute advantage. Shadow jump. Shadow strike. Sword form, waist cut. Soren's figure strangely appeared behind the legendary monk, and at the same time, he swung his sword toward the monk's waist. However, the legendary monk seemed to have expected his attack. He roared in an instant, and at the moment before Soren launched his attack, he instantly twisted his body and kicked toward him. Extraordinary perception. Monks had the highest perception to dodge, and their perception of threats was quite amazing. Tiger out. Shadowless kick. Suddenly, the legendary monk's legs turned into a blur and swept towards Soren's head at an astonishing speed, almost sealing off all of his escape routes. Evade sight. Shadow leap. Soren's figure disappeared once again, but this time, he didn't put too much distance between them. Summon shadow. A distorted shadow suddenly emerged from the legendary monk's shadow. It directly rushed over and entangled the enemy in front of it. Although the distorted shadow couldn't threaten the legendary monk with the divine body, it could hinder his movement. Shadow leap. Soren's shadow step in Shadow Realm was an important skill that allowed him to use shadow step in Shadow Realm. Once again, he appeared behind the legendary monk. Vampiric touch. Shadow strike. Sword form, beheading. Soren's figure appeared out of thin air, and at the moment of contact with the enemy, he activated vampiric touch. At the same time, a cold light appeared on his curved sword, and he instantly slashed the head of the enemy in front of him. Clang, the sound of metal colliding was heard. The legendary monk's palms turned golden in an instant. He actually used both hands to block Soren's attack, making a sound like metal colliding. A trace of blood dripped down. The sharpness of the curved sword was far beyond his expectations. With a click, half of the palm fell to the ground. Your Excellency is indeed extraordinary. The legendary monk immediately made a decision and jumped back. In an instant, he was more than 10 meters away. His voice trembled slightly because of the pain. He bowed slightly and said, "I admit defeat. From today on, the profit distribution of the eastern route will be according to your Excellency's request." 3 high-level martial monks guarded him on his left and right. All of them were in a fighting posture. In fact, when half of the legendary monk's palm was cut off by Soren, they had already approached quickly. Who? Soren stood in place and looked at the opponent. There was still some killing intent in his eyes. He looked at the opponent silently for a while, then took back his curved sword and said in a deep voice, "Very good." Monks rarely used equipment. This was their biggest weakness. Even the legendary monk could not withstand the sharpness of icing death. As long as he had no chance to dodge, Soren's chances of winning would increase. The legendary monk covered the wound on his broken hand. His expression did not show much emotion. He just bowed and said, "Then everything is settled. I will convey your Excellency's request to the monastery. Goodbye." After that, the legendary monk did not look at the half of the palm cut off on the ground. He turned and left with the others. It was not until he walked out of the courtyard that he breathed a sigh of relief. At this distance, there were not many people who could stop him. It was not until this moment that he realized that his back was oozing cold sweat. If he had not immediately admitted defeat and retreated, he would have been cut down by Soren because the opponent obviously still had a trump card. The legendary rogue's shadow crossing ability was more than that. He did not even force the opponent to use his legendary ability. In fact, Soren had not yet mastered the fighting skills of a legendary rogue. He had already used up Shadow Jump, and Shadow Summoning, but the legendary monk did not know that at this moment. He thought that Soren still had some strength left. Such an enemy was really terrible, the legendary monk secretly made up his mind. When he went back, he would tell the monastery about his danger and try not to conflict with the rising pirate king. "Brother." Vivian, who had been standing next to him, came over with a murderous look in her beautiful big eyes. She said in a crisp voice, "Why didn't you kill him just now? He injured you just now." Soren stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Do you know how strong the monastery behind him is? It's an organization that has guarded the ancient evil for thousands of years. Even the Church of the Gods has no advantage against them. The mission of the monks was to guard the evil. As professionals in the lawful camp, they had a lot of strict doctrines. This group of people may not be kind, but they had always been maintaining the order of the world." Soren had no intention of going to war with them at all. There were also rogues in the Eastern world. Once a full-scale war started, Soren might not be able to win against those monks and rogues. Go back. Soren glanced at Lulu, who had a small mouth next to him, and said in a deep voice, "Don't mess around like this in the future. Lulu is still a child, and you let her fight with a high-grade monk. What if something happens? Tomorrow, Dark Blade will teach her fighting skills. You go back to the Outer Islands this afternoon. Gloria is setting up a portal to the Shadow Plane. Go back and help her set up a teleportation barrier." When the little girl heard this, she suddenly felt a little wronged and pulled Lulu away. He clearly won the fight, okay? This stupid Lulu didn't know to use a big move at the beginning. Otherwise, the high-grade monk might not have had a chance to attack. Note, Drizzt's part-time job was Marikai, forest goddess, Ronin. This was also an advanced profession from the Eastern world. Most of them were advanced by rangers or rogues. In the blink of an eye, it was already March. There was only a year and a half left before the start of the Avatar crisis, and there were only about 20 months left before the fall of the goddess of magic. Soren always felt that something was chasing him from behind. Even though he had walked fast enough, he still felt that there was not enough time. Especially after the news of the demigod vampire defeating the Fear Church came back, Soren's sense of crisis became stronger. According to the original historical track, it should be the awakening of the Witch of Fear, Lillian, and then she controlled the Fear Church and eventually set off a tragic massacre. But now the Fear Church's control had become the demigod vampire, and a massacre seemed to be coming. Vivian was sent back to the Outer Islands. Soren could not take the risk of further awakening her fear divinity, because as the boundary of the plane became more and more loose, the higher demons could break through the plane barrier and come to the material plane in at most half a year. The devils had already appeared, and they bewitched the mortals to provoke wars. The arrival of the higher demons was only a matter of time. During this time, the number of demon followers appearing in the material plane had become more and more frequent, and some evil organizations were carrying out taboo sacrificial rituals. Relatively speaking, the South Coast, which had just experienced a war, was quite calm. The news from all sides was not very good. The orcs had shown signs of moving south, the half-blood orcs launched a raid, and the internal friction of the human principalities increased. Even the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who had just fought with Soren, was involved in the war to suppress the rebellion. It seemed that since March, the conflicts that had accumulated over the past 6 months broke out, and at least 7 places on the whole continent broke out in wars. There was also news from Autumnfall. Soren heard that the half-elf god had disappeared, and the priests who believed in him could no longer obtain divine spells. He did not remember where the god fell to, but he remembered that he finally died in the Underdark. With the fall of this weak god, the attitude of the world towards the gods gradually changed. Everything was normal on the eastern route. The mission of the monks' monastery was to suppress those ancient evils. At least before the destruction of the demon army, many powerful monks lived in seclusion all over the world. This was their tradition, just like the fist master Soren had met, he should also be cultivating somewhere. The Eastern Sea route was used to provide for the monastery's consumption. Cultivating monks also required a large amount of resources, and many secret techniques required expensive medicinal herbs to practice. Soren knew his limits. This was because he was a member of the Order faction. Coincidentally, the monk was also a member of the Order faction. Both of them valued order and rules. The person in charge of the East Coast was the half-elf first mate. He was a ruthless and decisive person. With him in control of the Eastern Sea route, nothing would happen in the short term. Therefore, after entering March, Soren prepared to return to the Outer Islands. He had to prepare for the next step. Establishing a foundation in the Outer Islands was for the next step, and the next step would be to fight against the Divine Saints. Even if Soren did not clash with the other gods, the battle between him and the Dread Lord was inevitable. He was dead. However, he wasn't completely dead yet. What Soren needed to do was to completely destroy the Dread Lord so that he could no longer threaten Vivian's safety. There were a total of 4 elemental stones. The Earth Elemental Stone was near the Elven Kingdom, the Water Elemental Stone was in the Frost Kingdom, and the Fire Elemental Stone was in the desert. Soren was very clear about the approximate location of these 3 places, but he only knew that the last Gas Elemental Stone was in a very dangerous area. This was a legendary level chain quest. Soren obtained the Earth Elemental Stone by luck. He still remembered the huge rock giant that rushed out from under the elemental altar when they finally left. That was the real guardian. After the 4 elemental stones were combined, the level would be further improved, and finally, there would be a summoning spell close to the legendary level. Elemental Legion. In the past, this quest was completed by piling up human heads. A total of 3 groups of high-grade professions died. With Soren's current strength, he should be able to try to complete it alone. After all, his equipment was far beyond the standard at that time. The first destination was the Frost Kingdom. The situation in Arendelle seemed to be a bit bad, so Soren planned to go and take a look. He was a person who valued promises very much. The altar of the water elemental stone was only about 100 kilometers away from Arendelle. There were many active ice trolls nearby. He was going to cross the north to get there, and he would pass by Arendelle on the way. Then the next stop was the Desert of Death. His first goal was to get the fire elemental stone, and then find a way to get the rogue's artifact, Cloak Against Detection. This was the core equipment to fight against the saints. As for the last elemental stone, he might need Gloria and others to go together because that place was a bit dangerous. Soren might fail miserably if he dealt with it alone. The 4 elemental stones could unlock a seal, and the reward was a shard of divinity. If it also had divinity, then the final function was to transform someone into a demigod. Whether it was Vivian or Soren now, they could use the shard of divinity to advance into a demigod. Therefore, Soren was determined to get this shard of divinity. After all, this was one of the few ways he knew to get a shard of divinity without killing a god. To be honest, even if he joined forces with everyone now, he was not confident to fight against a weak divine spirit saint. Because the demigod and above were immune to the legendary spell, Time Stop. Without Vivian's ultimate skill, Time Stop, the success rate of fighting against a divine spirit saint began to plummet. This was the same even if they had the spell, Melf's Minute Meteor. After all, this spell could only help them break through the protection of the divine spirit's law, but could not directly kill the divine spirit saints. Returning to the outer islands again was very different. The size of Port Mordor had doubled, and there were 2 more unfinished magnificent buildings next to it. They were the Sea Temple and the Wealth Temple. The 2 churches seemed to be secretly competing with each other. The materials used to build the temples were extremely expensive, and many of them had to be transported from other places across the sea. People were sometimes so realistic. The more majestic the temple was, the more likely it was to attract believers. According to this progress, it was impossible to build a temple in a year or 2. The merchant ships from the City of Wealth had approached, and the trade of the outer islands had attracted many people. Especially now that the war on land was getting more and more serious, the outer islands would help expand the influence of the goddess of wealth in the field of trade. The city of Mordor was still the same. It was just that the scale was larger. At the same time, green sprouts emerged from the cultivated land in the south. Spring wheat had been planted. Even if it was not a bumper harvest this year, it could ensure self-sufficiency. Soren had a lot of things to do in a short time, but no matter how many things he had to do it step by step. In the afternoon, groups of slaves were gathered, and the city of Mordor now had nearly 2,000 or 3,000 slaves. Soren stood on the high platform and looked down at the slaves below, then nodded to the red-haired female pirate next to him, and then nearly 30 slaves were brought out. I'm a person who values promises. Soren looked down at the slaves in front of him and also looked at the others. His eyes swept over the drow warrior next to him. He could feel that the other party was avoiding his sight because he was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the drows some time ago. Pada. Soren walked in front of these slaves. In front of them were 2 slave brothers who looked a bit like each other. They were the people saved by Vivian. Those who work hard should be rewarded. I'm not a stingy master. Soren looked at these slaves. Their expressions were a little panicked. Only the 2 brothers at the front were surprised because Vivian had promised that some of them would be rewarded. As your master. Soren looked down at the more than 30 slaves and said in a deep voice, I give you freedom. From today on, you will get the identity of the residents of Mordor and have your own house, property, and family. Come on. Untie their shackles. There was a cry of surprise. The slaves present could not help but raise their heads with an incredulous expression on their faces. They were free. How was this possible? But the next scene made them realize that this was not a joke, because the city guards next to them untied the shackles of more than 30 slaves, and then threw a piece of rough linen clothes to them. Except for the two brothers standing in front, the other slaves were still surprised because they did not expect Soren to give them freedom. These people who were given freedom were all docile slaves. Most of them were from the mainland, and only 3 of them were indigenous slaves. The so-called freedom naturally did not mean that they could come and go. They were just given the identity of the residents of Mordor, and then had the right to house, property, and form a family. These people still had to work for Soren. It was just that they did not have to squeeze in stinky cages, and they did not have to be whipped by the guards. They could earn their own private wealth, and at the same time, live a life far better than other slaves. Freedom, relative freedom was also freedom. Soren had given them the greatest gift, so they did not need to think too much. Take them down. Soren turned and glanced at the red-haired female pirate, and said in a deep voice, "There is a house for them in the north. From tomorrow onwards, they will not have to work with other slaves. Those with special skills will be assigned to other places, and those without special skills will be arranged to work at the port. These 2 people are very talented in farming, so let them be in charge of farming." Slaves. Population. There was still a difference between the two. Soren's next step was to turn the slaves of Mordor into a population. Of course, they must be docile slaves. Those natives who were difficult to discipline would naturally be dealt with by the drows. After such a long time, Gloria finally stabilized the teleportation circle that connected to the shadow plane. She opened a barrier that allowed people to come and go freely, and at the same time, close the portal at any time. The teleportation circle was full of magic traps, and even legendary professions could not sneak in quietly. Exploring the shadow plane was a very time-consuming thing because neither Soren nor Gloria could take down the wizard tower. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the guards on the first floor of the wizard tower. 3 diamond golems, a magic construct, and a powerful phalang that was responsible for operating the wizard tower. Soren had one last preparation before he left. That was the level 5 spell teleportation. Gloria had set up a transmission mark in Mordor City. As long as Soren learned the level 5 spell, he could come back from thousands of miles away. This was the biggest advantage of being a wizard. Unfortunately, it was difficult to master teleportation, and Soren might even need to take him on the road to learn it. There was no other way. There were too many spells that a wizard needed to learn, and the difficulty was not low. With his talent, he was already fast enough. With the completion of the teleportation circle, Soren finally came to the shadow plane again. But this time there were more people, not only Soren, Vivian, and Gloria, but also fallen witch Corinne. Corinne had done a lot of research on the Arcane Empire, and she was even more proficient in some aspects than Gloria. Gloria had been here before, but she didn't get close. However, it was the first time for Fallen Witch, so when she saw the wizard tower in front of her and the huge magic lock, she couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful magic lock. I'm afraid it's stronger than the magic lock in the north. It's just that its power has declined, and many parts have not been opened. Soren didn't say anything. In this regard, the 2 orthodox witches had more right to speak. You're really a variable in fate. Fallen Witch's eyes brightened as if there was a glimmer of hope. She murmured, maybe there's what I'm looking for here. If I don't have to go to the Nirvana mechanical mirror, then I can. She paused for a moment, then frowned slightly and said, the Sorcerer Tower is still operating. Although the energy consumption is very serious. But I can feel that the magic lock is still supplying energy to the element pool. This wizard tower has been running for so many years, there must be a phalang in charge of maintenance. They approached the magic lock. Sauron's memory was excellent. He led them along the same path as last time, through the magic lock, and approached the wizard tower. Alert! Warning! However, as soon as they got close to the tower, a mechanical voice, intruder detected. Intruder detected intruder. Combat state activated. Guardian Golem, charge. Not. Sauron's face changed drastically in an instant, and he said solemnly, retreat. It's dangerous here. As soon as his voice fell, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Then, 3 extremely tall diamond golems appeared, locked onto them, and quickly rushed over. Retreat! Soren jumped back, and the others followed. The diamond golem's resistance was very high. Even a legendary spell might not be able to break them, and it was even more difficult to deal with them by relying on melee. Even Gloria's wizard tower didn't have such a top-level golem. This won't do. Fallen Witch followed them out of the magic lock and said, "The first layer of defense is so strong, it's impossible for us to enter. There must be a half-plane in a wizard tower of this level, and I'm afraid there are countless dangers. Even the Eye of the North may not be able to come back alive. We have to find a way to cut off its energy supply." Speaking of which, Gloria and her mother couldn't help but look at the location of the magic lock. The magic lock was not only a large-scale defense facility, but also a part of the energy supply. The total energy consumption of a wizard tower was very large. If converted into electricity, it would require at least a nuclear power plant to maintain the supply. Therefore, as a defense facility, the magic lock also bore a part of the energy consumption of the wizard tower. As long as the wizard tower in front of them was still operating, even a legendary team may not be able to enter alive. Is there a way to cut off its energy supply? Gloria gently lifted her long hair and turned to look at her mother. She was obsessed with the knowledge of the Arcane Empire, and she should be the most familiar with it among the people present. Fallen Witch slightly frowned, looked at the huge magic lock in front of them, and slowly said, "It's very difficult. But we can try, but we have to break this ancient magic lock. This may take a long time. As long as there is no wizard controlling it, the wizard tower will only operate according to the original set program. Thaling shouldn't have the authority to take over the magic lock. So, we have a 50% chance of breaking this magic lock." This time, the exploration was fruitless. The diamond golem and Thaling were a solid line of defense. Soren could barely deal with 1 diamond golem, but if 3 diamond golems attacked at the same time, even a legendary warrior wouldn't be able to withstand a round of attacks. If they wanted to explore this wizard tower, they had to cut off its energy supply. Therefore, they had to cut off its energy supply. The adept tower that maintained its operation was too terrifying. If they rashly went in, there was only a slim chance of survival. As long as the energy supply was cut off, the guardian golems would not be able to operate. The defense system in the wizard tower would be automatically removed. It would only rely on the energy stored in the elemental pool to maintain a small part of the defense program. The technology of the Arcane Empire had a high demand for energy. This was similar to modern technology. Without electricity and fuel, many things would become decorations. At that time, the difficulty of exploration would plummet. Soren didn't have any impulsive thoughts of taking risks in this kind of legendary challenge. Because his bloody experience in the past told him that anything related to the Arcane Empire couldn't be taken lightly. So everything had to be planned in the long run. Gloria and others were responsible for unlocking the magic lock and cutting off the energy attack of the wizard tower, while Soren was ready to set off to find the other 3 elemental stones. If he could collect them, not only could he get a piece of Shard of Divinity, but he could also summon an elemental legion to replace the warriors as expendable cannon fodder when exploring the wizard tower. Therefore, in the middle of March, Soren embarked on the road to the north. This time, he wanted to cross the north, fly over the rolling mountains and enter the Frost Kingdom. He had memorized the teleportation coordinates. As long as he mastered the 5th circle's teleportation spell, he could return to the outer islands at any time. This was the convenience of being a wizard. End of chapter 366. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.